There's that chant. We have not heard it too much this year here at Chase. That Warriors chant echoing through Chase Center. Schroeder with the ball at the logo. Guarded by Gilgeous-Alexander. Goes by him. Hand off Payton. Goes up and he dunked it on Hartenstein. Little elevation sensation for GP2. And the Warriors lead 114 to 105.
Oh, baby! I can't wait to take your phone calls this morning. 888-957-9570 is the number. GP2. Gary Payton II with a season high in points, tying the season high in rebounds. He had 15-9 in 24 minutes and 58 seconds. How about Cavon Looney off the bench, 18 points, tied the career high. Andrew Wiggins, he's been balling, especially in the month of January. 19-5 in the month of January, 27 big ones yesterday. And who would have thunk it? Playing the best team in the NBA, the youngest team in the NBA, with all those thoroughbreds and athletes and SGA dropping 52 on you. The Warriors outscored Oklahoma City in the second half, 68-51. And we're going to start right there with the Golden State Warriors. We're going to talk to George Sedano about them at 8:30. Daniel Laurie, the mayor of San Francisco, he'll join us at 9:30, kind of give us the lay of the land before All-Star Weekend in a couple weeks. But Shasky, last night, as we say, good morning to all the overnight dancers, all the graveyard shift workers, all the truck drivers, all the firefighters, all the cops. Dub Nation, how about that win last night? How about that win?
Was that the best win of the year?
It's one of them. It's one of them.
I thought that might have been one of the most comprehensive games the whole team has played. Like, not a Steph Curry drag us across the finish line, although he was excellent in the second half. Wiggins was outstanding. Maybe the best game of the year for him. I thought GP2 was excellent. I thought Cavon Looney was amazing. Even Buddy Hield hit a three that kind of got things going early on, made a couple of nice passes. It felt like a very team-wide win. Pajemski hitting big shots, making nice plays. But it was a who's who.
Well, you know, Andrew Wiggins had a really solid season, and the reason why we're scoffing at his average, we'll get to it later, but I want to start here. You know, you brought up something yesterday about clinging. We want something to cling on to in terms of fandom and players. We want to love again, right? We want to cling on to somebody. And driving home last night, I thought to myself, boy, why are we not clinging on to the guys with the championship heart, the championship mindset? And I start with Cavon Looney and GP2. Now, I know what GP2 is. Some nights he's going to have it, some nights he's not. But championship heart. 5-5 from the free throw line last night. And then Cavon Looney. You know, we talked to him on the postgame show last night, and we watch him warm up every single game, and he's hitting jumpers, and he can do so much more, and he sacrificed for the betterment of the team. But I think about Cavon Looney, a game like that where it's physical, bodies are flying around, he comes up with 4 block shots and 18 points. We've traded him, we've DNP'd him, we've started him, he's come off the bench, he's been the odd man out, he's been the odd man in, but championship heart. And that's something I cling on to, Shasky, all through the years. And I was a sucker for those Giants teams. Ryan Vogelsong and Travis Ishikawa. And you know, some of those guys, Juan Uribe, Edgar Renteria, Marco. You go down the list. Championship heart. I think as fans, we want to change so much. And we want something different. And we want to get excited about something. And, you know, part of the reason why people want to trade for Levine and Vuk is because they want to see something different. They want to see something new because they think it's going to excite them. Well, how come we don't cling on to our champions around here a lot better than we should be? You know, we should be clinging on to these guys, especially a guy like Cavon Looney, who's the ultimate warrior. And if he does get traded, a championship contender should be all over that because he knows where to be in the right spot at the right time, and he's not going to get rattled in the biggest moments of a basketball game, whether it's the playoffs, the NBA Finals, or Game 58 in the regular season. But championship heart is something I cling on to. And I thought driving home last night, damn, time in and time out, Cavon Looney shows his championship grit, championship spirit. He doesn't have it every night. There's some nights he just doesn't have it athletically. He may not get up and down the floor, and Steve Curry yank his ass and play him 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes, maybe just a straight-up DNP. But boy, when he has to dust them off in the biggest moments of a season, in the biggest moments of a game, time in and time out, Cavon Looney shows his championship grit and championship heart. And that's something, Shasky, that I keep clinging on to when it comes to Loon Dog.
Oh, it's really well said. I think a lot of people, if you just asked Warrior fans, if you went around that Chase Center, I mean, does anyone have a negative thing to say about him? No, but I think this is more a byproduct of the league that's, Adam Silver set up. Like, everybody's got to be slotted together so we can get these Jenga pieces and these puzzle pieces together to make trades. And so the whole league is set up to where you have to cling this guy to that guy to this guy to this guy. And it's trade machine era. I mean, look at the big stories in the NBA. De'Aaron Fox wants out. Jimmy Butler wants out. Zach LaVine, it might get dealt. Like, none of it is about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander dropping 50. Like, if you just go to the headlines of ESPN.com, NBA.com, like, it's going to be all of the chatter about transactions. And so I think it is more a indication of the league as a whole.
But just as players, this is our fan base, and these are our players, and we know who's getting in and out of the lineup with the Golden State Warriors. We talk about them ad nauseum. And it's just too many times where our championship players were so quick, and I get it, he's got an expiry contract. I'm just taking Looney, for example.
Yeah.
But those are the type of players I would think that fans would always cling on to and love no matter what. And, when you talk about loving somebody, I don't know if you make a trade and all of a sudden we're going to start loving Zach LaVine or Nikola Vukovic or Vucevic or whoever it is. You know what I'm saying? We love Dennis Schroeder, and all of a sudden 2 weeks later we're saying get him off our team. Buddy Hield can't catch a break around here. And everybody can't stand Buddy Hield right now. But when he was lighting it up in the first couple weeks of the season, boy, we were all Buddy Hield fans. We're ready to get Buddy Bucket jerseys. But Cavon Looney is his trusted agent who's been here for a decade.
Yeah, but I think everyone's going to love that person, in perpetuity. I look at someone like Adonal Foyle, and I think Kevon probably more resembles someone like Adonal Foyle than anyone else, but he has the championship medal where it's like, I see Adonal Foyle and I'm like, oh yeah, he's a forever Warrior. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way I view him. And he's one of those guys
that view Looney like that.
Why wouldn't you?
All right, I'm just asking. I'm curious.
I mean, why
I would. I just don't know. Because of the.
I think 99% of people are like, dude, Cavon Looney's a great player, but I also like a great player in the sense of I want him on my team, right? I think what ends up happening, and this goes back to like you talking about the Giants, when a Mike Yastrzemski's batting the 3, 4, or 5 hole. Like, you're miscasting that guy. And I think, unfortunately, Kevon has been a byproduct of the rest of the roster being hollowed out. He's been elevated to a role that, to your point of some nights he just doesn't have it, and it's unfair. And people are angry, and they take it out on him. In an ideal world, he's a perfect backup center.
Absolutely.
But on this team, he oscillates from starter to heavy minutes guy to backup center to DNP guy. And they're searching. Last night, Quentin Post played, 5 minutes? I don't even know. What did he play?
He played 8 minutes. He started the game yesterday, and he basically came out with a clean sheet.
He had a couple of turnovers.
0 points, 2 turnovers, 3 fouls, not 1 rebound. He didn't even attempt a field goal.
Well,
so he's on the scouting report now.
Well, I mean, this is what they did last night. They were like, Hardison, you go over there, you guard somebody over there, and we're going to put a guard on him because we know he wants to pick and pop, and this is where the adjustment for the young man comes in. Dog, get on the block. Like, use the size mismatch advantage when Jalen Williams is guarding you. Get down on that block, back him down. But he doesn't have a great back-to-the-basket game right now. I mean, the best player on the team for back-to-the-basket, I can't believe I'm saying this, it's Kyle Anderson. Kyle Anderson was awesome yesterday.
It's okay.
But it was a great no, he had a good game yesterday.
Solid. 1 of 4 yesterday, 3 rebounds.
He had a couple big shots.
He hit the one big shot. He only scored 2 points last night. It was the fadeaway jumper. It was a fadeaway jumper that he had because he had to throw it up.
I thought he got fouled and went to the lane a couple times.
Yeah, they have 2 points. I'm looking at the stat sheet.
Wow. I thought he hit free throws.
No, he didn't even go to the free throw line yesterday. Kyle Anderson, he was 1 of 4 from the floor, 0 of 0 from the free throw line. He had the 1 basket. And look, Slow-Mo's trying out there. I don't think it's the best fit for Slow-Mo. I don't think it's the best fit for the Golden State Warriors, but he provided some moments that you got to link deeper into the box score. The box score is not going to tell the story on his performance yesterday. Thought he dribbled the ball well. Thought he played defense well. He's long and athletic. The same with Dennis Schroeder last night. Dennis Schroeder, 9 points and 7 assists off the bench, but I thought he was able to control tempo and really get tenacious on the defensive end. I thought he scrapped last night, especially in that third quarter. And the run started really, I know the Thunder were up 13 in the second quarter, but the Warriors had cut it to 2, cut it to 4. And they were starting to close in that second quarter. Then OKC kind of goes on a run. And Wiggins 3 before the halftime buzzer. That's another guy that I want to get to because I know he's been the topic of discussion around here about maybe that's the guy you dangle. Maybe that's the guy you trade. And you know me, Shasky, I'm really hesitant on trading good players like that. In today's modern NBA, where would you be without Andrew Wiggins? Now, we talk about his 17, 18 points a game. it's not enough on this team because we expect Steph Curry to score 26, 27 a game. But that's not happening because of the injuries.
No.
And Steph is down to 22, 23. So all of a sudden you need more from Andrew Wiggins. But ideally, on any given season, if Curry's Curry and he's the prime Curry that we grew up to love, man, these 17, 18 points a game, we're taking that to the bank. But you need a little more for Wiggs. And last night, I think he got a little more with a season high tying 5 made threes, 27 points. He played 38 minutes and 21 seconds in the back end of a back-to-back.
He was awesome.
This guy's playing his ass off for the Warriors this season.
I thought last night, in terms of offensive aggression, was his best game of the year. It's so easy to be that aggressive every night, but like this is what the team needs. I mean, he hit early on. He hit a little like funky off-foot left-handed layup in traffic. It's like, wow, where's that been? Hit the dagger 3 late in the game, but to me, it was the consistent aggression to go to the rim and go strong. The last couple of weeks, I felt like when he takes it to the rack, a strong gust of wind has knocked him over. In this one, no, he looked a lot stronger. Now, he's got the big tape thing on his shoulder, so clearly something's going on up top, right? But I thought his shot looked really pure yesterday. It really did. And they didn't really have an answer for him. If they're going to play Lou Dort and just try to hack a crap out of Steph Curry, well, then that opens it up for him to take advantage against some of the smaller defenders.
Yeah, no doubt.
If Wallace or Joe gets matched up on him, you got to attack those guys. Their roster, OKC, is just nice.
They're stacked. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, was a rookie when the Warriors beat the Clippers in the first round in 2019. He was a rookie on that team. And the Clippers traded SGA and Danilo Gallinari and 5 future first-round picks for the services of Paul George. And I think it's safe to say the Paul George Kawhi era didn't work out well for the LA Clippers.
No.
Won West Finals, a couple duds in the first round, and now he's in Philadelphia. Now, they did beat Sacramento last night, but Paul George didn't play. SGA, 52 points last night. He outscored the Warriors in the first quarter alone, 21-20.
What do you have, 30-something at half?
Yeah, 31 at the half.
He's
and
ridiculous.
He puts the ball. He's shooting a little more. He's shooting a little more from the three-point line this year. Last year, he shot about 3.5 threes a game. This year, he's up to 5.5 threes per game. So he's hoisting it. I think that's due to Chet Holmgren only playing 10 games.
Yeah.
But he gets to the free throw line at will. And sometimes he gets a very beneficial whistle.
Well, there's one where I think it was Pods came flying by him. I didn't think Pods touched him.
Yeah, but he goes 18-21. And I think him going crazy the way he did, his other teammates couldn't get in the rhythm.
I would agree.
And you look at Jalen Williams, who's a very fine player from Santa Clara. He's so fast, so athletic. He's a monster. I think he's an all-star this season, but he scores his 26. But outside of that, the rest of the starters score 10. And then you only get 21 bench points. Yeah, no doubt. So you get Hartenstein, Wallace, Dort, a combined 10 points.
If you told me Isaiah Joe shoots 100% against the Warriors, I know he missed it 3 late, but I still don't believe it. If you told me he shoots 100% against the Warriors, I would believe it.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's so pure.
He's so pure, so quick.
Even
17
the Wallace
off the bench.
guy's a good player.
No, Wallace, they got a good squad.
Now, where did he come from?
I think OKC, from just watching them last night, the Warriors won the season series 2 out of 3.
Which
they
is
did it twice.
crazy.
So, which is crazy. You see some people online. I'm listening to Evan on the post-game show. And
What's he saying?
some people believe that, not Evan, but some people believe, hey, man, if the Warriors get to a playoff series against the Thunder, you never know. So, that's what a win can do for the fan base.
One thing that I noticed is with Shai, Shai's an awesome player, but this is a deficiency for the Warriors currently. When you don't have a 2-guard that forces the other 2-guard to play defense, all his energy is ready to roll on offense. And you could see it, like, he really wasn't worried. He got matched up a couple times on Steph, a couple of times early in the game on Quentin Post, but for the most part, he's able to relax on defense. Simultaneously, they're trying to hunt Steph, right? And you can see that wears on you, which goes back to the Wiggins thing. Wiggins takes on that top assignment night after night after night. And so not only do the Warriors need a 2-guard to take some of that perimeter defensive pressure off of Andrew Wiggins, they just need somebody who can strain the top dog on the other team defensively as well.
Well, you know what? When Kuminga comes back, I'd be very intrigued to see if Steve Curry goes Steph, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, and a combination of Looney, Post, TJD, who, by the way, didn't even play last night. He was a DNP, coach's decision.
I didn't even recognize
Trace Jackson Davis.
I didn't even recognize that.
I do want to see them go back to that bigger lineup that they started the season with, and they aborted mission very early, injuries, and tried to tweak things. But I do believe Kuminga and Wiggins can play together. And I do believe having them on the perimeter defensively is going to cause teams hell. It will. But Can you go to that lineup and have Wiggins play the 2? He is hitting the 3 very well this year. Now, in the month of January, he's down to 32.5%, but he is averaging 19-5 in the month of January.
Yeah, he's been good.
Playing over 31 minutes a game. I mean, Andrew Wiggins has had a stellar season. But again, you get the Loonies in the world who's always ready. By the way, Wiggins 38% from 3 this year. I just don't know, man. I just don't know what Mike Dunleavy's going to do here at the deadline. I don't know what Joe Lacob's going to do at the deadline. But, man, when we talk about moving some of these players, just remember their championship heart, because it means something in that locker room. It means something with those players, and it means something when it comes to coaches' trust. Steve Kerr trusts Andrew Wiggins, Cavon Looney, and Gary Payton II. No matter what we see on the floor, Steve Kerr trusts these guys. And time in and time out, they come through for Steve Kerr. So the championship heart was on full display last night at Chase Center.
That's really well said. I just think the problem is that, like, Looney and GP2, for example, they're role players, right? But on this team, I think that their impact has had to be, it's just a bigger impact. You're asking these guys to do too much, and that's why I use the word miscast. Like, GP2 on a winning team, you don't want him play. I don't know what he ended up with last night.
He played 25 minutes last night.
He was excellent.
But Steve Kerr mentioned that he's, usually, hey, man, he's going to play about 10 to 12 minutes. Steve Kerr wants him to start just to set a defensive tone. Now, he played 25 minutes last night. He's not going to play 25 every night. He's going to be between 10 and 15 minutes. He's been forced to because you've had 28 different starting lineups. 28 different starting lineups. All last season, you had 27 different starting lineups. So you've already surpassed last year's total. Inconsistencies with the lineup. Injuries have had a big part to do with that. But if you could just stabilize your season, can you get greedy win Friday against Phoenix? Can you win on Monday against Orlando and all of a sudden go 6-3 during this critical 9-game stretch before hitting the road? Let's see what happens, folks. We got 8 games until the deadline. 8 games. It's coming rapidly.
Let's, on the other side, get into the Andrew Wiggins thing when it comes to just the trades and whatnot, and why his name keeps popping up more than others. Because I think what you're saying, everyone is nodding their head and they agree with. The problem is that the other guy whose salary would match up in a lot of these deals, I don't think other teams want.
We'll get into that. That's all coming up. By the way, shout out to everybody on YouTube. It's a victory. 888-957-9570. Come on, Dub Nation. Just don't call in with the losses. After a loss, call us when they win. They just beat the best team in the freaking NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and you didn't think they could do it. Hell, I didn't think they could do it last night. They outscored OKC 68-51 in the second half to get this huge win. Now you get a day off. You welcome in Kevin Durant. The Phoenix Suns are a mess right now. Perfect opportunity to take advantage of that. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up? Your phone calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. Championship grit last night between some of the veterans. Warriors get the win. What's your big takeaway? That's going to come up. That's coming up. Brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior, exterior.
7 rebounds last night, 2 assists. He was trying his hardest to chase around Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but I love his hustle. The perfect role player, Guy Santos, is having a good run here. Having a good run with the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. We're going to get to the calls in just a second. Don't forget, 95.7 The Game's Knockout Tournament is back. The second annual Knockout Tournament here in 95.7 The Game. It'll be held at Chase Center Monday, March 3rd. Listen in the 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour for a chance to qualify. We'll give out a keyword sometime between 8 and 8:30 and between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. When you hear the sounder, be the first to call in, and hopefully you can win a spot and a chance to shoot hoops at Chase Center. Bam, 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 bam. You know the sound. Bam, 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 bam. Bononi's on the phone. Bam, 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 bam. When you hear that, there it is. Bam, 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 bam.
Did London fall into a hole somewhere? Is he okay?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happens on the show.
He's grinding.
People want to.
That's not the.
He's grinding on the toilet.
Yeah, I was just
Somewhere.
Damn, all that oatmeal you stuffed down his throat.
Bro, he's the only man I know who eats oatmeal with sausage bits. Like,
Yeah, it's still weird.
He's such a bizarre human being.
I'm out. I
love him, but God, he's so weird.
Let's go to Alex in Oakland. Alex, what's up?
Hey, what's up? What's up, fellas?
What's up, Alex?
What's up, dog?
I got an observation that I've been seeing with the whole season. Basically, when the Warriors play more players, they seem to win more. When they get away, when they try to get this, let's shrink the rotation down. It works sometimes, but they look better when they spread out the players and they spread out the minutes and everybody gets in there and do their thing, as you can see last night. Second thing I want to say is, as far as the trade goes, based on what I've been seeing from this season, unless you're about to get Giannis or Kevin Durant, you don't need nobody. You just got to play the players that you got, but you got to spread them out like they did last night. Play everybody so you can run with the young team, and then at the same time, you can still have Steph do his thing.
So you want to go, Alex, you want to go 12, 14 deep every single night.
It got you 12-3, didn't it?
Early on it did. There are some injuries, though. There are some injuries. But it's fair. I'm not mad at you. You want to see, you like it when Steph Curry goes 11 deep in the first quarter then, huh?
Yes, because what you do is, so what we're lacking right now, we got the one punch with Steph. We're lacking that other person that everybody is scared of. So we don't have Clay no more. So we're lacking that person who needs to step up. So what they're doing now is one night is Moody that steps up. One night is Looney that steps up. One night it's whoever will step up and play that role and become. Look at Schroeder last night. Now you got to guard Schroeder. So then you got to lag off split.
All right, Alex. I mean, right now Steve Kerr doesn't have a choice to play everybody, but ideally a coach wants to go 9-10 deep so he can set his rotations game in and game out. That's how you get the best out of your team, and that's how you start to build some good rhythm here.
Well, and guys
amongst the starters in your bench. They want to know when they're going to play.
Exactly. I mean, just think about it. If Joe Spadoni and you and me were all driving in, and I didn't know if I was doing the show, working the board, producing or answering phones or whatever, it's difficult to kind of lock in. I don't know what I'm being asked to do every single day. And so, I think it's easier said than done. Last night watching that game, and it's been a couple of games since the return. Whatever happened for Podziemski, and you've kind of referenced this, sitting on the bench, maybe it's watching, being healthy might be it. His confidence in the jumper is significantly better. It feels like he's not dribbling into traffic as often and picking up his dribble and then just pivoting to no man's land. I thought that his half-court IQ and just his overall floor game has been so much better. I'm very encouraged that he can get back to being what I view him as. I don't know what the team views him as, but as that backup point guard that can at times run alongside Steph, at times run the offense when Steph's off the floor, which they had an opportunity last night to do. I think he's been really good, and I think that's a huge uptick for me just overall as I look at the Warriors, and I zoom out a little from this season. If Pods can keep playing better, he was awful for so long. And to see him play kind of like the guy he did the last couple of years, that's been really encouraging. Really encouraging.
We had him on a post-game show 2 days ago after the Utah Jazz game, and I asked him, did sitting for 12 games help you? Because it feels like the game has slowed down for him, but he's playing at a great pace. And the biggest thing I see from him is decisiveness.
Yes.
He's being very decisive, whether he's going to pass, whether he's going to shoot. He nailed a 3 yesterday right in front of, I think it was Hartenstein,
yes,
where he got switched out onto him, and he was decisive in the way he took the shot. And I said, if you're going to take shots like that, be decisive. And he's being decisive with his passing, the way he's pushing the pace, the way he's pushing the tempo. 11 points last night, 2 of 2 for the free throw line. And that's another thing, too. So I'm with you with Pods. Being interested, sometimes you need to chill. Sit back for a second. Everything's moving fast. You're trying to build off a great rookie season. You're making first-team all-rookie team. Joel Aikens talking about you're going to be an all-star. And you put all that pressure on yourself. You put all that pressure on yourself to try to replace a legend like Klay Thompson. Can't do that.
Well, you
just got to be you.
Yeah.
Just be you. And right now, Pods is being Pods, which is a damn good player who connects offensively and defensively. I think he's in a nice rhythm right now. I really like where his game is at.
No, I'm with you. And watching last night's game, it just felt like to me the collective, the GP2, I don't know, Looney didn't get a lot of rebounds, but he was busting against Hartenstein, and then other guys were coming in and getting rebounds.
4 block shots last night.
What did GP2 end up with? I bet
9
he had
rebounds.
close to 10.
9 rebounds.
9. Okay, see, he was really good last night in terms of crashing the glass. At times, this team has kind of forgotten the little things about, hey, rebounding is a mindset. Rebounding is a collective, especially in the modern age where there's going to be a lot of big misses. You need your guards. You need everyone to kind of crash glass. And I thought yesterday they did a really good job of that. Pods had a shot clock. Late in the shot clock, there was somebody who switched out on him. Time and time again, that second unit has had horrific late in the shot clock execution. Either overpassing, passing up a shot with 6 seconds to settle for a worse one as the buzzer's expiring, whatever it is. Yesterday, he was like, he noticed, shot clock's violent. Let me take a couple step backs, bang. And it wasn't a 3, it was like a midi. To your point about being decisive, he seems to be in a much better space head-wise, and he looks so much better.
No, he's playing well, and by the way, Warriors over the last 2 games are hitting their free throws, 25-31 against the Utah Jazz, 23-28 last night. That means they're 48-59 the last 2 nights, just missing 11 free throws, an 82% night from the charity stripe. And Cavon Looney going to 8 of 9 from the free throw line. GP2 goes 5 of 5 from the free throw line. Steph goes 4 of 4. So the Warriors hit their free throws yesterday and beat the Thunder despite the Thunder had 18 more field goal attempts than the Warriors, 18 more field goal attempts, and 10 more offensive rebounds. Let's be real. OKC missed some bunnies around the rim. They didn't take advantage of the second chance opportunities, so the Warriors were able to hang around, and they finally break through the fourth quarter. I thought a key point, too, was when Steph Curry got subbed out in the fourth quarter, Warriors were up 94-93. They were able to extend their lead without Steph Curry on the floor in the fourth quarter to a 4-point game. So by the time he came back, Warriors were up 4 as opposed to 1. And that was a key moment because I said, boy, if they lose the lead here, OKC can run away and steal this game. And yet, when Steph Curry went to the bench, the Warriors were able to stabilize the game and actually extend their 1-point lead to 4. Very impressive stretch there by the shooters, the Pods, the Andrew Wiggins, accompanied Slow-Mo as well, who played some solid defense last night.
Yeah, I thought that collectively they played a really good game yesterday against one of the best teams in the NBA. That's what they are, right? I mean, I don't know, record-wise, it's probably still Cleveland, but they're freaking awesome. Shea's so good.
You like Shea, huh?
He's just so good.
I like Shea.
He's just so good. The way he contorts his body in air, slows down. He's very deliberate with his pacing, yet he's extremely athletic. He's such an incredible shot maker with both hands around the rim. Obviously, he's going to get to the line. He's an excellent player. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I truly believe the reason that the mainstream media doesn't talk about him is because he doesn't play on one of the blue blood organizations, and that sucks. Like, if he just same exact output on the Knicks, which is so stupid to say, but I feel this way on the Celtics, on the Lakers, that team and that player would be considered otherworldly.
You know, I would agree with that, but
I just think it's so weak.
I saw LeBron James play in Cleveland. We watched Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden play in Oklahoma City. We see teams with the Phoenix Suns who are not considered, even though they've been around for a long, long time, not considered one of the blue blood organizations. San Antonio's had a good run for so many years. Dirk, Michael Finley with the Dallas Mavericks. I think we got to stop looking at it like this. And NBA players can be stars anywhere. Anywhere. When Michael Jordan got drafted to the Bulls stuck, even though they're in a big market. They stuck for so many years.
No, he is a star.
You know, he's a star.
No one's saying he's not a star. I'm saying the way the league is covered, I feel like.
Oh, well, that's. I think it's.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
It's strictly ESPN.
I think it's ridiculous.
Let's be real. That's strictly First Take and ESPN and everything, Get Up and everything like that. They basically run with all the
but why
stuff.
doesn't TNT have more Oklahoma City
They
games?
do. They have a lot of Oklahoma City games.
Okay.
They're on national TV a lot.
It just feels like to me I haven't seen them on Saturday night.
You look up OKC, how many national TV games they have? Because they're on a lot.
There's just a dismissal of that brand, I think, in general, that's so unfair. And look, your point about LeBron, I just think LeBron was so unique because they built an entire coverage around LeBron. Like Windhorst was covering him every single day, no matter where he was. He was unique. But like Jokic I think Jokic similarly doesn't get the just due. Jokic's about to win. Is he going to be a 4 or 5-time MVP?
He might. We're going to go to Jack in the City. Hang tight, Jack, because I want to get to your call. You bring up something very, very important. We get to Gene, Oscar as well. All that coming up as we talk about a big-time Dubs win. What a win. What a win. 24-23 now. They get a day off. They welcome in the Phoenix Suns. Is that a turn-the-corner game for the Golden State Warriors? Saw a lot of championship grit from some of the championship players in GP2, Cavon Looney, and, of course, Andrew Wiggins. Steph Curry scores his 17 of his 21 in the second half. Got a stat on Steph because he was really struggling. Then he woke up in the second half. But all in all, a very good win for the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk more about SGA and this big-time win for the Golden State Warriors. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake. Here for you, here for good.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California.
106-103. Inside 2 minutes. Steve Kerr gets a play call in. Curry off a screen by Schroeder. Takes a deep three. Good! Doubles the Warrior advantage just like that. Curry's got 21.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Going into the third quarter of that game last night, Steph Curry in the previous 4 quarters was 1 of 15 from the floor. 0 for 6 from 3. 6 points. Actually, 4 points because he was scoreless in the second half Saturday night against the LA Lakers. He had 4 in the first half, and he was really struggling. Lou Dort was all over him. He's trying to gain separation. Can't gain separation. His team is so damn long and athletic and so quick and athletic. I'm like, wow, look at Oklahoma City. Look at his defense. They recover so well. Even when you pump fake these jokers, you pump fake them, they jump in the air, and they still recover for a block shot. Like, damn, this is the team who has next? Oh, good luck, NBA. But Stephen Curry, fighting through it. He bust out for 8 in the third quarter. He ends up hitting the dagger 3 in the fourth quarter, and you see him grinding. And what I liked about his game last night, Shasky, early in the shot clock, if he had a one-on-one situation, it's like, I'm just going to go. I'm going to take the shot because I may not get a better opportunity within the shot clock or within his possession. So I like the way he fought last night, scored 17 with his 21. He was grinding last night, grinding hard to try to get a win. And damn it, he got one. 17-21 yesterday from the Chef.
Yeah, I thought that, the third quarter when everything was going a little well for the Warriors, it was like waiting for that Steph Curry explosion, and then hit a couple of threes in the fourth quarter, and it's like, all right, here we go. There is just something calming when he knocks down a couple threes and just kind of like balances the floor for everyone. They need that bad. I mean, even look at, this is going to sound crazy, Buddy hit a 3 early in the third quarter, and I felt like they forced Oklahoma City to actually close out on him.
Yeah.
And then they had a couple of really nice passes, Buddy did, shockingly, to Cavon Looney in the paint. And I thought that kind of swung momentum in the game and closed the gap. So I know all the Steph stuff, but like if other guys can just hit a little on the outside, it opens the floor up for everyone.
206 last night, Buddy Hill, 15 minutes and 15 seconds to 5 points in the third quarter. No, but those are a big 5 points in the third quarter, and he did have 4 assists. So you got to impact
four. Wow.
Yeah, you got to impact the game in different ways. He had 5 rebounds, but again, Steve Kerr only played him 15 minutes and 15 seconds. So Steve Kerr's not going to give a lot of quitting posts. Everybody wanted quit posts. He played 8 minutes and 8 seconds yesterday. And I saw people bitching and moaning about that. Look, OKC was ready to run him out the gym.
Well, Jalen, the minute he put the ball on the floor, they had a point guard on him who was defending him really hard.
Right. Steve Kerr said it.
Idea.
Wings are going to start guarding Quentin Post because he's a 3-point shooter right now in the game. But he's not going down to the post, and that's great scouting by the other team.
Exactly, and that's where he needs to make the adjustment, and Steve needs to make the adjustment. I don't know where his back-to-the-basket game is, but when you have the size advantage, get down on the block, big man.
But again, patience.
No doubt.
This guy just came up. This guy's just not going to be a superstar. Everybody's been calling about Quentin Post, and he's a nice young man. Yeah, really, but you know,
be a role player.
People are still mad about him getting 8 minutes last night. He's like, are you trying to win the game? And what are you watching? What are you watching? Let's go to Jack in the city. Jack's been on hold for a while. Jack, I know you got a great take here. Good morning to you, Jack.
How you doing, guys? Good morning as well. Thanks for having me on. Great win last night. It's crazy to me how inconsistent this team is, though. Hopefully they can become more consistent as the year goes on. But I wanted to ask you guys your take and whether or not you think the Warriors are better off without Draymond. I mean, I think if you can, obviously I don't know if this trade works out, but if you can swap him out for a guy like Vucevic who can be a big man on the defensive end of the floor, space the floor on offense, and play Kuminga at the 4, Wiggins at the 3, Moody at the 2, and give Steph and all the boys some room to operate down low and just have the spacing be a little better. Draymond is just so, sometimes he hits threes, but he's just so inconsistent on the offensive end. And the spacing is not great with him and Kuminga on the floor. So I just want to hear your guys' thoughts on that. Thanks.
I would ask you before you hang up, doesn't it feel like we've been avoiding this topic for multiple years just as a fan base? It's Kuminga or Draymond. We've got to make a decision. If you're going to roll with Draymond, then probably Kuminga's not going to be able to flourish to his fullest potential of whatever you want that to be. Like, it's one or the other. I don't see them, unless Draymond has a quote-unquote change of his role and he becomes a role guy as opposed to a pillar guy, because now he's a pillar guy. I think it's going to be really difficult to get Steve Kerr to come off of Draymond being viewed as a pillar guy. And I get it. He's won a lot of championships with them. He's one of their all-time most important players to his coaching legacy. But they have to make a decision. And you got an extension for Kuminga coming up. And so to me, I don't think they can coexist. I understand there are certain lineups where they'll be able to overlap. I'm talking big picture. They've got to plant their flag in one direction or the other. You were talking about Andrew Wiggins, Bonte, and it's a great point. I think if I polled a lot of Warrior fans, I think the bulk of them would say, I would do what I can to keep Wiggins. And Draymond would be the one that I would package in a deal to get something back. But I also think we're smart enough to realize Wiggins is the more desirable piece league-wide, and most teams probably don't want Draymond. So we keep reverting back to putting Wiggins into the trade cycle when it should probably be Draymond, but we also know that that feels unrealistic.
Well,
and that would signal from the organization a big change in philosophy.
Well, I've been fighting back the Wiggins situation because you need those type of players in today's NBA. So I've been fighting back on that because I don't know what the package you get for Andrew Wiggins, and I just don't want to trade him. I think he's a good dude. This locker room loves him. The guys are smiling left and right. No Lord knows what the hell he went through the last 2 years with his father being sick. That weighed a lot on him. He's got a tight-knit family. You don't ever hear Andrew Wiggins going out. Whenever he's on a road trip, from what I hear, he goes in his room, plays video games, wears the same sweatsuit all the damn time. He doesn't want to be out and about. He's chilling. He's got his family. He's got his fiance. He's got his daughters. He doesn't want to, he's low maintenance. And in the league full of egos and high maintenance guys, having a guy who is low maintenance is a godsend for your basketball team. No ego whatsoever. You don't have to worry about Andrew Wiggins. So I don't want to trade him at all. I really don't. When it comes to Draymond Green, are they better without Draymond Green? It's hard to say because Draymond Green does so much for this team, right? But I'm just looking at the numbers here. And just from a basketball standpoint, since the Warriors started 12-3, since they started 12-3, Draymond Green has played 19 games from that point after starting 12-3. He's played 19 games from that point. Okay. 27.5 minutes, just 29.5% from the three-point line. 8 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. And he's shooting 39% from the floor. So offensively, you're not getting the efficient numbers from Draymond Green. Defensively, I think there's been a little bit of a slippage, and maybe that's due to injuries or whatnot. But he's also shooting just 58% from the free throw line. So on this team that is struggling offensively, you need to find some offense. And that's where Draymond Green, where I harp on the last few years, is you got to be more aggressive offensively. And if the shot's not rolling early, then you still have to be aggressive because within the context of the offense, you kill spacing. When you pass up a great shot and try to go from great to good, sometimes you go great to poor, because the shot that you have available is the best shot you're going to get within that possession. So when we're talking about just basketball right now, since the Warriors started 12-3, there's no doubt Andrew Wiggins has been the better player for this team and the more important player. So what do you do with Draymond Green when he comes back? There may be a reserve role. There may be a role in which he plays 25 minutes. I have no idea. But from a basketball standpoint, and the way you open up the floor and space the floor, Andrew Wiggins right now, to me, is the more important player for this basketball team.
We've been begging him to shoot more or be more aggressive or square up to the hoop for many years. I have a hard time thinking at 34 years old he's going to change,
Well, he's aggressive early on, and he needs to continue that. Steph has talked about it. Kerr's talked about it ad nauseum here. And if he can't, then I don't know.
Look,
I don't know what you do.
I think most NBA fans, forget Warrior fans, like Wiggins or Draymond, who are you banking on the next couple of years? Like most are going to bank on Wiggs.
I don't know if they are. I don't know if you could say that with full confidence a month ago, 6 weeks ago.
In the NBA?
Yeah. I mean,
really don't
NBA fans? NBA fans?
I don't know.
Well, maybe I'm just in the Warriors bubble because I know how Warrior fans have talked about Andrew Wiggins. They talk about Andrew Wiggins like he's just a bum. I'm just laughing like, what? I see the same fan, but we're not gonna go there. But I don't know, man. I don't know what the fans think half the time, to be honest with you. I'm lost when it comes to that stuff. I get lost.
I don't know.
I don't know what they appreciate. I don't know what they don't appreciate anymore. It's a day-to-day operation when it comes to the fan base.
The way I look at this is pretty clear. I think he always looks at it pretty straightforward. And the straightforward thing is, hey, a wing player like Wiggins, we like him. We like him a lot. And nobody wants to get rid of anything. They want to get something for nothing. But if you have to, most people are saying, yeah, Wiggins is the guy that you're putting into the trade machine because we realize that Draymond's not as desirable as Wiggins on the open market. That's why I'm coming back to, I think majority of NBA people would say that Wiggins is the guy they're banking on over the next couple of years.
Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. We get to Corey and Uncle Gene, of course. Oscar, what's up, man?
Man, you guys, you know what? You got my spirits going good all morning, Bonte. What you were saying, we got to embrace our champions more. And we was talking about the Warriors. I do not want to talk about Draymond Green. I was just telling my wife, watch this day. We don't have to talk about Draymond. Let's talk about what was on the floor and winning. That's what I want to talk about.
Well,
I want to talk about the way Cavon Looney was out there balling. And one thing I've seen with Steve Kerr, he coached his butt off. And like the other caller said, when we started off winning, we started playing with a lot of players. Have you noticed we had injuries? We stopped. We started playing with 8 players, 9 players. We have to start playing with more players like we did, especially with the younger generation, because as you notice, like Shasky said, with the energy, the older guys don't always have it, but the younger guys have that energy with the other young guys, and that's what they are doing. They're getting confidence. We have to keep playing like that and stop. And Bonte, I love what you saying. You keep on defending Wiggins. We cannot trade Wiggins. We cannot trade Kuminga. On the open market, everybody you guys talking about, Zach LaVine, Jimmy Butler, man, these cats is over the hill. And one thing I know about Joe Lacob, you didn't get that $9 billion for being dumb. That $9 billion came for being smart. I love the Warriors organization, and we're going to stand still on the trade, and we're going to let it play out. Kuminga is not here, and when Draymond get back, I know the Draymond hate is real, but Draymond is going to help the team out, man, and Kuminga, man. The Warriors are going to be a good team, man. Y'all just got to keep the love.
Thanks for the call, Oscar. Draymond's day-to-day. He may be back next week when they hit the road. Obviously, 2 more home games during this huge stretch here against Phoenix Friday night, Orlando on Monday. You got a chance to get greedy and possibly improve to 6-3 before hitting the road. Where you got it. This is a long road trip coming up, and it actually lasts through the All-Star break when they open up the second half of the season in Sacramento. But Shasky, they got 2 more home games here, Phoenix and Orlando. Then go to Utah, Lakers on the back-to-back, Chicago, Milwaukee, Dallas, and then Houston. And by the time they play Dallas February 12th, Luka Doncic may be back. Then you got the Houston Rockets on the back end of a back-to-back right before the All-Star break, when all our minds are going to be on the All-Star break. They're going to be in H-Town taking on the Rockets, trying to improve on their season. So, again, it doesn't get any easier. They need all hands on deck, and we got to see a lineup consistently, something, before you get to the deadline. But, man, it's coming rapidly.
I don't think you're going to get a chance to see it. It looked like Draymond, you guys had a still shot of – there's the camera, and it was people like warming up before the game, and it looked like Draymond was passing the ball, but he wasn't moving around. So I don't know. They said he resumed on-court,
on-court activity, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know what that meant. And I'm just saying, like, what I saw on the pregame show, it looked like he was, like, throwing passes and stuff. I'm sure he's
starting
running.
to ramp it up. He's starting to ramp it up.
Yeah, so do you think he plays in the next 6 days?
Oh, yeah, I think he plays. He might play on Monday. He might play on Monday before traveling out to Utah. He might play. Now, what role will he have? I don't know. He may come back in the starting lineup. I don't know what Steve Kerr is going to do here with Draymond Green, but Warriors do win against Oklahoma City, huge win.
Start.
116-109. He might not. He came off the bench earlier this season, so who knows what the hell Steve Kerr is going to do. But the Warriors do get the big win last night over Oklahoma City. Last segment brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You are listening to 1095.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Uncle Gene, Shasky. Uncle Gene, what's up?
Morning, fellas.
So, hey,
I want to build on what you've been saying, Bonte, and the last caller. Do not trade Wiggins. Any thought of that? I mean, arguably, he's our number 1 player right now. I mean, just look at the way he's playing. With all due respect to Steph, you can see the age catching up to him and his knees and all that. He's still a very good player, but Wiggs is our number 1. And the notion of getting rid of him, as you said, he's been a great teammate. He's starting to emerge, taking more control of things. He's become a much better offensive player. He's always been our best defensive player. And, while someone like Jimmy Butler, who's making twice as much money and is 6 years older, will continue to demand more money. Wiggs, as you recall, left money on the table. So, leave that guy alone, support him, and move on.
Good call, Uncle Gene. He last night, 10 to 17, 27 points. He's guarding, whether it's SGA, whether it's LeBron James, whether insert top small forward / power forward / shooting guard in the league every single night. Last night, 38 minutes and 21 seconds. If I could avoid trading that, and I don't even know why we're talking about it. They just got a big win yesterday, but I want to keep this guy in his contract, man. Wiggins is a guy you could build around. If you've had the right pieces. Now, Steph, Wiggins, it's a great starting point, and I get it. You got to trade to get something if you want to get something, but I don't think nothing's out there at the deadline right now that's going to net you something better than Andrew Wiggins. Right now, who'd you rather have, Andrew Wiggins or Jimmy Butler? I mean, Jimmy Butler's been a headache. Like, honestly, would you want to deal with the headache of Jimmy Butler? Do people really want that? I guess there are people that want that. I don't. I'd rather have a low-maintenance guy. He's not going to bark back. He's going to go out there and just try to ball on both ends of the floor, and that's Andrew Wiggins. He's having a hell of a bounce back. If I have to trade and improve in other areas, then I'm looking past Andrew Wiggins. I got to keep this guy.
I think most people feel that way this morning, but I would say that the reason that we're talking about it is because the Warriors have been linked by credible, people that cover the league over and over and over and over again with what feels like everybody, whether it's the Bulls, the Heat, like they're in on all these things. And then all these guys have interest in playing in Golden State. So whether that's real,
I don't know what's
or
real.
not, like that's why I think everyone's talking about it. And also because the guys have talked about it.
Right.
Like I'm talking about the three guys, isn't Steph, Kerr, and Draymond.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Corey in North Carolina. Corey, what's up?
Oh, fellas, good morning.
Good morning, Corey.
I just started working in finance like 2 years ago, and one thing about people like Joe Lacob is they look for leverage. And I really think last night he kind of looked at Draymond and said, "Okay, you've been saying you want to be a team player, you want to do what's best for the team, you don't want us to make trades that are going to affect the future. Cool. Now I got a little bit of leverage over you because I look at that win and I say, we did it without you. That 14-point lead that we erased didn't turn to 21 because someone got a technical. We had to fight through that. And Steve Kerr didn't have to calm anybody down. And it just looked a lot easier to deal with. So I think if Draymond does not come back and produce and also just kind of keep his mouth shut, it might be curtains for him.
Well, that's not going to happen. He had a podcast yesterday with Tim Hardaway Sr.
No, I think he means like with the Warriors.
Oh, that's not happening. I mean, we think Draymond's we got to just put a muzzle on Draymond.
No, I think he meant like, curtains
just,
in terms of his like playing time, I guess.
Oh, no, that's not.
I'm interpreting that way.
I mean, I don't know what he was saying.
Well, what he was saying is that, he works in the world of finance, and he was saying that Joe Lacob is a money guy, and this is how money guys think. They're like, hey, when I have leverage, I'm able to negotiate better with individuals on a one-on-one basis. And because the team's shown a little life without Draymond, and maybe they don't need him as much as they've needed him before. Maybe now they've got a little leverage to be able to send him back to a reduced role or a different role or something. I don't know. I think that's where he was going with that.
All right. That's fair.
I have a hard time thinking that the coach is going to revert back to look, he's played, I don't know, what is it? I'm trying to count here. So he's played almost 700 games, okay, since he became a starter. 7 times he hasn't started in the regular season of the 700 games. I have a hard time thinking, until we see it for weeks on end, I have a hard time thinking he's anything other than a starter.
So he's played 847 games over the course of his career in a regular season. He started 692 games in the first couple years. His rookie year only started 1 game. Sophomore year started 12 games. And then 2014-15, he took off and hasn't left the starting lineup really since then. So I don't know what Corey in North Carolina was getting to. I mean, do the Warriors have leverage? I don't know. I thought they had leverage a couple years ago. They gave him $100 million in a player option.
If you were building the best roster to win on a nightly basis, why isn't that they haven't considered changing his role out of being a starter?
I don't know. I mean,
do you think that gives them their best chance of winning every day?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. But this team has a lot of different parts here, right? A lot of these pieces have to fit with the puzzle. And you talk about his 4-time champ with Steve Kerr, who's been linked to him and Steph. I just don't see it happening. Like, I don't. Because on any given night, you may not play Kyle Anderson. On any given night, you may not play Cavon Looney. On any given night, you may not play Quentin Post. I think we're going to guarantee that Draymond's going to play. He's going to play.
Yeah, I know, but he wants to start. And so I do believe that he'll.
Yeah, I mean, sure, he wants to start. But I also think he realized that if it's for the betterment of the team and he can preserve his body, Kuminga may start. It may be the right move to start. Now, I don't know why they aborted mission so damn fast the last time he came off the bench, but he played his 25 minutes and 30 minutes. I don't know.
Well, I think that
he didn't play last night, so you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not worried about Draymond Green right now. I worry about Draymond Green when he gets back on the floor. He hasn't been on the floor in over a week and a half. And right now they're trying to find consistency. And I'm trying to enjoy a damn win here. They played well. Wiggins played well. Curry woke up in the second half. Schroeder had one of his better games. Podge is back. Cavon Looney did his thing. Like, Draymond right now is out of sight, out of mind for me.
Yeah, but
I heard enough from Draymond last week with the whole Jordan Poole thing. And when he comes back, I'll talk about him. And we'll see how it looks. We'll see how it plays out. But right now, I think our focus should be, can you win enough games with this core right now? We were having a conversation yesterday, standing pat or making a trade or selling or whatnot. I don't know. I just, right now, I'm just not worried about Draymond Green. He's not on the floor. Just like Pods. How much did we talk about Pods when he was out for 12 games? We didn't talk much about Pods. We didn't talk much about him at all. Kuminga right now. We're bringing up Kuminga here and there, but we ain't talking about him ad nauseum.
Well, Kuminga's a guy they got to make a decision on, though.
They will, and when
we're
he gets
talking
back,
about this because the trade deadline is 6 days away.
Right.
That's why.
But
you're getting
Draymond,
glimpses of what the team looks like without certain players in the lineup, and you're trying to balance out, like, all right, what could you get? What's out there? Can you improve things? What do you look like without this guy? What do you look like without that guy? That's why. And then you have this decision to make because you're $7 million over the cap right now, and then you have to clear some of that money to be able to give yourself movement in the offseason. You have a restricted free agent in Jonathan Kuminga, who was already, by reports, sent down a $30 million contract extension.
We've talked about this for 6 months. We've talked about this forever. What about the game last night where they outlasted OKC and showed glimpses that, damn, when they get down and dirty and show some grit and show some fight, they can hang with one of the better teams in the league.
Well, I think that was the
trade deadline's not going anywhere.
Is that,
you know,
they did all that without Draymond Green, and that was pretty impressive.
It was pretty impressive, but they've also looked terrible without Draymond Green in some of these games.
No doubt. Well, and they've looked bad with him.
Right.
There's no doubt about that.
But we got to play both sides here.
You know, it's interesting. Like, I don't know how much to be excited about that win because they've had lots and lots of. It was a great win. It was a freaking great win. They've had lots and lots of great moments like that, and then they revert back and you lose to a team like the Raptors, for example. So it's tough. It's tough. I wish that they could sustain this.
Well, they haven't had a 3-game winning streak since November 15th. So that's what they're going for January 31st against the Phoenix Suns on Friday. They haven't won 3 in a row since November 15th. So whether Draymond's been on the floor or off the floor, this team overall has been inconsistent. They're 24-23. So we'll talk more about it with Oreo Cookie on the other side. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We're getting closer to the knockout tournament keyword that'll happen between 8 and 8:30. And then, of course, we'll give it away a spot in the knockout tournament between 8:30 and 9. That's all coming up. Brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse.
There's that chant. We have not heard it too much this year here at Chase. That Warriors chant echoing through Chase Center. Schroeder with the ball at the logo. Guarded by Gilgeous-Alexander. Goes by him. Handoff. Payton goes up. And he dunked it on Hartenstein. Little elevation sensation for GP2. And the Warriors lead 114-105.
Hey, Dub Nation. It's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
GP2. Season high 15 points. Season high tying 9 rebounds, 5 of 7 from the floor, and more importantly, made all 5 of his free throw attempts. Warriors get a big win. Does it mean anything to anybody out there? 888-957-9570 Dub Nation. Was this win a fluke to you? How are you feeling about the Dub? They just beat the number 1 team in the NBA. Thunder had won 3 straight in the Bay Area. They snapped that streak. They win 2 or 3 against OKC this season. That's a big deal. They get a big win last night. They're now 4-3 during this pivotal 9-game stretch. Can they get to 6-3 for crying out loud? How are we feeling, Dub Nation, or do you think it's a one-off? You think they just caught lightning in the bottle? And I can hear the excuses. I mean, from the Oklahoma City side, they had 18 more field goal attempts. They were only 9-39 for the three-point line. They out-rebound the Warriors on the offensive end 17-7 and out-rebound them overall +8, 50-42. But how we feeling, Dub Nation, about the win? How are you feeling, Chasky?
I thought it was a great win, but it's difficult. Like, and I'll give this analogy, and I want your opinion on this. You know, like, there's been a lot of strain for the last couple of months on this team, on this roster, and on Steph Curry's face, on the coach's face. And I think about relationships. You know, think about, you know, some sort of a relationship you're in where fighting, and there's a lot of strain, and you know, you're thinking about breaking up, or maybe you've been thinking about breaking things up and changing something, right? And then you go on a nice little, you know, go away dinner or a vacation for the weekend. Does that solve all your problems? I don't know. Sometimes it does. Sometimes for people, there's like a, you know, couples therapy, and you have like a weekend and you can kind of recalibrate and you get back together. And most times it doesn't, you know? So I'm looking at this from the Thunder aspect of, it feels like multiple years now, the Warriors really match up well against the Thunder, and I can't put my finger on it. I don't know why that is. All their games seem to be very exciting.
Yep. Coming down to the wire.
Why do you think that is?
I think OKC sometimes shows his age, and I think just by looking at him last night in the playoffs, I could see where they could add another shooter, right? Lou Dort last night, 0 for 4 from the three-point line. He's hot and cold from there. Caruso left the game with the left ankle sprain.
I think that was
huge. Big injury there.
Yeah, I would agree.
He only played 22 seconds last night, sprains the ankle, boom, he's out.
Yeah.
So you don't have one of your rotational players. SGA is a solid player, and we haven't seen him with Chet.
He's awesome. I mean,
but the Warriors
awesome too.
The Warriors do match up with him because they take quality shots, but on the flip side, OKC is so damn athletic that they don't have to switch anything. You can go say Warriors. So it's almost like the old guard trying to hang on as a new kid comes on the block here at OKC, and the Warriors aren't ready to relinquish that throne yet to Oklahoma City. So I don't know why they match up so well with them. They've had some great games over the last couple of years. Some great games.
It's wild to me because, like, I'm trying to balance these things out. Like, I watched you look so bad against the Boston Celtics at full strength, and then you win a game like you did last night where you're shorthanded, and obviously they are with no Chet and no Caruso, but like, that's still an impressive win. Shea went for 53 or 52 or whatever it was.
52.
I mean,
31 in the first half.
Maybe it's they funnel so much through him, others can't get as rolling. But Jalen was rolling, I thought, for times yesterday. I thought Isaiah Joe kicked our butt. I don't know. I don't know what it is about that team, but I do like the pace of play when we play them.
Right. No, you got to push it against them. You got to make sure you push it. You can't get caught sleeping. Fast break points yesterday. The Warriors actually won the fast break points 18-5.
That's it.
Against a younger team, the youngest team in the league. So some people think it's a fluke. I'm not sure 100% why they match up so well with OKC because on paper it looks like a mismatch. But Andrew Wiggins and GP2 are able to get in front of SGA. And I know he scored 52 points. I mean, he had a night. He got to the free throw line 21 times and made 18 of them. But I thought they made him work in the second half. They made him work. No, I'm not talking about Rihanna and Drake, but they made him work last night at Chase Center. So it's a very fascinating, like, that's why some people were dreaming last night saying, boy, if you match up with OKC in the first round, what would it look like? What would it look like? Do the Warriors have a shot? But some people believe they do against this team.
I don't know what it would look like. I have no idea what it would look like. But again, that's why I ask about the relationship thing, because it's like the Warriors have been strained, and I thought last night was a huge win. That's back-to-back wins.
Right.
Well, obviously, you didn't have Curry the night before, so I don't know what the big takeaways are. Like at some point, they're reintroducing Draymond back into this. Right. And that's going to change how they play basketball. It just does. He's a very specific player, and guys' roles around him start to adjust, which goes back to the whole starting lineup and 8 gazillion. You guys showed it on the
28 different lineups, most in the league, tied with Philadelphia and New Orleans. Or New Orleans is up there on that list. Utah's on that list. There's another bad team on that list as well. They're all teams that are either out of the box or barely in the box, and the Warriors are trying to get into the box. Right now, they're half a game up. They're tied with Sacramento, but don't have the tiebreaker due to Sacramento being 2-0 against the Golden State Warriors. But you beat Phoenix. All of a sudden, Phoenix has 23 losses. Then you look at the 6 seed, the LA Clippers. You're not going to win a tiebreaker against them, but you are 3 games back in the loss column against them. You're 4 back in the loss column against behind Denver and the Lakers. And you still play the Denver Nuggets a couple more times, and you play the Lakers a couple more times. So plenty of time to flip this thing. 4 games in a loss column, but you got to start stacking wins here, because you saw Sacramento, they were red hot, 9-1 in their last 10, and they barely got into the box. Now they're back at 24-23, and their superstar, their franchise player, wants out. He wants to be in San Antonio. So they're a mess right now. They're going to start dropping Sacramento, that is. The beam's not going to be lit as much, as frequently as it was the last couple of weeks. So everybody's going to save on their PG&E bill up there in Sacramento and Elk Grove and Rockland and all those areas up there. Sacramento's, the fade is coming. Trust me. Hey, the fade is coming with them. Hey, you could bank that one.
How, like you are so 100% positive on that. And it's just, I love
you got to talk that talk.
The NBA has a problem right now, ladies and gentlemen.
See, I go on their shows up in Sacramento, and I show rep the Bay, and I talk that talk. That's why they can respect it. Hey, Sacramento, you're going down. You had your fun in the sun. Have fun with your banner that you raised after January 5th when you beat the Warriors by 30 at Chase Center. The Warriors are one that blew an 18-point lead against Sacramento. Nobody worried about Sacramento anymore. Their fun in the sun is done.
No one's worried about Sacramento.
Nobody's worried about Sacramento.
Like 1,000 teams in the standings.
Sacramento, man. Let's go. You got to feel confident after a win. You know what? I'm getting arrogant after a win like that.
What did you call it?
Wacramento.
Wacramento. I don't think I've heard that.
Wacramento. Sacktown. What's up? I'm feeling good. They just beat the Thunder, damn it. I'm not, you know what? You're not going to rain on my parade, joy. We're talking trades, all that nonsense. I'm talking about Andrew Wiggins, to a championship heart last night. How about Cavon Looney? Can we finally put some respect on Cavon Looney's name? Old man Loon Dog, tying the career high with 18 points, championship heart, championship grit. You know, one thing I was thinking about, too, when I was thinking about this last night on the way home, like those great Laker teams, Spadoni, you're a Laker fan. You know about the Lakers left and right. They held on to their core players for so long. Why? Championship heart. Why did Kurt Rambis stick around for so damn long? Why did Byron Scott stick around for so damn long? Why did Michael Cooper stick around for so long?
Fisher.
Championship heart, championship grit. Those players don't grow on trees. All respect to Loon Dog. I'm feeling good right now. My games woke up. Warriors get the big win. I'm feeling arrogant today. Go beat up on the Suns on Friday, and then it sets up a monster matchup against Orlando. Let's go. Come on. I thought it's doom and gloom this week. We're over 500 beat OKC. Let's go.
Well, I think the problem is that this team's been so inconsistent this year. They'll win a game like that, and then they'll drop a game to, someone super random, like the Raptors. Like they'll struggle against a Utah team that's begging you to beat them, like literally begging you to beat them. So I'd like to see the 3-game win streak.
Yeah, let's do it. First time since November 15th. No, you don't have to be all in. I'm not all in. Look, I know you are, but I'm not. Look,
but that's what this team has done to me this year.
This is what it is, man. I'm trying to look for guys I could build around. I'm trying to look for guys I could build with. And right now, I know I could build with Wiggins. That's for damn sure. I hope y'all bought stock into him before the season. I was right about something around here. And then Looney. Look, I don't know if he's a 25-minute player. I don't know if he's a 15-minute player. But whenever he gets in the damn game, he doesn't look overwhelmed. He's going to be in the right spot. I could leave him one-on-one. Sure, some centers may have their way against him, but he's going to bust his ass and give you maximum effort. And the guy is a winner. Can we just put that on Cavon Looney? The guy's a winner. He's a winner. Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. I'm fired up right now. Just beat the number 1 team in the league. Let's go, Dub Nation. Oreo cookie.
That's right, baby. You're right. Hey, you're right, man. That was a good win. Excellent win. The vibes were great. People were smiling. You know, they were hustling, man. You got to see that. You got to see that as where Kerr has wanted this team to have some confidence. They had some confidence last night. They had some joy. Let's see what he does with that confidence. He has to build it up. Let them keep playing. Let them keep going. I liked what I saw yesterday, man, minus Draymond. Now, when it comes to Draymond and Kerr, you might have to force your hand, man. You might have to just get rid of Draymond for like 2 second-rounders and a bag of chips, man. Send him to the Lakers. You know, addition by subtraction type of thing. Because what I saw last night, man, I loved it, man. I want to see more of it. We don't want to see what we're used to seeing with Draymond. But something came to me last night that I want to share with you guys.
Okay.
Give me a second here.
Yeah.
It's cold out here for a pimp trying to get the money for the rent. When Shasky and Bonte spit, got all the roasters in the bay getting lit. Holla at your boy.
Well played, Oreo cookie.
I love it.
Well played, Oreo cookie.
I love it.
I love it. He said Draymond for 2 second-round picks and what?
A bag of chips. Is
a bag of chips.
Is it barbecue? Are we going salt and vinegar? It depends on the flavor.
Or Ruffles.
I like the green onion
cheddar,
and sour cream.
Showers,
I like the Ruffles, cheddar, and sour cream.
I'm not mad at that.
Honestly, I like all of the flavors. It depends the type. Like, I mix and match. Like, okay, today I'm salt and vinegar.
Right.
Tomorrow I'll be green onion.
Why not?
Casey Masterpiece Lay's barbecue.
Now, is that a Freestyle of the Year nominee?
It might be.
I just put it in the folder of our freestyles. So,
there
it's our first freestyle of the year.
Hey, man, let's go to Chi-Town. Let's go to the Windy City. I know it's cold as hell out
Are we
there.
going directly to Zach LaVine?
No, we're going directly to Alexander. Alexander the Great in Chicago. Now, what part of Chicago are you in? Are you in River North? Are you on the west side? Where are you at, Alexander?
I'm in Naperville. I'm in the suburbs.
Oh, yeah, Naperville. Yeah, you in the burbs, baby.
Moving on up.
You got big money over there, Alexander. Yeah. Big money.
Yeah, I wouldn't say all that, man, but I mean, it is pretty nice out this way, though, you know, but yeah, man, that's pretty much where I'm at. But first of all, thank God for having me on. I want to say something pretty much about the Andrew Wiggins trade and the Jimmy Butler trade, and I know y'all going to really hate me for this. Warriors Nation, y'all probably going to hate me for this, but I think they should make that trade. And here is why I would say that. First of all, it's so interesting for Warrior fans because, like, the last 2-3 years, Andrew Wiggins has been most hated. Like, we have this love-hate relationship with Andrew Wiggins where it's like the last 2 years, everybody was like, we need to trade Wiggins. We need to trade Wiggins. We need to trade Wiggins. And Wiggins, he wasn't playing games. He wasn't showing up. His game, he'd have 15, 20 points. The other game, you couldn't find him. You know what I'm saying? And Wiggins had his issues and different things like that. Me personally, I think Wiggins is a great player, and really, I would always give him his flowers, and I think he should go, man. I think we should go ahead and get off him because another issue is a roster overload, which has been a constant issue with the Golden State Warriors, which is why we on these inconsistent runs right now because Steve Kerr he doesn't really have a lineup that he wants to stick with.
But let me ask you this, Alexander. By trading your best two-way player, how does that solve your problems? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't think any trade solves problems.
I would rather just stand pat with a guy like Andrew Wiggins. I'm looking for other guys that maybe move. I have Andrew Wiggins on a team-friendly deal with the player option who can guard at a high level, give me 17, 18 a night. Hey, like 18, go ask NBA players. Scoring at 17, 18 a night in the NBA is very hard, very difficult. We talk about it like it's easy.
That's true. But listen, we got to believe in Kuminga. We got to go with Kuminga versus Wiggs. If we talking about the future, we got to really lock into Kuminga. Wiggins, he had his role. He had his go-around. He gave us a championship ring.
But why not keep both, Alexander? I think both can play together. Both can coexist. Kuminga right now is a 4. It's obvious. Wiggins is the better perimeter player. You could play both these guys.
Man, they can't exist, man. It just can't. And as great as the game he had last night, like the game was like awesome. But it's just like you can't have both of them. If we keeping both of these guys, it's going to be the same situation, and it's actually going to get worse, and we're going to find ourselves being a team who can't even make the play in. Because it's like now when Kuminga comes back, it's like, okay, should we go Wings or should we go Kuminga?
I think go both.
Kavon Looney and Gary Payton.
Alexander, I think there's other avenues to go here. I think you could go with Kuminga and Wiggins and play them together. I don't know when this lie started. I know Steve Kerr said it, and then all of a sudden he started playing them together. It was like, oh, wow, they can play together.
Well, no, I think where he's going with the redundancy is that there is like a cluster. So, like, everybody likes Gee. You want to see a little more post, but those guys are role players. But you also have TJD and you have Looney, and then you have Draymond, and then you have Kuminga, and you have Kyle Anderson. So there is a logjam of what I would call 4s and 5s.
No doubt.
Right?
But I can keep Wiggins and Kuminga. The rest I'm figuring out.
I think, Bonte, that would be most people's preference.
Okay, yeah, that's what Alexander said. He doesn't believe that Wiggins
that's his opinion.
and Kuminga, so that's what I'm rebuttaling here.
Yeah, that's
but what
his
he
opinion.
said is that they can't play together, and I'm disagreeing with Alexander in Chicago, said that they can't play together. And we could go a different avenue on how to fix this roster. Kuminga's diving to the rim, dunking on your head, but on the perimeter, Andrew Wiggins got the full arsenal, man. He's got the one dribble pull-up. He's driving to the rim. He's playing on the three. Last night, 5 of 8 for the three-point line, for crying out loud. Catching and shooting. So smooth. So smooth. And then you get both of these guys on the defensive end of the floor, where I'm looking at the playoffs where the game does slow down. And they've got Jalen Williams and SGA, for example, Oklahoma City. When I get Wiggins or a combination of Dennis Schroeder, GP2, running around guarding SGA, and maybe, just maybe, Kuminga can stand pat. Now, he's not there defensively yet, but that's a guy who could put on a guy like Chet or Jalen Williams and let him run around on the perimeter and guard those guys. I got 2 really good wing defenders. When you got nothing but good wing players in the league, I'm hesitant to move off the wing players in Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. I think you can make it work with both of these guys. I truly do. I would go another avenue to try to maybe make room for another player or make another trade. But Wiggins and Kuminga, I think you got something there alongside Steph. I really do.
I think again, that's most people's preference. But then, if you want to get something else at the deadline, which they're going to have to do here of significance, somebody's got to have a salary that's tradable. And so you can't just give up all the expirings. And that's why Wiggins' name has been floated as much as it has. And then you see a game that he plays like last night, and it's tantalizing. And I guess some people throw up their hands and they go, man, can we see this more consistently? And my rebuttal would be like, this year, it's inarguable. Wiggins has been the most consistent guy on this team from start to finish. But he's also got one of the more, easily tradable contracts, and he's desired around the league. And so that's why I think his name continues to pop up for a lot of people. Yeah, I'm reluctant. Look, I'm reluctant. You know who I want to move. I don't want to keep saying it because I'm going to sound like I'm doing reruns.
Wiggins is 29 years old, turns 30 February 23rd, the same day as my mom's birthday. Same day, February 23rd. Andrew Wiggins on the season, 17-5, 44% from the field, and 38% from the three-point line. Let's go to Miles in Fort Mason. Miles, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. And I'd say great win last night, but it's also kind of provides a reflection point. And, up until the last, 2 months, it's been a very frustrated fan base, as you guys are no strangers to. And we've gotten so used to winning, of course, duh. But so that's why it's so hard to tolerate this dysfunction that's right before us. And so I think the question to me now is, can the last 2 wins be an inflection point to kind of turn the tide a little bit, to give guys like Dennis Schroeder and Buddy Hield some confidence when they go out there? Because I think the whole thing about the potential trades is that our existing pieces are underperforming. And so if theoretically we had, Schroeder even play to his averages, or the same with Buddy Hield and Podziemski, then I don't know if we're all talking about the need for trades as we are now, if the existing guys just kind of play to the mean. And on that note, I'd say the only thing that I see as a need is a 7-footer who can protect the rim a little bit, lay off, TJD. I love him, but not quite there yet. And then Looney can't go, 35 minutes plus. So I'd like to see a nice 7-footer, maybe Yusef Nurkic out of Phoenix. I mean, Alex Lang's not playing a lot out in Sacramento, but someone like that, just big 7-footer, guard those big guys for 15, 20 minutes a game, carry us through. So let's go, Dubs. Take care, guys.
Good call, Miles. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that he's right. Like, we've been frustrated for months. And so just because you have a really nice win, people don't want to get caught with the banana in the tailpipe. And I understand that. And stay in the moment, stay in the moment. Yeah, but you also have really big decisions that are going to kind of set up the arc of this organization.
No doubt.
Not just for the, big-time future, but for the last couple of years for Steph.
And we know that.
And I think that's why this is such a stressful time for everyone.
510 Bonte, who are you willing to trade? Sounds like you don't want to trade anyone. I tell you what I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade Andrew Wiggins. And I certainly don't want to trade Stephen Curry. I really don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Now, everything else is on the table. But what trade out there is going to make them substantially better? I think you may have more options after the season, and I get people will go crazy if the Warriors slip out at the deadline, which I don't think would necessarily happen, but that would be my move. Thank God I'm not the GM because I don't see anything out there that's going to just catapult this team into the top 5. Not everything on the trade market, but I could be wrong. There may be a 4-team deal, maybe a 3-team deal. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? But I'm not willing to trade right now just to trade. I just don't want to trade just to trade for Jimmy Butler or Nikola Vucevic or Zach LaVine. Like, if you ask me, I'd rather see Wiggins and the Quentin Posters and the Guy Santoses to see what they are. Now, Vucevic is interesting because he's shooting over 40% for 3. That's a real thing. But Zach LaVine, I don't know if I'm willing to mortgage things for Zach LaVine in that contract. I'm not there yet.
Let's say in this hypothetical, they did what the Giants did yesterday, which on the surface looks like we dumped the salary to get us some salary cap relief. That's what the San Francisco Giants did by trading a $7, $8, $9, $10 million left-handed reliever. If they trade $7, $8 million in salary to get under, because right now they're over the cap, to get under that cap, and that's all they did, how would that be received by everyone? How is that received by the locker room?
It's a great question. You're talking about guys whose settings are at winning. Their settings, Steph Curry's at winning. Cavon Looney's, his setting is at winning. Wiggins now has a winning mentality. Kuminga's been here. He's part of the championship team his rookie season, but he's trying to help this organization win. Draymond Green wants to win. I don't know how it's going to be received. I don't know.
How is that received by the fans? They're going to lose their minds.
Well, the fan, I know the fans are going to do that. I'm talking about the locker room. We know the fans may lose their minds regardless of what happens. Regardless of what happens, the fans may lose their minds. That's just what we do. Stu got said it yesterday. Just crazy.
Yeah, but that's
game to game. Like, I wonder, like, Cam and Antioch, pot by the gatehouse. Did Cam and Antioch called a goddamn idiot last week?
Okay, well,
he dropped by the gatehouse yesterday.
Love that phrasing, but keep going.
Well, yeah, probably not the best phrasing, but he said some wild things last week, the last few weeks. But he came by the gatehouse yesterday. He had a Nike shoebox that he unfolded, and on the Nike shoebox with the Sharpie had written "Fire Steve Kerr" all over the Nike shoebox. Fire Steve Kerr. Well, how we feel about Steve Kerr today? Seemed like Steve Kerr yesterday coached his ass off against Oklahoma City. He realized early on, okay, Quentin Post, this may be a little too much for him. OKC's all over him. So he only gets 8 minutes and 8 seconds. Feel for the game. Well, TJD didn't play yesterday. DMP did not play. Coach's decision.
He was trending so well for so long.
Exactly. Just made the all-rookie, made the Rising Stars Challenge. And then you get Cavon Looney, who plays 25 minutes. That's coaching. That's having a feel for your team. That's doing like, you know what? These guys are rolling. And I could already hear fans screaming when Steph Curry got subbed out midway through the fourth quarter with the Warriors up 94-93. And I could already feel people saying, oh, Curry with these rotations, what are you doing? Well, it worked out because they extended their lead by 4. So Cam and Antioch with the Fire Steve Kerr post. Steve Kerr may have coached his best game last night. It was unbelievable as the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. So, again, I say that fans freak out during the game, after the game, before the game, during the game, during timeouts. They're going to freak out at the deadline.
Yeah, but that's
baked into it.
Because they care. I think when you...
No, I think some people don't care. They just freak out just to freak out.
No, I think if we didn't care, it would just go on deaf ears.
I think there's people who care about the team, and there's people who care about Stephen Curry.
Well, that I agree with. That I absolutely agree with.
And that to me is like, that's weak to me. Go ahead.
Well, no, but I think what ends up happening with these legends and people that have done a ton of winning or whatever, like, it becomes almost impossible to critique them and not sound like you're trying to run someone out of town. And like, I think that there's many different freeway exits from this guy's an all-time great, you can't criticize him at all, and wow, you criticize him a little and you want him out of town. No, like we could still analyze what we're watching. There's been nights where I'm perplexed at some of the combinations that Steve Kerr's got out there, but then there's also nights where I look at the roster that he's been dealt, and I'm like, what do you expect him to do? Like, GP2 by design, because of the roster construction, is really important. Last night, Moses Moody, who everyone clamors for, there was a point in the game early where he's like, I'm going to put Moses Moody on Shea. Shea blew by him, and Moses Moody looked like he was tying his shoes.
Right.
Poor guy, he got blown by. And I said in the thread to all you guys, well, that's why he doesn't play the two-guard spot.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a two-guard. He can't laterally move left and right. Do I hate Moses Moody by just analyzing that one aspect of his game? No. Do most people struggle against Shea? Absolutely. That's why I dropped 50. But, like, that's why GP2 is important, because he, on this team, is one of your best perimeter defenders, and you can't be allowing Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to just go into the lane with no one near him and one of your guys on the outside getting crossed over like it's an and one mix tour. So, yeah, like, they're in a tough spot here. And I think the reason why everyone's losing their minds is because we can clearly see here they have a lot of specialists. And people want to trade some of the specialists, some of the expiring contracts to go get somebody who's a little bit better on both ends of the floor, who costs a little more. So trade 4 or 5 of these role players and go get me a better player. But that's not exclusive to the Warriors. It's every team in the league.
No, it's every team in the league. Trust me. It gets frustrating.
But that's what fans want.
Team. Yeah, no, I understand what fans want. And they want
to win.
Well, yeah, I
even when they were winning, Bonte, we took calls about the 13th man.
Yeah, I know.
I distinctively remember full entire arguments about who the 13th, 14th, 15th mans were. We always did it.
Some people get irrational. I'm just trying to be measured here and see what happens February 6th. Because I understand, here's my notion. People think that I don't want to trade anything. I don't care about trades. Trades are exciting. It's good for content. I'm not going to lose sleep one way or the other over what the Warriors do.
Trades are hard.
I'm really not. If they blew it up, be like, wow, we got something to talk about. If they didn't blow it up, wow, we have something to talk about. But I'm not going to lose a second of sleep over what they do or don't do February 6th. But I am intrigued. Instead of being stressed out about, oh my God, pick a direction, this is intriguing as hell. We're entering one of the most critical trade deadlines the Warriors have faced over the last 12 years. And I think there's a lot of things on the table with the Golden State Warriors in terms of making trades for whatever player there is, whatever piece they want to add here. So I'm intrigued with it, but I'm not going to go crazy every single day about the deadline. Deadline will get here. Trust me. And we'll see what they do. 12 o'clock West Coast time, February 6th.
Just really quick here, Bont, if I can jump here. Just playing off of what you're saying there. I feel like with this trade deadline, the way I read it is a lot of fans looking at this as the Warriors need to make the trade here to make a run for this year. When, I see you talk about the summer. I look at this trade deadline, and I'm curious how many people are with me on this. Like, I look at this as what can they do to kind of set this team up to finish the year strong and then become a more appealing destination this summer for other free agents and trade options that might be available to them as well. So it's like, if they don't make a move, yeah, that would be disappointing, but we'll see how things play out in the summer. But this deadline could be a chance to set themselves up for potentially better moves or better free agency signings this coming summer.
It's possible. Well, you don't look too...
I just think that people get exhausted with hearing about the labor and not seeing the baby, right? So you can only get away with that for so long. The thirst for winning is now.
Can you say that phrase again?
Yes, please say.
You can only tell us about the labor so often. I want to see the baby.
Yeah, I like that.
That was good.
What did I not say it right?
No, I've never heard that before.
Really?
Never.
Don't tell me about the labor pains. Show me the baby. You've never heard that phrase?
And I've had 2 of them.
Oh.
No, I haven't had the labor, but I had 2 kids.
Oh. I mean, but like that's
support.
Look, people. I think if Steph Curry wasn't on this team, everything would feel a little different. But because Steph's here, there's this immediacy that the sand is coming out of the hourglass, and that's why a win like last night is super encouraging and simultaneously frustrating, because you see what they're capable of, you see what he could still do at times. And you're like, you have to do everything you can do to try to put yourself in the championship contention window. If Steph's not on this team, we're taking a more zoomed out approach. We're digesting a win like last night, and we're allowing it to settle without thinking about the dessert.
But you know what? You know what's funny is that we talk about these trades and we talk about everything and fans being exhausted by this talk. We're part of the problem with this platform because we can't avoid it. I try to avoid it, just talk about the games, but overall, I feel like we talk about the trades and the deadline. We've been talking about this stuff for 6 months. Kuminga's contract, whatnot. And just like Purdy, I get burnt out from it saying, man, another day we're going to talk about this guy's money. Who cares? He's going to get paid a lot of money one day.
Monte, money hung over this team for 3 years.
Yeah, exactly. But
Clay,
we're going to put
Dre, Poole.
No, but I'm not finished, though, Shask. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying the conversation about trades and contracts, when you do it every single day, you get to this point and people get exhausted about it. It's like, damn, we're still talking about this stuff? Deadline's close. It's going to get here. But it feels like we've been talking about this for 6 weeks, 6 months, let alone that.
It's been 2 years.
You know, and so when we think about, hey, what are they going to do at the deadline? Well, what players are really available at the deadline? What players that are rumored to be on the move do you really like? Do you really like Zach LaVine? Do you really like that contract? Do you really like Jimmy Butler and what he's done in Miami? Do you really like Vucevic? That's what we're going to ask ourselves. And is it worth trading multiple picks or assets when you could just save that for the summer and be in business for something? Like Anthony Slater said yesterday, we're going to see a lot more players just walk on expiring contracts because of this new damn CBA and the first and second apron, which has been a terrible deal. I think the CBA has been a joke, and it's going to ruin a lot of organizations, and it's going to ruin dynasties in the NBA. I don't know why they went this route, but teams, like Anthony Slater said, and I subscribe to this, that a lot more teams are going to let players just walk, and you're not going to get nothing back for it. And it is what it is because you may not get much for it at the deadline.
They beat the Utah Jazz. I don't think we got more than 1 or 2 calls. Like we talk about what the audience wants to talk about, right? That's unfortunately and fortunately part of the job. And like people are more obsessed with the transactions in the league than they are the actual games.
I'm here to flip that. We should be more worried about the games and the transactions.
Okay, well then let's talk about the games. The team has been inconsistent.
They have been.
They are not good enough, right? I look at this team and you say, well, who's available?
Well, last night
I look at the Warriors and it's like they should be scouring the earth looking for who's available because the roster that I've watched has been one of the worst in the league since the 12-3 start.
They are.
Which is why we're relevantly talking about it.
There are, but it gets nauseating at times. When you get a good win last night, then we're still talking about trading Andrew Wiggins. You want to trade that guy, the guy we saw last night, the guy we've seen all season long? I don't subscribe to that. Let's go to No, let's just get it out the way. Let's just get it out the way now. Cameron and Eddie.
Come on, man. Come on and get it out the way, man. I hear it in your voice. I ain't going to go too hard. I definitely didn't hear you say that about me the other week, but it's all good. You feel how you feel. But
it was great to meet you last night.
It was great to meet you, too. You tall as fuck, bro. You need to go.
It's the second time he's cursed on this station the last 2 weeks.
Back to Alcatraz.
Sorry, Cam. That's 2 weeks there for you.
He's
right, though. You are tall.
Man.
Is that what people are most surprised when they meet you in person? Is that how tall you are?
Sometimes.
Because,
some people, they like
all the time.
Cam.
Everywhere we go, he stands above everyone.
Well, the keyboard warriors who like to throw slurs my way, and then they meet me, they're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be saying that towards you. I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover. I can't fight. So to anybody who slanders me on the internet and I meet you and you say, oh, my God, you're so tall. Don't worry. I'm a gentle teddy bear.
Cameron's telling me on the phone that he thinks you should be on the court playing ball. That's how tall you are.
Yeah, well,
I assume he was going to say that at some point, but
I'm in my 40s and I don't have a lot of endurance these days, so I may be able to give you 5 2-minute stints on the court like I'm Kobe or LeBron.
Hey, that's more than Quentin Post last night.
David Pleasanton, what's up, Dave?
Hi, Dave.
What's up, fellas? How are you?
Good, Dave.
Hey, so I'm going to say I would trade Draymond in a heartbeat, and I've been saying it for 2 years. He's degrading. We can see it. I don't think he offers anything. The other thing I want to say is I look at ownership and the GM like every day we wait to give Steph another chance, we are slapping him in the face. If we owe anybody anything, it's Steph, because especially Larry Ellison. He made Larry Ellison so much money. So everybody's on the table except for Curry and Kuminga to me. And if they don't do anything, they're slapping Curry in the face. That's the way I look at it.
Larry Ellison,
fellas.
do you mean Joe Lacob?
Joe Lacob. I don't know why I said Ellison.
No, he was the guy I wanted to run the team, but didn't get the bid. See, I think a lot of people, not everyone, but I think a lot of people feel that way, where it's like, hey, look, you owe it to what you've got going. It's the way we felt at the end of the Bonds year. Really? Moises Alou's the best you can do in the lineup besides Barry Bonds?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Do something. You know, I think a lot of people feel that way. I know my boy Mike Tercy, who goes to all the games, got season tickets, is trying to drag me out there last night. I had too much stuff going on. He was like, hey, like this team is not good enough. I want them to make a move. Like I'm invested emotionally and financially into this team. And I signed up for what I thought would be a team that was going to compete for championships, knowing that sports is cyclical and things happen and they're out of control.
Making a move just to make a move, is that smart business for your organization?
Well, he's one of their consumers and he wants them to just make a move because the product he's watching hasn't been
So just make a move
enough.
just to make a move.
Well,
that's where we're at.
He's a consumer.
Okay, yeah.
And he's not happy with the product.
So he wants to make a move because he's not happy with the product.
If it's for a restaurant, the dish isn't that good. Let's change the dish.
This ain't a restaurant. This is pro sports with human beings playing left and right. And some of the greatest players in the world who don't grow on trees. There's 450 players in the NBA. We think all of a sudden, hey, you know what? This guy's not good enough. Let's make a trade to get a better player. It doesn't work like that. Everybody's looking for better players. Everybody's looking for it. I don't understand.
We know that it's hard. We're saying what people are asking for.
And people are they're trying to make a trade. Now, on the other side of things, too, other teams that are willing to trade know that when you get closer to the deadline, you're going to get a desperate team or two, which may make your package a little bit better. So, you know what? Stop it. Like, trades are going to happen. It's like, well, I know consumers matter. I get all that, but making a trade just to make a trade? Are we getting bored out here? We just want to see something different just to be different and have the same results? No, I want to make a trade to get better or put my organization in a better place. And trading for Jimmy Butler ain't putting this organization in a better place. Now you're saddled with Jimmy Butler and a $52 million player option. Woo! That's tough. That's tough to accept. We're gonna get to the rest of the lines. George Sedano coming up at 8:30. Let's get to the injury report.
Ow!
All right, a tough breaks for the San Jose Sharks, man. Damn. Injuries galore in the Bay Area. They announced that center Nico Strum will be out until after the All-Star break. Wow. He's dealing with the lower body injury that has cost him 4 games already. The Sharks will also be without Jan Ruda during the time, as well as he continues to recover from a lower body injury. He's also expected to be back after the break. So the Sharks are beat up. They're struggling. One of the worst teams in the league. They are excited, though. They're excited. They got back with Celebrity, but Sharks dealing with some injuries here as they get ready for the All-Star break. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Who's Hillary? What's Hillary's sister name? Hillary from Boxer & Gerson, who just celebrated.
She works with my buddy.
She works with
John's
KGO.
wife, Sophie.
KGO. Gosh, I will look this up. But I ran into her last night. And she was also with who's the new GM of the Giants? Zach Manasian's wife.
ABC.
Yeah. They were together.
Yeah,
I talked it out with him.
Yeah.
She wanted to be me to introduce the GM of the Giants, but I had to run and go do halftime. But they're great people. Good to see them yesterday. Hillary's sister name. Damn it. How did I forget it? Damn it. I'm getting hold on. I'm gonna look at Hillary's Instagram profile.
And
maybe
you're saving the show.
I am saving the show right now. Where's she at? Damn, I don't even know. Oh, wait. It is Lindsay. Lindsay's at sister name. Hi, Lindsay. Great to see you last night. All right. More coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Your phone calls, Antoine and Nick in Berkeley. Here for you, here for good. What do you do if you're the Warriors right now? What do you do?
Jonathan Kamingo.
Baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. I'm feeling good. Got a big win last night, a back-to-back. Warriors improved to 4-3. Excuse me, 4-4 in the back end of back-to-backs this season. Just completed their 8th back-to-back of the season. They beat the Thunder by 9 now, score them 68-51 in the second half. So shout out to those watching on YouTube. Yes, the chat is back, and I see some of your comments there, the same cast of characters. I see you guys. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Cam in Antioch is in Alcatraz. He should have been in Alcatraz already, but we gave him, some phone privileges and got to revoke those because
he pulled a get out of jail free card from Monopoly.
Yeah,
so he cashed
that card.
How do they do phone
expired.
lines in Alcatraz? Being it's an island,
they have Wi-Fi now.
Yeah,
well, I think there's a cell phone that they have. They give it to you. You got 60 seconds.
No, but I'm saying like back in the day, there like
there was no Wi-Fi? There was no.
Did they
Wi-Fi.
Did they run lines through the water? I'm just curious on how that would work.
It's a great question.
I don't even know.
I mean, let me do some digging.
Yeah,
do some digging on how
like
they
Shutter Island.
communicated. Maybe they just wrote up letters and man came to the island every single day. That must have been miserable.
I've got a better question for you, Bonte.
Oh, what's that?
The game you saw them play last night. Some guys will play a little better. Some guys will play a little worse. Maybe you get more output from Steph. But if they play a game like they did last night, collectively as a unit, the rest of the way, forget trades. Where does that leave them? Where can they finish out? What's realistic? How good is that team?
I don't know. They've been inconsistent, so they're on pace to be 41-41. If they play like that level yesterday, they could play with anybody in the league. They can. They've beat OKC 2 or 3 times so far this season. They beat the Rockets 2 or 3 so far this season. But it's about form and how you're playing. And during that period of time, how well are you playing? Can you play your best basketball over the last 2 months of the season? Can this team consistently do that? Gary Payton II, is he going to play 25 minutes every night? Probably not. Cavon Looney, is he going to play 25 minutes every night? Probably not. Is Andrew Wiggins going to play 38 minutes or 21 seconds? Probably not. Is Steph going to play his 33-30? They want to limit it to 30-31. So to answer your question, I think we're in a wait-and-see mode with this team. They haven't had a 3-game winning streak since November 15th. So today I'm not going to go crazy. I'm going to enjoy this win, but can they play at this level every single night? Well, they've proven through the first 47 games that they can't play this way every single night. And especially since the 12-3 start, they can't play this way every single night. But Steve Curry Company, look, Steve, he was asked about how much his team needed to win, and he does believe that they still have that 12-3 start in them. He doesn't believe that was a mirage.
I think this group, we know they're capable. What we saw early in the year was not a mirage. You don't just fall into that. But watching the tape of the OKC game that we played on the road early in the season when we were rolling, you could just see a bounce in our step. There was a look in our eye, and I didn't see that tonight early in the game. We've struggled to play with that bounce and that confidence here the last month or so. So it's great to see us fight through that and then kind of reach that state in the second half where you could see the belief, you could see the energy, and felt like we captured that again. And now we got to sustain it, obviously.
So they have to sustain it, and Steve Kerr does believe that team that started off 12-3 is still within that locker room, that they can get back to having that swagger and playing with that joy and passing ability and hitting shots or whatnot. But they're hitting their free throws, 48-59 the last 2 nights. They went 25-31 against Utah, 23-28 last night against Oklahoma City, so that's a good sign. Andrew Wiggins is shooting 80% for the free throw line. Loondong went 8 for 9 last night. So can you just get maximum effort every night? I think you can, because this team is playing desperate right now. But can they replicate that every single night, what they did at OKC? OKC's not going to miss the shots they missed last night. They shot 19 more times than the Warriors, 10 more offensive rebounds, and how many second chance baskets did they miss, either at the basket or a wide open 3? So things are going to give here, but if they give that effort like they did in the second half, they're going to be in a lot of basketball games.
Yeah, the hard part is so they got the Suns, the Magic, then Wednesday, Thursday, back-to-back. I'm baking in, Steph probably won't play the front end of the Jazz.
Back-to-back and just play against the Lakers.
You would think.
Yeah, Salt Lake City.
Yeah,
stay out of that one.
I don't know, but like that's where I think it gets really tricky as you're trying to like, hey, can they bottle something up? Well, because of some of the age of some of the older guys, it's hard for them to physically play at that level every single game, and then it's also hard for them to just suit up because of load management. There's a lot on Wiggins' shoulders right now. I feel like he has got to kind of carry them over these next couple stretches because you look at what the Magic are going to be rolling in here in a couple of days and what the Suns are going to be rolling in and the perimeter players that they've got going. Like with no Kuminga, it's GP2, it's Wiggins, and then what else?
You know what? Phoenix, they are 73 in their last 10, but I don't think they're playing their best basketball by any means necessary. They lost to the T-Wolves last night. They beat a good Clipper team the other night, but they're kind of struggling with the Wizards at times, like the Warriors. I don't know. Phoenix is a mess right now with Bradley Beal. So they may be catching Phoenix at the right time. They may be catching them at the right time.
Bradley Beal's numbers are just like, I'm looking at him and they're just so mediocre.
Yeah, I remember Warrior fans were clamoring for him. So I'm like, be careful. And for the record, I never wanted Bradley Beal. It's like, stay away from that guy. Stay away from him. Remember, he was the new Jimmy Butler. He was the Zach LaVine.
Kolsky and me and Covey did that for like a year. It's horrible.
Bradley Beal. Yeah, well. So we got to be careful what we just because we see a name doesn't mean they need to trade for him. There may be some names that we don't know about. Maybe some names that we just don't know about. We'll see, but I'm excited about this deadline.
With the Pods development, how does behind Steph Curry, what's it looking like right now with Schroeder and Pods?
Well, I do like Schroeder. Schroeder had one of his better games yesterday.
He did.
Boy, did he need it. But Pods, at times I thought in crunch time, man, maybe play Pods. Because Pods, for whatever reason, he's come back after the 12-game absence, and he looks like he's just in a better place mentally. The weight of the world is off of his shoulders. He's able to kind of ease in, come off the bench, stabilize the second unit, and then play along Steph during critical stretches. But he played well with Schroeder, and he talked about the car ride for Sacramento with Dennis Schroeder, so maybe there's space for all three of these guys, because let's face it, Steph's at his best when he's basically playing the two-guard spot, running off multiple screens. Now, he can't play traditional point guard. We see that a lot this year where Steph Curry goes double-double with the assist numbers and the point numbers. But those three guys right there could all play. They're all interchangeable right now. But it will be interesting to see what Dunleavy does with Schroeder down the stretch here. If you get that production that you got last night from Schroeder, where he's been a pest at the point of attack defensively, and he's making timely baskets offensively, maybe there's a role for him on his team after the trade, February 6th trade deadline.
He sure gets into the mix with other teams, too. He's like late jump ball situations. He's always coming in late and people getting all aggravated. He's definitely an aggravator.
Yep. He's a nuisance, man. He's an agitator, no doubt about that. You know who agitates me? KC in San Jose. He's calling right now. KC, San Jose. We'll get to Antoine and Nick in a second. KC, good morning to you, brother.
Morning, Bonte. I just gotta say, man. Like, great win last night. I'm watching the game. It's gotten to a point where you're working and stuff, and if it's third quarter, my son's excited, he's 11, then I'll start paying attention. I'm just being honest, right? But last couple of games before that, the entire January game, I've been watching. You know what this version of Wiggins is? He's obviously the best version, right? Like, he's driving, he's attacking. But you know what this is? This is my team in November before performance reviews are due. He doesn't want to get traded. Come February 7th, Wiggins is going to Wiggins, and we still got to get rid of Dre. Dre
what do you mean by Wiggins is going to Wiggins?
Time is a flat circle.
Hey, KC, real quick, what do you mean by Wiggins is going to Wiggins? Enlighten me.
He's going to take his 12 shots and then, peak at 17 points by third quarter, and then he'll be on the floor, but he won't be on the floor, you know what I mean? And ball's not going to move. The version, if he can just play this, I know like everybody has said that over the years. If he can just play like this all the time, oh, dude, he's a legit all-star. The guy has been given, the body of a Greek god. He's so athletic. The mind he doesn't have that. He's just doing this so he doesn't get traded. I'm calling it right now. Come February 7th, it's PTO Wiggins stat.
Don't do that. That's not fair. The guy went through a lot with his father.
Forget that part. Time is a flat circle.
I mean, come on, he's just disrespected the guy that take PTO.
Well, we don't have to. Yeah, we don't have to. We
just
keep it moving.
Man. Yeah, I mean,
there's no point. Time is a flat circle. Are you familiar with that particular reference?
Yeah, he lost me. Because he lost me, man. He lost me with that. You know what? I'm going to pick this back up. Because I don't. 95-70 game knockout tournament's back. Monday, March 3rd at Chase Center, man. I had to still get it.
I'm out.
To win to be a California resident. It's time to give out the keyword as well. We're going to give out the keyword right now to win a spot in the knockout tournament. The keyword is shoot. Like, shoot at Chase Center. Shoot a basketball. Shoot. SHOOT is the key word, as in you shoot the basketball when you play knockout, and you shoot to make it to knock other players out, like Zushi Mane and Javon Shannon. I got to look at the list of qualifiers to make sure I show up, because make sure I get a good spot in the knockout tournament. Listen between 8:30 and 9, and when you hear this sounder, bam, 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 be the first to call in with the keyword, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play 95-70 knockout tournament. Go ahead, Sask. I know you want to get it out in case he's San Jose.
What?
Time is a flat circle.
Well, he's basically, he just doesn't trust Andrew.
He doesn't trust Andrew Wiggins.
Okay, so, disregard the whatever the family stuff reference was, PTO, all that. Like,
I mean, that
just disregard that. I know, disregard that.
That was just disregard.
Do you trust Andrew Wiggins to maintain the level of play?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because he's done it all season.
But what about last year?
Last year was an anomaly. His dad was sick, and I told you it was an anomaly. 13 points a game. It was all hell broke.
No, but what about his prior, 10 years in the league where he's been inconsistent?
Well, he's been a 19-point per game scorer, and let's not act like we watched every single Minnesota Timberwolves game.
No, but
the rumor was in Minnesota that he could defend all the time. Now, with the Warriors, I thought we see some great play from him when he got traded here. I thought we saw some good play from him when Kelly Oubre Jr. was here, and he really came on the scene late in that year. And then the 18-2 start. You can't forget that in that season where he went to the All-Star game. Now, he went through a slump. He went through a slump like all shooters do. He went through a slump. But Wiggins he's been a plus positive to me, or plus whatever it is that you want to say. He's been a plus for this team. I trust Andrew Wiggins to finish the year strong. I think he's just getting better and better and better. He's becoming more aggressive. Now, there will be an adjustment when Draymond Green comes back in the lineup and has the ball in his hands at the half court, at the top of the key. There will be an adjustment when Jonathan Kuminga comes back and he's playing alongside of him, and whether or not he's going to have to pass or defer. But right now, on both ends of the floor, Andrew Wiggins can be everything that he has, and that's all I can ask for.
Yeah, he's streaky, though. Like, that's one thing I've learned about him. Like, he'll go stretches where we see aggressive Andrew Wiggins, and then he goes stretches where there's a lot of settling. And I think now that his free throw shot is starting to come into play, it feels like he's more confident in driving to the hoop and less settling. And I think that that's an important factor for him, maintaining this level, being aggressive.
How about this?
Attacking the rim.
How about this? Since January 1st, he's giving you a 19 and 5. And I'll just go the point totals in January. 15, 24, 18, 9, 20, 24, 31, 4, 25, 17, 20, 19. He's had the one-off. He had the game against Boston where everybody stunk when they lost by 40. Everybody stunk in that basketball game. So I'm going to give him a mulligan in there. The Miami Heat game, double overtime, he didn't have it. They lose by 16. He scores 9. He just didn't have it. But other than that, in the month of January, my man's just been solid. Solid. I mean, 19 a game in the month of January with 5 rebounds and playing defense on the other end for every single second.
But I guess given where they're at with who's not available, the requirements from Wiggins we're demanding more. That's what we are. Like, it's just fair or not. People are demanding more. And so solid, people want great. And, that's the problem right now with the way the Warriors are built is their best player, Steph Curry, isn't playing great. And then their second player is playing solid. And given where they are realistically in the standings and roster-wise, it's not enough, and it sucks. More is being asked.
But you know what, though? When I look at Zach LaVine making this $48 million and I look at Andrew Wiggins making this $28 million, I say I'd rather have Andrew Wiggins on this roster because I know what I'm going to get from defensive end. He's going to save Curry from having to defend elite guards. Think about that. He's guarding SGA, Jalen Williams. Go to Minnesota. He's guarding Anthony Edwards, for crying out loud, chasing him around. When you got to play Cleveland, you got to guard Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell. That's no easy task. When you play Sacramento, you guard Malik Monk, or you guard De'Aaron Fox, or you guard DeMar DeRozan. You know, when you play in Chicago, you guard Zach LaVine. Andrew Wiggins has probably been, outside of Steph Curry, your most consistent player on the roster this season. So that's why I'm saying, outside of Steph, he's my most consistent player. Now, you can say, hey, sell high on him because he's going to turn into Andrew Wiggins at maybe lows from time to time. I don't see that happening with this roster, and I don't see that happening with Andrew Wiggins. I think he's at peace with what happened with his father. He no longer has to worry about his father suffering over and over an illness, and I think that's helped him. I think that's helped him a lot. And the guy smiled more this season than he did all the last 2 seasons. So I think we need to focus on something else that's not maybe consistent, because Andrew Wiggins has been consistent. I do believe, I disagree with KC, I do believe he's going to be consistent all throughout the season, even after the trade deadline.
No, he is their second best player, and I think the overarching theme, which is that's right, and then I think most people would say, man, that's not good enough. Like, it just isn't, like it. Given where they're at, it sucks. They need to get a legitimate other player to go alongside those two, Curry and Andrew Wiggins, to have any kind of shot.
No doubt
and
about
building
that.
For the future.
Let's go to Antoine in Nashville. Antoine, what's up?
What's going on, guys? How are y'all?
Good, man. Good.
Good. Hey, real quickly, pretty much with the whole regards of Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins is a great player. He's not the answer of what we need to trade. He's been consistent majority of the year. So KC is tripping the last call. He's tripping completely. But the main thing is what we've been saying for a while now. It's Draymond Green. When you look at Draymond Green, prime Draymond Green, he was definitely valued on the team a lot. But with his defensive prowess and him not being on the floor, his body starting to betray him. The worst asset is an asset that's not available to you. And he's only getting older in age. We know that we need to keep the team young. So getting rid of Andrew Wiggins would not be ideal. But then also, too, getting rid of Kuminga would not be ideal. So if you ask me, I'm thinking most likely Draymond with a couple of other guys expiring contracts, that would be more ideal if you're going to try to get Zach LaVine. If not, I think Vucevic is also a great one. I've preached that before, because he will be able to help Quentin Post, kind of develop and take some pressure off him, so far as Quentin going into his second year. But if we're going to get Zach LaVine, I think you need to look at maybe getting rid of Draymond. He's most likely responsible for the reason why we don't have KD or Poole. But also just in general, he's not available, especially in this super high offensive NBA we have now. That's all.
All right, good call. Let's go to, he wants to trade Draymond Green. Thinks you could trade him. Who knows? Is Draymond even available? What did Slater tell us yesterday? He finds it unlikely it happening for other people who want to trade Draymond Green. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, Dunleavy, you got to get creative and do like a 3 or 4 team trade, you know what I mean, and wiggle in there. Because, the Warriors, when we were weak, everybody's always trying to burn us and snatch one of our best players because we were desperate, you know what I mean, and we get burned in a trade. We're looking dumb. So I'm just like, man, look, go get Jimmy Buckets and go get Bam Bam and a 2-player deal to Miami and work with someone else, or go get Embiid and Jimmy Butler. You know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Or get the Brown. Go get the Brown from L.A. somehow. Trade Draymond for the Brown. I don't know if they sign up on that, but throw in some cash. I mean, it's not like we don't have some cash. I mean, do it, make it happen, Dunleavy. You know what I mean? Sweep off the desk, get rid of all the fingernails you've been chomping on for the last 3 weeks, and get a trade done, dude. Come on, make it happen.
I love Nick.
I love him too.
Let's go get the Brown. Give him some cash too, man. Give him some cash too.
You get frustrated with me, and I get it. Like, because I'm always looking at because this is what the front offices are doing. They're looking short term, medium, long term.
I don't get frustrated with the buddy.
No, but I'm saying just talking about transactions, right? But,
no, I don't.
But I do think like a decision that this team has been hanging over this team is they have Wiggins and Draymond, and they have Kuminga. They have a decision to make on Kuminga financially. And if you look at their books, if they keep all three and Kuminga gets over $30 million, even if they let all these other things expire, they're putting themselves in a tricky tricky cap situation.
No doubt.
That is going to lock themselves in. So that's why all of these, like, we have a lot of decisions, but there's like a three-headed, whatever, love triangle thingy going on where you got the Kuminga, the Draymond, the Wiggins, and I think it's really tricky to try to figure out how to keep all three of those guys, pay Kuminga, and still be able to give yourself opportunities to make moves in the offseason.
There's no doubt.
I think that's the hula hoop they're trying to keep up in the air.
While trying to win.
While trying to win, exactly.
Keeping your books in order. No, I understand that.
You're right.
Which is why, you know, when somebody's like, hey, well, this team should look, all these teams, if you don't have a plan A, plan B, plan C, and if plan A doesn't work so you can counter to plan B, plan D, plan E, plan F, you've got to have, that's how you get fired at your job of being a GM or front office executive. If you don't have a 5-year window and all these whiteboards have contracts and who's going to be available in the draft over there, there's names all across the board on the whiteboard. So these organizations are always thinking about that stuff. What's good for the short term? What's good for the next 2 years? What's good for the next 5 years? What does our books look like now? What does our books? The Niners are experts at this. They get ahead of the salary cap where they go into the offseason with $50 million in cash. Then you hear the rumors that, hey, Fred Warner's going to restructure his deal. Wow, that's going to save you $12 million. Well, George Kittle may sign new money. Wow, that may save you another $10 million. Boom, you're going to get rid of this guy. Next thing you know, the Niners may be flush with $80 million in cash because they do a great job of looking at the future and looking at their future books. If you're not doing that as an organization, you're going to get your ass fired and you're going to sink the organization. And I think fans do that too. But it's important not to get too bogged down in the money during the season right away because we don't know what the cap may look like next year. We have an idea what it may look like, but new money may come or they may shrink the cap. There was a couple years ago in the NBA where they thought the salary cap was going to be a number that's like, well, actually, we're working with like $5 billion less.
COVID. It was after COVID.
So
when they recount for what they've got rolling.
Let's go to, before George Sedano, let's go to Stoney in Brooklyn. Stoney, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, Stoney?
Yeah, I've been watching y'all guys for a long time, man. I like that contact. You know what I mean? I'm a Warriors fan, but we got to make a move, man. And the move got to be either Levine or Jimmy Butler. One of the two. I know you guys talking about Wiggins, and we want him, we love him. You might get 10 points from Wiggins tomorrow. I'm serious, you know.
Was he from New York?
Yeah, Stoney of Brooklyn.
I love that accent.
Stoney of Brooklyn. Now, you may get 10 points from Andrew Wiggins, but let me tell you something. In the month of January, he's played 12 games. You've had 2 games which you didn't get 10 points. All right? You've got 15, 24, 18, 20, 24, 31, 25, 17, 20, 19. And then 27 last night. So this whole Andrew Wiggins like, hey, you may get 20 tonight, you may get 10 tomorrow. That hasn't happened in 2025. Oh, no, man. Let's talk to George Sedano of ESPN. Should be happy after a win. They just beat Oklahoma City. Why is it mood down?
Because this fan base, we're spoiled.
Gosh, stop being spoiled brats. All right? Gosh. Let's be like, they just beat Oklahoma City in a great NBA basketball game. I don't get it. That's why I can't. Sometimes the fandom just drives me crazy. Chase Center was fired up last night. It
was the most excited it's been in weeks.
They were fired up at the Gatehouse. Couldn't leave that place. Then we get on the airways in the morning saying, I won't say Wiggins and Draymond. It's a fluke. I don't care. If you don't come on. Like, good Lord. God almighty. Do you believe? What the hell is going on with you guys out there in the streets? Come on, Dub Nation. No, it's not all of you. Damn. Gosh, it's whoa. Never satisfied around here. More coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
How many people actually listen to Steph and shut the hell up? They just say, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
That's David in Maryland. He's just going to chill. I'm going to chill, too. Leave the Twitter fingers alone. Leave the trade machine alone. Let the Warriors cook. Let the Warriors cook. Boy, we need a deal. We need something to happen so bad, just for the sake of the sanity and the Joe Shaskys of the world.
Okay, this is coming from the guy every year with the Niners because of their expectations is Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, it has been. The setting should be Super Bowl or bust.
So that for a lot of Warrior fans, that's the setting with Steph.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's fine. I'm with that too. It should be like that. Our mindset should be championship or bust.
And that's why there's fervor over the trade deadline.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand it all the time. But for the guys that you guys want to say, for the sake of you guys, I want something to happen. I need you guys to be mentally right.
But if a big deal happens, you're not allowed to come in and like it. Because remember, you wanted to stand pat.
No, I can like whatever. What do you mean? I'm not allowed to not like. What are you talking about? If they stood pat, I'm okay with it. Yeah, you can't stay with a straight face, Mr. Flip Flopper. Mr. Flip Flopper.
Stand pat.
With this from Flip Flopper. We used to play yesterday's show. Boy, I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday on post game show, I was thinking about you, Shasky. I was thinking about you. I said, boy, GP2 had himself a night. He got traded on the morning roast this morning. Then Andrew Wiggins did what he did. I said, he was another one who was traded by my boy Shasky.
My fault.
Not a good day in the Shasky household from yesterday's show.
Bill Walsh tried to trade Joe Montana multiple times.
We know.
Is Bill Walsh a moron?
Yeah, because yeah. But he was also trying to get.
What are you
He's also trying to get John Elway.
Genius.
But
what are you talking
but think about how asinine that would have been had he gone to Steve Young. He would have ruined the organization.
Richard Seymour. He traded everyone. He traded away Randy Moss. Trust me, man. If you do
traded
the job
Randy Moss
long
after
enough,
Randy Moss.
you're going to have some trades you like and some trades you don't like.
Well, sure, Randy Moss also acted an ass, too. It was like, hey, I got to go.
He gave the Niners a great season a couple years removed from that.
He didn't give the Niners a great season. He
started Super Bowl.
He had 35 catches and was all games.
The gravity. That
and then he
created.
showed his ass Super Bowl week, talking about him the greatest ever. I don't know why they're not using me. He was like, yep, Boston's done. And then we get to the first half, and Crabtree's trying to get him going. Come on, Randy, let's go. He's got the deer in the headlights look, and he's not even jumping for passes. Randy Moss, especially with his Super Bowl performance. But I want to talk about Trent Williams. Randy Moss had an awful Super Bowl for the 49ers. Awful. Just awful.
But you can understand, again, and I get why you say it. Hey, and when we were growing up, the Niners won Super Bowls. My calibration is Super Bowl or bust when you have a good team. Well, that's how I would say a lot. I don't want to say everyone. A lot of Warrior fans, their calibration, because we've been the center of the sports universe for a decade, is when you have Steph Curry, it's championship or bust. There's no in between.
They didn't even make the playoffs last year.
I understand the reality of where they're at, which is why fans are losing their minds watching a team that's struggling to be the 11 seed. They want to see a big move.
Let's go to Tony in the Bay. Do you want to see a big move, Tony? You want to see a big move? Big move?
Yes, I want to see a big move, man. We got to make a move. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to watch every game and see Steph Curry get double teamed, and I got 4 guys out there that can't put the fucking ball in the basket, man.
Oh, damn. Well, dude, wait, Tony, come on, man. Why you get so emotional around here? If I can keep it together for 20 hours a week and not curse, you can too, because you should have heard the curse words Shasky. Shasky had about 10 curse words in 2 minutes before the show, and he keeps it together during the 4 hours on the airwaves. Come on, Tony in the Bay. Come on, Karen and Antioch.
Dog.
Just dropping F-bombs left and right.
I mean, this show, the callers that we have on this show are I will put our callers up against anyone in the country in terms of the ratio of real words to cuss words. Because it's just unreal. People feel so comfortable, like they're just hanging out.
Too comfortable.
What did Tony in the Bay say? How did he get to that F-bomb? He started revving up. You can hear him revving up.
It snuck up on me a little bit. Yeah. And thankfully, Joe Shasky's in my ear real quick, so I just dumped it immediately.
Sometimes I feel like it's my fault because I hype these guys up. I get them running through a wall or something, and as you know, he just started letting it fly. Come on, Tony, man. What do you want to do? You want to make a trade? He's all like, I want to make a trade. And then all of a sudden, he's banned for a couple
My
weeks.
favorite's when it's like the second or third word when they say it's like, oh, bleep. When they go right to it's like, okay. Just,
the classic
and then,
one was,
and then you guys just have blank stares. Just like,
Well, he's been waiting for 17 minutes, and then all of a sudden, 3 words in, and boom.
But your boy at the Doobie Awards, who was hammered, he got up for shameless shout-outs.
Oh, that was great.
Couldn't even figure it out. And started cursing during shameless shout-outs. I was like,
hammered.
oh, damn.
He wasn't hammered.
Oh, he was hammered.
He
Did you see him? Oh, he was hammered, Shasky. You know who I'm talking about, Lubman, right?
Well, Lubman was
Those are
hammered
the
after
real
show.
roasters right there.
Dude.
That's why I love our listeners. Chas, you got a good point. I take our callers and listeners.
I'll take them over anyone.
Cam and Antioch literally dropped by the gay house, yelled my name out. I was like, he's like, look at my side, bro. You know who it is. He goes, come out here. You know who it is. I'm like, who are you? He goes, it's Cam and Antioch. I said, I called you a goddamn idiot last week. Why are you coming around here?
This is the only show in America. We'll have to use the dump button on 4 different callers.
Yeah.
And then at 9:30, we'll be welcoming Mayor of San Francisco, good friend of the show who listens every day with his kids, Daniel Lurie.
I mean, with how comfortable these guests get on this show, I mean, are we sure that the mayor won't drop one someday? I mean, George Kittle's swearing on this show.
He did swear on this show. George Kittle did swear.
Is that the next level?
T.O. sworn on the show. Jerry Rice is sworn on this show.
Bonte swearing me off the show.
Yeah, probably. I swore.
Draymond cussed him out because of Joe on the show.
Absolutely incredible. You got to stop that.
Draymond was active last night on Twitter.
I'm starting to believe. You're starting to believe your lies.
I know. You
man.
talk about someone not listening to Steph's Twitter figures comment.
Who, me or Dre?
Let's talk about Draymond. Well, yeah.
Shocked you talking to me. That's never going to get old, huh?
It's not going to get old.
It's never going to get old. It's never going to get old.
But you own that. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's a great moment in your career. No, it's a great moment.
No, well, it's not a great moment, but the props.
I know what's crazy.
But a lot of people come up to me, it's like, they go, Bonte, you're such a professional. I don't know how you handle that. And I'm just like, I just want to forget about it. And my proudest moment is it's never escalated to anything other than what it did.
That was a joke.
Well, all I ever think about is that was the day of my dad's funeral, and he came out after doing the show. He comes out to the funeral. We had an emotional family day. My dad loved Bonte, obviously still up in heaven, loving him, and it was such a long day for us. And I get home and I sit there and I go, oh my God. And of course, I'm so selfish. I'm like, that's because of me.
Yeah, of course he is. He called me the next day. Shasky called me the next day because it was a back-to-back. They were playing the Toronto Raptors the next day. We're actually supposed to get Ron Adams that day, but they got stuck on the tarmac that night. And, obviously get the calls from the Warriors that night. It's like, hey, dude, don't lose any sleep. It's all good. You didn't do anything right. You're all good. So, I'm getting who's who of phone calls. And I get one from Shasky. And at first he goes, B, I just want to say, I apologize because I know Draymond came at you because of me. And I say, that's the most narcissistic thing anybody's ever said.
But I truly felt that way.
Yeah, I know you did.
I know you feel this way, but it was about me.
It was about me, and he just came at you. And you may lose your job because of me. I'm like, no, Shasky, you know what? As much as I wanted,
felt bad.
No, you shouldn't feel bad.
Now it's funny, but at the time I did feel bad.
I can't find the Tom.
I miss you, Pops.
Well, 925. What a day that was. 925. And
my brother's still mad at me for throwing him under the bus during the eulogy.
Oh, yeah, you did throw him. Dude, that's the other thing. 311 Shasky threw his own damn brother under the bus during the eulogy.
I was like, trying to hit the joke.
Pat was like, what the? And everybody in the church was looking around was like, damn, Pat cheated to get the airport job?
No,
damn.
that's not how flipping it was.
Damn. He had the answers to the test. I heard somebody in the back say, I failed that damn test.
It's not
I thought I had the job. Wait, he had the answers? I was like, and Pat's still living about that. I was like, damn. He was after the funeral. Pat was sitting there. He's sitting there like, I can't believe JoJo. And I threw gasoline on the fire. I was like, can you believe that? And Pat, I was like, Deli boy, man, to tell your dad. I said, can you believe it? I put 10 on 2. So, unbelievable. All about Shasky, man. It's all about Shasky. What a narcissist. Man, I know Draymond cursed you out because of me. So he took it out on you on live local television.
He did. I am slippery.
We should have asked Stu got stat.
He's gone. Usual suspect.
They're saying now a Bonte Draymond interview would feed families.
It would. It would. I need that sit down.
You need to sit down on 101?
I want that.
You want the music too?
No, I mean, I want the sit down. I'm
you
asking
want to sit
the two
down.
of you.
Yeah, I forgot it's something. My heart hurts.
Could you imagine me doing the Barbara Walters?
Oh,
and then what?
What was you ask Draymond that first question? When you would walk into it, if you got to interview Draymond, you out of all people,
Yeah.
because I could go Steiny, but I'm not going to do that. That wouldn't end well. But if you walked into a room and you're sitting down with Draymond Green, what are you doing? How are you greeting yourself?
What's up, Draymond? Joe Shasky, 95.7 The Game. And then just seeing his face. Because, it's either, maybe I back up. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. I really don't.
You'd be a little nervous.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what are we talking about? First off, I'm the king of anxiety and awkward. So absolutely the anxiety would kill me. I mean, just kill me.
Oh, man.
But then I try, you see, what I pride myself on is being so awkward, it's charming. And so I'm hoping that's what would try to override the day.
Oh, my God. What would be the first question?
My first question to Draymond?
Yeah.
Explain to me a time you deleted a tweet that you wish you didn't.
You start with Twitter?
Yeah. Just break the ice.
That's actually a pretty good question.
Yeah. He was going at people last night. He was watching another game.
The Knicks and the Nuggets.
Yeah, and he was talking about how to defend Jokic and the pride of man-to-man defense and not fronting him. And it was just chef's kiss.
He was tearing down Karl Anthony Towns and why he's not a championship player and why Jokic is a championship player.
And yet the Knicks won by 10.
Well, and yet the Timberwolves also beat the Nuggets in the playoffs last year, and Cat had a huge game in one of those performances to just keep them in the series. The whole thing. And then he responds after it and he says, I'm not going to read all the replies that were hating.
Yeah.
Clearly reading the replies that were hating on it.
Well, hey, would you ask him Xbox or PS5?
Oh, absolutely. I'd be breaking that up.
Favorite rapper?
Yeah. And then I'd ask him the most difficult question no one's ever asked him. Steph or LeBron? What?
I thought you were going another direction. I thought you were going to go Hawaii.
You got to slip that in there. But
You got to slip it in?
Yeah, you got to slip that in there.
Well, the boss says, I heard this out here, but the boss said, Bonte, I noticed how you slipped in Q rating with Larry Bird. He said the Q rating was at an all-time low, and you just kept it moving, and he didn't flinch. It's that's how you do. You slip it in a little bit.
Well, that's
the way you ask.
Like when I slipped in that I knew someone very important within his organization that I coached his kid. I didn't know that. It's like, I need you to know that.
Let's slip in this contest.
Shasky, man.
Is this Trick Daddy Slip and Slide? Little Slip and Slide radio?
No, it's Trick Daddy. Let's go.
That was the sounder. We told you what the code word was. Be the first one to call in right now with the keyword. Code word, keyword, same thing. 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. And with the keyword, you'll win a spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center Monday, March 3rd, the second annual 95-7 The Game knockout tournament. You must be 18 and you must be a California resident. The next time you could win would be around noon at Steiny and Goo. We'll be doing it all week. So keep your listening ears on for your chance to win a spot in the knockout tournament. I said, what up, Grandpa Goo? I say listening ears because I always tell Chester, hey, where's your listening ears? Oh, yeah. You don't have your listening ears. They pretend to put it on. It's like, Papa, I'm listening. Can I get some ice cream now? Yeah, we'll wait on that. I'm so frustrated with LJ right now. It's just, I tried to feed him all kinds of different food. And for Michelle, he'll eat whatever she puts, into the spoon and into his... It's oatmeal and bananas. I'm relegated to the oatmeal and bananas every time. That's it. That's all he wants to eat. Would you do... It drives me nuts. Would you do Dizzy with Dad? Dizzy with Draymond? Yeah, it'd be fun. Still that from YouTube. Yeah. He's a Steelers fan. What? He has a lot of takes off football. Does he? Hey, he does a podcast with Jordan Schultz. Yeah, well. I like Disney with Day Day. Disney with Day Day. He had some bad takes over the week, the football takes. And we all have some bad football takes. What were they? Well, he had the Chiefs being one and done in the playoffs. One and done. Yeah, I did say the luck was running out in the postseason for Kansas City, so I got a bad take, too. The luck You didn't have them out. One and done, though. I said the luck will run out this postseason. Like one day Steph will not be good. Yeah. If I say it for 15 years, eventually I'll be right. It's like that one media member, Gary Radis' last day at radio's coming up. And he did it for like 5 years. It's like, who was? I love the yearly freezing cold takes of Trent Dilfer saying the Patriots aren't good anymore. Dude. For like 6 years, they kept going back to a Super Bowl. Freezing cold takes be getting people, dude. But a lot of people be snitching too. Like I know for me, somebody told me this. Like, I send all your tweets of freezing cold takes. Hopefully you get caught one time. It's like, why? Why me? I admit when I'm wrong. Got no problem being wrong. I don't care about being right or wrong. I don't make any extra money off of that. Come on, be wrong Be wrong in the future.
I think way back when, before we were super tight, I think you had to take that. I replied, I was like, Bonte, I got it at Freezing Cold Takes here. And you responded, why are you snitching on me like that?
Yeah. I did reply. That's what I used to do. You snitch. Why are you snitching on me? Like I did one. So, and I actually made a lot of money on this game. KD was on the Warriors. They played the Bulls, who were one of the worst teams in the league that year. And I was like,
time is a flat circle.
So I screenshotted the score. They were up like 20 after the first quarter. I was like, I said something like, boy, this would be the worst loss of the season or something like that. The Warriors ended up winning by like 40.
Oh.
They like had a 60-point turnaround. And Freezing Cold Takes got me. But I was like, dude, I live bet the hell out the Warriors. I'm happy. Why bet they ain't losing to this team? It's bored.
What's the sit-down interview you'd like to get in your career? It could be anything. It could be anything.
Question.
What?
That's a great question.
Right? Yeah, think about that.
I want Shanahan.
Really?
I want Kyle
You're going
Shanahan.
straight to sports.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll keep it sports. I'll keep it sports for now. Because rappers, they're slippery. They know how to get out of things. They can just say something with a couple curse words and like, damn, I can't get the answer I want. They'll just play dumb. You know what I'm saying? So I would keep it sports and I would go Kyle Shanahan. I want Kyle Shanahan.
Why? Why Kyle?
Because I feel like there's a lot of untapped things that we don't know about Kyle Shanahan. And I feel like
he's pretty guarded.
He is guarded, but I feel like, I mean, James Wiseman was guarded. And I did a Zoom with him, a private Zoom with some clients. By the end of the Zoom, everybody's like, wow, James Wiseman, can't believe his personality, blah, 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 blah. Because I feel like I could bring it out of him. Same thing with Shanahan. Like, you got confidence. When you sit down and interview, you feel like, you know what? I'm different than anybody else. I have my interview style. You have your interview style. You'll get what you will get out of it, right? And it's the way you ask questions. It's the way your tone is. I feel like I can do that with Kyle Shanahan. I'll get everything out of Shanahan. The whole Trey Lance thing, which he kind of explained to us. I'd love to sit down with Kyle Shanahan. Oh, man.
Well, because if it's going to go Bay Area sports, I'm going Jed, power rank number 1. I'd like to sit down and talk to Jed.
Yeah.
I honestly think that there's some fascinating stuff that I would love to ask him. Just a variety of things.
Jed's a good one.
You know, because I don't think I know enough about him. You know?
Jed's a good one.
That's definitely at the top of my list.
Jed's definitely a good one. We just talked to Larry Bear. Buster Posey's interesting. Giants, I need to see a little more.
The other one is Lincecum.
Yeah, Lincecum does no interview.
That's what I'm saying. You don't really know nothing. But I just would like to go down the rabbit hole with him.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
It'd be a lot of fun.
That'd be fun with Lincecum. Jimmy Garoppolo, would you want to sit down with Jimmy?
I don't think Jimmy gives you enough, though.
I think
there's a lot of smiling.
Will the truth come out with Jimmy Garoppolo?
I would love a podcast setting with Jimmy for sure. Because I don't think I've ever seen him in like a like Bussin' with the Boys or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be
good. I have
good.
never seen, like, I want nightclub Jimmy Garoppolo stories is what I need in my life. Because you know the guy's getting after it.
100%.
Maybe he was in Vegas for a year. Come on.
Yeah.
What are the stories he's got?
How many puffy parties did he get invited to?
Relax. See, I'm not doing that. And then the interview's
What are you
over.
talking about? Everyone got invited to him. Everyone. It was a who's who.
That's true. You have to say, oh, I was invited, but I didn't go. That's what he has to say.
Bussin' with the Boys. They got Baldy on the other day.
They
Baldy's
did.
making the rounds.
I actually got a text. I don't know if you got it. I'm going to humble brag here. From Baldy, John Lynch in the background. He just put the eyeball emojis. What you think about that?
Background of what?
Let me pull it up. It was a guy working on a drill with John Lynch just staring at him.
Oh, yeah, that's what they do.
Where is it here? I have to pull it up.
That's what they do.
You filibuster. Oh, here we go.
You know what? I'm going to let Jan and Mountain View filibuster. Oh, yeah, Lynch is working.
I think they were chopping it up.
He was at a lot of Ohio State games this year. I know he was at Ohio State. I want to say Ohio State, Indiana. He was on the field before the game, staring at all those big offensive linemen and maybe the big defensive linemen. But he was at Ohio State. John Lynch is working, man. Big draft for the 49ers. I feel really good about them. They're going to be back, folks. They'll be back in contention next season. I feel really confident about that. Jan, Mountain View. Jan, good morning.
Good morning. I'm just real happy about that win last night. And as far as I'm concerned, if they were going to match salaries, I would trade Draymond. I mean, last night I heard on the broadcast where, and I hate to say it, but OKC went through the same thing that the Warriors went through for years. And look at them now. They got 15 first-round picks going into the next season, and they're stacked. And they are they're like the Warriors used to be, and they're going to have to give up some of those good players because of the CBA and so on. But I think where we have to where the rubber meets the road is we have to face that. We have to enjoy this team while we have it.
Yep. Jan, were you watching the pregame show yesterday?
I sure was.
Oh, so you heard us talking. You were breaking down the OKC Thunder. Yeah, we were giving you some intel, huh?
Well, that's what fans don't want to hear. They don't want. They want to trade. They want to trade the good parts for for something else that you don't know that you're going to get. Just because they're great on another team doesn't mean they're going to be great on this team.
Thank you,
They
Jan.
have to get used to the system that Kerr runs, just like Schroeder had to find out. And look at him now. He's starting to play like we were hoping he would play. And I saw Draymond on that bench last night jump up after several, key plays by Looney and by even Slow-Mo. And I thought to myself, well, this character, he's over there. He's injured. He's more injured than Kuminga. And we had Kuminga in there if he didn't sprain his ankle or had that high ankle sprain. And son of a gun, that's the person, or he has to come off the bench and Kuminga has to start. I'm sorry, but we have to start and have these younger players learn off the veterans. But
no, Jan, you make a lot of good points, Jan. You're obviously tapped into Warriors basketball. She's locked in. She's locked all the way in. And the thing with OKC, and I asked Mully and Fezzi this question. I asked you this, Shasky. Don't be cracking jokes about on TJ. Don't do that, man.
I wasn't even talking about that. What are you talking about?
What are you doing over there? A little small talk with Spinoni. Little
One
Catholic
way,
school girls.
I wasn't responding.
Yeah, yeah. See, you snitching. Shasky was saying, who knows? Shasky, focus.
Because I want you guys to know he's the show within the show.
Lock in.
He's shows within the show. We were also just saying how much we like Jan as a caller because we can't say it when she's spitting facts.
Yeah,
we're just relaying.
You should have said it on there. You can say that on there.
We're saying it right now.
You don't have to keep that a secret.
Well, we're
Jan
not.
about you. You're a great caller.
She's one of the all timers.
She is an all. I love Jan. She freaks up. I learn something every time she calls. She's tapped in, and she made a great point. We could talk about OKC being loaded. Everybody, look at OKC. Look at all this. Well, could you handle 5 years of losing? Warrior fans, could you handle 4 to 5 years of losing?
I mean, we handled 17.
They had no expectations. We have expectations now.
Warrior fans can barely handle 4 to 5 days of losing these days.
There's expectations now in the Bay Area, which I love. But the bar has been reset. And the setting has been reset to, you better be competing for something. And Jan was cooking because it took OKC a long, long time.
Okay, so let's play this out then in our heads. I'm going full dramatic hypotheticals.
Yep.
I trade away everything, B, and it is just Kuminga, Guy Santos, Quentin Post, Curry, and G Leaguers. How much better is the team that they have currently than that team?
How much better are they?
Yeah, what's the win differential for the rest of the year?
Oh, they're not. They're not winning a lot of games, Shasky. They're not winning a lot of shit.
Say those players again,
okay,
Shasky.
So let's say, in this hypothetical team that you have right now, you make no moves. All right. The reverse is, and how many wins does that team get you? I don't know. I really don't know. The reverse is, I'm going deep into this. This is just a hypothetical proposition. Guy, Steph, Quinn Post, Kuminga, all G Leaguers, and Pochemski. What's the win differential?
Oh, you're not winning nearly as many games as you would now if you said that.
Are we talking 5 games? Are we talking 10 games?
And this why we may be talking about a 15, 20 game difference.
How many games are left?
They play 47.
Okay, so we got about 20-something games. I mean, 40, 30, whatever games.
35?
37 games.
Okay.
37. Let's go 37.
So 37.
35.
Okay, let's say 35. 35. Their record,
let me figure this out really quick.
If they stand pat, their record is what? Probably around 500, right?
20 to 15. I'll give them 20 and 15. If they traded in your hypothetical and had those G Leaguers with Steph and company, in those 35 games, I think they're 10 and 25.
Okay.
That's my opinion. I mean.
Okay.
But also the question is, if you do blow it up, how patient are you going to be during a rebuild? That's the other question nobody wants to answer. Because OKC, they had to be patient. Now, the expectations are different in Oklahoma City than they are right now in the Bay Area.
Are we more patient with 500 or are we more patient in rebuild mode?
I don't know.
Because I think the Giants have found out the last couple of years, trying to be in 500 mode while rebuilding we have zero patience for that.
No.
But, like, if you just hollowed the whole thing out, like with the Niners, we just tuned out, and then they were good again. And we were like, all right, we're back.
Another note here with the OKC model is, let's not forget, you got to draft well, and they didn't draft Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
No, they
got him from the Clippers.
Yeah,
so
Clippers.
you need a little bit of those things to happen as well if you want to get back to that point.
Right.
Which, I mean, you could say that about every team. I mean, you need the Timberwolves to pass on Steph Curry 2 times in a row to be where we're at now. So you need those moments, but that's part of the equation, I guess.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Mayor Daniel Lurie will join us in 30 minutes on the Morning Roast. The mayor of San Francisco, Daniel Lurie, who gets ready for some big events happening in the city over the next year or two. You got the All-Star Game, NBA All-Star Game. You got the World Cup. What else? We got the Super Bowl 60. There's a lot going on in the Bay. Not to mention all the conventions that we usually have in the city. Who's the winner, Chris who?
Chris Joswick.
Chris Joswick. Look,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, look these guys up. Make sure they're not hoopers.
So,
all right?
I guess the exercise...
I don't have the scouting reports on
No, I need you to get these names, Google search, and see who these guys are.
I like the surprise.
No, I want a scouting report on a knockout tournament, Shask. I'm trying to win the damn trophy. I want to
You
win.
didn't have a scouting report last year. You did fine.
I just walked in to tell people who's coming in second. My trash talk got me to the Final Four. I don't think that's going to work this year.
Just up that a little bit.
I don't think that's going to work this season.
You just got to worry about Grandy.
Not really. Spinoza, you partaking in the knockout
I
tournament?
think I am this year. Yes.
Wow, you should.
Does you see my my jumper?
So, like, I guess where I'm going with my entire analogy is that this fan base, the algorithm for the fan base in terms of happiness, there's winning, and then everything that's not winning, I'm talking about winning big, is not good enough. And so, like, I see a text right now from the 510. Playing 500 isn't losing. See, for this fan base, 500 is losing. And that's where the calibration is, because when you have Steph Curry, 500 is not acceptable. Yeah. And fair or not, that's just the way we are.
But is tanking acceptable?
I think that they're almost identical, I guess, is the way they're perceived.
I remember the 15 to 50 season during the pandemic, and that was a long year. 15 wins, watching games that you knew they had no shot at winning, that was painful. And I get it. Oh, yeah, we went through 14 years. Yeah, we were kids, and we were young, and we went through that. Who the hell wants to go through that again?
Well, you're not charging 15-year ago prices before you were good either, right? Like, there's also season ticket packages and, you know, the cost of doing business now because of the team and because of what the team is promising a lot of their consumers is different. You know, that might change over time, but I'm talking about right now.
I don't know, man. I don't know how patient people are going to be here.
We're not. I'm not letting you know.
We're not going to be patient. We're not going to be patient.
We're not patient.
How about with this? Adam Silver. Let's get this out the way before Daniel Lurie, before I forget, because I always forget things and we don't get back to it. Like, hey, we're going to get the Larry Bear. We always forget. Adam Silver was on the Dan Patrick Show.
Okay.
And he discussed maybe shortening the game. I want to get your opinion on this. Could we start to see 40-minute basketball games? Really?
I'm probably in a minority. As we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball, is 2 hours. You know, college basketball, of course, is.
Yeah, but if you like it, I'd say it has kind of a little bit of a push there.
Yeah, it's such a dramatic change to the game. I mean, I think something like that would have to be talked more about.
What do you think? 10-minute quarters?
I know my opinion. What's your opinion?
No, I want to hear your opinion.
Well, my opinion is I like everyone's going to lose their minds. Don't pretend like we hold basketball statistics up in a high regard like we do baseball ones. And I think that the reality is that the percentage of people in the arena versus the percentage of people that are at home on their couch watching is disproportionate. You're making the league is worth billions of dollars because of the $1 billion television deals. I know we think it's sports, but really it's television entertainment, right? Like that's what everything is viewed through that lens. And as crazy as this sounds from everyone, and I understand there's going to be a lot of pushback, I think this is smart. And what I mean by smart, he's acknowledging the fact that this is a television consumer sport now. And if you appease people who are watching on their couch, not at every single turn, but if you understand it is a product being consumed and that the number one currency in the modern day, as consumer trends change, my time and the sense of urgency, which goes back to, will I carve out time to watch you? Those are the two most important factors in life right now.
You'd even want 40-minute games in the playoffs?
I don't know. I've never thought that the games, quote unquote, went too long, but I do believe on some level, if we're looking at load management, if I'm looking at my calendar as a whole, if I'm looking at trying to fit into television windows, as I see a Warrior game start at 7:30 at night on a TNT package.
Starts at 7.
Well, sometimes it'll start late, right? Because the game before bleeds off,
maybe.
and you have a lot of kids like who are in grammar school who go to bed by 8:30, 9 o'clock. Like, there's something to be said for trying to fit into television windows. Do I think it's going to change the overall product of the game being played? No, you got to tweak some of the rules and stuff like that, which I'm open to. But to me, this is smart. Like, this is smart business. Baseball tweaks some of their stuff. The games are better. They're quicker. They're moving faster. And there's going to be some unintended consequences that would go with it. I think this is really smart. I do. And I know people are not going to like it, and I understand that. I don't hold minutes per game, points per game in high regard. I don't think it's going to dramatically change a lot of things. I think this is a smart acknowledgement of the television money that's being poured into the sport.
When I think about the NBA and their issues, I don't think 48-minute games are the issue. I think 48-minute games are fine. 12-minute quarters are fine. You get 10-minute quarters, maybe obviously you're going to have to lessen the fouls, right? It's going to have to be 5 for a foul out instead of 6 for a foul out. I do think you mess with some of the scoring averages, and there's no direct correlation, I think, to load management by playing 48 minutes as opposed to 40. Guy could still bust his hamstring at 40 minutes. What if he's going harder in these 40-minute games? Well, he's going harder and using more energy. He still may get hurt. So I don't think injuries per se is going to change much. Teams are still going to load manage. Now, I do like the prospect, and the owners, Mully said this last night, I 100% agree with them. The owners are never going to give up these games for Gates, reducing the games, going from 41 to, say, 35 home dates and having 70 games in the regular season. That's not going to happen. It's just not. Owners aren't going to agree to that. But when I look at an NBA, I'm thinking to myself, 48-minute quarters. Now, the end of the games are too long because of all the foul calls and the official reviews and the referees not having control. They need to fix that. But 10-minute quarters are just going to zoom by. Like, I think we're learning in baseball. It's like, damn, you blink up, it's the 7th inning already. Now, it may be a better television product, but at the same time, some of these games just breeze by. You're like, do we even break a sweat here? So I don't know about 48-minute, going from 48 minutes to 40. Now, I worked at FIBA. It was an exciting product in FIBA. I get it. And I get what Aldo Silver's trying to do for the television product, because people are impatient, don't want to sit in front of their television for 2.5 hours. If you can do it for 2, great. But once we start doing it for 2, 2's going to be too long for people. You get it what I'm saying? So I just don't know. I understand what Adam was saying here, but I don't think that's the biggest issue in the NBA right now.
I don't think he's saying it is the biggest issue. I think what he's saying is that's just one of the on the surface tweaks that he could do to the league right now. And I think it's smart. I think it's smart acknowledging that it's more of a television product than an in-game,
But you know what? If the games are good, people will sit around for 2.5 hours. They would. I think what the problem with the NBA is it lead into some of these games, especially on ESPN with some of their pre- and post-game shows. It's not the host and the talent fault, but some of the talking points, I'm thinking to myself, that's what we're discussing during a game? We're talking about you know what I'm saying? The presentation needs to be better, I believe.
Think about if you're a Warrior fan, right? Just forget the other teams. You're a Warrior fan. All right, you got a family, all right? Like you're coming to and from work. Your kids are probably doing other activities, right? So you're bouncing around. Like, people don't have the time to sit down for 2.5 to 3 hours, and it's the same thing with baseball, every single night and glom over. So if you want to capture the largest audiences, shortening it does make it more consumable. I just think it's more of a reality of the modern era.
When you bring up the family aspect of it, we've had families in America for a number of years. Yeah,
but viewership is down.
Viewership is down, but also, I don't know if are we accurately finding the numbers from the streaming devices, from the YouTube TVs, from the NBA ticket, from the NBA TV, I should say, League Pass. I don't know, man. Like, we all agree with radio ratings. Like, we talk about it all the time. We don't know if they're accurate or not. So I don't know if these television, like one day they're telling me a women's college basketball game is the highest rated program on ESPN ever. Then we do the research. It's like, wait, it was number 52. It wasn't number 1. So it was just, I don't know if these ratings are real or whatnot. But you know what? 48-minute games, we're going to really squeeze it and go to 10-minute quarters. I guess you'll see the stars a little bit more. I guess that's one plus to it.
Well, like, you do the math. I mean, you carve off 8 minutes a game, right? Times the 82 games for the season. That does add up, right? That does add up to, because we talk about playoff minutes and things like that. Like, I think it does. That's probably what, 10 to 15 games a year if you just added up all those minutes. So they're
656 minutes total.
What is it?
So 8 minutes off each game, 82 games. That's 656 minutes total.
Now divide that again by 48.
So like 13 games or something, 13 and a half games.
What is that? What it is? 13 and a half. So, I mean, that's a lot of quote unquote game minutes, right? So maybe it changes how you utilize your roster.
Yeah, and these guys get the best treatment in the world. They got pride. I get traveling is hard, but they've never traveled better.
Yeah, but Steph Curry and Joel Embiid, for two different reasons,
I hear you.
Don't ever play them back-to-backs.
I hear you, but to say that people don't have the time, if you commit to watching a basketball game, you're committing to seeing it through. And then a lot of those people who watch the basketball game love to watch the post-game show. So I don't buy the notion that we don't have time anymore. We got things to do. You choose what you want to do. You choose what. Like these football games are lasting. We're on our couch for 7 hours. That, to me, for the first time in my life.
Football's different.
It is different. It's once a week. But even then, I'm thinking to myself, damn, I've been on the couch for 7 hours watching 2 games. What the hell am I doing?
Bonte.
The
AFC Championship game had the lowest, or whatever, the NFC Championship had the lowest viewing forever. It would have been 4 NBA Finals games combined.
No doubt.
For the viewership that they have, 5, 6. Like, the NFL's different. It's just different. Sense of urgency. And so, I don't know. I look at this. I think the fact that they're acknowledging this, obviously the three-point line, style of play, the way the game's officiated, all those other things need to be looked at too. I don't think it's the dumbest thing in the world. And I think if I just polled...
No, it's not the dumbest thing in the world. No, I don't think that
I think
either.
if I just polled 100 fans going in, nobody knows who's the all-time leading assist guy. Nobody really knows, like some people do, who's the all-time scoring leader, all-time minutes leader.
They know LeBron is the all-time scoring leader, and John Stockton has a lot of assists.
I don't know. It's not like the other sports in terms of, like right now, I don't think a lot of people know Peyton Manning has the most touchdowns in a single season. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the statistics, baseball's married to their stats, and I think that's one of their problems for evolving.
We'll just break here. We'll take Chris and Caleb on the other side, plus Daniel Laurie at 9:30. Good conversation here. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by, continuation of this conversation will be brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Are you ready, Bay Area?
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonte.
Pods, hitting shots. That's what I like to see. Brandon Pajemski, 4 games since return to shooting over 44% from the three-point line. I love what he's doing right now, playing with so much decisiveness. Great pace. Pods, keep it up, man. Hell of a game for you. Hell of a week for you since being back from the right abdominal injury. Warriors get a big win last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder. By the way, Steve Wilkes built for it. He's built for the Big Apple, baby. He's joining the New York Jets and Aaron Glenn as their defensive coordinator. Uh-oh.
How happy were you?
I wouldn't have.
Did you get royalties as his agent?
I should. I should.
Speaking of football, Tim Kawakami on Brock Purdy's pending contract extension. Here are the quotations. I heard from a plugged-in NFL source this week that the 49ers in Purdy's camp are indeed feeling like there won't be fireworks on the way to an eventual deal. But I've also heard generally that the framework might be a little different than some of the other quarterback deals. I suspect this means the 49ers could be pitching a shorter term, lesser guaranteed deal compared to the full commitment deals signed by Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, and others involved the last few years. Will Purdy and his agent be happy with that? Assuredly, there'll be negotiations. Nobody makes their best offer right off the bat. It might take time, per Tim Kawakami. Interesting.
Yeah.
Niners handling business the way I have asked them to over the last year and a half. I love that.
Well, you were freaking out about it, and I told you. They're
no,
gonna
everybody said market value.
No,
but
also said you can give a market value, still have a team-friendly deal. It's how you construct a contract. You guys are freaking out and had no details yet. They're going to construct a contract where they're going to protect themselves. Right. No, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just basically saying the same thing, too. And we shouldn't freak out about this. He's going to get his money, but they're also going to make it team-friendly and not kill the organization.
No, but I think when I looked at those other quarterback deals, like it was clearly, like there is a huge commitment financially to those guys, and it does set you back. And so when we talk about paying market value, the market value is $140, 50, 60, $70 million guaranteed, and at some point it's got to hit your books.
You could do so. You could do, it may not hit your books till 2026. May not, I'm not going to freak out about Purdy, but that's good news that they're on the same page and that the quarterback.
I would love
back.
a shorter term deal. I would love that.
If you had a choice with every player, you would do short term deals.
I want my team to have the most flexibility, to have the best roster around him. Yes, Steph Curry in my ideal world would be like, you know what? I have made $400 million, and I literally bought an island for my family to go vacation. Maybe I'll take a $20 million deal because a little haircut of $40 million, I'll actually make more on the back end because all my contracts.
Is this Farhan Chasky or Joe Zaidi? Which one?
I know. I'm surprised you didn't love Farhan Zaidi. You can believe that? He'd have a team full of 2-year deals. Guys with 2-year deals. Boy, you get a lot. You'd attract a lot of free agents doing that.
No, I'm just saying, like once you've made $500 million, like
stop. Don't pocket watch. Some guys
it's not pocket watching. It's called salary cap observing.
Pocket watching. By the way,
salary cap observing. That's a great change of terms.
I mean,
they're the same thing, but with different names.
Pocket watching, man. Worried about like don't bring up
salary cap observing is definitely pocket watching.
Right. Come on, man.
It's like the preppy cousin of pocket watching.
Hold on. You want to talk about pocket watch? I'm going to be pocket watching whoever wins this Las Vegas deal that we have going on. Our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on, folks. Las Vegas. I got to read this. It's a national contest. You know what? The boss made to get mad about this. Trying to execute it. Our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on. Check it out. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. The winner plus 3 guests to Las Vegas plus $5,000 for each guest. That means you'll get $20,000 total. Yes, you heard it right. $20,000. As they say in the streets, 20 G's, man. 20 bands. Do they say bands now? Bands. 20 bands. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. And winning is easy. Trust me, it's easy. All you have to do is download the free Odyssey app right now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. Our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on like Donkey Kong. Why are you shaking your head?
I'm so pumped. So pumped for this NFL offseason. I just don't want to see this Super Bowl. God. I'm just sick of it. I'm just sick of seeing about the freaking Chiefs.
What about the Eagles?
Well, screw the Eagles.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
God, I hate them both. If I have to hear Nick Wright talking about it, it's the Babe Ruth trade and it's this, it's God, it's the worst.
You do have to feel pretty sick, though, if you're the Bills. Like, the way he broke that trade down, like, I didn't think about it like that, but you got to be pretty sick. They traded with you, and they got maybe the greatest quarterback of all time.
Well, that was the Warrior existence for many, many years. I mean, all their picks ended up, like, helping the Celtic freaking dynasty of the 80s. It was crazy.
But you weren't playing the Celtics in the playoffs
agreed.
at all. So that's why it makes it worse. But because Josh Allen's really good. He'll probably be a Hall of Famer if he keeps on this trajectory.
Yeah.
He might. Geez,
he's never won an MVP. I don't know if he's the best I think he's the fourth best quarterback of his era, though. So that's also kind of a tough thing.
Yeah, but you could have said that about Jim Kelly and, a lot of other guys.
But they also went to Super Bowls.
Let's go to Chris and Sonoma. Chris, what's up? Let you guys argue a little later. Chris and Sonoma, what's up?
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
I'm great.
There you go. Hey, on the topic you guys were talking about Adam Silver, I think the biggest issue with the NBA are back-to-back games because it dovetails with what everybody calls the product, which is fans don't get to see the best players all the time because they're sitting out. So, this is a constant problem, and it's all about money. We know that. But eliminating back-to-back games would make things so much better, in my opinion, and that probably means you have to lop off at least a dozen games off the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And don't know how you do that because of money. But to me, 48 minutes is great. I always tell everybody the NBA is all about two numbers, 48 and 24.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you have to keep watching because things happen in the NBA that don't happen in any other forum of basketball around the world.
I think the problem with eliminating back-to-backs, which goes back to the inventory, if you're not going to reduce the inventory of games, you have to reduce something, right? And so they're not going to eliminate back-to-backs because that's how you fit it into a calendar year, right?
Stadium deals.
You can't play all year round.
Yeah, you may have the circus coming to town. You may have Disney on Ice. So the players.
But I'm just looking at playing for 11 months out.
But also
the
schedule. The schedule.
Agreed.
Where you have to rent out these arenas.
Absolutely.
These arenas could be booked for concerts, comedy shows,
hockey,
Disney on Ice, hockey. You may share an arena.
Yeah.
So there's all the factors that go into it. Ideally, I would like to see him cut back on the back-to-backs, no doubt about that. But they've tried to do a good job of eliminating 4 games in 5 nights. And sometimes it's tough to do that. So I get with the back-to-backs, but you can suck it up for a couple games here and there. If you got maybe 14 back-to-backs, okay, maybe you rest your stars for 7 of those back-to-backs. I get it. But you know what? Maybe 2 days off, a day off here and there. I don't know.
Look, if we were listing the issues with the NBA, the time allotted for the game, 48 minutes, is very low on the priority list.
Yeah, I think so, too.
But I think what's happening is they're working backwards. Okay, we can't eliminate the amount of games. Right. We can't really screw around too much with the schedule, right? And the calendar I'm talking about. All right, what can we tweak? I would say the number one problems, and he's not going to give you the suggestions, style of play. Foul hunting has become an art. You watched Shea last night. I think he earned a lot of those calls, but it gets weak. I think we need to bring back a little more physicality. I would allow them to pack the paint a little. You got to tweak something with the 3-point shot. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if it's changing how far it is. I don't know if it's you can only shoot it during certain times. I don't know what those are. I am open to any of it because I have seen the NFL continue to tweak their rules, and I think it's been for the better for the most part. And I've seen baseball tweak its rules for the first time in like 50, 60 years, and universally it's been embraced.
No doubt. No doubt. Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. Caleb, what's up?
What's happening, guys? How you guys doing?
Good, man. Good.
Good. Yeah, so just to piggyback off what the previous caller you guys are saying, I think number one is, look, people, athletes get injured. That's part of it. I'm not going to say, guys are faking injuries or anything like that. If you're hurt, you're hurt. But at the end of the day, I think what's turning people off is that a lot of guys are just missing games, and there's no guarantee that, if you go to see a game, your player's going to be playing. Number two, definitely the way the game has been called and officiated. The foul baiting, you literally could, whisper at a guy or blow in a guy's ear, and it's a technical foul. It's kind of crazy. And then lastly, too, I just think, look, Steph, KD, and Bron, these guys are all legends, But I think the NBA, like, we have to see something new. I think on these marquee days,
I would agree.
On Christmas, but we got to see some of these younger teams. Like, the Houston Rockets are, what, second in the West? And did they even play on Christmas?
No,
or did what's last time they won a big
I don't think anyone saw that coming, though. To defend the league is hard to see that coming at the beginning of the year, that people would want to see Houston on the grand stage. Can you at least, understand that?
No, 100%. I totally agree. But I just think, man, like, look, man, LeBron is 40. Steph is, 37. KD is, 36?
Yeah.
I just think it's time for the NBA to turn a leaf and start putting these younger teams that are playing really well on marquee calendar dates.
And I think they will. They will. They have a habit of doing that. When Minnesota was on Christmas, they looked at Minnesota saying, "Oh, this was one of our young teams with one of our bright young stars, Anthony Edwards. He needs to play on Christmas Day." Luka Doncic has played on Christmas for quite some time now in the Dallas Mavericks. So the NBA does do a good job of getting these marquee teams, these younger teams who are good on the Christmas Day matinee, on the Christmas Day holiday. So I think that'll happen for Houston. That'll happen for them.
And similar to like the NFL, I think the New York Giants suck. I don't want to watch them. Guess what? People actually watch them.
They do.
They have a huge fan base, and they're as much as you and me hate it, I do not want to watch them flexed into if I see another Cowboy Giants game flexed into Sunday Night Football, my head will explode. But they rate. And I look at the Lakers, take LeBron off the Lakers, they're still going to rate.
They're still going to rate. Christmas Day. Christmas Day.
That's what they do.
Yeah, it's Christmas Day. Christmas Day, the NBA had a hell of a day.
Yes.
Hell of a day. Best day in years. Let's real quick, before we get to the mayor of San Francisco, Daniel Laurie, let's go to George in Los Altos. Then we get to Eric
George.
in SF. What up, George?
Hey, guys. I had no idea you were 6'4", man.
How'd you know? How'd you figure that out?
You said it on TV last time, man. I watch all the things you say on TV.
I don't even remember. Hey, George, I don't remember what I said 5 minutes ago. You have a great,
I love it. So here's my idea on the back-to-back. I think you can make it work with back-to-backs if the only back-to-backs for a team are on their home court. Doing a back-to-back on the road, that's a bear for these guys. But there's got to be a way to arrange the schedule that if teams have to play a back-to-back, they do it on their home court. They don't do it on the road. Yeah. I think that's one thing. And Joe, do you like Nick Wright?
I actually find him to be quite funny. I don't consume a lot of his stuff. I actually think he's smart, and I think he knows exactly what he's doing. That's what I would say to you. I think he's really found his niche.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not a big fan. I don't want to disparage the guy, but I just can't deal with him. But anyway, fellas, that's all I had to say. That was my idea.
George, here's what I would say to you on Nick Wright. And I think he's smart, and it's annoying in another sense. He knows what people want to hear, and he knows that if I say certain things, it's going to trigger people, good or bad, and that's going to get a rile out of people. I know this. I would love to be able to fake certain opinions. I just can't. That's just not who I am. So there's days I come in and I feel X, Y, and Z. That's literally how I feel that moment. And then a week later, I kind of go back on that, and it drives Bonte crazy.
No,
but that's who I am.
It doesn't drive me crazy.
That's who I am.
I just try to understand it, man. How can you guys change opinions so quickly during the game? Stugatz was talking about it yesterday. It's that sounds like misery when they're firing coaches 1 minute and then
he said that I was
saying,
wrong.
"Hey, he's the coach of the year the next minute." That would drive me crazy. Anyway, one guy who doesn't drive me crazy, actually doing a lot of good so far, and I love his stories on Facebook and Instagram. He Facebooks a lot. He also Instagrams a lot. He's on the social media platform. Mayor Daniel Laurie, our new mayor here in San Francisco, joins us on the River Islands guest line, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And it feels like the inauguration was yesterday. Time flies. And now my guy's got his sleeves rolled up. He's walking the streets of San Francisco. Daniel, good morning, man. How you doing?
Good. How are you, Bonte?
I'm doing really good. And first of all, congratulations again. Once again, the inauguration was just absolutely beautiful. But your touch of having Jesse Peterson, a classmate of mine at San Francisco State, be the oath of office and conduct that was pretty damn cool, Daniel, man. It was a nice touch with the kids introducing people. I thought the inauguration, you hit a grand slam.
Oh, it was a beautiful day. We had those kids from all the public school, elementary schools here in the city, announcing speakers. Jessie, her story, it, Bonte, she's just incredible. We had Coach Kerr deliver a message of leadership and accountability. He was incredible. And Bonte, not to bring up a really tough subject, but he and his family lost their home, and I think he knew it walking up onto that stage. So those fires and the devastation there kind of hit home really quickly during that inauguration. But oh man, anyway, it was a beautiful day, but that was yesterday, and today is today, and we got to get going, and we're moving as fast as possible to make change here in our city.
Yeah, and we'll get to that in a little bit because I got to give you some love. I'm ripping 6th and Market and 6th and Mission forever. I drove up this morning and I am seeing some change. We'll get to that in a second. But we got the All-Star game coming. And I was telling Bonte, I went to the game the other day, and K Fico's little restaurant that they got over there at Thrive City, and now we got Senor Sisig over there, Bonte.
Senor Sisig,
and we got Splash that's going to open up. Thrive City, AT&T Park, or Oracle now, like that whole area, as someone who grew up in this region, with the All-Star game coming down there, I'm beaming with pride over what we've built as a community and what these owners have put in that area. What's it been for the city, as someone who studies the economics and the impact and all that, to have a world-class event like the All-Star game and Steph Curry participating in it right here in our backyard?
We all should have such pride in our hometown teams, and what I saw Joe Lake recently. What they have done at Thrive is nothing short of spectacular. And all these new restaurants opening up. The NBA All-Star Game has given them a target, and they're meeting it. And I'm loving to see all our hometown restaurants opening up there. They're not chained. They're, as you just said, K Fico, David Mayfield and Matt Brewer. A hometown duo that cares and loves the city right there. And so, these sports teams and these ownership groups have done incredible work for our community. Now we just need them to win. And we got a win last night over the number 1 team in the West. Pretty good. Andrew Wiggins, not bad. I'm still trying to figure out how we won, Bonte. How did we win that game last night?
a lot of heart, and you know what? I mentioned it to start.
He doesn't even know.
I tell you what, Daniel Lurie, championship grit and heart that you're showing for the city. Cavon Looney, Andrew Wiggins, Gary Payton II, champions showing championship grit and heart last night against the best team in the West. And you know what? Play defense. Don't foul all the time. Take care of the basketball. And you know what? Be decisive. And we're seeing that from Brandon Pajimski. He's a lot more decisive these days since he returned from injury. Dennis Schroeder, a lot more decisive. Stephen Curry was a lot more decisive in the second quarter. And you know what? I got to ask you, Mayor, you buying or selling at the deadline? Was last night a night where you said, you know what? They have it in this team to make a run in the Western Conference.
I saw General Manager Mike Dunleavy recently at actually the inauguration. I said, Mike, I got my job done winning. I need you to start winning. Ooh. And so he said he was on it. So I'm a buy. You got to go buy. Wait, can we talk about one thing?
Yeah.
That dunk I replayed with my son 7 or 8 times. I mean, that was the dunk of the year so far. That was beautiful.
Oh, that was shades of Kevin Johnson over Hakeem Olajuwon. That was a sick dunk. Yeah, baseline. The dagger. Come on, Dan. They don't call me the king of the Bay for nothing. You could be the mayor of San Francisco, Daniel Lurie, but I'll take the Bay Area off your hands.
How about Baron Davis over Karolinko?
See, that's good. That's hello. You'd be proud. That's a great one. That's a great one right there.
Speaking of big time dunks, one thing I love about you, I mean this with all sincerity. Yesterday, Chinese New Year, there was a lot of celebrations in the city. You're out and about, but I noticed because I'm conflicted. I'm a Reardon guy, but I got my niece who plays on the varsity team for SI. You went to the boys game down at SI, Reardon versus SI. I heard there were a lot of Reardon dunks in that game. Like, tell me about the atmosphere down there at Leo LaRocca court over there in SI.
Shasky, I met Ethan Castle.
Oh yeah.
This guy apparently goes to maybe 25 local high school games a week. And he covered it. I went with Doug Boak and Alec Perkins, they showed me the ropes over there. It was my first time at the SI gym. I know the SI coach, friends with him. But Reardon, that was 8 D1 recruits apparently, or 8-1 D1 legit players on that team. It was pretty impressive. They were dunking left and right.
How cool was that environment? Because over 2,000 people there. I had a lot of family and friends in the building. They said that it was just old school San Francisco to see a high school gym packed like that and everyone going crazy. Like, it's just, those are the things that I think that nationally we don't get enough love for, is that, like, we do have a great community and there are a lot of happy people out there. What was it like to be in that gym?
It is old school, and it was great, and it reminds me of what we talked about before. You know, the fight night between the firefighters and PD. You know, back in, I think that was in October or November, but yeah, it was a great atmosphere. The game, you know, SI stayed in it for the first half, although it didn't look good for them right out of the gate. But it was a great atmosphere, great student section. But it was a fun night.
No, it was always a fun night over there at SI. They do a good job, WCAL. But we also got to get you to the Academic Athletic Association, because they play some good basketball there, with the championship being played at Kezar Pavilion. But, Mayor, as we talk about the Warriors and the All-Star game, first let's get to the All-Star break again, because there's all these events happening, right? The Celebrity Game, the Rising Stars Challenge, the All-Star Game itself, the three-point shootout. What event are you looking forward to the most? Because I know you'll be in the building during the All-Star weekend.
I'm going to try to be running around to everything. We got Lunar New Year on Saturday night. We got the parade going through Chinatown.
Oh, yeah.
Few 100,000, maybe 500,000 people come through for that. We got 130,000 people expected just for the NBA All-Star weekend.
Wow.
So I'm really excited about going from the parade and racing over to the dunk contest, the three-point shootout. I'm curious about the round robin, or however they're describing it on Sunday. That's going to be interesting. I hope it's successful.
No, same here. What event is your son looking forward to the most? Because I know he's
11.
He turns 11 in a couple weeks.
Wow,
nice.
I think he's the dunk and the 3-point shootout.
Yeah.
I think the family's coming with me. After we walk the parade, we're going to rush over to see those two events.
Yeah. Well, you know, it hurts my soul when I hear Charles Barkley make fun of the city. Like, it really does. Like, and I know that part of it is tongue in cheek and part of it is he's a great entertainer and he's always looking for the laughs and all that. But, like, you know, as the mayor of this city and someone who really wants to, you know, help pull the community up by its bootstraps, when you hear him criticizing us, what's your retort to him, or what does it make you feel?
I want to show him the city. This is also something that a few members of the Warriors leadership and I have talked about. Like, listen, you know it, I know it. We got our issues, and that's why we're working day and night to try to clean up 6th Street. We're trying to get people the help that they need. And so when I hear outsiders talking smack about us, it gets me worked up, because they don't know us like we know our city. I am a little sick and tired of outsiders telling San Franciscans what we are and what we aren't. But the criticism is fair. He's trying to get a rise out of people, and so all I ask of someone like him who has a platform is give us a shot. I'll take you around. Chuck, I want to take you around and show you all the spots of San Francisco. And just like every city, we got our issues, but we got a lot to be proud of. And I'm proud of our city, and I know we're on the rise. No, it is on the rise. Yeah, I can see it booming now. And, even when I was we always joke around my European extravaganza out there in Italy, Mayor, in Lake Como, or excuse me, not even Lake Como, it was Positano, the Amalfi Coast.
And yeah, I'm doing. But seriously, people from New York and Australia
I want to go on vacation with you.
Hey, no, Daniel, trust me, we want to go on vacation with you.
The king doesn't bring mayors with him.
No.
Only other kings.
No, listen, we're flying commercial to Europe with you, Mayor. We're on a private jet, and then we're getting on the yacht, looking at the buzzing off. I want to go with you, Mayor. No, listen, but no, seriously, people from New York and Australia are saying, man, your city's really struggling, huh? Because they're just watching the news and social media. We all know social media and the news can build a narrative that makes your city look bad. Like you said, every city has its issues, and we're trying to do our best to clean up our issues. But I'm going to clean up some 49ers issues. Do you think they figured out their defense now, bringing Robert Saleh back? Come on, Mayor. Robert Saleh's back in the building.
I'm fired up about him being back. It's just a great reunion. I mean, we missed him. That was obvious, and so I hope it's not just for 1 year. But he's a talent, and I was excited to hear that news cross the wires last week.
So Super Bowl pick, we got to ask you because Mayor, if you heard about Mayor, have Shasky told you about our Philadelphia experience a couple years ago?
I want to hear it.
Well, it was not a good experience. It was horrible.
It was horrible.
So it was so horrible that I would rather see Kansas City win 3 Super Bowls in a row than root for the Eagles.
Did I tell you about? Oh, you were there. I was there. I took my son to the championship game where Brock got injured.
Mm-hmm.
My son wore shorts
we were
in
there.
the 42-degree. I was there.
Yeah.
I took him to that game, and he was crying the whole second half. And he got heckled. He was 9 at the time. He was getting heckled by Eagles fans.
They're the worst.
So there's no love for the Eagles. I will say Saquon is pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, he's
that offensive line looks like it makes holes, for a Mack truck to go through. But they're impressive. But here's my prediction, or here's my hope: a tie. Can we hope for a tie?
That would be great.
Yeah.
They just cancel the game and say, you know what? There's going to be no winner in 2024-25.
This is so brutal. This is not a good time to be a Niners fan.
No, it's not. All right, I got to ask you a straight up. What's your favorite slice of pizza in the city? I know it's a tough one. For me, it's Little Joe's on Mission Street. I'll filibuster while you keep going. I grew up on Little Joe's on Mission Street out there in the Excelsior. I know Tony's has got their hand in there. A lot of people are going to go there. Mozzarella on West Portal, Original Joe's now on West Portal. There's a lot of different places you can go. What do you like?
I mean, you're John is going to be upset. I'm not going to say Little Joe's, although I've been going and eating there a lot recently. I went to Atlanta's recently on the west side, which was
impossible to get inside, Mayor. I mean, I'm sure you got right in, but it's impossible to get a seat.
Shasky gets right in, too. All Shasky says, hey, I'm Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast.
You two get in. Don't give me that. All right. So I got out of sight the other day, which was pretty good. Joya is a go-to in our household in Hayes Valley. And then Tony's. For me, Tony's and Flower and Water, the new spot in North Beach, are pretty.
Flower and Water.
Those are sort of on rotation, and then this might be controversial, but some people love it, some people don't. But the K-Fico pizza and that crust,
it's delicious.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
My wife is somewhere nodding her head. Delfina and Flower and Water, like that. Giolina's, those are her spots. So you hit it on the head.
We got to get you out to the Richmond district because my boys in the Nazarios wouldn't be happy if I didn't give them a plug.
That's the after midnight.
The after midnight, before midnight.
I've had a few drinks.
Hey, no, good pizza's good pizza.
You know what I had last night?
What's that?
I went to the laundromat and I had a smash burger. A Wednesday night, they have great pizza there and great bagels, but Wednesday night smash burger. My wife and I, we waited in line for an hour and 20 minutes. The burgers came in 5 minutes, and it was worth it.
See, Mayor, listen. I love that you're waiting an hour. But you're the mayor of San Francisco now. You got to be like Joe Shasky here.
What?
Take advantage of your title and your power and cut the entire line and let them know I am Daniel Lurie, the mayor. You can't be. You got time. You got to do things, man. You're working around the clock. Can't be having you waiting in line for an hour.
Bonte, it was date night, and my wife and I were having a very good discussion, and it was fun, and the vibe was good in line, and people were fired up, and it reminded me. if you need any reminding that San Francisco is on the rise. It was packed with young people having good beers, good burgers, socializing outside January night. I mean, you couldn't beat it. So we were having a great time in mine.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mayor. All right, so you led me right into it. You know, you've declared a state of emergency. My uncle recently retired from the police department, and like he wanted to make it one of his onuses to clean up mid-market. You know, it's important. It's a thoroughfare for the city. I drive through it every single day, and it's been chaos the last couple of years. There's no other way around it. I drive at 4 a.m, and it's crazy. Like, it's legitimately crazy every single morning. I drove up this morning, and look, you got to start somewhere. I'm seeing some progress. What are you guys trying to accomplish with 6 and Market, between Mission and Market there? Because I can see that it's slowly starting to dissipate here. It's obviously going to take a long time.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be very clear-eyed about this. I don't want the problem to move from one block to the next, but what we're seeing it's crazy and it's unacceptable, and every one of my department heads knows that. The police chief knows that. Department of Public Health knows that. The group, we met yesterday, about 10 different department heads and myself. I got an update. I've walked 6th Street 7 or 8 times in the first 21 days in office. Like, I leave, I'm sitting at my desk, by the way, talking to you all in this beautiful office, but I don't love being in the office. I love going out and walking. And so I go out and I walk those streets. By the way, I'm not calling people and say I'm coming. I just go walk so I can see what is really going on. And it's not good. And so I think showing up, walking, thanking our public health officials, our police officers who are doing a job that feels impossible at times, but it's not. They're making slow but steady progress. We're going to get people off the street and into mental health and drug treatment beds. I'm grateful that it passed the fentanyl state of emergency ordinance. It passed 3-0 out of committee. It's going to the full board next week. It's going to allow us to move swiftly and urgently to get those people that are using off the street. And make no mistake, we are also going after those that deal drugs. And we're sending a message that you do not come to San Francisco to deal drugs or to do drugs any longer. We have to be tough and we have to be compassionate. And that means having beds for people to get into. Right now, there are not enough shelter beds and there are not enough drug or mental health treatment beds. But what is happening on the streets of Market and 6th, between not just Mission and Market, but all the way down to Howard, is unacceptable. I will not tolerate it. And I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight, Shasky, but we are going to see changes. And if we don't, you can hold me accountable, because I am dead set on making sure that we get people off the street and into the help that they need. It's unacceptable.
Yeah, well, as somebody raising my son here, I know Bonte's raising his daughter here. I've got full family that's been in and out of recovery. I've lost someone to the streets of San Francisco. I drive there every day. I just want a safe, good community. I got your back, and I'm riding with you, and I'm hoping we can get this done. We all want the same thing. So thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, well, thank you. There's no hope. We can't hope anymore. We have to get results. We have to act. And I believe that the police, SFPD, Department of Public Health, Fire Department, the DA's office, everyone is focused on action, and you're going to see a lot of action in the coming weeks.
No doubt. And you know what? From your inauguration, I got to say it was such a beautiful day. My people that told me, that invited me, say, hey, wear a pea coat. It's going to be really cold. But the sun came out. It shined. And I walked from City Hall all the way back down here to the studio. And it was just a glorious day. It's what I missed about the city. So I know the streets will get cleaned up. There's going to be issues at all the time. This is a major city.
Absolutely.
And we're not the only major city to have issues. I was just in New York. I saw a lot of the same thing, but nobody talks about it. So, Mayor, we're behind you. We believe in you, and we have a lot of hope that you'll restore the city and bring some of the businesses back and get this place booming again.
Well said.
We will. And let's have a great All-Star weekend. I look forward to seeing you both at a bevy of events.
Let's do it.
Absolutely.
See you,
Mayor Daniel Lurie here on the River Islands.
You all have a good day.
You too. Now get to work, Mayor. Get to work.
Let's go.
Wasted 20 minutes on the roast talking to us jabronis. Get back to work, Mayor. Now. No, I think we're going to go to Fast Five here.
Fast Five. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last...
I would rather be the White Sox. I got to do with anything.
I ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
I got to just want to press the button, just to press the button.
You know, B, it's one thing. We have a sports show here, obviously, but look, man, I care about my community, and I know you care about your community, and I care about the present and then the future and where we're going, and I want things to be better. And I'm not trying to turn this into any political thing. I'm just trying to make things a little better, and that's all I want to do. And I want to talk to people who are like-minded who also want to make things a little better. And we may disagree on how to get there, but at the end of the day, like, hey, man, pick yourself up by your bootstraps and let's do this all together as best we can.
I'm surprised you didn't ask about your RVs. The RVs have a...
Oh, that's next time we talk.
Okay, all right.
That's,
No
you know
RV
what?
talk.
I should
No
do a
RV
sit
talk.
down with him.
Yeah.
I told him I'd like to walk the lake with him while we do that. I'm dead
Walk
serious.
6th Street with him.
I will. I'll do it. You
I
know
know
me.
you would.
I'll bring my baseball
I
glove,
know.
too.
Oh, I know you would. My final thought is the Warriors. I can't stop thinking about them in the championship grit. Marcus Thompson wrote a story about the championship grit. It was fascinating that he wrote this. It just got produced 3 hours ago, or published 3 hours ago, where he's talking to Looney, GP2, and Wiggins. And Looney declared, like, hey, I want to stay. I know what the game is. I've been here long enough. My locker mates change a lot of times. It might be my time. Who knows? That's the NBA. I definitely would not be sleeping that night whenever that time is for the trade deadline. I'm going to be up. But the first part is I want to be here. I don't want to leave. And you know what? Quite frankly, I don't want Looney to leave because he shows championship grit night in and night out. It sacrifices for the betterment of the team, whether he plays 2 seconds or 25 minutes. I'm a Loon Dog stan. I want Loon Dog in the Bay for as long as he's playing.
Well said.
7 years ago today, the Chiefs traded this guy named Alex Smith to Washington, and that cleared the way for them to give the starting quarterback job to some kid named Patrick Mahomes. And I don't know, I've been living under a rock during those 7 years, but I guess it's worked out pretty well for them. But yeah, 7 years ago today. There's a Stugatz take about how it won't work out, but we don't have time to play it. But
oh, man.
Trades are hard.
He said it wouldn't work out, huh?
Basically, the summation was like, I dare you to make Mahomes as good as things have been with Alex Smith. So, like, there's cold takes out there, and then there's cold takes that you just wish to God came true.
Oh,
do it 3 times in a row, Patrick. Then get back to me.
Jordan did it 3 times in a row twice.
Exactly.
Twice.
Please.
Twice.
In a much tougher conference.
Is that your final thoughts, Benoni?
Wait, you think that the East back then was tougher than the AFC?
I was not
okay,
barely
I
alive.
don't know. I don't know.
My final thought, good for Steve Wilkes. He is built for this.
Good for Steve Wilkes.
Is that Jets defense going to be top 10 next year? They got the pieces.
Sauce,
Quentin Williams, CJ Mosley. They got some ballers over there. Going to lose DJ Reed. Let's see, Steve Wilkes. Back in business, folks. Back in business.
Shout out the Raiders for bringing back Patrick Graham.
Patrick Graham is back.
Continuity.
Looks lean. That's Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Guru next. They'll talk about the Giants offseason. They'll talk about Brock Purdy and his future money. They'll also bring up the Sacramento Kings and De'Aaron Fox. They may go into San Jose Sharks talk. Maybe they'll talk some Warriors. Just maybe.
Sure. Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January.
No. You cannot start the show like this.
Are we in black again?
You cannot start the show like this.
No, I'm just keeping it real, man. And it is Ernie Chavez that can help us out, but also Zucci, man, because he's a super P1. But, Steiny, we made the bet.
3 seconds.
UCLA, Maryland, and then you told me last week you would pay me Friday. You didn't. I didn't want to bring it up at the cafeteria. But forget all that. The Warriors had their biggest win of the year.
I'm pretty sure you bet Evan, and I was a bystander.
This is how you say it. I want some of that action. That was your verbiage. I want some of that action.
Well, you lost the bet from last night because I had the Warriors. Because I've been more upbeat about the Warriors than you, and so now we're even.
Thank you, Evan. That hurts. People came at me in my mentions. I don't care on Twitter. No, Goo, you called it. I said this has the ingredients of the biggest win of the year, and they got it.
Anybody could say that before the game.
But they did.
The City's the best team in the league.
Yeah. Dude, what a win.
See?
Yeah. Down 14 early. I'm Steiny.
And yesterday we're in here. This is rock bottom. Rock bottom. They just beat the Thunder, baby.
Yeah, Drew down. Don't let them bring you down, Goo. I'm not. That was a big win.
Try vice versa. That's how they got to do it, ladies and gentlemen. That's how they got to do it.
Keyword they. Cavon Looney, Gary Payton II. If you could get that Wiggins every day, good Lord, Steiny. Yeah, you'd probably be 5th seed. Wiggins was incredible.
He was good.
And then Curry got hot, and he needed to. Boy.
I mean, when I'm watching that game last night, I'm thinking, well, that's how they must have gotten to 12-3.
There it is.
Okay, how did they start 12-3? We didn't remember the last couple weeks.
No, you're right.
But now it's like, okay, that's how they must have started 12-3. And, again, I forget the win they had three or four games ago where I felt like I said the same thing about this is how they got to win. I mean, they got to be able to win when Steph scores 20.
Okay.
Not 30.
Yeah.
And
he didn't even have that last night.
He didn't have a great first half last night. They hung around, and that is the recipe. It's plain and simple. Over-reliance on Steph is only going to get you short-term places, I think.
But what was refreshing is when he gets open, Steiny, he's hitting that was the Olympic Steph. They were big shots. And I know he was 0 of his last 13 early in the first half, going back to the game before. But that's why I keep saying he's not done. What can we do to just and Looney setting the screens? We've seen this movie before, but OKC and SGA was phenomenal. But I think that played into the Warriors' hands, the fact that he was doing everything, Steiny, and then they start throwing bodies at him. Pod showed up, Gary Payton II, Looney, and Curry, and all this without Draymond.
And Kuminga.
Oh, and Jonathan Kuminga. You're right.
You know what I was thinking?
I'm on a high, man.
You know what I was thinking? What do you say we make a pact today?
All right.
Warriors won last night. It was their biggest game of the year. Biggest win of the year. How we don't talk about Draymond at all today?
Let's do it.
I'm going to try.
We got Bob Myers at 10:45.
Now and I'll tell you why because I'm looking at him over there on the bench last night.
I can't stop.
And I'm thinking.
I can't stop.
I don't need to see him come back.
Well, see, I'm not there.
I'm not, put it this way. I'm not chomping at the bit for Draymond Green to come back.
Well, you're going to see Anthony Davis next week. So next Thursday, we'll have a watch party at Bay Street, Emeryville. You and I will be there from 6 to 8. But maybe AD won't be in that game, but Steiny, you need him. But it's about Rob Lowe. And this one don't hit like I want it to hit. One of the great movies about last night. That was a great, gutsy win, man. Yeah. And I didn't see it coming when they were down 14. I'll say it.
Yeah, look, it's no secret that we got a trade deadline coming up in exactly 1 week, and we've spent a lot of time talking about what this team could do, what they should do, what they might do, what they won't do. And I just, sometimes you get lost and you forget, and you watch a game like last night, and again, it's just one game.
Because people are on here are like, Guru, Steiny, don't let that game fool you.
I won't let it fool me.
I appreciate that. We're not, but I do wonder, and we got Bob at 10:45, Bob Myers, Steiny, what if they go on a run before the 6th? Does that alter your plans? And I think if I were in the Warriors' position, it wouldn't.
it wouldn't, but because you got to think down the road, right? You got to think about what you've been thus far up into this junction to where, and Anthony Slater, thank you, Evan Giddings, had a great piece in The Athletic just about what's going on in the Warrior building and the talk and the whispers around the trade deadline. We said we won't bring it up, but Steiny, that was what you just said, the 12-3 team last night without two of their guys.
Right. So we've been talking about this team because they've been 11-20 over their last 31 games, and now they win one. And again, it's like, it depends how you want to look at it. Well, don't let it fool you.
Yeah.
Fool me into what? Thinking they're a title team? I don't think they're a title team. Fool you about what? About being a top 4 seed? I don't think they're a top 4 seed.
No, thinking about not needing to make a move to make you better.
Yeah, well,
wherever that takes you.
I put that off to the side.
Okay.
And I look at a team like last night and I say, well, how consistent of an effort could they give like last night? How sustainable is last night? Could that really be the way you get to 45 or more wins?
Yeah.
And like they needed to play a game like that because they hadn't played one like that in a while. So, yes, that's why I think a game's important. Yesterday, I'm in here thinking, I don't know if they can beat any of the any of the good teams. I mean, maybe they're destined to finish 35-47. But they go and they play a heck of a game last night. They beat OKC, and you see what it can look like when it's good. And they're not a bad team.
No doubt, man.
They haven't been playing well the last, 2/3 of this season so far, but they're one game over 500, and they're going to keep playing games. And if those guys play like that, they're definitely going to get it. They'll definitely end up in the play-in if this is their MO. And that's a start.
Yeah. And I get excited too. Well, when I look at the standings, Steiny, you can tell me what you think of this. We can do it. I think it's fair. But you look at the 5th seed, and the Warriors are only 3.5 games behind the 4th and 5th seed. So 4.5 behind Denver in the 4th seed. So it's still there. And I know it's not baseball. You don't play 162. But Steve Kerr said something. I'm watching Bonte, Mullen, and Fetzy after the game, and they go to Kerr, Steiny, and he said what you just touched on. In this association, you kind of don't fluke your way into 12-3. Something was going right then. And you're right. Maybe they tapped into that last night and that bottle is back full. But, man, if somehow, that's 2 in a row, right? Utah, whatever. You can't – Utah's Utah, but it's a game on the schedule. And now you got one at home against KD. And if somehow they can start getting hot, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. So let's say you're a Warrior fan, and I know you are because you're listening to this show, and we talk a lot of Warriors, and you've heard us talking about Butler and Levine and Vucevic, Zion, and anybody else who may be available. When you see a game like last night, does it change your opinion of this team? Does it lessen the urgency in your mind? Oh, we got to do something. And I firmly believe that after watching a game like last night, it at least shows you that they can be successful if they play a certain kind of way and guys play to a certain level. And we hadn't seen that, it feels like, in weeks.
Yeah.
So they played a hell of a game last night, and they're feeling good, and the trade deadline's a week away, and you got to make decisions. But in the meantime, you have a win to build off of, and you should be feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah.
But 888-957-9570 is the number. Just asking Warrior fans how they feel about last night's game and whether it just peps them up a little bit after, start being worried about this team for so long. All right, what's coming up on the game? We got Bob Myers. Bob Myers coming up today, former president of basketball ops for the Warriors. He's going to join us at 10:45. Then we also have Eric Armstead today at the end of the show at 1:30, former 49er defensive tackle. We will be giving away another spot in Knockout at the Chase Center. That's in the 12 o'clock hour. And then another contest at 1 o'clock for you a chance to win a trip to Vegas to see March Madness. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you just stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
That fires up a three and missed it. Rebound goes to Wallace. 5 seconds ago, his outlet stolen by Wiggins, and that's it. This ball game is over. A W for the Dubs. And a gritty effort and a standing ovation for Golden State as they knock off the top team of the Western Conference. The final score 116-109. And maybe the confidence that this team has been lacking for the last month and a half is starting to come back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tim Roy on the call last night right here on 95.7 The Game. He and Tom Tolbert, another stellar job, and the Warriors also playing one of their best games of the year. Their biggest win of the year, I think, no doubt, considering where it's come in the schedule and how they've been struggling. But for one night, the Warriors definitely put it all together, and contributions abounding. Wiggins was terrific. Steph closed in a big way.
Yes, he did.
Podziemski has been playing well since he's returned from injury. Slow-mo helps him a little bit last night. Get a win. Schroeder. And
Payton with the dunk, the facial.
That's the way they're going to have to do it, ladies and gents. The days of Steph kind of carrying you game after game after game, and we're all just kind of waiting for those special moments. They're going to be a little more infrequent, but if you can fill in the gaps between those times with that kind of play last night, maybe this is how the Warriors get it done this year.
And what about Cavon Looney, Steiny? 4 blocks.
Yeah.
And they were all huge.
Yeah, he was terrific. This is Steve Kerr talking about what they did. Oh, by the way, we Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 52 last night.
Yeah.
He's a pretty good little player.
Steve, you mentioned before the game you wanted to keep Shai off the line. That didn't work out so well, but overall.
I under 30, I was hoping, and so we got the job done. Yeah.
All right, I wanted to play that funny one first. Anyway, so here's what's going on today, ladies and gents. 12 o'clock, we're going to give you a keyword, and this is for your chance to play knockout on Chase Center floor with some 95.7 The Game talent and a bunch of listeners. We did it last year. It was a great event. And during the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to give you a keyword. And then we're going to play a sounder a few minutes after that. And when we play that sounder, you're going to call into the contest line. And a specific caller will be registered to play knockout at Chase Center. Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. He's coming up today.
He called the game last night on ESPN.
Yep, he's coming up today in a half hour. He'll be joining us at 10:45. Like Goose said, he was on the call last night for ESPN for that game. So we got Bob Myers at 10:45. And then 1:30, Eric Armstead, former San Francisco 49er, and we'll catch up with him. He's got some great stuff he's working on, and we'll also get his input on Robert Saleh coming back, his Super Bowl thoughts, and maybe some ideas on where he thinks the 49ers are right now without him.
Yeah. It's going to be a big draft, and the Niners got some money to spend to try to get back in contention, Stoney.
All right, so here's Steve Kerr talking about the second half of that ball game last night.
All in all, I just thought our second half intensity, the way everybody scrapped out there, every single guy who came on the floor just scrapped and gave us great minutes. And I could go up and down the roster, but it was kind of a vet game. Loon, Gary, Kyle, Wiggs, all these guys just came through. Dennis was amazing, second half, especially defensively. And so our guys came up big against, best team in the league. So it's a great win.
Was a great win.
Now, I have not questioned effort with the Warriors before, but there have been some times where they're not closing out on the three-point lines. Three-point line, we've had callers kind of allude to that. And I was like, I never bought into that. But I know life is about 90% is psychological, right, Steiny? How much do you think this effort was because OKC was, quote-unquote, the best team in the league, and nobody gave the Warriors a chance, and on their home floor, they were plus 10.5 dogs. I believe that had something to do with, it ain't, come on now.
I mean, it may be more fear than anything, that if they know they come out and don't play well or don't play the right way, they could get blown out.
And it was down 14 early.
And they kept, they kept hanging in there, and they kept, their defense was good enough all night that Oklahoma City never really got totally going on offense. Oklahoma City never had a monster run where they really had the Warriors on their heels. And I felt like once the Thunder didn't pull away midway through the second, that we might have ourselves a ball game. And then, sure enough, in the second half of the ball game, the Warriors just started gaining more and more confidence, and they showed you how they can beat a good team, and we hadn't seen that in a little while. So you got to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, and OKC had 18 more field goal attempts than the Warriors started, and they still were able to do what they did, but they missed some easy shots, and so did the Warriors, OKC, I thought.
Yeah, and I was reading this morning, Marcus Thompson wrote a story on, I guess we're calling them the vets, the three veterans that we've gotten to know on this team: Looney, Gary Payton II, and Wiggins.
Okay.
And
what about them?
The story was essentially, if the Warriors do anything at the deadline, chances are at least one of those guys has to go. And the idea is that while neither of them are superstars, they've all been entrenched here for a while. Looney's been here his whole career. Gary Payton's now a fixture, and Wiggins has quietly been here, 4 or 5 years. So do you want to see this team part with any of those type of guys that I would call maybe culture guys? The one thing that was in the Slater story today, Goo, was that the Warriors locker room right now, like, these are important guys: Looney, Gary Payton II, and Wiggins, that they're important, like they're stabilizing factors in the locker room. So you ship out one or two of those guys, you bring in one or two new guys, and it might change something that might not be positive. So, all three of those guys are terrifically professional, and the idea was that, just be careful if you're gonna move these guys next week.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I hadn't really thought of it like that, but that will happen. But it's just interesting, Stoney, and we're focused on the game, just what one win will do. And now it's 2 wins because you handled business against Utah. But I sat down on the couch, fired up the game, and I didn't expect to see what I saw from Cavon Looney. Remember, I've went on rants about he should never be forgotten. But he answered the bell. Gary Payton II. Let's put the right on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. As great as SGA was, Donnie, Wiggins took a turn. They made it difficult. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to say a guy that scored 52 tired at the end, but they made it hard on him. And he's so great. He was getting the buckets. But we will see moving forward, what they decide to do, if there's anything out there, or is this team tapping back into the 12-3 magic?
Well, it's a good question. 888-957-9570 is the number. Last night's game, nice win over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Does it change anybody's outlook leading into the trading deadline a week from now? I mean, obviously, if the Warriors are making calls about the big boys, let's say Butler, Levine, Vucevic, I don't think anybody's saying, well, now we don't have to make any moves because we're title bound. Obviously, that's an exaggeration. But, again, when you see a game like that, and you hadn't seen one of those games in a while, it at least gives you the idea that you can recreate it. You can go out and do it again, and then maybe again. And so maybe the urgency, and I guess that's the one thing that had been hitting me the last week or two, Goo, is it's felt like the Warriors had to do something. They have to do something. They have to do something. But you come in on a day like today and you realize, well, maybe it's not as urgent as everybody is saying.
Stoney, I wholeheartedly agree. I'm just looking at 30 assists, and I don't want to say that's coinciding with Pods coming back, but we could, count. They went 11 deep last night, and everybody made contributions. But I am wondering, is that what we're watching? And maybe that's when it's all said and done and the dust is settled and the 6th is past, February. Maybe we were hoodwinked to think that 12-3 was a fluke, and maybe more to who they were than needing to go make wholesale changes.
Yeah, I mean, like the way
I get it.
The way I look at it is, okay, I'm just speaking for myself. All right, so they win a game last night against OKC, and let's just say I'm playing a game, and I'm like, all right, Steiny, what do you think of the Warriors now? Did anything major change? Well, not really. I mean, I'm not more interested in going after Jimmy Butler today than I was yesterday. I'm not less interested in going after Jimmy Butler if that's what they're doing, or any player. I might be a touch less likely to make a move that I was really worried about making. After seeing what I saw last night, but I mean, I'm still in the same place. What's that? I don't want to mess with future firsts. I don't necessarily want to bring an old guy in here. And those are the reasons why I wouldn't make a move. And 2-3 days ago, that looked stupid because they couldn't win a game. And now they beat Oklahoma City and Utah. And you think, well, they're not as bad as we thought.
And I'll say this to that, Steiny, even as it felt like, you know what, there was no hope, they were still either 500 or a game below. It was never just something to where like this thing's, too far gone. But I do want to ask you a question because yesterday you kind of hit me and I didn't let you know. When you said, I said, Steiny, if somehow they could pull off a miracle. Well, guess what, Steiny? It's not a miracle. It was 1 of 82. OKC is better than you in the standings, and right now they're the best team in the NBA. So coming into this game, I didn't give the Warriors much of a chance, but is it fair for me to just, if I were to walk in the Warrior locker room and say, why can't we get this effort? Or would that be too far-fetched or almost an insult? If we're capable of this against this caliber of a team, why can't we bring this night in, night out? And maybe they are, but something was different about last night. Maybe you said the fear. Maybe it's that.
It's not so much
because they were down at half, 10 points.
It's only 10.
Yeah, no, but if they were scared, they would have just went in the tank we ain't supposed to be here. It'll be 20 middle, third, and it's over. That's the point.
I watched the first half, and I'm like, they're down 10. They could be down more.
All right.
But they're right there at 10.
All right.
And they're still playing at home.
That's a victory.
And, I think, like, that's a game where maybe on another night they're down 17 and they can't overcome it. And this is kind of what I want to get to today, the heart of the discussion. And maybe this is the phrase I'm going to latch on to from the 408. You can't let this win fool you. We know what this team is. They're an 11 seed. They need to make a trade. All right. The idea of don't letting a win fool you. I mean, I think we can all acknowledge we're smart enough to not say, well, this team was going to miss the playoffs yesterday, and now they can make a run to the conference finals. All right, so they're not fooling me like that. I'm not saying, wow, now that, I'll tell you what, Goo, maybe they can make a championship run. Like, it's not fooling me like that. But I look at the game last night, and I'm saying, well, this is how they can be a better team. And I don't know if better means getting to 10, 8, 6, or better than that. But I really would like to say, I really do feel like if they can recreate that kind of game, and I know every game's not the same, they're going to start winning more games than they lose. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's the first thing before I even start looking at the standings. Can we go 6-3 over the next 9? Because if you go 6-3 over the next 9, you're going to go from 11 to 9 probably. And that's the way you're going to have to work through the standings.
Yeah. And while you do that, Stoney, and you already said, Goo, I get it. If that's what you're doing, I'm getting excited just about if there are no moves. Maybe they are, tapping into that 12-3 version of themselves without 2/3 of their, 2 guys that are, in their starting lineup when they're healthy, Kuminga and Draymond Green. They did this without those 2 guys.
Let's get to how much this team needed the win. Steve Kerr on how much this win was needed.
I think this group, we know they're capable. What we saw early in the year was not a mirage. You don't just fall into that. But watching the tape of the OKC game that we played on the road early in the season when we were rolling, you could just see a bounce in our step. There was a look in our eye, and I didn't see that tonight early in the game. We've struggled to play with that bounce and that confidence here the last month or so. So it's great to see us fight through that and then kind of reach that state in the second half where like you could see the belief, you could see the energy, and felt like we captured that again. And now we got to sustain it, obviously.
All right, so that's Steve Kerr essentially talking about, the Warriors with a bounce in their step that he hadn't noticed in the past.
Or the first half. That's what I think makes this win sweeter, Steiny. It wasn't like they just got off, everything was perfect. Jamie Lee Curtis, they were down 14, they were down 10 and a half, and they still went in at half, did whatever they did, said what they had to say, and they came out, showed grit. They were grimy, and I think that's why I'm more excited about the win because they had to overcome.
Let's go to Connie in Belmont.
Hey.
Start us out. Connie in Belmont. How you doing, Connie?
Hey guys, how you doing this morning?
Doing well.
I know you're good. Love the show.
Thanks.
I am just calling. So this team started out 12-3 for a reason, like Steve Kerr said. And I just feel like, we had a lot of guys out. We had Pods out. He wasn't doing well at the beginning. That's fine, but we know he's a baller, right? Draymond Green's out. Kuminga gets out. GP2 is out. We have the pieces. They're all coming back now. Pods is back. He's looking good. GP2 is back, looking great. We have the pieces. We just got to let them gel, keep playing, and I think we have everything. I don't think we need to trade. I don't think a Jimmy Butler's going to help. I don't think can't even say his name right, can help. I just think we have the pieces, and we just need to let them be, and I think we're going to be fine. Another part of this, the big thing about that win last night, is you can tell the confidence level. That win is going to really help their confidence level. I think they've been down. I think the fans really sometimes don't help. And I know these guys feel bad when they're not doing well for their team. So, it's huge. This will help. Like Buddy Hield, he had some great plays last night. Schroeder's finally kicking it. It just feels really good right now. And I think we need to just let them be. Let them be and see how it goes. I could be wrong, but that's my gut feeling. I feel good about them. So that's my 2 cents. And have a great day.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you. It's a positive call to start the day.
And Lake Up and Company could be thinking that way. Who knows?
I mean, like I said, it's not all. They're not going to They're not going to stop making calls or stop taking calls because of last night's win. But I do think it relieves a little of the urgency. One thing I was thinking, and this is, we talk about all the players contributing and, can it work? And there's some, to me, advantages and disadvantages. Like the one challenge is and Connie mentioned it, they were missing Payton for a little. They're missing Kuminga for the last few weeks. Draymond's missed some time. Curry's been out 9 games for whatever reason. And like on the one hand, it's good that you got 12 or 13 players, but the issue now becomes when you get momentum, or let's say they have a little momentum now.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, how did you get that momentum? Well, Wiggins has been playing pretty well, and Pods is back into well, now you're getting Kuminga back, and now you're getting Green back. And so that playing time's got to cut into somebody else's playing time, and then can that somebody else keep being effective? If Pods played, 30 minutes last night, something like that. Can Pods cram more positivity into less minutes? And then that's how you feel the effect of like a Kuminga and a Draymond Green coming back, because you don't want Draymond coming back or Kuminga coming back and they're a little rusty, and then they're rusty, and the guy whose place they're taking isn't playing as much, and then his performance suffers. So they got some balancing to still do.
Yeah, Paz with 18 minutes. Donnie made a big step back 3. Well, it was a 2. It was a long 2.
No,
18 minutes last night.
I thought he played more than that. Yeah. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. What's going on, Trevor? How you doing?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Good. Got just a couple of points to make. Last night, game was awesome, and I can't figure this team out too much, but I was watching the game last night, and I just want to say 2 things. One, I never thought that this team had a problem with their physical ability or talent. It's mental. And if they can get over that mental hurdle, I think they can play like they played last night. To Guru's point, why can't they put in this effort night in and night out? They should and they could. One thing I wanted to point out, though, and let me know what you guys think, but Buddy Hield, playing him less minutes, actually, I think, and giving those minutes to other players, I think probably is the key to this, since he has really not come around in the last 10, 15 games or more. I noticed last night he played less minutes, especially in the important times of the game as well, and it actually helped the team more. So I think, I hate to say like pushing him back and taking his minutes away, but I don't know if you guys noticed that or not. It seemed as though him kind of being out of the lineup as much kind of helped the combination of players that were in together kind of string together a win, and I think some of the more gritty players were out there more. Guy Santos had a great night last night. He only scored 3 points, but, I mean, the effort out there is just every time I see him on the court, I love watching him play from a defensive standpoint. And to Kerr's point, he said earlier, you want to play off your defense anyway, and the defense has got to get better. But with those guys, I mean, I think it was a great game last night. I don't know why they can't do it every single night, night in, night out. I think it is mental, and I think if they get over that, maybe you got something. But I think a move still needs to be made. I still think they need to make a trade.
All right, appreciate it, Trevor. Thanks for the call. 510 from the text line. I feel like they played the same as they have all season. The difference is the shots just went down last night. Well, that's kind of the chicken and the egg thing. I mean,
Raymond Ritter is the make or miss lead.
Shots go in, and then guess what? Your defense is better. And then another shot goes in, and your defense gets better. Like, that's kind of how it works. That's why you always hear coaches talk about, well, our missed shots affected our energy.
Right.
Because that's what happens. It's natural, and you got to fight against that.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you this, Donnie, my favorite part of the game outside of the win, I mean this because it doesn't happen often. The Warriors got to the free throw line 28 times.
How many did they make?
23.
Yeah.
That's 82%.
I thought they were a bad free throw shooting team.
Last night they weren't. And Looney was making his. Wiggins was like damn, 20. And that's the best defensive team in the league, OKC. So you got them to foul you? I'll take it.
I think Wiggins is over 80% now from the line. He's never been that high, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Here's what's going on. On the other side, we got Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. Of course, now he works for ESPN, and he was on the call last night for the Warriors-Thunder game. Bob Myers, one of our frequent guests in the past, is visiting with us on the other side to talk some Warriors, and we're going to get his perspective, obviously. Tell you what I want to know. What's it like dealing with Joe Lacob a week before the trade deadline? Because I want to know what Mike Dunleavy's going through. We'll talk about that with Bob Myers. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
New year, fresh start.
How about Golden State 7-1 after the win in Boston earlier tonight?
They're doing a great job. I mean, they got rid of that old GM, and they're just cruising.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in good friend Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations of the Golden State Warriors, and obviously he's just put together one of the best football teams in the NFL, the Washington Commanders, who had an unbelievable run. He's scheduled to go to the Florida Panthers and work with them next, and then another MLB team probably. What's up, Bob? How you doing?
Boy, what's up, guys? How's it going?
He's already started early, Bob. How you doing, man?
Oh man,
Hey,
I'm doing good.
Let me start here, and it's a week before the deadline, and it was about 2 weeks ago. There was a story in The Athletic, and it just mentioned that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy were talking animatedly outside the Bridge Club after one of the losses, and my first thought was, can you take us through like what the week is like before the trading deadline? And I think about you guys with, you had you and Joe and Kirk, and you got to keep Steve in the loop, and you got, Larry Harris and other guys who were there. Like, how busy is it? How much communication are you in? And how frenzied is it?
It's pretty rough. I mean, it's much more than maybe the public realizes. This isn't like you woke up 2 days before the deadline and decided to make a trade. I can tell you about the Wiggins one we did. It's pretty exhausting from a standpoint of just running out a ton of ground balls. I mean, most of the stuff you discuss in detail, you don't end up doing, or you'll move forward, you'll get to the 10-yard line with another team, and they'll just pull out and say they got a better deal somewhere else, or they'll change the deal, or something will happen. A guy will sprain his ankle, the deal's off. Somebody's medicals will come back negatively. But every time you go through it, you learn something, and you learn about your peers. You learn who you can trust. You learn about your own group. Some people in the group are more aggressive, some more conservative. Ultimately, it's Joe's team. It's his call. And I accepted that, and that's what every organization operates under, is it's the owner's team. And more so than ever, owner's engagement, the prices of these teams, the values of these teams. If you guys bought a team, I'm sure you would have your say, as you should. So you're balancing all these things. The coach certainly has a way of expressing themselves. I was lucky with Steve. We had a good partnership. I knew kind of where he stood. But the truth is, there's a media component to it. There's a part about what are the fans going to think? What would the business ops think? That all matters because, it more so than ever. The power of how a deal is received is probably never been greater. Like to believe you put your head down and do what you think is best. But more organizations now, whether it's social media or the reaction, is discussed. It's actually discussed. Every year I saw that grow. But guys, it's not perfect. I mean, you just do the best you can. You try to placate all the powers in your organization. Clearly, for me, you'd loop in Steph, you'd loop in the key stakeholders, and then you do what you do. And sometimes it's nothing. But when I remember we were doing a Iguodala's deal, and that was a free agent deal. It wasn't a trade deal. And I remember going through it and thinking to myself, this isn't going to happen. We're not going to get him, and no one cares. So to come on the radio the next day, for me to see you guys at the bar, I know you guys, I might say, guys, we had a lot of stuff going. And at the very end, I mean, couldn't get there. You might have some empathy, but the general public doesn't care. Right. They just say you didn't get a deal done. So you suck. And why didn't you do it? So there's part of it. But, you get paid a lot of money, and that's part of the deal. That's part of the job.
Bob, always good to talk to you. I got a million questions, my friend. I'll start with this one. So when the Warriors, decide, what, we need to make a move. We need some enhancements. If the team were to get hot in the current play, the Warriors have won 2 in a row. If does that change matters up top? Like, do you guys take that into account? Or once you decide we need to make a move, if the team were to get hot, does that change anything in regard to the thought process?
It does. It probably changes it more than it should. Just like you probably woke up today react. You more than Steiny, I'm sure. You know, your reaction.
Win of the year, Bob.
And Guru, I like that about you, by the way. I do. You need a guy like that in the group. But yeah, I mean, probably we all got that recency bias in us. We're human beings. You know, however, if you and I played basketball and you had a great day, you'd think you're great. And the day you suck, you think you suck. I mean, that's just who we are. You have to temper that, though. You have to look at the body of work and say, how real is this? Is this just a variance? Did we just make more threes and they missed more? Or what was this run? What did happen? Was the team we're playing healthy? Were they not? Are we healthy? Are we not? When we lost 3 in a row, what was going on there? And the good news is the trade deadline, you're 45, 50 games in sometimes. That's a big body of work. And so you have to look at all of it. And then you have to look at what are we trying to gain by this? So we made this deal. What do we hope happens here? Right? So we traded for this player. What should be our proper expectation? Because it can't just be we did something. That satiates some people for a week or two. But if it doesn't get the results you want, so let's say you're making a big deal and you're trading a first-round pick, within the group, you got to say, what do we think this is going to do for us? We think this trade gets us from a play-in team to a team in the top 6. Or we think this trade gets us from the first round to the second round, or second round to the Western Conference Finals. The issue, though, what you're saying is you have to stop. You say you win 4 in a row before the deadline or win 3 in a row. You have to kind of push back on that and go, okay, that was just 3 games out of 48. Let's just pause a little bit. But it's hard to do that sometimes.
Yeah, and we're talking to Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. Is it even a little trickier for the Warriors because they started 12-3, then they were, I don't know, 10-18 or 10-19, and I get it. It is only one game, but you see a game like last night, and to me, I thought to myself, well, I guess that's how they started 12-3 with those kind of games last night. So, I'm just kind of wondering how you balance that, and when you see a game like last night, does it reduce the urgency a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard because which team is it? Is it the team that lost to Toronto in the road, or is it that? And the truth is, it's both. I wouldn't weight one any more than the other. Both things happened. So you have to find an answer for that. And the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? You're not that every night, but you're also not what happened in Toronto, or I'm taking any bad loss or any great win. If you were that, you'd have won 12 games if you were the team that lost the teams you think you're better than. If you were what you were last night, you have 28, 29 wins maybe. And I'm not saying they can't be that. I think they're closer to that than a team that's in the bottom. But it's consistency, getting healthy for sure. They got a big road stretch coming up. But, it's very personal. I mean, nobody has – you, myself, and Guru could argue all day and night about how good is this team, right? And those would be subjective opinions. And you've both been around a long time. And I'm not saying I'd be more right than you, but then we'd have to look at the analytics and say, okay, based on how we've performed all in for the last however many games, who are we really? What should we expect? We've been very unlucky. We should have 5 more wins. If the numbers tell you that, that's important. But when you get into this emotional, we just won 3 in a row or we lost 3 in a row, that's where you kind of get in trouble. But that's what the group's for. But it's a fascinating time of year. The fan engagement is huge this time of year for agency. As a GM, it's one of the few times you can actually do something. But as far as big deals, Matt, I mean, you tell me, and you guys, either of you, what team, and this has nothing to do with the Warriors, in the history of the NBA, what team made a deal at the deadline that just changed everything for the rest of that season? Even when the Mavericks did Kyrie, who I think is a really good player, and they went to the Western Conference Finals the year after they traded for him. When they traded for him, it didn't work for those 30 games because basketball involves 5 guys and systems. I mean, even Schroeder, who he's finally, I think, getting it a little bit after how many games? 20-something?
Yeah.
So that's the question you ask. Like, when you do a deal, what do you expect to happen this season? It's hard.
Bob, I'm the president of because I'm very inquisitive when it comes to Andrew Wiggins, because I know the skill set he possesses, and we saw it in 2022, and he's having a great January. But last night, he put his imprint on the game, and Bob, and you lived it. It's never been about talent, but how do the Warriors continue to get this Andrew Wiggins, like, How do you deal with that in regard to a player? Is it confidence? Do you have conversations, or he's just on an island by himself and he's got to kind of figure it out? But he's balling right now, and I want it to continue.
Yeah, man, it's all of that, right? I mean, is 50% confidence? Is 40%? How the situation Steve puts him in? Is it how his body's feeling? I mean, it's just like I love you. This is going to upset Steinmetz. It's just like when you go play your games. Why are you playing well? Why are you having a good week? Well, things are pretty good at home. I'm healthy. I was sick last week. I got a good team. My jumper's falling. I'm in a good moment in time. The best players are always there. And even when they're not there, they find a way to get there. So that's the question with Wiggins is like, okay, we all have ups and downs, but how do you raise that floor? And he's capable, right? He's certainly capable. And that's why you asked the question. With Wiggins, it's like, can we get this all the time? Why aren't we getting it all the time? But when you have it now, and he's had it for the last 5, 6, 7 games, how do you sustain it? And I can't. You could put a lot of players in that situation. Like, how do they maintain it for 30, 40, 50 games? He did it in 22, so we know he can. And the hope is for this team to go where they want to go. He's going to have to do that.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game, former president of basketball operations for the Warriors. I mean, this is probably more of a coaching question for Steve Kerr, but it just happens all the time. It feels like if let's just assume, the Warriors are going pretty well. Let's say they play well in Phoenix, or they're playing pretty well. But now and I say but, maybe I shouldn't, but Draymond's coming back and Kuminga's coming back. Like, how does Steve even start to navigate? Who do their minutes get taken from, and if they're rusty coming back, then they're playing in front of a guy who's been contributing while they're gone. I mean, that would seem to be a pretty tricky challenge.
It is. I was watching last night Oklahoma City, even though they haven't had Chet Holmgren, and I was thinking, obviously you want him back. You want Kuminga and Draymond back, but there is an adjustment period that when a player that's going to play 30 minutes comes back that hasn't played in a month, 6 weeks like Kuminga, few weeks like Draymond, or a week or 10 days, whatever it'll be. Yeah. I mean, what happens? Because this team has had 28 different starting lineups. You don't want that. Kurt doesn't want that. Right. The players don't want that. Sure, the fans don't want that. So what happens then? Because maybe what we saw last night is the start of something. Well, then you're going to add guys to it that are better than the players that played last night on a talent level. How do you incorporate those guys? And that's part of coaching. Here's the point, though, Matt. How many times do you do that through the course of a season, right? That's where it gets tricky, because this team has already had to make quite a few changes, and this will just be another adjustment and another adjustment. Right. And the best teams want to limit those. You're not going to bench your best players and say, we're on a run, you're not playing. You're not doing that. So these guys are going to come back and play. But it's just another thing that you have to figure out during the course of an 82-game season. And as many of those as you can avoid, and consistency, and you had 3 starting lineups the whole year, that's the mark of what you'd like to have, but unfortunately it just hasn't gone that way this year.
Bob, you're my guy. I promise to you I'm not spying on you, but I saw you talking to Lacob and you made him laugh. I know you can't tell us what you guys talked about, but can you share with us what you said to make Mr. Lacob laugh?
You can tell he doesn't hide his body language where he sits. And it wasn't the best start for the Warriors. And I just said, it's a long game, and it's going to be better. And he just wants it so badly. And I don't even remember. It wasn't anything that interesting. I just said, hey, I think I might have said, you got the deadline coming up if you need to, something like that. But I think he was pretty happy by the end of the game, certainly. So he was, good win, by the way. I mean, I don't know if you guys, it sounds like you were there or you watched it, but that was a big, the energy at the start of the game for the Warriors wasn't there. Curry had a slow start. Oklahoma City was kind of imposing their will, and then it just shifted. And Wiggins was a big part of that. Podziemski's playing a lot better. Crowd got into it. That was, look, I don't watch all the games, but that had to be a top 5 win.
Oh, yeah.
I would believe for the season, maybe top 3.
Yeah, I think it's probably their biggest, considering kind of how they've been struggling.
Yeah. But look, I'm doing the game tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, you gotta this has been the issue, right?
Yeah.
You got to come out and do it again. I didn't need that little. I don't need it.
That's Evan, Bob. That's your boy, Evan.
Evan asked me to come on the show, and he's going to pull that type of stuff on me. Can you guys control your producer over there?
He's feeling pretty good about himself these days, I guess. Huh? Interesting. Yeah, they know they got to back it up. Hey, before we let you go, Bob, just give me. I know you still talk to a lot of people. We got a week till the deadline is here. We've heard Levine, Vucevic, Butler, a lot of names. How busy do you think it'll get? Do you think we're going to see, a lot, a little, or somewhere in between in terms of deals?
Oh man, just in general, the whole league.
Yeah.
I think more than you think. I didn't think that a week ago, but now you got names dropping like Fox.
Yeah.
All of a sudden out of nowhere. Levine's been batted around. Obviously, Butler's an everyday ongoing thing. This is.
Actually, you know what? Let me jump in here for a sec, because I just, and I'm not asking you to speak to specifics, but you said the Fox thing came out of nowhere, and I'm looking at that too. It's like, okay, the Kings are struggling, and then Mike Brown gets fired. Yeah, they're playing real well, and then something comes out like that. I mean, the organization has already known the issue if there was one, right? Like, kind of why now? And you know what I mean? Like, where does something like that come from?
Well, it starts when he didn't sign his extension, which was the first indicator in the offseason. That would have been my first inkling of hey, why didn't you do that? Because I don't know the exact number, but you're turning down $100 million plus when you say no to that. And what human being does that in this day and age, or any day and age? So you say no to that, and you say, hang on, why aren't you signing that? And they got a response. I'm sure Rich Paul and De'Aaron Fox gave a response.
Sure.
And it probably was something like, we don't know. And once you hear that, then what you're trying to do is convince them to bet on you. And I don't know the inner workings of the Kings. I don't know what happened. But for whatever transpired wasn't enough to convince him to stay. And maybe that was already there. Maybe that happened during the season. But it certainly was in the minds of Fox and Rich Paul before the season. So if I'm there and you're the GM, we're the assistant GM, we're like, hey, listen, we got to be prepared. Fox didn't sign this, so we got to know what's going on. So I just didn't know the timing, but maybe his agent's like, look, we didn't sign it, or he said, so just FYI, we're doing you a solid. You can do it now, or you can do it in the summer.
Right.
I'm guessing on that point, but that's what I would say.
Hey, Bob, last one from me, but I guess I could have sent you a personal text, because the last time we conversated off air, you were nursing an injury to get back, and we were going to ball, so I'll get an update on that. But you've been around the Commanders, and I got to tell you, this Jaden Daniels as a rookie is, to me, the real cool hand Luke. Do you see, and this is random, do you see any Steph Curry in him, Bob?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'll tell you by the way, he carries a basketball all over the place. He has a basketball next to him in the locker. He's the only guy, I think. And he puts it literally, when he gets dressed for the games, he's got a basketball sitting next to him. He's a huge Kobe Bryant disciple. Like, he grew up in LA, loves Kobe, watches his old videos, tries to develop that mindset. Before the games, if you were watching him warm up on the field, he shoots a basketball.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that.
No, I have
actually. Yeah.
I have not.
You have, Simon?
I have.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So I went up to him. I said, "You got to keep your elbow in, man." I don't know what kind of shot that is, but he's. I'll tell you why he reminds me of Steph. He's humble. I hooked up him and Curry when the Warriors were in D.C. for the Wizards game, and they met. So I put him on a thread with Steph and Jaden, and it was cool to see Jaden kind of the way he responded to Curry was kind of like, I'm honored, or if you would have time. And it was really nice to see somebody, and Steph deserves that too, but a lot of young guys are like, hey man, I'll be here at this time. But the way he communicated with Curry was very like a respectful way.
Right.
And then the thing that is similar is they both are unbelievable competitors, but they laugh and they have fun doing it. So if you watch Jaden during a game, he's talking to the edge rusher. He's laughing. A guy will drill him, and he'll get up and pat him on the helmet, and he's always talking to the other team, and he's laughing. And I find it so rare. I always wished I was a guy. I think Magic Johnson was one of the first ones that I remember loving the game and just expressing that. Steph does that too.
Yeah.
That wasn't Michael Jordan. That wasn't Kobe Bryant necessarily, but that's what I see with Jaden and Steph, this very deep competitiveness, but they enjoy it. And obviously the talent is the talent. So you got to have that too. But,
wow.
No, he's a good kid. Great kid.
Basketball Steiny. I didn't know you knew that.
I know what Bob's talking about in terms of the pregame. Hey, Bob, thank you so much as always, man.
Yep.
I guess you'll be in town. You're in town now because you're doing tomorrow's game too. All right.
Yeah, man. Hey, can I say one thing to you guys?
Yeah.
Take your time.
You guys, I know you guys have been doing it for a while. What you guys have is really cool. You're yin and yang. I hope you know that. I know you mess with each other sometimes, but it's pretty amazing what you guys have done, and your personalities are perfect for each other, and you have a great show. So I hope you.
Bob,
I just want to say that from my benefit.
Hey, I'll say this.
Bob,
I said that was my last thing. This is a true story. I'm watching with Mia, the wife. She goes, that guy has a gray head of hair. How old is he? And she Googled you. I said, quit stalking him, but she gave you a compliment.
There you go.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, fellas.
All right, Bob.
All right, well, hey, thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Take care.
Wow.
Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations, Golden State Warriors, now working for ESPN. He consults for the Washington Commanders, and he's a big boy.
Yeah.
He's a big boy now.
No doubt.
You know, like the one thing, and we only have a minute or two here, but I'll just throw the number out, 888-957-9570. We'll talk about a lot of the things that Bob Myers said, but what you realize is, like, when you're guys like Myers and Curry, like, you meet anybody you want to meet. You know what I mean?
Wow.
You know, like...
I can keep going if you want.
You know, hey, Bob, have you ever met Nancy Pelosi? Oh, yeah, I know Nancy Pelosi, sure. Met her a few times in the city. Hey, do you know...
That was random, yeah.
Hey, you ever met Denzel Washington? Yeah, I know Denzel from going down to L.A. for the last... 10 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know Denzel. What about Jay-Z? Yeah, sure, I know Jay-Z. Like, those guys know everybody.
Yeah.
But Bob has a way of humanizing all those people that I don't think a lot of other people really do.
No
doubt, he does a great job at making it feel like Jaden Daniels and Steph Curry are like one of us.
Yeah, exactly.
Which they're not.
That's crazy.
Well, and the thing I thought of is, like, from that little nugget, like, let's say hypothetically that somebody hears that interview in Washington that covers the Commanders. Like, they may want to get Jaden Daniels now to do a whole story on when he met with Steph Curry.
No doubt.
And what Steph instilled in him, and what, a little nuggy.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
That was a good question. That was a good question about him, too, because he's a big-time rising
Gave
star.
us a nice compliment.
Yeah, I know.
Man, we get on each other's nerves.
That's not, no.
7 years, longest running show at the station.
Do you know the day we started?
2018. April.
It was April?
Yep.
A day.
We'll see. E-Dog.
Not, what did I say, Jay-Z?
And I had to drop that we talked off air. Remember he called me, we talked about hooping. He's nursing the injury, trying to get back.
Oh, is he?
I'm still going.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're regular Iron Man.
Knockout.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We get into that game last night, which, Bob Myers says can cut down the urgency level a little bit. But 888-957-9570 is the number. And once again, in the 12 o'clock hour, that's in 50 minutes, your chance to play at the Chase Center in a game of knockout with 95.7 The Game talent and other listeners. That's coming up in an hour. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
This sucker.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead. You said you wanted to read something to me?
Yeah, and I feel like you wrote it, and it's from our guy Austin in San Jose reacting to the interview.
Okay.
And he's one of my favorites.
I'm going to be checking the grammar.
He goes, Guru, take a page out of Chris Mullin's book. He said, always let somebody else say something good about you, not yourself. And I didn't say anything to Bob about me.
No, but you fish.
No, he gave us a compliment.
I know, but you fish for him.
You did try to say you were the president of something.
Oh, the Wiggins fan club of Want More because he's been an enigma.
But Bob literally was a president.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was unprompted.
He's the man.
He is. He's thank you very much, Bob Myers.
Thanks to Evan for booking.
Yes, great job. Couple things. A lot of stuff happening. Casey Johnson of the Chicago Tribune and NBC Sports Chicago.
We got him on? We're getting him?
No. He's reporting that the Warriors are very engaged with the Bulls regarding both Vucevic and Levine. Now, I don't know if that means both, but they're talking about both players to the Bulls. The Warriors are, and according to Casey Johnson, the Warriors are involved in multiple scenarios.
Wow.
And trust me, KC's on it.
Yeah. And read the Anthony Slater piece in The Athletic. Like, I get it, Warrior fans. I'm with you. If they sit tight, I understand. But, Stoney, the West does not want Levine and Vucevic on this Warrior team. Those are problems. I got to contain my excitement because nothing's happening. I wish Evan would talk. But could you – I never thought both. So now I'm just – I got a vivid imagination, Stoney. My goodness.
Let me get this straight. The Chicago Bulls are 18-26, but the West doesn't want to see them.
Those two in this Warrior culture. That's it.
I'm ready to share a lot with you.
Yeah.
But the West wouldn't be necessarily put on notice.
Well, they're 3 games back from the 5th and 6th seed. Just it's bunched up. I'm just telling you, you get a guy that can score, and then you got a season stretch 5. Quentin Post got to start yesterday, and he's getting baptized into what the league is. I'm still excited, but if you could pull that off, and how about this? I'll do it for you. I'll contain my excitement, but wow, that goes to what Slater was saying, Stoney. They might be in the lab. And Myers did say to us, Stoney, in regard to the question I asked him about not fool's gold, how much weight, does the team, how they're currently playing, how much does that matter?
I think it does matter.
Like he said, you're 50 games in at this juncture.
Right.
Man.
Right. I mean, again, I don't think Joe Lacob yesterday was, we have to make a move, or we have to, we stink. And now today he's like, you know what? We're actually pretty good. We can sit tight.
All right.
It's not like that, but I definitely think the last 2 games has just taken a hair of urgency off it because, they beat the Jazz and then they just played maybe their best game of the year. And so, now they play the Suns. Let's see what happens against the Suns. They lose to the Suns, and I think we'll be back to square one. And then the trade deadline will be less than a week away, and talks will intensify. But, yeah. Levine and Vucevic, Warriors are said to be engaged. I think we knew those were names out there. I don't know to what order. But to refer to what you're talking about with Anthony Slater, Anthony Slater wrote a story today in The Athletic, kind of encompassing all what the Warriors are looking at and what they're going through and what their thought process might be. And to me, it's clear that, he talked to somebody who's like, look, I'm going to give you some background, but, don't use my name and that's the way
anonymous.
That's the way it works. The one thing he said was when he was talking about the Warriors and the decision, the 2 players, Butler and Levine, Slater said that the Warriors look at LaVine as a safer option. And to me, that tells me safer means like younger. Like,
I took it as personality.
Well, that may be too. I feel that I don't. You're probably right too. I feel like it's if we go all in for Jimmy Butler at 35, we could be in real trouble in a year or two if it doesn't go right. If we get LaVine, he's still 29 years old.
Oh, man. Yeah, 29 years young.
So I think that that's what I took about how they're kind of looking at him, in other words, LaVine. As for Vucevic, according to the story, which ran today, he said, I'm just telling you what Anthony Slater said, he said that the Warriors right now have Vucevic as kind of a secondary option. But he's still apparently on the table.
Yeah.
So there you go. And it's all coming on the heels of a Warriors 116-109 victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder. And again, where I'll go with that game is, hey, I don't care how you did it, but you beat the Oklahoma City Thunder without Draymond Green, without Jonathan Kuminga, and with Steph Curry being just okay.
Yeah, especially in the first half.
He was just okay. He obviously made some, but he had 20. I think he had 21. 21. Like, I know people look at things differently, but that would be encouraging to me if I were a Warrior fan. That we got, I get
felt
it.
like he closed it, Steiny.
Sure. But that's the way, to me, it's got to be done. He can't be scoring 30, and then you expect him. He can't be scoring all the points for you for the majority of the game, and then you expect him to still close. Like, no, he's got to have his ability to close, to me, will be directly related to how much help he gets over the first three quarters of a game.
And that's why, again, people, if they stand pat, I get it. But when you say LaVine, Vucevic, or whatnot, Stoney, that to me means help. And if you get Vucevic in here playing with a 4 of the likes of Draymond Green, what's that going to do for him? But just about the game last night, Stoney, and I mean this because I don't do it much. If you ask me, and you haven't, who gets the game ball, what if I told you the whole team? Okay. Like that's how slow-mo with that turnaround. I was like, oh, my God.
It'd be a cop-out. But
no, it would be a compliment. They were down 14. And even Steve Kerr said they looked listless a little bit in the first half. So it wasn't one of these, we just played out of our mind 48 minutes. They battled, being down. Stoney, they could have folded the chairs and the tents and packed it up. And I thought, I promise you, I'm just sharing with you guys. You didn't ask. Stoney, I thought we might be headed to one of these Sacramento 30-point losses. Like, I thought it had the ingredients to go there at half. And it was only 10, and you're right. They were lucky to be down 10. It could have easily been 17. Wiggins makes that 3 right before halftime. He was great, Steiny. 38 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, and Bob was getting into it, and then I cut him off because I wanted to ask him about De'Aaron Fox. But he's right. He was starting to say, I got the game tomorrow, guys, and what he's saying is the Oklahoma City Thunder game doesn't mean as much if you can't beat Phoenix.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
And that's been the issue with this team.
Yes, sir.
Can it, after it's gotten to 12-3 and then it struggled, can they right the ship and get it back with, 8 of 12 or something like that? That's, to me, what they're going to have to do to climb their way up the standings. But last night, everything was pretty encouraging. Mm-hmm. Gary Payton II was terrific yesterday also. He played a heck of a game. He had the dagger dunk, and he also did a great job against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Steve Kerr.
Yeah. That's why Gary is so crucial to our team and to our success. I say it all the time, but, the 22 finals shifted as soon as Gary got healthy after game 1. We won 4 out of 5 games, and, a huge part of that was his defense, his energy, his playmaking, screening. He's such a unique player. There's nobody like him in the league. He's basically a 6'2" power forward with jets in his feet, and great feel too, like a really interesting feel. Not so much as a guard, but as a rolling big. He creates an advantage for us defensively, but also a different look offensively with his diving and finishing. So Gary's huge for us, and when he plays like that, we're tough to beat.
All right, Gary Payton second.
Wow, Stoney, that's so interesting. We talk about 20, or I do all the time, and I never have that footnote or that nugget. I never give GP2 credit for, that did happen.
Yeah.
And it changed it.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, Casey Johnson of NBC Sports Chicago, he also writes for the Chicago Tribune, is reporting that the Warriors and Bulls are definitely engaged in talks. It centers on Levine, but it could include Vucevic. But I do agree with this texter from the 408. Levine and Vucevic both, that's over $60 million in salaries that need to be matched. That sounds pretty hard. It does to me, too. I mean, if you got to add I don't see how you make that move without Wiggins being a part of it.
Yeah, Evan, before he left the studio, was like, man, you would lose a lot. And he's playing his best basketball now. So if that were to happen and he were to be included, I don't know how fans would feel. But, man, he's playing his ass off right now, Andrew Wiggins.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the Warriors, after last night's victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder, now game over 500. And the trade deadline, Warrior fans, is 1 week away. 1 week away. And after a game like last night, does it change your thinking at all about what this team should do at the deadline? I do think in one way it has to help, and that is 2 days ago, if you were thinking about the Warriors, here's what I'll say. 2 days ago I came in and Carter Chickering,
our guy,
our PA here, says they can't not make a move. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, they cannot stand pat. They cannot stand pat. And of course I said, well, sure they can, if that's what happens. But you look at the last two games, and if that was your thought process, that you cannot stand pat, I'm sorry, after the last two games, at least you have evidence that you can be a much better team than you've been. They now have recent evidence where they hadn't had recent evidence in the last few weeks.
Yeah,
they only had evidence from the first 3 weeks of the year.
And Stoney, I'm hearing you, man. I agree, but it sounds like, and again, it's not going to be a 15-game sample size before the February 6th, but it sounds like it's the 12-3 back. Have they found some mojo? And if they have, they're doing it without Draymond and Kuminga, which would just make you think it would be greater when both of those guys get back.
Andrew Wiggins, he had a big game.
Man,
it's a big win for us. They're the best team in the West. So just knowing what we're capable of. When we play together, we play the right way and lock in. Hopefully, this is a momentum swing for us, and just keep piling on.
This is their second win over OKC, by the way, and then I guess Dallas they only got 6 losses. Dallas has beat them 3 times, OKC, but the Warriors have beat them twice. Go figure. They got 9 losses. But, 3 to Dallas and 2 to the Golden State Warriors.
I mean, look.
Man.
And
what's that worth? I guess I'm saying to you, you don't play OKC every night,
I mean, how are we feeling about Wiggins right now?
You got to be at the highest of highs right now.
I feel like he does this all the time. Yeah, he's playing pretty well. Will you fight me this time last year? Everybody's whipping boy and everybody wanted him out. But now I'm on part of that. But now I'm like, oh my boy. Okay. Stoney, his stock is high. Was it so high you wouldn't trade him? I mean, now this is kind of what I'm talking about. I think yesterday everybody be willing to trade Wiggins for Jimmy Butler. We can lose Wiggins if we get Jimmy, right? I mean, I'm just telling you what it feels like. It feels like people are willing to give up Wiggins, or at least have been, to get one of these guys.
But if it's about the future and picks and the budget, then Wiggins is your guy. And it makes sense because now he's damn near being what Zach LaVine is, but if it's about you think this is just the casino in Vegas, a mirage, or he'll go back to just being okay, then I guess if you're that type of person, Stoney, which I am half the time, I'm like, I would risk losing them to get LaVine.
Yeah, I mean, to me, what makes
Butler.
To me, what makes Wiggins interesting in terms of if you move him is you're gonna miss him. Like there are games you're gonna miss him, and when people say, who is Wiggins? I look at Wiggins and we know who he is. He's a guy who has stretches of good basketball. He also floats a lot. He can get you about 15 by accident when he's engaged. He's a pretty good individual defender. All those kind of things.
Yeah.
And, if you get Jimmy Butler in here, replace Wiggins with Jimmy Butler.
I don't believe you lose anything defensively. Zach, you do a little bit, but
how much do you gain is what I'm asking. Butler and Wiggins. And I know we're tainted a little on Wiggins.
I got an answer.
Like, to me, there's a chance Butler, if Butler's in here and there's no Wiggins, the improvement could get lost.
Well, I'll tell you this to that. If you lined all three up and it was just about basketball and talent, I don't think Andrew Wiggins can hold his own. It's about upstairs. Jimmy Butler, to me, is Hannibal Lecter upstairs. You know what you're getting with him, Stoney. There will be no floating. I'm not saying he's an imperfect player. I'm just telling you that's the difference. And Bob talked about it. The good ones know how to show up, Stoney. And I just think that what I believe to be one of the most attractive skill sets about Jimmy Butler is he shows up and he can guard, Stoney.
I mean, Wiggins at his best can guard too.
Huh?
I mean, he can too. Here's what I want to ask you, Gil. And I'll try to answer it
I don't got no bread.
No, I know you don't. It's the day before payday. I know you don't have any money.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I'm gonna just do this. This year.
Okay.
All right. Jimmy Butler's averaging 17 a game. Andrew Wiggins is averaging 17.2 a game. All right. Rebounds. Butler 4.6. I'm sorry. Wiggins 4.6. Butler 5.2. Assists. Butler 4.8. Wiggins 2.3.
Okay.
Let's go to shooting percentage.
Here we go.
Wiggins 44-38. 44-38. Jimmy Butler 54-36. So all I'm saying is on paper, they're not that different.
Okay.
They're not that different on paper. So tell me why Butler would be a more than just a marginal improvement over Wiggins if you think he would be.
Okay, and this is it. And I'm stealing from HBO and Zendaya, Stoney. She had a great show. It's called Euphoria. Jimmy Butler does not and has not wanted to be there from the outset of the season.
Right.
Okay, so I'm not giving scholarships out, but I believe the euphoria and the brand newness of him coming to play with Dre and Steph, we would get the best version of Jimmy Butler. And I know that 3% is down, but I do know when you clear out or it's isolation or the Warriors need a bucket, I feel like Jimmy Butler is better than Andrew Wiggins in that regard down in crunch time. And again, no shade at my guy A.W. Stoney. I believe Jimmy Butler is a gangster on the court and has no, what word am I looking for? Sign a lemon booty in crunch time. And that is why I believe I would go make that move.
Yeah, oh boy.
And to be honest, I'm hurt my own argument, but he's I feel like Jimmy's been loafing. He's been a joke. I'm not saying self-sabotage, but we have not, he's like, if he were to get wherever he goes, you're going to get the best of him.
He's not a great 3-point shooter, Butler.
But he's a great, and again, I can't hate on Wiggins. He's a great midi. Wiggins is, Stein, you give me this Wiggins, oh my gosh.
Well, I don't.
But we know, right? We're not.
So you would do it?
Yeah, I would do it. I would do it. Evan, I would do it.
I think I might have to say no.
I'm out.
What's your biggest reason why?
Hold on.
Yeah.
And for that reason, I'm out.
Okay.
Shark Tank, you ever see it?
Yeah, we're not driving up the
Is that
price
with
here.
Cuban?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dr. Phil, the guy who looks like Dr. Phil, a little thinner. And then they got the
Kevin O'Leary?
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary.
Spadone was on it.
Okay.
And they,
Mr. Google Spadoni. That dude is better than
there's
the
like
internet.
5 rotating entrepreneurs, it feels like.
His nickname is Mr. Wonderful.
You know what?
He's an ass.
That is
He's
a tight
Canadian.
nickname. Mr. Wonderful? Not October, Mr. Wonderful. Evan, real quick, what's your biggest reason why you'd say no? The age? Jimmy Buckets is his nickname.
At this point,
you can't have a Jimmy Buckets and a Buddy Buckets on the same team.
Well, you can. One of them is going to have to give it up. I think we all know which one it is.
Yes.
At this point, and not just because of last night, again, Bob Myers talked about the body of work. Andrew Wiggins' body of work this season is too much for me to want to trade unless you're getting a player that's legitimately going to move you 5 or 6 spots in the West, which I don't see Jimmy Butler doing.
Yeah,
even if we're talking about 3 or 4 games, guys, from that plateau, Evan?
Well, here's the way I look at the standings, and you can say 3 games all you want.
All right. Because they were hammering home that point last night on telecast.
You need a win total to get to. That's the way I would look at it. And let's say conservatively, what would you put that number at? What do we, like, if you're the Warriors and you're like, we got to, you got to get to 46, right?
I was going to say 48.
Probably. Like, you may not be wrong. Well, I mean, look, to get to 46, you basically have to play the rest of the year at a 50-win pace. That gets a little tougher.
Okay. You also got to beat the teams in front of you. Like, Friday is a really important game.
It is.
If you lose that game, you're down 1-2 in the head-to-head. You already have Minnesota's. That's good. Dallas is not looking great. Like, you have to beat the teams in front of you also. Those wins matter.
Yeah. And you know what? You got to get them when you can get them. Like, I don't know if they have Dallas or not coming up. But, if you happen to play Dallas without Doncic.
They do.
Okay.
After the deadline.
If Doncic isn't back, you got to beat Dallas in that game.
All right. Let me throw this to you real quick.
Yeah.
I feel like we're in a courtroom. And again, I'm not doing this for the effect of blaming Andrew Wiggins. But to Evan's point, if the Warriors have been, middling around 500 or below, Andrew Wiggins was a part of that. I'm not saying I'm blaming him 100% because that would be unfair. But whatever you think about Jimmy Butler, Steiny, he doesn't have that. The whole incentive to make the move to me is we would play greater once we got him. But if Andrew Wiggins is, again, Elliot Ness and untouchable, couldn't one say, well, because you do it a lot, Steiny, if he was so great, the team wouldn't be one under or 500.
I got to address this on the other side because you've actually started to piss me off now.
What happened?
I'm going to tell you on the other side.
Oh, boy.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, we give you the keyword for you to play knockout on the Chase Center floor.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and I'm here to tell you. Was that a horse?
I owe Curry nothing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 30 minutes, you get a chance to play knockout at Chase Center. It's a 3-week contest. We're only in week 1, but listen during the 12 o'clock hour today and every day, and I will give you a keyword. And then when you hear the trumpet sound, you call into our contest line, say the keyword, and you will be playing knockout at Chase Center. It's coming up at about 12:15. 12:15, I'll give you the keyword, and then after that, we'll play the sounder for you to get to win that contest. Eric Armstead, former San Francisco 49er defensive tackle. He's going to join us at 1:30, tell us what he's into, get some Super Bowl thoughts, and obviously talk to him about Robert Saleh, who's coming back as the defensive coordinator of the Niners, and Armstead played under him when he was in San Francisco.
I'm going to tell them they miss him.
And coming up at 12:45, in 1 hour, we had Bob Myers on earlier in the show. We're going to replay that conversation with Bob Myers. So if you didn't hear the Bob Myers conversation about the Warriors and what's going on in the trade deadline, he gave great insight into what Mike Dunleavy's going through right now. Mm-hmm. And trust me, it's hard.
Yeah. Trades are hard.
It's hard.
Yeah.
I mean,
Trades
I said, hey, how's the week before the audit? It's kind of hard. I mean, how many texts do you think Myers got from Lacob in the week leading up to the draft?
Over 200.
Yeah, I'd say about 30 or 40 a day. That's about right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was just going off our Vine, how many we get, and sometimes it's crickets when you're mad. But I do have a serious question because I'm going to bring it up to Armstead. Steiny, some of these pro athletes want to win so bad that when they don't qualify for the offs, they're off. They don't want to watch Mahomes or whoever's in the Super Bowl. I'm throwing this to you. Your D3 career, you guys didn't make it. Would you, because I always, when we got knocked off, I'm watching. Would you just go 0 dark 30, or would you know what, I'm going to go pull up and watch the championship or the team that beat us?
Yeah, well, I played Division III, so the games weren't on TV.
Yeah.
So usually when our season was finished, I was done.
My bad. My bad.
Let me think. No.
You strike me as the type that you wouldn't keep up. No. Evan would watch, Spadoni would watch, I would watch, I believe.
Okay, no, you know what? No. In my senior year in high school, we lost in the semifinals of the tournament.
And
I didn't go to the finals, even though I was in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah, after your season's done, you're
exactly.
But you don't want to watch the guys that beat you to see who wins it?
Yeah, I didn't have
haters. You guys are haters. You gotta watch.
No, okay. I was in one of those semifinals where the semifinal was the final.
Okay.
So the two bigger schools played each other, and then the two little schools played each other, and then the final was between a big and a little.
And that was already over before it started.
Reading High got us in the semifinal, and then they won the final by like 50.
I am curious.
Oh, in high school, we played in the finals last 3 years, so it was like.
Of course.
Look at him.
Yeah,
did you take the bump in the game decider?
No, I pitched in the quarters, and then my junior year in the semis.
Did you have any rituals, Evan, before you went to the mound? Did you jump over the chalk?
I bet he roughed up the ball.
Dominate.
Wow.
Wait, what'd you do?
Dominate.
What was your walk-up song?
Oh, well, in college, I think it was like Return of the Mac or something. They wouldn't let me have Ghost write it, so.
Why?
It was not a good song, apparently.
That is.
All right.
Random. I love it.
Warriors coming off their best win of the year last night, 116-109 over the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's 2 in a row for the Warriors and a game over 500.
But it makes Friday more important.
That's what Bob said.
Yeah, well, I'm echoing that. Hey, you were mad at me real quick before you go to. You were mad at me.
Oh, you do this all the time.
Oh God, you forget. So, go ahead.
You do this all the time. There's a difference between Zach LaVine. Who's the best player on the Bulls?
Zach LaVine.
Who's been the best player on the Bulls?
Zach.
Okay. So, yes, in my mind, he's more responsible for what happens to the Bulls as their best player.
So why, when I went to
because Wiggins is like the third best player.
But when I went to Saquon Barkley on the Giants, they were trash. But
I didn't speak on Saquon
but I'm
Barkley.
using that as an example why that doesn't fly to me, because we all knew he still was a baller. But you can't say he sucks because the team
I don't think anybody said Saquon Barkley sucked when he was with the Giants. Did they?
Well, my point is you're using it against Levine and not Barkley in that instance.
Well, Levine is like a quarterback. That's the way I look at Levine,
right.
like a quarterback, and Steph's like a quarterback.
All right. Well, that's not. I thought you really had something. I got it.
No, but you do that all the time, and I'm sick of it.
We were sick of you last Friday.
Mystic,
your anniversary coming up.
Shut
tomorrow.
up, Mystic in San Francisco. What's up, Mystic? How you doing?
Hey, fellas. Man, happy. I don't know what today is, Thursday. Great win last night, but I hate the idea of trading Andrew Wiggins.
Okay.
Especially for somebody like Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine reminds me of Latrell Sprewell when Sprewell played for the Warriors.
Be careful.
A volume shooter that has to score, has to have the ball in his hands, and you're not going to win very many games. He's not an efficient scorer. Wiggins is very efficient. He doesn't shoot more than he needs to. Sometimes you want more, but that's the other thing that makes him fit for this team. He's very deferential. He's magnanimous. The guys love him, and he plays defense. Does LaVine play defense? And one other thing, Wiggins raises his level in the big games. You've seen him do it last night, the 22 run. I've never seen LaVine raise his game and take his team to victory. So that's the part that I don't like. We got to stop looking at players like they're basketball cards, and we have to look at the human side. Are you actually gaining by taking LaVine? No, you're losing defense and locker room fit. I don't think this is a good deal at all.
And I got one for Mystic.
Mystic, what about Butler?
No, I'm out on Butler too.
Mystic.
Old guy, bad attitude, gonna get into a street fight with Draymond Green the minute Draymond cusses at him. No, thank you.
Hey, Mystic, I just want to say this, and I love me some Andrew Wiggins, but what about the play-in game? Nobody stepped up that game.
Anybody can have an off night, Guru, and Wiggins is not going to be the scorer who's going to take you off every single night. You got a whole team that has to play well, but he does play well in many spots, including last night when we definitely needed him, and the team loves him.
And I'll say this, Sprewell's Warriors in 94 won 50 games when they got swept by Phoenix.
We love Latrell Sprewell.
I do.
Mystic, thanks for the call, and you know what? I agree with him.
And 2022 is his biggest accolade, Andrew Wiggins. Because, again, Stoney, Guru, you're stating the obvious. Man, he was arguably he was the second best player on that team that went on to win a championship. But, Stoney, I got to tell you guys this. It's 2025, and this team right now is 11th. And as much as I love Drew, we still see him kind of float a little bit. So if you're telling me I can get a gangster like and who's to say
now Levine's a gangster?
No, I'm talking about Jimmy Butler. Who's to say he ain't gonna cuss at Draymond? And maybe that's what this team needs. Maybe that's what this team needs.
Yeah,
somebody to stand up to the stand up.
I'm not giving up Wiggins for Zach LaVine.
I'll tell you what, if you keep getting more nights like last night, I think that volume will get a lot louder too. But how can you get a guy like that without moving? You ain't moving Kuminga, right? The money doesn't work. It's Wiggins if they do something. Do you think in a crazy world he's upped his game because he wants to stay here? No,
or he's showcasing himself for another team.
Then that would mean he was loafing before, and he wasn't loafing. He was just letting it come to him. But he's playing his ass off.
No, he plays harder some nights than the others.
But the question
you can say that.
Right, no.
It's okay to say it.
And I did.
Okay. No, you said, well, he wasn't loafing. Just say it.
But how would Drew
sometimes he loafs.
I'm calling him Drew.
Sometimes he loafs. Sometimes he floats.
I wonder what his answer would be to that.
He would have to acknowledge it.
No, he might say, I don't feel that way, Bob. I don't see it.
Oh, hey, he'd say, hey, Matt, no, you're wrong. I've been aggressive my whole career. And I'd be like, oh, yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah, no, you have been. Like, honesty's the only way to go in life, Goo.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So I would advise you to start to be truthful. More truthful than you've been.
My point, partner, is you eliminate that, I believe, of him floating if he hasn't, mastered that it will happen anymore. I believe Butler doesn't float. And that's consistency that you need. And you could make an argument it's greater than he's a better all-around basketball player than Wiggins. And he may not be.
But
if
the Warriors say not a ton. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but Joe Lacob and the Warriors would tell us they would risk it if he's coming here and Wiggins leaves. That's all.
I don't know. I mean, like, here's the other thing you got to think about, I think, is Jimmy Butler's averaging 17 and Wiggins is averaging 17. But if Jimmy Butler comes to the Warriors and Wiggins is not here, like, Butler's going to have a way bigger role than Wiggins.
Like, but you can't forget about Kuminga be here, too.
No. We will push Kuminga down. That's what's going to happen if you have Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green and Steph Curry. You're going to ride those guys. What I'm getting at is, I guarantee you right now, because Jimmy Butler's averaging 17 and Wiggins is averaging 17, like, Butler's going to average more than 17 here, and he's going to take more shots here, and it's going to look a lot different than Wiggins, like, in a crazy kind of way, and I know I hammer him for this, but the fact that he's not high maintenance some nights doesn't kill you because he'll never go 4 for 17.
Okay.
You may have some 4 for 17s with Jimmy Butler.
But what if Butler could fit the role that you've clamored for and other Warrior fans that Curry needs a 1?
Yeah,
and Butler could, and obviously Wiggins on his best day, we could never feel comfortable saying he was Tracy McGrady 1.
Yep.
You get that with Jimmy Butler, I believe, Steiny.
I don't think Jimmy Butler's a 1 anymore. Like, I think if Butler's your best player and Curry's your second best, that's not good enough.
See, and that's where I'm at. I'm opposite.
When I think of a 1, I mean, I think of like a top 10 type player. And so, like, to me, Butler would be whatever. He'd be a 1 here, and Curry'd be a 1A, or
because he's a 1 in Miami.
Yeah, but
a couple years ago they were in the finals.
Yeah, but again, a couple years ago, somebody wanted to know what he did last year in the postseason.
It wasn't good.
Oh,
honesty.
Okay, but that doesn't. The most recent postseason matters less than the postseason he was good in.
I don't want to go here. What did Wiggins do in the postseason?
Which one?
I know what last year.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I mean.
No, there's an answer to that. You didn't say it.
What?
What did Wiggins do in postseason last year?
He wasn't great, let's say.
No, they didn't make it.
Okay.
So, as you sit here and say, or anybody says, he wasn't that great in the postseason, at least they had one.
My point is, whenever Jimmy Butler did his thing, it's as important or as not important as when Wiggins did his thing.
I'll give you that.
Like, it's
I don't think he's
irrelevant.
done, though, man. And I think if he gets traded, Steiny, whatever team that is, Jimmy Butler, you're going to get the best of him.
That's what you think. And you're probably right, because he can't be as much of an ass with a new team, but like I think there is a price for loafing all year long and doing what Jimmy Butler did, and like, oh, now you're going to get him onto this team and he's going to be the good Jimmy Butler.
I ain't mad at that.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know if he's worth the squeeze at 35 anymore.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go to Danny in Vancouver. Hey, Danny, how you doing?
I'm good. Nice to talk to you, gentlemen. Hope you're both doing well.
Thanks. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Great. First of all, the interview with Bob Myers was great.
Oh, thank you.
It struck me how circumspect he was as a general manager than he is as an analyst. I know he has to be, but it's almost like when you interviewed him prior, he was like in a deposition. He's very careful what he answers and so on. The game last night was great. I'd say it was the second best game of the year, just behind the Dallas game. It was very exciting. It was nice to see the vets play well. I don't know what they're going to do at the trade deadline, but I'm going to be really sad if Loon and GP are gone. I just love those guys. I know Kerr loves those guys. You won't find classier individuals. I know it's business and they may need to upgrade, but I'll be really sad to see those guys go. I love those guys. Buddy Buckets can go right away, though. I will say that he's just killing us now. I mean, he can't shoot anymore. I know we're kind of saddled with his contract, And I'd like to see him gone as quickly as possible.
Right.
Thanks, guys, for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it, Danny.
Yeah, Stan, I'm going to just say this. I don't feel like I'm being redundant, but I think it's fair. People on here on the chat saying Levine's not a winner. Hello, bulletin. Andrew Wiggins was not a winner until he got here. So that would be the incentive and a lot of why I would facilitate the trade, thinking it's not about talent. We get him with what's left of this culture and this pedigree. I know you laughed at that a couple of days ago, but that's what it's about. Wiggins was not a winner. He now is an NBA champion. Nobody can take that away from him.
The issue I think the Warriors have is, okay, so I'm looking at this roster, and when I saw this in Slater's story about Looney, Wiggins, and GP2.
Yeah.
And one of the, if they do something, chances are at least one of those guys is gone. And this is what I do think's important. I really do. Like, it's important who's in that locker room with Steph Curry. And,
important.
He looks around now. Let's just go down. Buddy Hield. You don't know Buddy Hield. Trace Jackson Davis. He's in a different generation. Moses Moody, different generation. Lindy Waters, different generation. I'm talking about, Steph's 36, they're 23.
But he gets along with Pod.
That's fine. That's fine. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about looking around the locker room, and in 2 years, you were looking at Iguodala and Draymond and Clay and Looney and Payton, and, you don't want to leave Steph in a locker room where now all of a sudden Payton's gone and Wiggins is gone, and it's just him and Draymond and a bunch of guys he doesn't know. That ain't going to work either. He needs those kind of guys. It matters that they've been in that locker room with Steph for 4 or 5 years, and now, we talked about it the other day. I mean, if there's something to, it's tricky to play with Steph Curry. Well, then if you ship out Payton and you ship out Wiggins or you ship out Looney, then the players you're bringing in have no idea how to play with Curry.
But
none.
Okay, but what if?
And look what happened to Schroeder for the first 6-8 weeks.
Okay,
so expect that. I'm just saying, expect that.
My argument to that is, I'm not calling Jimmy Butler Kevin Durant, but when we're talking about guys that have been ones and the best player on their teams currently, I don't know if that flies. KD came in here and didn't have a problem playing with Steph, so Stoney, I think the better you are as a player, but the better you are as a player, it'll fit. We're talking about the guys on the edges.
Away. Well, I didn't Schroeder fit right away. He's a damn good player. Yeah,
but his style is different. Now he's figuring it out.
Right. So what if you get Butler in here and it takes him 6 weeks?
He's too old.
I hear you.
I'm just saying, I'm
not Stoney. There is credence to what you're saying, but you kind of hit me with that. Hey, he's going to look around in that locker room.
That's right.
But if we find out, and Evan plays the breaking news sounder, that they made a trade, then they're telling you they think that's not going to be a big deal, is what my point.
Well, it won't be a big deal unless they're not winning. Unless they make a trade, there's something, Steph Curry does not want to look around that locker room and see more guys like Quentin Post and Guy Santos than Jimmy Butler, Wiggins, Draymond, and Looney. That's all I'm saying. And I do think there's something about playing with Steph. You would be moving 3 guys that, for better or worse, know how to play with Steph. Let's go to Jim and Martinez. What's going on, Jim? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, guys. Man, again, really good calls. I got the thought of what the last guy was saying, the guy before that. To me, we're missing that guy, but are we really missing that guy if Wiggins is coming back? Because I think last year was an aberration. I really think that. And if we add it now, think of how the Warriors won these championships. They had these guys, Otto Porters, and these guys. That game last night, and I'm not saying they win a championship, but if they brought another guy in, who are we losing? Last night, everybody looked like the supporting orbit of Steph. Now we don't have a Clay but with the last championship, Clay was barely Clay, and this is getting me. It's like my head's spinning with the. But man, if you're talking about losing GP, Wiggins, Kevon. Man, that's like you guys are on it. That's Steph's guys, man. They've been through it.
Right.
And the last time we talked, Steiny, I said, "Hey, Guru, look it up, Bernard King," and you go, "They're not going to look it up." And then you looked up Bimbo Coles. He only had 29 in that game. I said he had 30.
That's right.
You told me, Guru, you got to put up with this guy every day.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I love you guys. You guys are great.
Thanks, Jim.
We're
Appreciate
fighting
it.
the fight. That's funny.
Yeah, Jim said Bimbo Cold scored 32 for the Warriors. I was like, I'm going to try to find that game.
So what?
He had 29 one night, Jim.
I'll tell you what. If you watched that game last night and you hadn't watched the Warriors all season, you would think, what are we doing here? We don't need anything. We got 11 guys that can make contributions, and that was why last night was so special. But can you bottle that up? Can you get that every night? You're going to get that tomorrow on Ice Cube's Day.
See, I always thought that analogy was terrible.
I don't know.
Because theoretically, we were so good. Can we bottle it up? Well, if you bottle it up, then it's in the bottle. Like, and you can't use it anymore. Like, you don't want to
lotion.
You don't want to bottle it up.
Have you heard of cologne?
Want to spread it.
Ketchup?
You
no.
want it to blossom.
You have a surplus of it, and you can get it until the bottle's empty.
Yeah, I don't see it that way.
Sonny, you ever seen Space Jam?
No.
Oh my!
You remember when Bugs Bunny?
I
guess you don't. Guru does. Bugs Bunny has Mike's secret stuff. Michael Jordan, his secret stuff bottled up, and he has everybody take a swig of it, and they come out and they beat the Monstars. That's what bottling it up means.
It's not one and done. Calipari, Stoney, you use it and it's over. You bottle it up.
No, it should be like perfume. You spray it on everything. Don't you get it?
But perfume lasts more than once.
That's the point. You want it to be like perfume. Last night's game. You want to smell it in 3 days. Don't you get it?
No, I want to continue to win.
Okay, yeah. And the perfume will keep you fresh.
I want to say we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say. I'm not going to agree to that.
Can you name a perfume now?
Jean 2. I got my mom that 35 years ago.
I'm sorry.
Jean 2.
I'm in timeout, Evan, my man.
When I was about 11 years old, I saw this commercial for Jean 2 perfume, and it had this woman on a horse, and I was like, that looks really cool. I'm going to get mom some of that.
Mary.
And I got her Jean 2.
Was that a horse? Yeah, that's the polo symbol, too, the guy on the horse.
Yeah, it wasn't really the symbol. It was just there was a woman on a horse.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it was a perfume ad. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm officially, listen, I'm out on Butler. I don't want Levine, and you can have Vucevic. I'm out. Yeah, I'm with the dude who called.
Yeah.
From I forget where he's from.
I got to be honest. How much of this is about last night?
I don't want Butler. I don't know.
Okay, so even if they got blown out,
I don't know if you've noticed that or not. Like, I don't think Butler solves any problem, whether they're terrible or middling.
If I didn't know you and we were on the BART train and I sat next to you and I said, "Is there a help wanted sign for the Golden State Warriors currently?" What would you say?
Help wanted sign.
Yeah. I would say there's a red sign that says help wanted.
And I would say, you know what, Goo? 23 teams have a sign like that. Help wanted.
You know who needed help last night?
Hold on. Oh, yes, I do.
Where's the...
Shea
Gilgeous-Alexander.
If you pass the ball, you might get, dude.
It's funny.
He got tired.
This is what it's all about. You got this fossil who's 36 who's playing with a cane, and he's crying because he needs more help. And then you got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, who's doing it all himself. Not a peep. Dude. Not a peep. Just does his job.
My man had 30 at half.
31.
Did you hear what he said after the game?
No, I missed it,
Dude, this quote is unbelievable.
Oh, what are you guys going to say?
Yeah, I'll get it in a second. I got, perfect.
Well, by 2 o'clock.
No, I'm going to get it by the break is what I'm going to do.
Evan, you got it handily available.
Shoot, I wanted to get it word for word. This guy's on another level. I'll tell you on the other side.
Basically, it doesn't matter if I had 10 or if I had 50. We lost.
Exactly.
Now, that's beautiful.
He said, so maybe my performance wasn't in the best interest of the team. That's what he said.
You had some misses in the second half, more so obviously than in the first, but...
Why would you try to say this?
He was 16 for 29.
Yeah, no, Evan...
This guy's unbelievable.
No, I was mesmerized.
This guy scored 52 points.
But come on now.
And after the game, he said, maybe
that is
52
great.
points wasn't in the best interest of my team.
I hear you.
And you're finding fault with that
No,
somehow.
I'm not. I was
oh, my
talking
God.
about something else. I'll tell you on the other side.
I don't want to hear it on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 12:45, we will have the Bob Myers replay. Great interview. And coming up on the other side, I give you the keyword for you to play knockout at Chase Center. That's coming up next. And it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Also brought to you by the all-new Bay Street, Emeryville.
Yo, what's up, sports fans? It's Guru. And if you want to watch the game... We cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny, waiting on the rain. You gotta go live.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
There's a forgotten Warrior.
Wow. Is he done, huh? He's out the league.
Gone.
Yep. Gotta believe it.
I don't know. Those
him
Greens
and DFS.
show up on a lot of rosters.
Wow,
Jeff
man.
Green.
Jeff,
one of my
Jermichael,
favorites. Yeah.
Jalen,
Who else we
Draymond,
got?
Danny.
Who was the virgin on the Lakers?
AC.
Yeah.
Well, there is a white green who plays on the Bucks.
That's right.
Forget what his name
He's got
is.
the brother name, though.
His name's Green.
That is what's his first name? It's a brother name, Steiny. And I'm like,
Rufus.
He can nothing. Hey,
He's a Caucasian.
Slow down.
AJ Green.
AJ Green. To me, that's my man.
That's
Is
a
the
black
receiver
name?
for Cincinnati. To me,
AJ Green.
Hey, real quick. I did the show a disservice yesterday with my trivia, which wasn't trivia because you guys got it. Last player to score, and I stole this from Bonte and Mullen on NBC yesterday. Last player to score 50 on the Dubs versus the Dubs. Who gave the last 50 burger to the Warriors? I'm looking at it now.
Was it Luka? No, he had 40.
That's a great guess, but it's not. You can't go on the internet.
I'm not. I'm getting this quote from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander up because I want to read it, and it's incredible.
All right, well, I feel like you're
guy
tricking me right now. Now you're going to guess it.
Was it also the last guy to get 60?
Booker?
No, that's a great guess.
Lillard?
Nope.
Oh, Jokic.
This is 5 names already.
Lillard?
Nope. He's married to the Queen. They call him King James. 2021-2022 season. 55 on the Dubs, Fact check it.
Oh, yeah, that was in L.A.
Yeah. Dude, you guys went 5 names without the King.
Well, he doesn't score 50 that often.
Okay, let me tell you the kind of player I want to build around.
Go ahead.
I want to build around a guy who can score 52, lose, and then give this quote. This guy is now shot up the charts. Listen to this. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 52 last night. Yeah, it sucks. Personally, I play to win, and winning comes first and foremost. And if I don't win, I'm not satisfied. This is unbelievable. So maybe my 52 points tonight wasn't in the best interest of the team, whatever it is. So I'll watch the game over, see where I could have been better, and to win the game is the most important thing for me. So no, I'm not satisfied, and this doesn't feel nearly as good as the other one did because of the outcome. Get me more of Shai. But that is what it's...
A million guys would have said that.
No, they wouldn't have.
What would they said? I wasn't responsible. I scored 50. That's on my teammate.
Nobody would put it like this. Maybe my 52 points wasn't in the best interest of the team. That is unheard of. Unheard of. Maybe like, but I missed a couple big ones. No.
Yeah. Right on the table. Brought to you by Echo
Only
Pest
you
Control.
can look at that and be like,
No, I'm like, you ain't winning me over with that. That's standard. That's what you're supposed to say.
That's not standard.
Yeah. Who would say anything different?
Everybody.
I don't think that. You think, what would Steph say? The exact same thing.
When Steph had 50 in the Garden at the loss, he was doing cartwheels. He did a 28-minute post-game press conference.
Evan, get your boy, man. Come on.
Talking about how Nelly doesn't put the right pieces around him.
Right on the table is OKC may have a Warrior problem.
Yeah,
It wasn't just you scoring 50 tonight,
Talk to me when they have Holmgren.
Well, when's he coming? Man.
Didn't have Draymond.
I know.
Or Kuminga.
Or Kuminga.
How come we don't see him as much as Dre on the bench?
Because he's not Dre.
And he's coaching, though. He was sharp.
I'll tell you what,
night.
he had the game last night. I'm looking up, boy, how many Warrior fans are, I was going to not mention his name. Never mind.
Curry mentioned his gray hair yesterday.
Draymond,
he did the post-game presser, and he goes, you see these grays on top? I said, damn.
Here's why I think sometimes you lie.
Sometimes.
Wow.
So here's the deal.
You're tarnishing Evan.
I'll bet you there's hardly any fans out there who watched the game last night and then after the game said, man, I can't wait till we get Draymond back. Man, when we get Draymond back, we're going to take it to another. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling that. I'm sorry. You can be excited about it, and I know you're just being cosmetic. You're
cosmetic
not really,
how?
No, I got it.
He sent a tweet about me yesterday. Called me a clown. He didn't put my name in it, but that's what he said. I got to ask you this.
You're on an island.
And the Bay wants to know. I'm being real. Island. You were in my office. Dr. Darryl.
Yeah.
Is it personal?
With who?
Draymond.
No.
Because the reason I asked that, Mr. Steinmetz, is as much as we get on him for his off-the-court stuff.
Shocked you talking to me.
I'm not ready to say
I know
his
you're not,
impact.
You're soft.
You didn't see the Phoenix game about a month ago. That Saturday night, he single-handedly won the
for him.
Nah, man, I'm not there with Dre.
I know you're not.
Your boy is still needed.
FYI, you're on an island, and see, this is what you do.
You think I'm on an island?
Yeah, I think most Warrior fans are like, no. My point is this: there are no Warrior fans out there that are chomping at the bit for Draymond to come back. I'm sorry. They're not.
I made it up.
No, you're playing with words a little bit.
You're in the minority on that one, I feel.
How about
Again, I'm not saying they're saying, get Draymond out of here, or they're saying, I hope he gets traded.
Right.
I'm saying nobody's out there saying, can't wait to get Dre back.
This is going to be so real right now,
no,
and I want you to answer
real.
it.
This is not.
Okay, let's take myself and the fans out of it. How about his team? Starting with Coach Kerr.
I don't know.
I believe he would tell Willard and Dibbs they're clamoring for him to get back.
I believe he would tell Willard and Dibbs
but you don't believe he would be meaning it?
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. Let's go to Dave in Oakland.
Yeah, people saying speak for yourself, Uncle Looney.
But that's the one guy who agrees with you. One guy. And you know what? With all due respect, it's that guy. That guy.
Oh, I love Uncle Looney.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are two peas in a pod. Dave in Oakland.
Loved Looney last night.
4 blocks. Hey.
Hey, so first off, both of you guys are wrong on 2 separate occasions.
Oh.
Nobody cares that Draymond comes back. He's the first one that we want out the door because he offers nothing anymore.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay.
He had one more.
He had one more. What's up, Dave?
Hold on.
Yeah, you're there.
So the other thing is, Steiny, you are wrong. To act like adding 28 points, 5 assists, let's see here, 28.5 points a game, 5.5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game is not going to be better than Wiggins as your number 2. That is crazy.
Talk to him.
That's all I got.
I'm not trading Wiggins for Zach LaVine. No, I don't want to do that.
I got some data for you.
Zach LaVine, to me, is the king of the hollow numbers. That's just the way I think of him. Hey,
because he's in a hollow situation.
Well, and
all he can do is lace him up.
And he's part of the reason it's hollow, because he's their best player.
Oh, man. We just look at life differently.
No, I understand. Look, when Rasheed Wallace was with the Portland Trailblazers, he was their best player.
Okay.
They weren't great. They put him in Detroit. He wins a title because he's like the fourth option.
They got to the Western Conference Finals against the Lakers and blew it.
Right, but they couldn't. Well, they didn't blow it.
But they had some success.
Right, but he was never considered a champion.
You know what? I guess me being from Union City, California in the streets, Donnie, I know how to give credit where credit is due. I don't lump everybody into one sum. And when I go to any gym, I don't regardless what level it's at, I'm going to see talent because talent always shines bright. Zach LaVine,
what he's talking about.
Watch tomorrow. Zach LaVine, all he can do is lace him up and go out there and try to be the best basketball player he can. But now if we're going to throw all the GM, the front office, why the Bulls haven't won since D. Rose, it's kind of a little bit unfair, but you're missing the boat of which dude's talented at the game of basketball. The 1%.
He's worse defensively than Wiggins. He's a worse defender than Wiggins.
How big is that?
That's big.
But how big is that drop off?
Well, okay, so you don't and I get this, you don't think defense is half the game.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, that's why I love Wiggins.
Well, then that's important.
He's not a turnstile, Steiny. He's not stiff.
He doesn't try on defense.
Okay, so what if he tried when he gets traded to his new team?
Sure.
It's the Jimmy Butler effect. If you get him out of there, whoever gets him, you're going to get the good Jimmy.
You don't know that. And whenever I say something like that, you say, don't rob him of that.
I've kind of retired that.
Thank God. TMC in San Jose. What's up, TMC? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Hey.
Hey, guys. So, last night, great game. And that begged me to wonder, can we get Kerr to just try the same lineup like 2 games in a row, 3 games in a row? I mean, I looked at the starting 5. I mean, theoretically, all 5 of them can score, right? And I know for years, let alone decades, we've been trying to get a big that will actually just play and do something, right? And so, look, if you think back to even the golden years, right? What did Bogut provide besides passing and just a really big presence, right?
Screen setting.
Screen setting, fair, right? Zaza, same thing, right? He wasn't scoring a ton. And neither of those guys, I think, were playing 30 minutes, if I recall, right? So what is honestly the harm in just playing post? See what you got there for the end of the year, right? And then, similarly, have you got enough of a read this season to see if Kuminga is worth keeping, extending? Is it worth keeping Moody, right? You already see what you got in Lindy. You already see what you got in Gee. You can decide, like, okay, are those interchangeable pieces, just kind of part of a trade, right? But there's really no one in the market right now to go after, right? Unless somehow they literally want to give up Vukovic for a bag of peanuts, right, or something like that, right? So just play it out. I mean, because you're going to kind of muck up the starting lineup again when Kuminga and Dre come back. So why not just try this 5 against Phoenix, see if you get some level of cohesion, some level of familiarity, and ride it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Kerr loves to tinker. And I'm like, it drives me nuts to think, like, look, you already can kind of see the potential what Post can do. I'm not saying he's a top 10 center in any way, but sheesh, how long are we looking for a stretch big?
Well, that's a good point. Like, I think, to me, believe it or not, people are going to disagree, but like, I kind of think the center position's fine now. They got 3 different guys. They're 3 different players. They got one stretch. They got one guy who's athletic pretty much in Davis, or more athletic than the others. And then they got Looney. It's like, Kerr, take your pick of the 3 that you think will work best for most of the night, and then the other guys play less. Like, I mean, if you can get if there's a trade out there and you could get a big and you like the big,
because Vucevic just seems perfect, though. And I think I got drunk on what the caller said, Stoney, when our guy Post had a good game. It's like, good Lord, we've been waiting for this. So, you beat OKC on a Wednesday night at home. But the bottom line is, moving forward in important games, in big games, hopefully that you're playing in, and even a playoff series, a guy like Vucevic, Stoney, the things he can do when he's on, I can't say the Warriors have that right now outside of Post.
Right, but they got a great defender in Looney.
Yes,
or
sir.
A very good defender in Looney.
Which night. All reliable.
If Vucevic is your center, then you lose defense.
Yeah, Looney had 18, damn it.
I know.
Man.
I know. All right, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for me to give you the key word for your spot in the knockout tournament.
We'll see.
So here's the way it goes down. I'm going to give you a keyword, and then we're going to play a sounder in the next 10 or 15 minutes. When you hear that sounder, not that one, but the next one, you call into our contest line at, I'll give you that number on the other side, but you call into the contest line and say the keyword, and you are in the knockout tournament. That's what's coming up on the other side.
Knockout is back.
Now it's good for me to give the word.
Yes.
The word is pass. The word is pass, as in the last pass Zach LaVine threw was 3 days ago. Pass. Not much of a passer.
I would have went past me the Grey Poupon.
Pass.
They're down. You hate guys that are good on bad teams.
No, I don't.
So,
yes, you do.
No, I don't.
I'm being real since he's out in the news. How much fault does De'Aaron Fox get for where Sac's at?
They're in the playoffs. They're like a 7th seed. That's all they are. I'm sorry, Goo. I don't look at Sacramento
They're
and be
10th.
like, okay, what's their record?
24-23.
Okay. And I look at them and they were like under 500. Now they're 24-23. And okay.
But Fox is still majorly attractive to you, I believe.
Yeah.
And, quietly, they really started to go on that run when Fox was out for a few games. Malik Monk was taking over.
That's true.
They got a lot of mouths to feed offensively. Maybe
So
it's
why do you
addition
think
by
they're
subtraction.
a 50-win team?
I didn't say anything about
you always think
I know
they're
what
better
you're
than
doing.
they
I just
are.
figured it out. You're trying to get me into a bet. I didn't say Sac ever's going to win 50.
Well, you said what's Sac's problem, and I'm like, they're 24-23.
Oh, no, they got talent. Look
That's
at that
45
starting five.
wins.
That's an attractive starting five.
It's a 10th seed in the West.
That's why they
starting
fired the
five.
coach.
But it's a.
But you don't.
I don't know what you're saying. Like you're saying, like, I'll tell you what, Sac's this.
No.
Like, yeah, they're 500. Do you think they should be significantly better than 500?
Oh, most definitely.
I don't.
Okay, I do.
So you think it's a 50-win team?
It could be.
Yeah, I don't see
they
it.
They lost to Philly last night.
I know they did.
So did the Lakers the night before.
Right.
Philly's
So
getting their acts together.
Everybody loses
Their act
at some
together.
point.
You missed the boat.
No, I didn't
My whole
miss the
thing
boat.
is, why are you not doing De'Aaron Fox like you do Zach LaVine in regard to his team? Let's just say they're underperforming.
The Sacramento Kings over the last 3 years have been infinitely more successful than the Chicago Bulls.
Right. I can't argue that, but they didn't even make the playoffs last year.
That's right. And I just proved to you I don't hate every player on a team that doesn't make the playoffs. In your face.
You like Foxy.
I like him.
So do I.
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean,
no, finish that. What you mean?
I wouldn't give up 3 future firsts for him. I don't need him that bad.
Well, there is someone that Steiny rarely goes after, but last night after getting ejected, I think he deserves criticism.
Who?
Your
boy.
Your twin.
Chris Finch.
What about him?
Arguing with players?
No,
That's
it's
not
about what he
doing.
did before the game.
Listen.
Oh,
you mean?
I don't know.
Finchy got on his boys.
He woke up on the wrong side of the bed like Steiny did on Friday and ripped his entire team.
I missed it. Give me some words.
Because you say you follow the league, but you don't.
No,
That's how you missed
I was going for a triple-double at the 24 after work. Hey, give me something he said. Did he call you names?
I'll just read something from the article.
Okay,
this is
here
from
we
the
go.
Minnesota.
All right, hold on. Let me set it up.
Look at my man.
We set it up.
That's why he got ran.
This is Chris Finch, head coach of the Timberwolves, got run yesterday, but apparently he did wake up on the wrong side of the bed. And, of course, he's from Reading, Pennsylvania, and went to the same college as I did.
Okay, this is from the Star Tribune. Chris Hines.
This is unreal.
He writes, Finch is typically candid in these video film sessions, and he isn't afraid to get on players regardless of status. Edwards has never been spared from Finch's film clips and sharp tongue. Wednesdays was at another level, the players said. Nobody escaped Finch's wrath. Edwards, he ain't trying my manhood because the clips were on there didn't look good, but I would have been a fool in film to say something back to him. He's trying me. He was trying me during the film session.
That's coaching.
Somebody said, Nickel Walker said, he said,
he woke up choosing violence.
He woke
that
up
is
choosing
great.
violence.
That's what you were Friday. And he basically, one of our great shows on HBO, When in Time we all enjoyed. There's a clip where Pat Riley went after Kareem, Magic, and won their respect, and Finchy did that. That's what it sounds like Finchy did. I love that. And, oh, by the way, they beat Phoenix
don't talk about Finch.
by 8.
Don't talk. Don't.
Evan played the clip Friday.
Keep his name out of your
Ant said, I think he went to sleep last night with violence on his mind.
That is, wow. That's a bar. Look at Steiny laughing like, I know what that's like. Because Friday, you were
Finchy.
that. Yep.
Finchy. You hear why he got thrown out, though?
Him and Beal got into it.
No, they didn't get into it. There was nothing. What happened was Beal was inbounding by the sidelines.
Okay, I saw that.
And Finch mumbled something to Beal, which clearly was refs are
talking about the refs.
So, yeah, he's like, these guys are bozos tonight. And the ref was like, hey, yeah. And Finch is like, okay. And then, like, The ref gets ready to hand Beal the ball, and you could see Finch muttering something under his breath. Again to Beal. Beal's like not really listening, and then he got run.
I thought they got it. He called them bozos.
Yeah,
you're out of here.
So he said to Beal, man, we got some bozos tonight.
And, of course, they asked Julius Randle about Finch during the game, and his first response was, you should have seen him this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Julius Randle. I'll tell you what. You make a lot of what you don't know about fun about my basketball game and what I've meant on the court at any juncture in my life. Steiny, Julius Randle, I could not put. He is the definition of a black hole. He makes nobody better, and that was a bad trade they made to. Draymond going after Cat on social media.
We'll see if it's a bad trade.
Who's a better basketball player, Dre or Karl Anthony Towns?
I'm not answering that.
It's Karl Anthony Towns. Dre can't do half the stuff.
Right now?
No, just their basketball career.
What's your question?
Who is the most talented basketball player of the two? See, now you're timid. You're
there's
being
so
timid.
much at play here.
It's unbecoming of you, Steiner.
There's so much at play here.
How can you go criticize that man on Twitter?
Well, because one guy's if
Karl Anthony Towns has got some game.
If you score a basketball player 50% offense, 50% defense, you can give them a 50. If they're a great offensive player, they get a 50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, Draymond gets a 50 for defense.
Okay.
Okay, and then offense, he gets a 25.
18.
Okay. Cat gets a 40 for offense.
I give him a 45.
20 for defense.
Nah. I'm getting him 35 for D. I'm just saying you can't go after dudes that are better than you, man.
Well, that I agree with.
Now, Gobert, I get. 50 on defense, 0 on offense, but a lob.
The bottom line is, once again, he went after a player that has a league-wide reputation of being a little soft.
But his team, that player is on a team that's having one of the best seasons. Yeah. That would have had me shut up right there.
Well, I wouldn't have done anything in the first place. He picks on easy targets. Karl Anthony Towns has always been an easy target in the NBA.
Didn't the Knicks win the game?
They did win the game.
They beat Denver.
All right, coming up on the other side, your chance to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. That's coming up on the other side. Also on the other side, we're going to replay an interview we had earlier with Bob Myers. That's coming up on the other side of the break. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 50.
I'm tired of getting pushed around. Kick your ass. We're Warriors.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Feel good day at 95.7 The Game. Our Warriors are back on
Look
track.
at my man.
116-109. Warriors completely neutralized Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and rolled to a 7-point victory.
What must that feel like on the NBA level, guys, or any level? I don't know.
Well,
to go for 50.
Well,
that's what everybody was watching.
And you hear this a lot, and I can speak to it. You just feel like you're in a zone. The basket seems twice its size, and
NBA 2K, huh?
You feel like you're moving just a little quicker. You can get to the spots you want to get to. And basically, every time the ball comes off your fingertips, you think it's going in. All righty. Oh, shoot, I need the number. There it is. There is your cue to call the contest line. And I'll give you that number. I just misplaced it. Hold on. 415. Evan, you can't find it?
523.
Okay. Hold on. 415-523. 4652. 415-593. Oh, no. Is that right?
523.
Okay. You know what? Hit that sounder again. All right, there's your sounder. Now's your chance to play the knockout game. You know what you have to do. You have to call that contest number. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Tell them the keyword. Number 2. Let's go with number 2. Number 2 caller. You will be beating Guru's brains in on the Chase Center floor.
Like you did that read.
That
wow.
was one of the worst ones of all time.
That's my quarterback.
Oh, my God.
Evan, that's my quarterback.
Let's just get a name and get out.
That was a fumble and a
boy. Yeah.
No, you did great. Yeah, ad-lib's great.
Myers.
Yeah.
All right. We had Bob Myers on earlier, and we're going to replay that interview. Former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. He was on the call for ESPN last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder. He's on the call tomorrow when the Warriors play the Phoenix Suns, and we had him in the week before the trade deadline. And the first thing I asked him was, what's it like the week leading up to the trade deadline, and how busy is it?
It's pretty rough. I mean, it's much more than maybe the public realizes. This isn't like you woke up 2 days before the deadline and decided to make a trade. I can tell you about the Wiggins one we did. It's pretty exhausting from the standpoint of just running out a ton of ground balls. I mean, most of the stuff you discuss in detail, you don't end up doing, or you'll move forward, you'll get to the 10-yard line with another team, and they'll just pull out and say they got a better deal somewhere else, or they'll change the deal, or something will happen. A guy will sprain his ankle, the deal's off. Somebody's medicals will come back negatively. But every time you go through it, you learn something, and you learn about your peers. You learn who you can trust. You learn about your own group. Some people in the group are more aggressive, some more conservative. Ultimately, it's Joe's team. It's his call. And I accepted that, and that's what every organization operates under, is it's the owner's team. And more so than ever, owner's engagement, the prices of these teams, the values of these teams. If you guys bought a team, I'm sure you would have your say, as you should. So you're balancing all these things. The coach certainly has a way of expressing themselves. I was lucky with Steve. We had a good partnership. I knew kind of where he stood. But the truth is, there's a media component to it. There's a part about what are the fans going to think, what would the business ops think. That all matters because, it more so than ever. The power of how a deal is received is probably never been greater. Like to believe you put your head down and do what you think is best. But more organizations now, whether it's social media or the reaction, is discussed. It's actually discussed. Every year I saw that grow. But guys, it's not perfect. I mean, you just do the best you can. You try to placate all the powers in your organization. Clearly, for me, you'd loop in Steph, you'd loop in the key stakeholders, and then you do what you do. And sometimes it's nothing. But when I remember we were doing a Iguodala's deal, and that was a free agent deal. It wasn't a trade deal. And I remember going through it and thinking to myself, this isn't going to happen. We're not going to get him, and no one cares. So to come on the radio the next day, for me to see you guys at the bar, I know you guys, I might say, guys, we had a lot of stuff going, and at the very end, I mean, couldn't get there. You might have some empathy, but the general public doesn't care.
Right.
They just say you didn't get a deal done. So you suck, and why didn't you do it? So there's part of it, but you get paid a lot of money, and that's part of the deal. That's part of the job.
Bob, always good to talk to you. I got a million questions, my friend. I'll start with this one. So when the Warriors, decide, you know what, we need to make a move. We need some enhancements. If the team were to get hot in the current play, the Warriors have won 2 in a row. If does that change matters up top? Like, do you guys take that into account? Or once you decide we need to make a move, if the team were to get hot, does that change anything in regard to the thought process?
It does. It probably changes it more than it should. Just like you probably woke up today, you more than Steiny, I'm sure. Your reaction.
Win of the year, Bob.
Guru, I like that about you, by the way. I do. You need a guy like that in the group. But, yeah, I mean, probably we all got that recency bias in us. We're human beings. However, if you and I played basketball and you had a great day, you'd think you're great. And the day you suck, you think you suck. I mean, that's just who we are. You have to temper that, though. You have to look at the body of work and say, how real is this? Is this just a variance? Did we just make more threes and they missed more? Or what was this run? What did happen? Was the team we're playing healthy? Were they not? Are we healthy? Are we not? When we lost 3 in a row, what was going on there? And the good news is the trade deadline, you're 45, 50 games in sometimes. That's a big body of work. And so you have to look at all of it. And then you have to look at what are we trying to gain by this? So we made this deal. What do we hope happens here? Right? So we traded for this player. What should be our proper expectation? Because it can't just be we did something. That satiates some people for a week or two. But if it doesn't get the results you want, so let's say you're making a big deal and you're trading a first-round pick. Within the group, you got to say, what do we think this is going to do for us? We think this trade gets us from a play-in team to a team in the top 6. Or we think this trade gets us from the first round to the second round, or second round to the Western Conference Finals. The issue, though, what you're saying is you have to stop. You say you win 4 in a row before the deadline or win 3 in a row. You have to kind of push back on that and go, okay, that was just 3 games out of 48. Let's just pause a little bit. But it's hard to do that sometimes.
Yeah, and we're talking to Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. Is it even a little trickier for the Warriors because they started 12-3, then they were, I don't know, 10-18 or 10-19, and I get it. It is only one game, but you see a game like last night, and to me, I thought to myself, well, I guess that's how they started 12-3 with those kind of games last night. So, I'm just kind of wondering how you balance that, and when you see a game like last night, does it reduce the urgency a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard because which team is it? Is it the team that lost to Toronto in the road, or is it that? And the truth is, it's both. I wouldn't weight one any more than the other. Both things happened. So you have to find an answer for that. And the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? You're not that every night, but you're also not what happened in Toronto, or I'm taking any bad loss or any great win. If you were that, you'd have won 12 games if you were the team that lost the teams you think you're better than. If you were what you were last night, you have 28, 29 wins maybe. And I'm not saying they can't be that. I think they're closer to that than a team that's in the bottom. But it's consistency, getting healthy for sure. They got a big road stretch coming up. But, it's very personal. I mean, nobody has – you, myself, and Guru could argue all day and night about how good is this team, right? And those would be subjective opinions. And you've both been around a long time. And I'm not saying I'd be more right than you, but then we'd have to look at the analytics and say, okay, based on how we've performed all in for the last however many games, who are we really? What should we expect? We've been very unlucky. We should have 5 more wins. If the numbers tell you that, that's important. But when you get into this emotional, we just won 3 in a row or we lost 3 in a row, right, that's where you kind of get in trouble. But that's what the group's for. But it's a fascinating time of year. The fan engagement is huge this time of year for agency. As a GM, it's one of the few times you can actually do something. But as far as big deals, Matt, I mean, you tell me, and you guys, either of you, what team, and this has nothing to do with the Warriors, in the history of the NBA, what team made a deal at the deadline that just changed everything for the rest of that season? Even when the Mavericks did Kyrie, who I think is a really good player, and they went to the Western Conference Finals the year after they traded for him. When they traded for him, it didn't work for those 30 games because basketball involves 5 guys and systems. I mean, even Schroeder, who he's finally, I think, getting it a little bit after how many games? 20-something?
Yeah.
So that's the question you ask. Like, when you do a deal, what do you expect to happen this season? It's hard.
Bob, I'm the president of because I'm very inquisitive when it comes to Andrew Wiggins, because I know the skill set he possesses, and we saw it in 2022, and he's having a great January. But last night, he put his imprint on the game, and Bob, and you lived it. It's never been about talent, but how do the Warriors continue to get this Andrew Wiggins? Like, how do you deal with that in regard to a player? Is it confidence? Do you have conversations, or he's just on an island by himself and he's got to kind of figure it out? But he's balling right now, and I want it to continue.
Yeah, man, it's all of that, right? I mean, is 50% confidence? Is 40%? How the situation Steve puts him in? Is it how his body's feeling? I mean, it's just like I love you. This is going to upset Steinmetz. It's just like when you go play your games. Why are you playing well? Why are you having a good week? Well, things are pretty good at home. I'm healthy. I was sick last week. I got a good team. My jumper's falling. I'm in a good moment in time. The best players are always there. And even when they're not there, they find a way to get there. So that's the question with Wiggins is like, okay, we all have ups and downs, but how do you raise that floor? And he's capable, right? He's certainly capable. And that's why you asked the question. With Wiggins, it's like, can we get this all the time? Why aren't we getting it all the time? But when you have it now, and he's had it for the last 5, 6, 7 games, how do you sustain it? And I can't. You could put a lot of players in that situation. Like, how do they maintain it for 30, 40, 50 games? He did it in 22, so we know he can. And the hope is for this team to go where they want to go. He's going to have to do that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game, former president of basketball operations for the Warriors. I mean, this is probably more of a coaching question for Steve Kerr, but it just happens all the time. It feels like if let's just assume, the Warriors are going pretty well. Let's say they play well in Phoenix, or they're playing pretty well. But now and I say but, maybe I shouldn't, but Draymond's coming back and Kuminga's coming back. Like, how does Steve even start to navigate, who do their minutes get taken from? And, if they're rusty coming back, then they're playing in front of a guy who's been contributing while they're gone. I mean, that would seem to be a pretty tricky challenge.
It is. I even watching last night, Oklahoma City, even though they haven't had Chet Holmgren, and I was thinking, obviously, you want him back. You want Kuminga and Draymond back. But there is an adjustment period that when a player that's going to play 30 minutes comes back that hasn't played in a month, 6 weeks like Kuminga, a few weeks like Draymond, or a week or 10 days, whatever it'll be. Yeah, I mean, what happens? Because this team has had 28 different starting lineups. You don't want that. Kurt doesn't want that. Right. The players don't want that. Sure, the fans don't want that. So what happens then? Because maybe what we saw last night is the start of something. Well, then you're going to add guys to it that are better than the players that played last night on a talent level. How do you incorporate those guys? And that's part of coaching. Here's the point, though, Matt. How many times do you do that through the course of a season, right? That's where it gets tricky, because this team has already had to make quite a few changes, and this will just be another adjustment and another adjustment.
Right.
And the best teams want to limit those. You're not going to bench your best players and say, we're on a run, you're not playing. You're not doing that. So these guys are going to come back and play. But it's just another thing that you have to figure out during the course of an 82-game season. And as many of those as you can avoid, and consistency, and you had 3 starting lineups the whole year, that's the mark of what you'd like to have. But unfortunately, it just hasn't gone that way this year.
Bob, you're my guy. I promise you I'm not spying on you, but I saw you talking to Lacob and you made him laugh. I know you can't tell us what you guys talked about, but can you share with us what you said to make the Mr. Lacob laugh.
You know, you can tell he doesn't hide his body language where he sits, and it wasn't the best start for the Warriors. And I just said, you know, it's a long game, and you know, it's going to be better. And he just wants it so badly. And I don't even remember. It wasn't anything that interesting. I just said, hey, I think I might have said you got the deadline coming up if you need to, you know, something like that. But I think he was pretty happy by the end of the game, certainly. So he was, you know, good win, by the way. I mean, I don't know if you guys, it sounds like you were there or you watched it, but that was a big, the energy at the start of the game for the Warriors wasn't there. Curry had a slow start. Oklahoma City was kind of imposing their will, and then it just shifted. And Wiggins was a big part of that. Podziemski's playing a lot better. Crowd got into it. That was, look, I don't watch all the games, but that had to be a top 5 win.
Oh, yeah.
I would believe for the season, maybe top 3.
Yeah, I think it's probably their biggest considering kind of how they've been struggling.
Yeah. But look, I'm doing the game tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, you got to, this has been the issue, right?
Yeah.
You got to come out and do it again. You know, I didn't need that little, I don't need it.
That's Evan, Bob. That's your boy, Evan.
Evan asked me to come on the show, and he's going to pull that type of stuff on me. You know? Can you guys control your producer over there?
He's feeling pretty good about himself these days, I guess. Huh? Interesting. Yeah, they got to back it up. Hey, before we let you go, Bob, just give me, I know you still talk to a lot of people. We got a week till the deadline is here. We've heard Levine, Vucevic, Butler, a lot of names. How busy do you think it'll get? Do you think we're going to see, you know, a lot, a little, or somewhere in between in terms of deals?
Oh, man. Just in general, the whole league?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think more than you think. I didn't think that a week ago, but now you got names dropping like Fox all of a sudden out of nowhere. Levine's been batted around. Obviously, Butler's an everyday ongoing thing.
You know,
this is
actually, you know what? Let me jump in here for a sec, because I just, and I'm not asking you to speak to specifics, but you said the Fox thing came out of nowhere, and I'm looking at that too. It's like, okay, the Kings are struggling, and then Mike Brown gets fired. Yeah, they're playing real well, and then something comes out like that. I mean, the organization has already known the issue if there was one, right? Like, kind of why now? And you know what I mean? Like, where does something like that come from?
Well, it starts when he didn't sign his extension, which was the first indicator in the offseason. That would have been my first inkling of hey, why didn't you do that? Because I don't know the exact number, but you're turning down $100 million plus when you'd say no to that. And what human being does that in this day and age, or any day and age? So you say no to that, and you say, hang on, why aren't you signing that? Well, and they got a response. I'm sure Rich Paul and De'Aaron Fox gave a response.
Sure.
And it probably was something like, we don't know. And once you hear that, then what you're trying to do is convince them to bet on you. And I don't know the inner workings of the Kings. I don't know what happened. But for whatever transpired wasn't enough to convince him to stay. And maybe that was already there. Maybe that happened during the season. But it certainly was in the minds of Fox and Rich Paul before the season. So if I'm there and you're the GM, we're the assistant GM, we're like, hey, listen, we got to be prepared. Fox didn't sign this, so we got to know what's going on. So I just didn't know the timing, but maybe his agent's like, look, we didn't sign it, or he said, so just FYI, we're doing you a solid. You can do it now, or you can do it in the summer.
Right.
I'm guessing on that point, but that's what I would say.
Hey, Bob, last one from me, but I guess I could have sent you a personal text, because the last time we conversated off air, you were nursing an injury to get back, and we were going to ball, so I'll get an update on that. But you've been around the Commanders, and I got to tell you, this Jaden Daniels as a rookie is, to me, the real cool hand, Luke. Do you see, and this is random, do you see any Steph Curry in him, Bob?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'll tell you by the way, he carries a basketball all over the place. He has a basketball next to him in the locker. He's the only guy, I think. And he puts it literally, when he gets dressed for the games, he's got a basketball sitting next to him. he's a huge Kobe Bryant disciple. Like he grew up in LA, loves Kobe, watches his old videos, tries to develop that mindset. Before the games, if you were watching him warm up on the field, he shoots a basketball.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've seen that.
No, I haven't.
I have actually. Yeah.
I have not.
You have, Simon?
I have.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So I went up to him. I said, "You got to keep your elbow in, man. I don't know what kind of shot that is." But he's. I'll tell you why he reminds me of Steph. He's humble. I hooked up him and Curry when the Warriors were in D.C. for the Wizards game, and they met. So I put him on a thread with Steph and Jaden, and it was cool to see Jaden kind of the way he responded to Curry was kind of like, "I'm honored," or "if you would have time." And it was really nice to see somebody, and Steph deserves that too, but a lot of young guys are like, "Hey man, I'll be here at this time." But the way he communicated with Curry was very like a respectful way.
Right.
And then the thing that is similar is they both are unbelievable competitors, but they laugh and they have fun doing it. So if you watch Jaden during a game, he's talking to the edge rusher. He's laughing. A guy will drill him and he'll get up and pat him on the helmet. And he's always talking to the other team and he's laughing. And I find it so rare. I always wished I was a guy. I think Magic Johnson was one of the first ones that I remember loving the game and then just expressing that. Steph does that too.
Yeah.
That wasn't Michael Jordan. That wasn't Kobe Bryant necessarily, but that's what I see with Jaden and Steph, this very deep competitiveness, but they enjoy it. And obviously the talent is the talent. So you got to have that too. But,
Wow.
No, he's a good kid. Great kid.
Basketball, Steiny. I didn't know you knew that.
I know what Bob's talking about in terms of the pregame. Hey, Bob, thank you so much as always, man.
Yep.
I guess you'll be in town. You're in town now because you're doing tomorrow's game too. All right.
Yeah, man. Hey, can I say one thing to you guys?
Yeah.
Take your time.
You guys, I know you guys have been doing it for a while. What you guys have is really cool. You're yin and yang. I hope you know that. I know you mess with each other sometimes, but it's pretty amazing what you guys have done, and your personalities are perfect for each other, and you have a great show. So I hope you.
Bob,
I just want to tell you that from my benefit.
Hey, I'll say this.
Bob,
I said that was
appreciate it.
my last thing. This is a true story. I'm watching with Mia, the wife. She goes, "That guy has a gray head of hair. How old is he?" And she Googled you. I said, "Quit stalking her," but she gave you a compliment.
There you go.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, fellas.
All right, Bob.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Take care. All right. We could have cut that last part. That was a little gratuitous.
It made my day, but I'm mad at you. I'm mad at Evan. I think I'm mad at the boss. I'll bring it up in the meeting. That's why.
How come?
I just listened to myself. I got to stop laughing. Like, oh my, that was torture. Not that, Evan and listeners, I'm sorry. What's going on?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you tell me?
Well, we've gotten used to it.
That's who you are.
I mean,
I ain't that. I don't love. Dude, laughing like a hyena.
Well, we're often associated with our worst moments, unfortunately. I got a big ass. All right. That was Bob
I'm
Myers.
laugh on that.
All right. Coming up on the other side, we'll get into it. And we also have Eric Armstead at 1:30. And also coming up on the other side, your chance to go to Vegas to watch the big tourney with $20,000 in your pocket. We'll be giving that away. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by all new Bay Street, Emeryville. Hey, what's going on? It's Steiny. Did you hear Bay Street, Emeryville now has free? Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, our slam dunk contest in Vegas is on. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas, plus each guest gets $5,000. That's $20,000 total. So, you heard this right, $20,000. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. It's easy to win. All you have to do is download the free Odyssey app right now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour, and that gets you locked in to entry for this contest. It's a national contest. Download the Odyssey app right now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000.
Wow. That's a lot of bread, Steiny.
Coming up in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Eric Armstead, former defensive lineman for the San Francisco 49ers, spent last year with Jacksonville. He's got some special things going on. We're going to talk to him about that and also about Robert Saleh, who he played under when he was here, maybe get a Super Bowl prediction. And, of course, a lot of people thought the Niners missed him on the defensive side of the football this past year. So we'll talk to Eric Armstead in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I call you my confidant because we share stuff, and oh, boy. We got.
I'm just going to let you finish. Go ahead.
So there's a bro code, and I learned it from Union City, and we share things, and there's some things that I don't want other people that I say stuff about to get to them. And it's been so great between you, Evan, and I. Mm-hmm. But our board op extraordinaire, my friend, gone to the A's game with him, Ken, shaved his beard the other day.
All right.
And it brought back memories when I came home. I was in the 4th grade. True story. Norman rocked a beard. The first day I walked in and saw my father without a beard, I still haven't gotten over oh, my God, who's this guy? So Ken, a couple of weeks ago, did something to the beard. It's not bad, but I shared with my brothers, like, it's bringing me back to that point. Ken comes in here today and says he's mad at me. I look at my guy like, what happened to the Knicks? What happened to the Mets, the Dolphins? He says, if you didn't like my beard, you could have just told me. So I go to you.
Yeah.
You must have dined me out. You say, Goo, I didn't tell him.
I did not tell him.
Evan, I'm hurt. Evan, what made you tell him?
Well,
you can't do that.
I shared the same opinion.
Oh, boy.
But you threw me in it.
Well, I said I didn't like it either. Ken?
But you know what the funny thing about it is,
I like it is just lower, so you look different. That's all. It's not bad.
But at least they had the guts to tell me to my face. I mean, even Steiny, I could bet if he didn't like it, he would have said, "Ken, that beard, terrible."
Yeah.
He would have told me to my face.
Man,
it would take a really bad beard.
And then Evan didn't double back to tell me, I told Ken that you didn't like his beard. Give me some warning, Evan. Oh, that hurts.
Just be honest with me, Goo. That's all I want. That's all I want, Goo.
I thought it was a good take. I had to share it with him.
But share your opinion, not mine.
How about this?
Here's
what did you do? I don't see him as any different right now.
It's the mustache.
He got the Tom Selleck mustache, and then it was gone.
So
he looked different.
Yeah. I got you.
I love you, Ken. You're my guy.
I love you, too.
So, Ken, you're one of those guys who can grow a beard in 4 hours?
It takes about a week.
Okay.
With blind spots.
I got friends that get out of the shadow by lunchtime. They shave in the morning by lunchtime. They got the midnight
like that
shadow.
On TV. Castaneda.
I've never seen Sal with a beard.
That's the point. He's got to shave every day. Every day.
Oh, boy.
How
Big
often you
Sal.
shave?
About every 3 days. And I dry shave.
Yeah.
I use the clippers that you line your hair with. So no electric
Gotcha. I don't have to shave.
Yeah.
Once every
doing good for your age, man.
Yeah, I never just I could have not shaved since I was 18 years old, and you might not even notice I'd have a beard.
There you go.
My age.
Real quick. Sure. There's another beard we have to address, and it was at the Warriors game last night.
I said I'm gonna stop laughing.
Oh, nah, I'm out on this one. I'm out. All you, Evan. I'm out.
Who did you see?
It just tells me he's been working really hard lately.
See, I love it.
And I love him for it. But Joe Lacob, the beard.
Oh, no.
We should ask Myers about it.
Does he have one, or is it mid-beard?
It's not in great form right now.
Meaning he's been in the lab. Steiny he ain't got time to pamper.
Well, we don't know if he just hasn't shaven or if he's in that awkward stage of when you do grow a beard. I got to believe there's a few days where it looks just a little
I wouldn't
spotty.
know.
Have you ever seen him with a full beard?
No.
Neither have I.
Yeah,
but I like it.
I don't think Nicole likes it.
Now, how could you just...
I just made it
I
up.
got you. As long as you admit it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how most women feel about a beard.
They're in right now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, that hurts me. That hurts me because I can't grow one.
Well, you got other stuff that's hurting you. See, hey, what about Pods? What
about him?
He's a boatload of energy since he's come back.
That's
he
what they
thought he
need.
played more minutes than he did last night. 18.
That's a good sign.
No doubt about it.
See, that's a good sign for Pods. Telling you, I saw my little.
I can't get over Evan Diamond. Like, why couldn't he have just told Ken, "Hey, I don't like the beard"? Why did he have to bring me up?
Because he used you as a crutch.
That's what I don't like it.
If it was that secretive, I wouldn't have dimed you out, but I thought it was kind of funny.
We'll talk about it later.
Oh, today?
No, tomorrow.
Also, Go, you still owe me.
Okay, when Steiny pays me, I'll pay you.
No, that's not how that works.
Thank you.
No, I got you tomorrow, but what do I owe you for?
For the Rams, dude. That's two things I got on you now, man.
Well, I'm going to pull a Steiny. Did we really bet? Pull the footage. All right,
You
I
brought
got
it to
you tomorrow.
10.
I got you.
You also had the Rams and the Jets in the
Jets was a
in the
summer
Super Bowl.
bet. Dude.
We'll just call it even.
No, you owe me
Let's
one.
call it
I owe
even.
Evan. I got you, Evan. Coors Light.
Right.
And I got you, baby.
Well,
Michelob Light. What was it?
Goose one went away from winning a bet against you, Steiny.
No, the big one. And we said dinner. Yeah. This wasn't a
got
drink.
the field,
a dinner.
and Guru has the Chiefs.
And people may say, what are you doing? Now look.
Okay, now
And watch it be by your Eagles if I lose and it's your Eagles.
You better hope the Eagles don't win. Oh, you better hope. But here's the thing, Goo, and this is where sometimes you miscalculate things. So there'll be a Super Bowl, right? Next Sunday.
Yeah,
and then
can't
we'll
wait.
come in and do a show on Monday. The show Monday, Goo, is not about who won the bet.
That's what you do, and I hate that radio.
The show
I was
Monday,
right.
The show Monday will be about the Super Bowl.
Now this is stick. You're ready for Cobb's
Steiny,
comedy.
I called it. Steiny, I called
No,
it.
you
It's
do
not
radio
about
like that.
No, I
Nothing.
don't.
Sometimes you won't fire
No,
off
I
a
don't.
take because you want to be safe.
No, I don't.
let it all out.
I
I
know.
don't care about I was right. Nobody's right all the time.
I'm as
The
close as
nerve
it
of
gets.
you, the audacity, the gall.
The nerve.
Yeah, that's the easy
The
one.
cojones.
Well,
you want to take a call?
I got to really stop laughing. Seriously, man. We got Armstead in a minute. I'm going to ask the tough questions.
What? Okay.
No, seriously.
You
They
wanna-
miss him.
You want to lead off?
No, I don't like I
know you
play
don't.
my position.
49ers. They're in
Dude, I did the
shambles.
Backyard Boogie for 3 years. A 3-hour show.
It was an internet show.
It was on the radio, bud. 102.5.
It was streaming.
What are you talking? Dude, you need to, one day you'll give me my propers.
When you're in the casket.
Oh, boy.
Steiny, have you ever seen the movie Up?
I hate that movie. You know that.
I hate it too.
I know. We hate it for the same reason.
Why would you bring that up?
Some people are saying the glasses, you and Carl.
Oh, I don't remember.
There's a resemblance.
I mean, how about this?
I like them.
The biggest upset was me seeing the movie in the first place.
What? I couldn't.
I hated that movie.
I like where they were at, though. The scenery was, what was that, New Mexico? They were somewhere, like on the ranch.
Well, it's a cartoon. You know, it's animated. It's not a real movie.
I'm thinking of a different one.
I think I know what you're thinking of.
Which one?
Oh, no, wait.
Up? Yeah.
Up was there was one that was animated where
the guy from Get Out, the brother from Get Out was in Up, right?
Uh-oh.
No, it is an animated movie.
Up is an animated movie where the whole premise of the stupid movie is that they have a house that can fly different places because it's carried by balloons.
It's a wonderful story. Go home, watch it, and get back to me.
It's an animated thing where No, seriously.
Okay.
There's a house. A house.
Okay.
And it's got balloons attached to it. And the house just flies around to different places, essentially. And that's the movie.
Yeah, I'm out.
And then there was a guy his daughter died off screen before the movie started. But
that was his wife.
But we didn't learn about it until about midway through the movie.
I got to check it out. But I got to find out what movie I'm talking about with my guy.
You're talking about Up, too. That's a movie about the meteor that was headed toward Earth.
Yes.
I saw that one, too.
But I thought it was Up.
It was something called like Up. No, it was
Up in the Air?
That's the
With George Clooney?
No, he wasn't
it
in
the
there. That's
Clunes?
my guy. No, he wasn't in there. I'll get it in a minute.
Anna Kendrick?
I bet you somebody's going to help us.
And that's why they're the most useful when they do that.
Don't Look Up.
No, I'm
with Leo.
Oh, Don't Look Up.
Oh yeah, no,
That's
it wasn't
what it was.
that.
Yeah, thank
no, it wasn't
you.
Leo. It was my boy from Get Out,
Which one?
the brother.
Oh, the British guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
he played in this,
Idris
and they were
Elba?
in like New Mexico.
Easy.
Isn't that who it is?
No.
Give it to me. He's supposed to be James Bond.
Well, he's the guy who does it. He also does the DJing, right?
Well, everybody DJs now on the
did they?
side.
Okay.
What am I talking
Up.
about?
Oh, here we go. Up is a beautiful movie, you curmudgeon. Zucci. Come on.
You're thinking of Daniel Kaluuya. Who?
Zooch.
I'm just fixated
A
on
house-
the brother from Get Out. Get Up.
Apparently,
Yeah.
could you be thinking of a movie called Nope?
That's it. Oh my gosh.
All right, we got him?
Yeah.
All right. We've been waiting on this one.
Our man.
Today, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. We got Eric. All right. We got him on the phone, but we're going to...
Hey, it was Nope. I feel
Well, which one was that about?
I just told you, but I'll tell you after we have Eric. Yeah.
Well, you can tell us now. and I'll just cut you off when he's ready.
The scenery in the movie was second to none. They were like, I want to say Utah, or I was guessing New Mexico. Kind of like where the greatest movie made last year that I seen, Oppenheimer, when they went out and about where they made the bomb. I believe they were in
Los Alamos.
Boy, you special.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Yeah, you're thinking of Nope.
Yeah.
And I think the guy, are you thinking of Jordan Peele?
You man.
Well, that's the text line, 5.
But no, I'm not him.
This
This guy's name is, I got it right.
And they're right in your face, too.
Daniel Kalava.
Idris Elba is a DJ.
Yeah.
All right, we got him. All right, let's welcome in Eric Armstead, 49er defensive lineman from 2015 to 23. He spent 2024 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Eric, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. How you doing, Eric?
Good, can't complain. How are you?
We're doing great here. Let's start out with the business at hand and what you're up to with the Armstead Academic Project and the recent event you hosted, Stay Hungry Career Camp. Why don't you get us started with what you're into there?
Yeah, that's a initiative, a program that we started a few years back, and trying to provide career opportunities for young people. And we did a few in the Bay Area when I was there, and we're continuing to do them in the Bay Area, and we have some planned in Jacksonville as well too. And we had an opportunity to bring some kids out to Tarani and their flavor factory and learn about all the different careers at Tarani. The warehouse, marketing, executives, and really showcase what a young person could do with their life. And I don't feel that young people always see the cool jobs that they could have. And we kind of just traditionally see being an athlete or so really exposing kids to new opportunities and new careers, and trying to pique their interest in something. And that's what we do with our Stay Hungry Career Camp. And we're really excited about it and taking it nationwide, and want to work with companies all over the country who have the same core missions and values that we have.
Well, obviously you played with the Niners for almost a decade, and you were a great player. But I also know that just from everything I've heard, you've done a lot of public service. That's very important to you over the years. And I'm just wondering, where did that come from? Your willingness and your want to give back?
I think it was instilled in me at a young age. Definitely my parents, growing up in the church as well too, just leading with compassion and empathy for others. And, I feel like it's my responsibility as someone who's been tremendously blessed throughout my life and have not gotten to where I've gotten, on my own merit. It's been a lot of people in my life and a lot of things that I've been, shielded from that have gone in my favor. And so, I feel like it's my responsibility to be that blessing to our future generation. And I have the platform and the resources to do it. And, if not me and not us, other people who take this responsibility, other people at our organization, my wife and family who, allow us to do this, then, who will do it. So that's just the responsibility and how I think about it. And, if we're not going to do it, then who will?
Wow, Eric, I just want to, if you can, tell your parents thank you, man. I mean, that was deep. They raised a great kid, and for you to take on that initiative and give back, man, that means a whole lot, and I got goosebumps just talking to you. I got to tell you, on the station, I've been real loud since your departure from the 49ers, and I don't want to be messy, Eric, but I do, if you don't mind, want to ask you, were you shocked at how it ended here in San Francisco for you?
For me personally?
Yes.
It was some time ago. I got some time to reflect. Got a lot of love for a lot of people over there still. Spent some great years there. Really grew as an individual and as a person in the Bay Area. And was truly blessed to be there, for that long. And, life throws different things at you and changes course and directions. And, you never really always know what's going to happen. But definitely a lot of love there, for a lot of people. And, the ultimate goal was to win the Super Bowl. So we didn't get that done. So it kind of felt unfinished.
Right.
But still a lot of love for a lot of people over there. And I think it's prepared me for, the next chapter of my career here in Jacksonville and trying to get this organization turned around and make us a real winner and a dominant football team as well too. So that experience definitely prepared me for, this next journey.
Eric Armstead joining us on 95.7 The Game, 49ers defensive lineman from 2015 to 23, played with the Jacksonville Jaguars last year. Obviously the 49ers did not have a great season. They didn't miss the playoffs. You weren't on the team, but you were on the Super Bowl team from 2 years ago. And I know you weren't in the same environment, but could you speak to the idea of a Super Bowl hangover and what it's like to play the following season after you lose such a tough Super Bowl, both physically and kind of mentally, how you approach the following season?
It definitely can be tough, with a Super Bowl loss and just, realizing dang, next season we have to go through it all over again just to get to this point to reach our ultimate goal and dream. And so that can be a little bit of a daunting task. I was in that situation once before, returning after our 2019 Super Bowl loss. So it's definitely can be a daunting task, and you have to find a way to muster up a lot of what you had the season before, but also realize that it's a completely new season with new challenges, and you got to go through all over again, and that could be pretty tough. That's why you don't see many teams throughout the course of history, being able to consistently go to the Super Bowl back-to-back years. It's pretty rare.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, my partner and I, we're the real odd couple because we think differently and we look at life differently, and I love them. And we were just curious, kind of put yourself in put ourselves in your shoes. Okay, your current team is not in the Super Bowl. You played in that game. But next Sunday, will Eric Armstead be front and center wherever he's watching the Super Bowl at and taking the game? Or do you kind of like, you know what, my team's not in and I'm gone? I'm not watching.
I've had different feelings throughout my career. Early in my career when I was in San Fran, I was like, man, I'm not going. I used to watch the Super Bowl, but I'm like, I'm not going to a Super Bowl. I won't be in attendance to one until I play in one. And that's how it was early in my career. And then we played in one in 2019. And then, for the Walter Payton Man of the Year stuff, that is a part of it, is going to the Super Bowl. So I had situations where, I had to go to the Super Bowl after losing the NFC Championship and stuff like that. And it's definitely a terrible feeling having to sit there and watch that. But this one, it being, years down the line, I'm going to check it out. It's two teams that I have history with, obviously, which I don't really have a lot of love for, but
I gotcha.
The ultimate respect for them. Obviously, they're two great teams. I think it's going to be a great game. So, and I got to go to the Walter Payton Man of the Year stuff again. So I'm kind of going to be forced to watch.
All right, there you go.
Good for you, though. That's a good reason to end up there. Let me just throw this at you. If you were a 49er fan and you know them out here, who do you root for in this game? You can't stand the Chiefs because they got you twice, but nobody likes the Eagles either.
Yeah, I'm definitely rooting for the Eagles. I think majority of Niner fans in the nation, not even just Niner fans, I think the country is definitely rooting for the Eagles, even though that's the lesser of two evils.
Right. Hey, last one from us, Eric, and we really appreciate your time. Obviously, the 49ers hired Robert Saleh as their defensive coordinator. You played under him when you were here. Just what are your thoughts on Robert Saleh and what he brought to the table for you guys defensively?
Oh man, when Fred just posted a picture with Saleh after he went back there, and I sent Fred a message. I said, "Dang, I'm jealous because Saleh is one of the best coaches I've ever played for. Truly a special coach, and I know he's." When he brings that energy, he cares about his players. Schematically, he's elite, and he's has the experience. Been around a lot of football, and been in a lot of big games, coaching in big moments. And the thing I've seen, especially, I was with Saleh 2017, and I've known him for a long time. Is just the ability as a coordinator and a coach to, put out fires, and, there's going to be teams that try to attack you in new ways, and you have to, come up with answers. And I've seen him do that for years. When all these offensive coordinators are throwing different schemes at him, he's been able to adjust. And I think that is the making of a great coach for sure. So definitely jealous. I love Saleh, but it was great. Definitely great to see him go back to the Bay around some people that some familiar faces and people that love him. So definitely happy for him.
All right, before we let you go, if people want to learn more about the Armstead Academic Project, how would you direct them?
Armsteadproject.org. You can find all the information there. You can go to Armstead Academic Project. You can find us on Instagram as well too, and connect that way. But yeah, all the information on the website, emails and stuff will go to our organization. And if you want to connect or partner in any way, you can find all the information there.
Hey, thank you so much, Eric. Really appreciate it.
Way to give back, man.
Yeah, it's important stuff you're doing. Good luck in Jacksonville or wherever your career takes you. Thank you so much for joining us. Great stuff, man.
Appreciate you guys.
Yes, sir. That's Eric Armstead, former 49er D lineman. I played with Jacksonville last year. And what's funny is, honestly, all right, so this guy's been in the league for about 10 years.
Okay.
All right, and he played here in San Francisco.
From SAC.
And it's like, yeah, he's good. He was a good player. Good player. Like, you know. But I actually now, after 10 years, built into that is like, I know this guy does a ton of work like this.
Man,
like that.
pay
Like when
it
I think of
forward.
Armstead, I think of, well, he was really good on the 49ers defense. And he's that guy who does all that stuff for the community.
Man.
So good for Eric Armstead.
And the reflection that he has, that he had a family or parents that kept him from that, Steiny, and because he was kept from it, he doesn't ignore it. You know what I mean? So wow, man, that was great, man. We need more people like that. That was awesome.
Yeah, he's a class act. You could tell. A Sacramento native.
Yeah.
Oh, did you play against, hold on, Elk Grove? Isn't that where Bill Cartwright went?
His dad is Gus Armstead.
Okay.
And I got to be careful because Phil Handy is great, but he's a big-time trainer out in Sacramento. So all the kids that wanted training or shot at the pros or college, Steiny, Gus Armstead was the guy. I was going to bring that up, but I didn't mean like making it about me, and I don't do that stuff.
Well,
now why would you laugh?
No, I'm just.
Now, Steiny, that made my day. We had Bob on earlier, but to hear a guy like that give back, man, I'm serious. That'll stick with me today.
No, that's good.
Yeah, no doubt.
Good stuff, absolutely, positively. So we're going to go to, okay.
I got one thing.
Hold on.
Okay.
We're going to 56, so we got another 10 minutes.
Oh, no reason.
I'm more interested in what happens after 56. Because, you know what I mean? That's going to mess the clocks up.
We got a meeting today, too.
And we have a meeting. So this puts the crossover in a little jeopardy, I believe.
Just means it's going to be shorter.
That's Evan. Why did he panic?
Well, we're going to 56.
When do they come in?
Then when do we come back?
At the top of hour.
2:00.
And then you go until 12. Just like we always do.
No, that's not right, though, because it's usually it's a 20-minute crossover.
Yeah, so today's just a shorter version.
Which you like.
No.
Oh, boy.
This is what we can use to actually finish the show up on the hour. 1:56. Hey, Willard and Dibbs are next. Willard and Grandy are next on 95.7 The Game. And then we go to the meeting.
Well, I'll tell you what, when we go to this meeting, you speak your mind to the boss on how you thought it should have went down. Evan said we'll get out of here at 56, and then we'll get out of here at 11.
Well, as you know, Steiny, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss.
Yeah. We can just say that and truncate it.
The crossover.
See, I don't think you do.
I'm still mad at Evan.
I'll bet you if you just read that, if you just do that Abundant Life read and do it well with verve, Abundant Life's not really going to care if we didn't do the actual crossover.
Thank God you're not running us. Thank God, Evan.
They just want their name mentioned.
Ask me, and this is real. I have it written down. You and Evan, please both ask me the play last night after the Warriors were down 14 that happened to where I said the Warriors might really win this game. See if you two can guess it.
I'm not going to do that right now.
Evan?
Sorry, say that again?
There was a play last night after the Warriors, they were down 14 early in the second quarter that happened, that went the Warriors' way, and I said, oh my gosh, I said they might actually pull this off.
Did it just happen in the replay that's on in the studio?
I'm not laughing.
This goes back, this is happening more frequent. What happened last week, something like this?
You wanted to talk about your top 5 centers.
Yes, and it happened to be on ESPN
which
on the
happened
TV.
to be the same list that Udonis Haslam.
Okay, here I go. I'm about to tell you. I got it written down. Guy Santos made they were down 8, 45-37, Evan. Tell me if he made a 3-point play, and then he went, rah, like Draymond to the crowd.
He did.
Are you saying that just happened on the TV?
And I wondered that it's a little conspicuous.
I get no credit. I'm Rodney Dangerfield at 95.7 The Game. I got it written down.
Let me guess. So
I ain't mad. I'm still mad at Evan, but
so is this how do you watch a game like this? Warriors set the tip off with the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Thunder win the tip. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander dribbles up, makes a 17-footer. We're gonna lose.
That's Spadoni.
Curry from 28. Good.
No.
We're going to win. I think we're going to win.
No.
Shea
You wouldn't last that way.
Down the lane. He draws contact from Looney. Good bucket. He can put the what's her name? The Thunder up 5-3. Uh-oh, we're in trouble.
No, you wouldn't survive. You wouldn't last doing it like that.
So how are you doing it?
Now, it's predicated on 90% of my thought process going into the game. And going into the game, I don't think I'm by myself. Vegas was with me. I thought OKC had a great chance to win that game, partner. And then when they went up 14, I'm like, standard. Everything people thought was going to happen. And then when Santos Evan made that, I loved it. That emotion, I was like, can they pull this thing off?
Legitimate question. At what point did you both believe that the Warriors were going to win the game?
When Pods hit when that step back 2, which I thought was a 3, when that went in bottoms, I was like, night, Sonny.
Nobody says bottoms, first of all.
I've heard Kalena use it.
Oh, okay.
Kalena! That's my guy.
That means Kalena was the latest you watching Adonis Haslam provide content.
This is about you and Evan. Why are you bringing me in it? Go at him like you go at me.
Did you steal it from Kalena?
No.
Bottoms? I know you stole Wetter from him.
I've never used Wetter.
No, Dibs does. That's what a jumper. They call it a Wetter. Yeah, I'm not crazy about it either.
I think of diapers.
But
yeah, we got to bury that one.
Yeah, I'm with you, Evan.
Why did I look?
What about you, Steiny?
What was
your play last night where you said, "Oh, they're going to win this game"?
It happened. It was starting to happen midway through the third, actually, where they were down. They got to half down 10, and I'm like, you know what? They're actually kind of fortunate to be down 10. Oklahoma City should, they got to reestablish right here, and they didn't, and so it became a close game. And you could just see the Warriors kind of revving up, kind of building up. Oh, you see what happened in the Kings Sixers game last night?
I watched all that game.
Oh, okay. So one team at one point had a 12-point lead, at another point, the other team had a 13-point lead.
And what's your point, Pat?
My point is that quit saying 14-point lead, and I thought it was over. It's not over anymore in the NBA with a 14-point lead in the first half. It's not over. Stop thinking it's over. That's
closers, coffees for closers. Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross. If you're up 14, finish it. And I do understand the NBA is a game.
You can't finish a game in the second quarter.
Well, OKC would have added some points onto that 14-point lead.
But they didn't.
But had they?
Well,
we would have been watching Sacramento winning by 30.
And if Salt and Nuts were there, I'd be there.
Don't let a great show go down the drain.
You know what?
Just
I got
take a deep breath.
I got news for you.
I love you.
I got news for you. I don't think the listeners liked the Myers interview as much as you did, just because he's so complimentary about what you do.
He talked about what we do together.
He did. He did.
I brought up our phone call.
What are you talking about?
Remember in the interview, and then, hey, Bob, remember you called me and we talked about
but you never talk about yourself.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to do it because now you got on my nerve.
What did you
do? Did you see the text here?
No. I got the YouTube chat up.
It says, why does Johnson always start a question about himself and then ask the question? From the 415.
That is interesting. Some people say it's leading the witness.
I think it's wonderful. Yeah. I think it shows that
everyone is Guru's guy. No, they're not. Not Evan right now. I gotta get. Why would he bring my name up? Just tell Ken I don't like it.
Well,
you gotta throw me in it. Now me and Ken are fractured.
Now let me ask you a question.
We'll never get it back to where we were at, Ken.
Now let me ask you a question.
Evan, I didn't know you didn't like the beard though.
Now, let me ask you a question.
I gotta quit laughing.
At any point, okay, you relayed information to Evan and myself, and then Evan goes and relays that information to the person you were talking about.
In the streets, that can get you.
Right.
Yeah.
But at any point, either now or in the near future, would you look in the mirror and say, maybe I shouldn't talk about other people?
I did have that thought, partner.
I mean, I think that might solve it.
Yeah, I did have that thought.
There you go.
But I'm a little more guarded now, so it's going to be less for me. You two be aware.
You're like Draymond.
I can't trust you.
You're like Draymond Green at the 3-point line. You're unguarded, Chief.
You looking at my percentage this year? Give that man credit.
Who?
Dre. He's improved it, Stoney. Don't shoot in the one quarter. He's improved his shot. Now he got to get healthy.
Yeah. Bring him back as the 8th man, and we can keep this thing rolling.
My prediction was next Thursday, while we'll be at Bay Street, Emeryville against the Lakers, he'll be back.
Okay, and this is the kind of thing. And this is the kind of thing you do when he comes back Monday against Orlando. Nobody cares, and you will have been wrong, but nobody will care, and it'll never be brought up. But if you happen to pick the right lottery date, then Thursday's show becomes about Steiny. The story's not about Draymond coming back. The story's about how I said I thought he might be back tonight, and it looks like he is.
I just figured it out.
Congratulations,
and I mean this, partner. No,
I think he's coming back in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to be right.
When I think about coming in every night to see you and Evan and talk to the listeners, I go to bed with a smile on my face because we are blessed to do what we do. But I just figured out why when we get cranky, Steiny, you think I'm coming in here or you have to deal with some version of a victory lap.
A diva.
But no.
Yeah.
I was
You're like
right
a wide
type
receiver.
of stuff. I don't do that.
You're
I'm
like
not
working with a wide receiver.
Well,
you are.
You ain't the best quarterback.
You're like, oh, please.
Ask Evan on the thing he just told you to read.
Oh, my God.
You couldn't give the phone number out.
The contest.
What was that? Steiny, we got to talk about
that
at the cafeteria tomorrow.
Hey, you got one more chance tomorrow.
Listen.
And so does everybody.
And then 2 more weeks.
At 8 o'clock,
and
12
then 2
and 4.
more weeks. And who decided that we were going to put 36 guys in this knockout tournament or however many it's going to be?
Director of Sports.
Lou! Anyway, it was a fun show to still have the crossover. I don't like it. My timing's all off now. I don't like when we switch the clocks. It's hard for me to do that kind of math.
I thought you'd like this crossover.
Well, I like it more because Grandy's in for dibs.
Well, it's shrinking.
Dude, why are you shooting the dibs while he's out? You see what he did to me yesterday?
No.
After you told me I got Cliff Cleveland wrong, I Googled it, and he took a picture of it and tweeted it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up on the other side, crossover time on 95.7 The Game. And it's sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 50.
Call it like you see it.
I got a big ass. Shut up, Evan.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Mark Willard, Mark Grandy in the house. It is the crossover.
Don't leave yet, Steiny.
It's a short one. Don't
leave yet.
Look at it. We got a meeting.
I know you do. I know when your meetings are. They're the same day ours are.
Okay.
We already had ours. Do you want the minutes? I could just tell you what happens.
Okay.
Aren't they different for everybody, though?
Let me just say this. Say this. I'm not going to leave right now.
Okay, good.
But it's not because you don't want me to. I'm just choosing to do it.
No, you're always in charge of you, Steiny.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I have learned in my life, maybe it's why I sound the way I do on the radio, I'm in charge of nothing when I leave here. Nothing. I got 3 kids. I got a fiance. I am not in charge of anything when I leave here.
Wow.
And I guess maybe I'm not in charge of anything here either. Certainly not you, Matt Steiner.
Nah, from 2 to 6, you pretty much run it.
Well,
but from 2 to 2:12.
Well, that's always a contentious period because we don't know whose show it is.
You guys had a pretty good show, though.
Yeah.
Bob Myers?
Myers was good. Armstead was really
Eric
good.
Armstead, yeah.
And
how about Bob Myers? Boy, there were a couple things that really stood out trade deadline related.
Man.
And I hope and we will re-highlight this for our listeners. I was blown away at the idea that the 4 of us and
where's he going?
And every other listener to this station, every other show on this station, apparently have a very, very big effect on what the Warriors will do at the trade deadline, as does every fan base and media member. He said more and more and more, whether it's social media or not, like what the teams are hearing out in the world affects what they do at the deadline. That raised my eyebrows a little bit.
I feel like we interviewed once Brian Sagan.
I was just going
a while ago.
And he said it.
And I was like, do you really have to take in, especially, and he was like, yes.
Wow.
You have to take that into account.
And why, again, and I've wondered this for a long time, like, why do we need to know that the Warriors have dipped their toe back into Jimmy? Like, why do the Warriors tell Brian Windhorst that so that he can go to ESPN? That's why. They want to know what y'all think.
Right.
Well,
I mean, plus the days of, you make a trade, it's in the paper, then they play a game. You know what I mean? It's like here they get instant feedback. They probably know the feedback they're going to get before they make the move.
For sure.
And like I don't think it dictates, but if they, for example, if the Golden State Warriors only move Looney to get under the luxury tax because they think that's the best way to go, they know they're going to have to sell it in the best way they can, but they know it's going to be hard.
It's going to be a hard sell.
Yeah.
So you're telling me Mike Dunleavy's keeping an eye on our Twitter poll that Director of Sports Gilgeous-Alexander put out yesterday and your trade idea for Levine and Vucevic,
except for that Lucas forgot to put one of the players into the trade deadline.
Oh, did he?
Shout out to the people who responded by going, "Hey, Mark, salaries."
Oh, you hate
like, you're right, because Lucas left one of the names out.
Who was the name?
Well, now I got to look and see who who he put in. I think he left out. Maybe it was GP2. I'm not sure, but it was a 5-for-2 swap.
Okay,
and I want to say on the air for the 80th time that was me finding salaries that work. That was not me going, boy, I want to do this.
Yeah,
because I will say this right now. I do think a lot of media and fans are chasing trades that would make the Warriors better offensively and horrifically worse defensively. And I don't know if that's a good thing.
The 5 that made it work for Levine and Vucevic is Wiggins, Schroeder, GP2, Slow-Mo, Kyle Anderson, and Cavon Looney.
Right.
Oddly enough, those 5 guys are the main reason why the Warriors won the basketball game.
Yeah, dude, that's a whole team right there.
It's a whole team.
Oh, my God.
And you're bringing in one really bad defensive player and one just kind of bad defensive player, and you're sending out all your best defensive players.
That's a lot right there.
That's a problem.
There's also, and I mentioned this to Goo, and we went a little back and forth on it, there's also something about Looney, Payton, and Wiggins. You know, Looney and Payton have been here for a while. Wiggins has been here quietly for 4 or 5 years. Right. It's like, Steph gets along with everybody, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't want to be looking around that locker room with 8, 25 or younger kids and like nobody there from 3 years ago. It would just be Draymond. Like, I think there is something to that. Like, he's been with Looney and Payton forever, and those mains, it'll be less comfortable. It'll be, the chemistry has to be taken into account if they're going to lose some guys who have been fixtures here for 4 or 5 years and bring in some newcomers.
I agree with you completely, and the word that comes to my mind is trust.
Yeah.
Like, that needs to be built in NBA locker rooms, on the court, off the court, and so if you send out a bunch of guys you trust for a bunch of unknowns, that's tough. And Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo, for example, who was one who just a couple days ago was the one who really reported that the Warriors are back in on Jimmy Butler, is reporting today that both Steph Curry and Steve Kerr have major reservations about Jimmy in the locker room.
Well,
not on the court, but in the locker room.
And see that, it's funny. That's one thing I've kind of been glossing over.
Yep.
Because I kind of am with Goo. We all really know who Butler can be, and so he gets the benefit. Like, we're going to get the best version of Butler.
That's my saying.
We hope.
For a week.
Yeah. I think.
And him with Draymond, it could be 4th of July in February.
And don't you guys all think that when we think of Jimmy Butler, for whatever reason, our brains go, well, it's just 2.5 months. And we don't know that. And even if it is, that's a big deal to Steph Curry and Steve Kerr. It's every day.
And my hope,
6 hours.
You could call me naive. My hope was it would be more than that.
Yeah, your hope.
If everything was beautiful,
Yep.
But last night, am I the only one started making fun of me? When they were down 14 and Shea outscored them 21-20 in the first, am I the only one?
Blowout alert.
No, Dad, I got PTSD.
Every single person watching that game felt that
there
way.
we go. I couldn't wait for you guys.
Yeah, and then when it got to 10 at half, I thought they're in a better spot than they should be. And Oklahoma City better come out and reestablish. Otherwise, we might have a ball game.
Turn the ball over right away.
Wiggins buzzer-beating 3 just before half was big.
Yeah.
So was Slow-Mo's turnaround. I'm like, oh boy.
God.
And it went, and it went in. I'm like, let's go.
Is the GP2 dunk the injected into your veins?
It felt like Oracle to me.
Yeah, that was
a great one.
I mean, and this the whole bench,
he
over there
him.
just looking like any group of friends. I mean, the whole thing that was phenomenal, and I think I speak for all of us when we go, well, where's that been?
Just like I asked Bob about that Andrew Wiggins. He's been playing great in January, but if you could get that, you wouldn't be affiliated with any names in regard to a trade.
Okay, so can you?
I think we know the answer to that, though. I think we know the answer as much as I love Drew.
Is what you saw last night.
Oh, just as a collective.
I mean, I like to look at it this way, and I know sometimes maybe part of the audience rolls out here, but if you play golf, Steiny, every time you hit a good drive, what do you say? Oh, that's me. That's my shot.
I was going to say 4.
That's my shot. But it's not you. That's you at your absolute best. And when you slice the next one in your woods, that's you too. And so the Warriors last night, I wonder, do people go, see, there it is?
Well, we asked Bob that too, and he said you can't overreact, but it does mean something in the grand scheme of things. It sounds like Windhorse was saying the same thing. Don't let that fool you.
I mean, I think from this standpoint, that they've now won 2 games in a row. They beat Oklahoma City. It's like it just does drop the urge. Like on Tuesday, we were saying, they have to make a move. They have to make a move. At least now we've got recent evidence that they can play a good game, which they haven't played like that in a while.
Okay, so which way does it make you go, though?
Oh, last night did not change my overarching. Right. I don't want Butler. Right. I don't want Levine.
No, and those guys. Right, I'm with you there. Yeah. But even if you don't put names on it, just the idea of improving the team.
I mean,
did last night make you go, wait a minute? Like Steph said, let this group figure it out. Or, like when you say, hey, it lowers the urgency, I think I could argue that it ups it.
I see what you're saying.
Because now you have a winning record and it becomes more realistic.
You're 4 out from the 6th seed. If that interests
maybe you're only one move away from being really good.
Did last night make you want to deal more or less?
Oh, I'm not doing my Steiny because I need to see tomorrow if they win or lose that game. Then I'll call you, Willard, and tell you. You know what I mean?
Did last night make you want a deal more or less?
And I said I got to see Friday tomorrow to see if they win. Then I can answer that.
I would say it's the exact same, but the temperature of the room has dropped 4 degrees.
Okay.
That's all. All right, we got to get going because we got a meeting, Goo.
Yeah.
And that meeting's taking place.
And Steve Kerr's on in 15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll be buried
Steve Kerr in 15 minutes.
Seriously, people. Bob Myers, Eric Armstead, Steve Kerr, keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? Okay. How about that? Grandy is back in for Dibs again today, all week long. Glad you're with us. Yes. Steve Kerr in 15 minutes. Another knockout entrant is going to be on in 4 o'clock. The Vegas trip that we'll tell you all about. All of that on the line. And absolutely, as always, we want to hear from you. Whether it's text, tweet, YouTube, or 888-957-9570. Where the hell has that been?
It's a great question, Mark. I don't have the answer for you.
Nobody does. I don't know if they do. I mean, we could ask Steve in 15 minutes. Where's that been? And he'll probably just chuckle, right? Because
wish I knew.
I don't know if they know.
They'd be paying me a whole lot more money if I had the answer to that question.
That was fun, though, wasn't it?
It was just nice to have a basketball game where I saw this a little bit on social media. There are some Warrior fans hitting me up and tweeting at me. This is the first game in a while they felt like, oh, I wish I was at Chase Center for that
That's
one.
a good one. That's a good one. And help me with this. I'm trying to figure out my own vibe in the room last night. You know how many times we've talked about the Warriors are locked in a close game and you go, but I felt the whole time like they were going to lose. Sometimes even when they're winning. But like that Laker game last weekend, like they're not winning this.
That one felt different than this. I mean, the first half is one thing in this one, but once the Warriors got close in the third and it stayed close at the end of the third, then it kind of shifts a little bit.
I knew it was going to be a close game, but for example, go back to the game in Minnesota a week and a half ago, and I'm sitting there going, now, even though they won, like they were up by 20 in the first half, and I'm like, that's not going to last. They're this is going to be close. They're probably going to lose.
Yeah.
And then they snuck away with it. Why in the fourth quarter last night did I feel the whole time like they were going to win the game?
I felt like some of the energy and the effort and just how locked in they were, it was different. There was a different energy and a different feel. And that like goes beyond making shots. Like the Kyle Anderson fadeaway, the Brandon Pajemski step back in the final few minutes.
Pods is back.
4 straight really solid games.
What is he doing? He looks calm and comfortable, and Cavon Looney's calling him a bleepity bleep on the podium. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Yeah, he's like, Pods is kind of a, can I say, if I take the 2 S's out of it, can you say that phrase? Or no, you don't know what the phrase is.
Oh, I think I know what
you're saying. He called him a poll. Anyway, right? Can you say that? Anyway, he's kind of, that's how he kind of is sometimes, but you want that in your point guard.
And he's been good ever since he came back from injury. Yeah. There's a different swagger around Pajemski right now, and I think that's a good way to describe last night. The Warriors' swagger felt a little bit different, but you have to ask yourself why. Was it worried because they were about to be embarrassed on their home floor by the best team in the Western Conference? Was it,
we might all be traded if we keep losing basketball games. Was it just a random day where the stars aligned and Looney scored 18 and GP2 scored 15 and Wiggins scored 27?
I mean, on a day when Bob Myers comes on the station and says these teams are so much more locked into what fans and media think, and we'll play it for you in just a second, so much more locked into what fans and media think than maybe you realize. And you, like you listening to us, you have a say in what that's to me is one of my main messages to our audience today.
You callers.
You have a say in what the Warriors do. Bob Myers is telling you that the GMs, the owners, the coaches, they sit here and just consume what the public thinks and often make deals based on that.
Hi, Mike Dunleavy.
How am I supposed to take it when the director of sports, Gilgeous-Alexander, tweets out a deal with the Bulls and literally the 5 names that he tweets go out there and have the game of their lives? Coincidence? I mean, yes, probably, but like
they were amazing.
That was so weird. Literally, the names that he threw out there all had the game of the year. That was Cavon Looney's career high.
Regular season career high.
Regular season career high for Cavon Looney. GP2 has the dunk of the year.
Wiggins had 27 and was hitting tough 3 after tough 3.
Looks fantastic, and Slow-Mo had the shot of his Warrior career.
And Schroeder
was aggressive.
Wasn't his best offensive game, but he did everything else. Everything else, including defensively.
He looks different. I don't know, and I've been waiting for this with him. This week, he just has a different energy around him on the court. He looks comfortable. He looks aggressive. He looks like he knows what he wants to do. And yes, he's not the best knockdown shooter in the league, but he can hit a shot and he can attack the basket. And my goodness, he can make a pass. He found GP2 for that dunk.
Yep.
Like he's been suddenly this week, he's been the guy the Warriors thought they were getting.
Yeah, he's been good. And the whole team yesterday was good.
And that was literally the trade.
Yes.
That's the trade. Those 5 guys.
And the Warriors, without those 5 guys, lose last night by 40.
By 40. Absolutely.
And I mean, Steph had himself an awesome second half, but he could hardly get a shot off or make one in the first half in that one, and they were only down by 10.
I'd like to circle Steph Curry for a second and just notice this about last night. I think that what we saw him do last night is exactly what you were asking for when we've talked about this week. He's still their best player. He was not their leading scorer.
Wiggins with 27.
Right. And so that Steph, a Steph who's pulled from the game with 6+ minutes to go of a nip and tuck game.
Yeah.
A Steph who's pulled from the game so that Steve Kerr can put him back in with 4 minutes to go to give him that finishing energy boost, have it all work. Steph hit some threes, but not have the offense just be like, here, Steph, take the ball and have everybody run at you and let's just see if you can push through. It was sort of Steph taking a little bit, not a back seat, but less pressure, less responsibility on these offensive sets. And if that means that you only score 21 a night when someone else scores 27 or whatever, then great. And maybe that's why he looked the way he did in the fourth quarter.
Maybe. Now, easier to do that when Wiggins goes 5 for 8 from downtown and 10 for 17 from the field, and Brandon Pajemski is 4 for 6 from the field, and Cavon Looney's 5 for 7, and GP2 is 5 for 7. There are nights where maybe Steph is willing to do that, and you get a 2 for 9 Wiggins night, and then no one else shows up, and you lose by 30 points. Last night was just a night where that game plan worked. OKC was going with the anybody but number 30, and all of the other anybodies stepped up, and the Warriors won as a result.
Well, and that ends up being kind of, I think, the question. And maybe we play with this for a little while. Was last night a repeatable act or not?
For me, it's a clear no.
A clear no.
No.
I think I agree with you, but I also wonder how Warrior fans are feeling after that. Is that a repeatable act? I'm mindful of the fact that Steph Curry a week and a half ago said, stop making trades and let us figure this out. Mm-hmm. Add in what Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo said.
My league sources say Stephen Curry specifically has concerns about Jimmy Butler's fit in the Warriors locker room, and Steve Kerr shares those feelings. So Golden State's indecision about trading for Butler seems to be largely tied to Steph and Kerr's worries about the personality fit there.
I'm mindful that maybe we're all screaming and yelling to help Steph Curry by making a trade that, checks notes, Steph doesn't want.
Well, maybe he just wants Zach LaVine.
Maybe, but literally the only things we've heard from Steph are, put the trade machine away and let us figure this out. I got concerns about Jimmy Butler. You see a game like last night. I'm not saying that the Warriors don't make a deal, don't want to make a deal. None of that. But so many people are in the streets screaming and yelling, you got to help Steph. And the only things we've heard from him are, oh, we don't want to do anything irresponsible. The only thing we've heard from him is essentially pressuring the Warriors to not make a deal.
Does seem like it, but I'll ask your favorite question back to you. Let's just assume Kevin O'Connor isn't completely fabricating this. I don't think he is. He's well-respected and is plugged in. Why does Steph and Steve and the Warriors want that out there? Maybe it's a message to the Miami Heat. Hey, you're still asking for too much. Lower your price.
Maybe. I really don't think so, though. I don't think that the Jimmy Butler thing, like, I don't think the Warriors are going to be in on Jimmy Butler. I really don't. I don't think it makes a bunch of sense for a bunch of reasons. And you can add what Kevin just said to the list. Look, Steve Kerr is going to join us in about 6 or 7 minutes. And so we're going to get a lot of these questions out there. It's a wonderful day to talk to him. What a win for the Warriors last night. Many would call it the win of the year. But we always want to hear from you. Let's get right to it since Steve is coming up soon. Let's go to Greg in San Ramon. Hi, Greg. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Well, so last night, you kind of hit on it. They seem like a new team, and I was thinking in some ways they are a new team because they have the infusion of Post and Santos, and not only that, Wiggins is just doing the dirty work inside lately, getting rebounds, playing defense, and Podziemski and Payton coming back healthy. Those two guys do the dirty work. You don't even realize, you don't see it in the stat sheet. But they're just a different team, particularly with Podziemski in there. They're just a different team defensively. So I think it all depends on if they can stay healthy. And after last night's game, before last night's game, I thought, well, they're not going to even make the playoffs. Now I'm thinking if they had one player added, and it would have to be a special player. I don't want Butler. I don't want LaVine. Zion would be perfect, but I don't think they'll get him. So the question is, who can they get?
Yeah.
Other than Zion, who can they get?
Greg, thanks very much. I will say, and he points to Post and Santos, and I'm a big fan of those guys' budding careers. They did combine last night for 3 points. Quentin Post was a starter and then pretty much never went back into the ball game.
Didn't play the second half.
He got 3 more minutes after his 6-minute, or 2 more minutes after his 6-minute starting stint, and never even took a shot. So last night was not a banner night for those guys, but the larger point is an interesting one. And nights like last night do, I think, make you lean more toward not like don't make a move, but maybe make a smaller move. I mean, if all those guys that we're talking about who were great last night are gone, that would hurt. That would emotionally hurt. If Looney and Payton and Wiggins, I mean, these are longtime Warriors.
I think you brought up the key word there. It would emotionally hurt.
Yes.
And what the Warriors have to balance, and I think what all of us Warrior fans have to balance is, what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to make ourselves feel good, or are we trying to win basketball games? That's the balance. Is it an emotional thing, or is it try to put the best, most talented players on the floor together?
Let's dive into it all with Steve Kerr. He joins us next. We'll tell you about the knockout tournament. Be with us in the 4 o'clock hour for sure. Another knockout spot to be given away. We're sponsored by Safeway. Steve Kerr joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
This week at Safeway, it's all about...
There's that chant. We have not heard it too much this year here at Chase. That Warriors chant echoing through Chase Center. Schroeder with the ball at the logo. Guarded by Gilgeous-Alexander. Goes by him. Handoff. Payton goes up. And he dunked it on Hartenstein. Little elevation sensation for GP2. And the Warriors lead 114 to 105.
Dub Nation, this is GP2. My coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Diggs right here on 95.7 The Game.
Woo, that was a very nice GP2 there at the end. And it takes a lot to get Tim to pull out the elevation sensation these days.
That one deserved it.
But he did it.
No doubt.
And that might have been the feel-good moment of the year. The Warriors take down the top team in the West, the OKC Thunder, and we get to talk to the head coach right after the fact. So here we go, River Island's guest line. Time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great, just like last night was. Hey, Coach, did you dry off yet?
How'd you find out about that?
Oh, you know, there are birdies everywhere, as you know. Yeah, take us. So what happened when you got in the locker room last night?
Well, there's context to it, but the night before, after we beat Utah, I walked into the locker room and, you know, everybody's on their phones and not even paying attention to me. And so I asked the guys, I said, hey, did anybody see the Arizona game last night where kid hit the 60-footer to tie the game and sent it to overtime? And they said, yeah, we saw it. I said, well, on SportsCenter, they showed the coach, Tommy Lloyd, when he walked into the locker room and all the players went crazy and doused him with water. I said, how come you guys never do that to me? Like, I just walk in here, you don't even know I'm here. I said, I went at some point, just please pour some water on me. And so they were ready for me last night.
I said, boy, you got to be careful what you ask for then, I guess.
Got to be careful. I walk in there, and some of the guys started, you know, spraying the water bottles, but there were two unidentified Warriors who they acted like we had, you know, won the Super Bowl. They dumped the full Gatorade jug on my head. It was fun. It was a great moment.
It was a lot of fun for the fans and for everybody to watch as well. And so I'd love to ask it to you this way. Like, obviously that's you guys at your best, but how repeatable is that? What you saw from all of those individuals last night?
Well, that's the key, right? We have to sustain this and find a way to be more consistent as a team, and we know we're capable, but we just haven't been able. The last couple of months, we have not been able to make it a consistent theme. So that's the goal. I believe we can do it. I believe in our guys and our team. We got a lot of good players, and when we put it together, we're pretty good. So we got to do whatever we can to make that happen again.
Coach, you obviously had a lot of success as the head coach of the Warriors, but you have been through some rough patches, and I know you guys are in the middle of one right now. So one win, I know a win against Oklahoma City and a win against Utah, despite where they are in the standings, it means the same in terms of where you are in the standings. But what can one win against a team like that do? Is that something that you can build off of and make it a turning point?
I think so, because I think what's been lacking, the last month or so is just confidence. And I think a game like last night can really build confidence and remind the guys how good we can be. And we've got an important stretch here now coming up. You know, we got a little momentum. We know what we can do. So I think these games coming up are big. If we can capitalize and get on a little run here, I think we got a great opportunity to get back on track and put ourselves right in the thick of it again.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs. Coach, I want to ask you about the fourth quarter and the way you sort of like worked Steph in and out of the game. But let me start by asking this: Who decides Steph's minutes? Is that you or him usually?
It's always a collaboration, but we have a general idea of how many shifts he will play, and so at times during the season I might go to Steph and just say, hey, what do you think about doing this instead of what we're doing now? And he's always very honest if he doesn't like something we suggest. So we make sure that he's on board. And, with this year's team and at his age, where he is in his career, we've just kind of settled on this current routine where he plays the first 8 minutes of the game, starts the second quarter and the fourth quarter, and then gets a few minutes in the middle of the second and the fourth to rest. So that's where we are right now, and it's hard to take him out of the game with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and it's a tight game, but we've got to find minutes for him and also maximize his time on the floor. And we like to have him start the second and the fourth. So we're just trying to kind of thread the needle there.
Yeah, so when he came out at that 8-minute mark last night, he was shaking his head, and I'm thinking, well, that could be about 1,000 different things. The internet has decided that he was not happy about being taken out. Can you speak to what was going on there at all?
No, we didn't talk about it after the game. I saw him too, and it could have meant anything. I mean, he had just made a shot, so my guess is he wasn't thrilled about coming out after making a shot. But he trusts me, and I don't, if he's shaking his head, I don't take that personally. I mean, I just feel like we're always collaborating and trying to do the best thing for the team to win. He knows that, I know that, and so it's not a big deal. I know that.
Hard to be too upset, though, considering what happened when he did take that rest. You had multiple big shots from a couple of your others. There was the Podziemski step back, foot on the line, deep right wing. There was the Kyle Anderson fadeaway at the very end of the shot clock buzzer. You got some big buckets from Schroeder. Obviously, you had some points from Looney and GP2 as well. How good was it just to see all of those guys not just score points and make some buckets, but do it in clutch time when your team has struggled a lot of late?
Yeah, that was huge. And sometimes it's your night. I mean, the BP and the Kyle shots, those are difficult shots and not high percentage shots, but clutch moments, they both came through. Loon knocks down a couple of big free throws with a few minutes left. All those guys just stepped up in a big way and helped us finish the game. And that's what it takes, I mean, especially today in today's NBA. I mean, everybody's got three-point shooting. Everybody's playing fast. You've got to score. You've got to find ways to score. It's really hard to win a game just playing defense. And I think, for us, we've got to find additional scoring next to Steph from one night to the next. Last night we found it.
Hey, Coach, did that injury help Brandon Podziemski? It looks to me like the energy you were asking him to have early in the year is now finally here.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, and he told one of our coaches that he felt like sitting for those 10 or 12 games helped him kind of see what was happening on the floor, see where he could attack, see what he could do better. To me, he looks really fresh and strong and athletic. And so sometimes a break in the middle of the season can help in that regard too. But yeah, I think this is the best Brandon's ever looked. And it makes sense. He's a really good player. He got off to a slow start this year, but look, he's first team all rookie a year ago. We know what he's capable of, and he's at the top of his game right now. It's fun to watch.
Coach, I want to ask you about Buddy Hield because we know the story of his season. Started off great. It's when your team was winning a lot of games, and the shooting has kind of disappeared, at least for stretches. I thought he had a really awesome second half, though, not because he was making shots, but because he became a distributor, and he set a number of teammates up with easy buckets. How good was it to see him contribute in a major way, even if those shots weren't falling?
Yeah, that was awesome, and that's why Buddy's out there. It goes beyond, him just making shots. It's what he does to the defense. So, he had the pass to Looney early in the second half for the dunk. There's a reason the defense is chasing Buddy Hield all the way out to the three-point line. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time in the league. He's one of the best shooters in the league. So even when he's missing, he's a threat. And I just like the catch and shoot nature of his game. The game flows when he's out there. When he's open, he shoots it, and the game continues. And that's where we're at our best. So I know Buddy's going to be a little streaky as a shooter, but he always impacts the game in a good way, whether they go in or not.
Hey, Steve, Bob Myers was on with Steiny and Goo earlier today, and it was certainly an interesting listen. And there was one thing in particular that we wanted to play for you because, as you know, like all of us fans and media, we're so focused on this looming trade deadline. And Bob said something that caught our attention with regard to the games that happen right before the deadline. And this is what he had to say.
It does. It probably changes it more than it should. You have to temper that, though. You have to look at the body of work and say, how real is this? The issue, though, what you're saying is you have to stop. You say you win 4 in a row before the deadline or win 3 in a row. You have to kind of push back on that and go, okay, that was just 3 games out of 48. Let's just pause a little bit. But it's hard to do that sometimes.
So he's talking about the sort of recency bias and the fact that you guys have won 2 in a row. You win this big game over OKC. What's your reaction to that? The recent games and how they might affect decision making?
Well, I mean, I was a GM once for a few years. Not a very good one, but I was a GM, so I know exactly what Bob is talking about. And that's the tricky part of all this. If you're a team like us that's good, not great, that's in the mix, but needs to do better. It's a really tough thing to quantify. What do we need to do to get better? What do we need to do to take a step? And there's no question when you see a game like last night, the temptation is, man, like, let's just keep going like this. And why would we do anything? But Bob's right. You can't just look at one game or 2 games. You've got to look at the full picture. And that's what Mike and his staff are doing. It's also why I think it's healthy to have a separation between the management and the coaching staff because as coaches, you're very married to the moment. It's up and down all year long. And I think management, it's a little easier for them to sort of take the view from above, a little more perspective, and really get the information all season long that they need to determine what they're going to do.
What's your view right now on how the players are handling this time and all of the talk that surrounds your team?
I know that they all love it here and want to be here. And I feel the same way about them. One of the things in this business, you get really close to people and you build up, long friendships and collaborations. And when you're as lucky like we have been to win championships and go to battle, so to speak, with these guys, you don't want to see any of them go. It's hard. And, so that's the difficult part. I think the players all understand the business, especially the vets. They get it, but that doesn't make it any easier. This is really the toughest part, I think, of the business is right now, trade deadline and a team kind of in flux trying to figure out what to do. It's a tough spot for everybody.
Coach, you're kind of touching on what I wanted to ask you next. How do you balance what you're talking about, the guys that you've grown to love and guys that are great culture builders in the locker room versus trying to go out there and just put together the most talented team you possibly can? Where's the balance there between making sure you've got the good culture guys, but also putting out, the most talented roster you possibly can?
Well, we know talent wins in this league. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win if you have talent, but if you don't have enough talent, you can't go anywhere. That's just the reality. So the question, we have to ask ourselves, and Mike and the front office have to ask themselves is, do we have enough talent? And that's a tricky question to ask because on some nights, like last night, you go, hell yeah, we do. Like that looked great. But then other nights, it's clear, like Steph could use a little help scoring wise, or we could use this, or we could use that. And then of course you sit there and you look at all the options and you have to determine, does this really help us? And that's what this time is all about. Mike is, gathering all the information, all the possible trades he can make, and then going from there.
Coach Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, especially if you do listen to fans and media, like when we watch sports, I think most of the focus is on the offensive end. And so when people are thinking about what may or may not happen next week, they're thinking about the offensive side of the ball. But there could really be a cost on the defensive side. How do you balance that, the sort of the offensive side and the defensive side in terms of roster building?
Well, I have always, as a coach, I've always leaned defense in my decision making. I just have always felt like if you can't get stops, it's just really hard to win games by outscoring people. This season has been a little different in some ways. I think we've had more trouble scoring at times than we've had in the past, and it's made the decision making a little trickier. But I don't know. It's hard for me to watch Gary Payton last night, watch Looney, and see their impact, and ever really change my view that defense wins games. I mean, it's yes, you got to score, but man, those guys. I mean, I've been watching it for years. You think about the 22 playoffs. Loon against Memphis and that whole series, and Gary against Boston. As soon as he got back, we won 4 out of 5 games. These guys are big time winners, and I love coaching them, and I just believe in them, and I know organizationally we do, and so that's where you see a game like last night, you just go, hey man, these guys, we need these guys, and they are big impacts on winning. There's no question.
Speaking of last night specifically, Coach, and about the defense, I want to ask you about SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, probably the favorite to win the MVP. I know he scored 52. Your team as a whole, though, played an awesome defensive game. What's the challenge in defending SGA? From an outsider perspective, it kind of reminds me of James Harden on the Rockets. How do you go about trying to limit him? I mean, he scored 52, but you got the win.
Well, whenever we play him, the focus is keeping him off the foul line, and that obviously didn't work last night. He got 21 free throws. We go into games thinking, if we can hold him to 6 or 8 free throws, we got a really good chance to win. And because he's going to make a lot of mid-range shots. You kind of live with that. You want to just take away the easy stuff, and you keep him from getting layups and transition and a bunch of free throws, but easier said than done. He is maybe the toughest guy to guard in the league, just one-on-one. And the good thing for us last night was that we were playing with the lead in much of the fourth quarter. And if not the lead, at least it was tied or a 1-point game, where we were close. So we could at least live with some of his one-on-one stuff, because we weren't giving up 3-point shots. And the tough thing is, when he's going and you blitz and they start making threes, you're in big trouble. So we kind of made a calculated decision last night to play him one-on-one for the most part, and mix in a little zone and try to keep the other guys down. And it worked, but next time it might not. You got to adapt from game to game.
Steve, everyone was interested to see Quentin Post start last night, and then whatever you saw there in those first handful of minutes led you to not go back to him. First off, what was it that you saw there in the first quarter that maybe wasn't working?
Well, it was, that's a lot to ask for a rookie center to go against the best team in the league. Probably the best one-on-one player in the league, pick and roll. So Shai got hot early. We decided to go to Loon. Loon's our best defensive center. We know that. And it just turned into a Loon game. So Quinn's going to keep playing. I mean, he's an important player for us. We really like what he can do. So I'm not discouraged at all. That was just us making a decision on what we needed to do to win the game last night.
It's clear that you see, at least, you see something in the future of this player, at least as a rotational player. What's going on there throughout the year? Like when do you really know that you're like, hey, we got something here with this individual?
Well, when you see him in camp as a pick and pop big, but not a guy who is afraid of contact. He's a real 7-footer. 5 years of college. He's physical. You see all that in training camp, and you realize, man, this is something we could really use this year. So then it's a couple months in Santa Cruz. Let's really help him develop, and I thought he did a great job, and the Santa Cruz staff did a great job of helping him defensively the last couple of months, and it just seemed like the right time last week to give him some minutes and help open up the floor, and he did a great job of it. So it's fun to see him out there. He looks like a player to me. He's going to be around for a long time, and somebody who can open up the floor for Steph. So I'm excited about Quentin.
Steve, before you go, and this is off subject, but Adam Silver yesterday publicly stated that he's at least intrigued by the idea of 10-minute quarters to sort of help all of this health stuff with players around the league. What do you think about that?
I think it's a good idea. I mean, I'm not saying it's, for sure the right thing to do, but I like is adding a week to the season. Just in the one calendar week, start camp a week earlier or whatever, spread out the games more. We got to think of everything we can do, because the one thing we know, the league is not going to cut games out of the schedule. I wish they would, but they're not going to. I don't think any of the constituents are going to agree to that just because of the revenue loss. But if we're not going to do that, then shortening the games, lengthening the calendar season so you get more rest for the players, I'm all for that.
Steve, love having you as always. Thank you so much. What a win last night, and good luck tomorrow night.
Thanks for having me, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, we definitely will. There he goes. Right. Coach Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs. Okay, a lot to chew on there.
Interesting as always.
Yep, we will react to all of that. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You can react to all of that. 888-957-9570, the number. Do you feel last night was a repeatable act for the Golden State Warriors? We'll take your phone calls on that. And I don't know about you, Grandy. I had one very specific sort of overarching observation to listening to Steve in terms of a clue about what's about to happen next. And I'll share that with you next, okay? That's coming up on Willard and Dibs.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch.
Well, we know talent wins in this league. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win if you have talent, but if you don't have enough talent, you can't go anywhere. That's just the reality. So the question, we have to ask ourselves, and Mike and the front office have to ask themselves is, do we have enough talent?
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
But it's actually Grandy in for Dibbs today. And that was a good question you asked him.
Thank you.
He didn't say that.
Yeah.
I said that.
I don't think that counts.
But it was a good question because you got a definitive answer. Talent or locker room? Locker room or talent? Talent.
Give me the talent, please.
I'll take Jimmy Butler for 1,000, please. And no, that's not specifically what he's saying, but I will tell you this. This is my number one observation. Listening to Steve Kerr for 20 minutes on 95.7 The Game. Your calls are welcome at 888-957-9570. Win of the year last night, but is it a repeatable act? Is that now the Warriors? How do you see it? Because Steve even said a couple times, you see something like last night, and you have the urge to just be like, yo, leave us alone.
That's a great team. You just beat the best team in the West.
We can do that. Then let's keep rolling. But Steve knows that, like, that's not life. That's not life. There's no, I mean, you could apply last night, I think, to almost anything. Any one of us experiences this. When you go out there and you have your best day, or you go out there and the party you throw is the best party, or you play golf and you hit a 300-yard drive, or you go bowling and you bowl a perfect game, or you drive and that day there's no traffic. It ain't happening again tomorrow.
Don't get your hopes up.
It's not going to go that way tomorrow.
You're just setting yourself up to be disappointed.
I get home and the kids are like, "Hi, Dad, how was work? We made dinner for you and we would like to sit around in a circle and talk with one another about our day and not fight.
We missed you so much."
That ain't happening again tomorrow. It might never happen again. So I feel like Steve feels that way. And this is just a gut instinct. He didn't say this with words, but his energy to me sounded very much like a team that is about to part with some very dear friends. That's what he sounded like to me.
And the dear friends are probably most likely Cavon Looney and or Gary Payton II.
Andrew Wiggins
and maybe
also.
Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah. And I don't think he's, again, this is my gut instinct. And I don't know if it's all of them or one of them or two of them or whatever. But all of his answers, I thought, pointed in the direction of A, we need more talent. B, offense matters more this year than I thought it did. And we're short on that end of the spectrum. C, yes, the players are really, really kind of going through it right now. This is hard. This is hard in our locker room.
And they're part of this organization and have been for years. I mean, and are all beloved.
Three of these three dudes, these are champions. These are champions.
And Cavon Looney missed the first championship, but essentially is like part of the Steph, Clay, and Dre core.
Exactly. And Gary Payton was one of the MVPs of the most recent parade, and Andrew Wiggins was an all-star that year.
And Looney had an incredible playoffs that year, too.
Unbelievable. So he sounds to me like a guy who knows that the Warriors have arrived at a time where they have got to do something that emotionally they don't want to do. That's what he sounded like to me today.
He did seem a little bit somber coming off of a best win of the season.
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's an inch. I mean, maybe it was the subject matter that we're talking about, maybe. But that was just the way he answered a lot of those questions suggests to me that if you're asked, like, it's sort of the question of the day, right? Okay, you saw what you saw last night. Now what? What does that do to you emotionally? And I really wonder that for all Warrior fans. Do you come out of last night and do you go, okay, this is the Warriors now. Let's do this. Did you see they showed you all what they can do? Or do you come out of this and go, hold on a sec. Now we got a winning record. Now we're tied for the 10 seed. We're 3 games out of the 6 seed. All the more reason that you got to go for this. And go for this does not mean standing pat, because we've watched this for 47 games, and they very rarely look like that.
And to be fair, we watched it last year too. But it's so funny how we react to wins and losses, because you can say like the Celtics loss when they got blown out, all right? They lose by 40 at home to the defending NBA champions. On one hand, you can say, well, clearly this team isn't good enough. They need to make moves and infuse this team with more talent for them to have a shot. On the other hand, something that you've pointed out this week, you kind of have to earn the right to make a trade. So if you lose by 40 to one of the best teams in the league, what's the point of even making a move? So you can have two opposite reactions to the same game. And the very same thing can happen on a win like last night. Oh, they won. This is a really good team. They beat the best team in the West. They don't need a move. Or it could be what you just said. Hey, maybe they're only a move or two secondary moves away from legitimately making noise in the Western Conference. So you can go whichever direction you want based on whatever the result is, which is odd. Usually we have like a general consensus. I don't know what the general consensus is. For me, I'm not overreacting to just one game. I'm looking at the larger sample, and the larger sample suggests this team ain't good enough, and they need to make a move.
I'm telling you, man, our guys over at The Athletic who cover the Warriors so tightly, I'm such a huge fan of both of them, Anthony Slater and Marcus Thompson.
The best.
These are phenomenal writers. They're phenomenal broadcasters, and they are tapped the heck in. That's not to say anything about the others. They were Monty Poole, the whole group, right? They're really, really good group. I say that to point out, and this is a game y'all can play if you want, when you go, wherever you go to get that content, if you go to Twitter, for example, Tim Kawakami's another one who, like, when I read what they're saying, sometimes I'm like, you're telling me what's about to happen, aren't you?
You know something. You're not flat out saying it.
You can't say it yet because, A, you can't burst the bubble. You can't mess with your sources. Plus, it hasn't happened yet. You're not 100% sure it's going to happen, but I can tell what you think is about to happen. Marcus Thompson wrote 6 hours ago, this trade deadline could cost the Warriors significant pieces of its culture and identity. In a benchmark win over OKC, those pieces, Cavon Looney, Andrew Wiggins, and Gary Payton II, revealed why losing them will hurt. Now, I didn't see the word if anywhere in there. Anybody hear the word if?
I didn't hear it.
Revealed why losing them will hurt. Now, it's not, that doesn't mean this, that, or the other is done. But I believe, pair that with what Anthony said yesterday. And the fact that, what Anthony, I think, has really said a lot lately is Kuminga's off the table. They're not trading Jonathan Kuminga. But here's the group from which they may choose. And it's those three guys, maybe a Schroeder, throw in those names like that, maybe a Kyle Anderson, and that is the bucket from which the Warriors are working. And it just feels to me, when I hear what Anthony said, when I read what Marcus just wrote, and I listen to what Steve Kerr just said to us, it feels to me as a fan like I am being prepped for just that. Sorry, this sucks. We love these guys. It's going to hurt like hell. But when you talk about maximizing Steph, we don't have enough talent, and we have to do this. I don't even know what this is, but I'm convinced that they all agree that they got to do it.
Yeah, and you could maybe ask yourself, well, if they feel this way about Wiggins and about GP2 and about Looney, why would they even, why not trade somebody else? And it's just very simple NBA, CBA, and the way that teams do math. If you're going to bring in a big contract, you need to send out big money. Wiggins is the biggest non-Steph Curry contract. And what else is valuable for teams that aren't great and are trying to get off of money? Expiring contracts. Who has expiring contracts? Kevon Looney and Gary Payton II. It's not as if the Warriors are eager to trade these dudes. It's just the reality of how you make a trade work in today's NBA. It's big money and it's expiring deals. Those three all fit that bill.
Okay, knockout tournament details in a moment. Knockout tournament situation, like we're going to be giving out another spot here in less than an hour. Keyword is less than an hour away. Be with us at 4 o'clock. You got to be with us at 4 o'clock if you want to win your way in. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle locations. Coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. So here's the deal. 888-957-9570. Last night was about as much fun as Warrior fans have had all year. But do you feel like that is a repeatable act? And the extended question is, what did last night make you want to do? Did it make you want to go, That's my Warriors. Or did the opposite come true? Hey, we got a winning record now. That legitimizes that this group centered around Steph Curry can do something if you help it. So let's take your calls and answer that. Did you feel like that was a repeatable act? Did it make you want to trade more or less? 888-957-9570 is the number, and we will take your calls next. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
Hey, Steve, why?
to Anderson. Shot clock at 9. Got to make something happen here. Pajemski, guarded by Joe. Backs up, wants to go one-on-one. With 3, with 2. Backs up, takes a jumper. It's good! It's a 2, and it's 102.97. Talk about confidence. He's got 11. Schroeder fakes, drives on Dort, passes back out to Kyle. 5 on the clock, gotta go. Slow-mo, cut off by Hartenstein. Spins, fade away, jumper left wing. Good! Wow. Just wow. Timeout Thunder. Everybody rocking and rolling here at Chase Center as they roar their approval. Golden State has a 6-point lead with 4:04 to go on the Warriors Radio Network. 106-103. Inside 2 minutes. Steve Kerr gets a play call in. Curry off a screen by Schroeder. Takes a deep 3. Good! Doubles the Warrior advantage just like that. Curry's got 21.
There's no question when you see a game like last night, the temptation is, man, like, let's just keep going like this. And why would we do anything? But you can't just look at one game or 2 games. You've got to look at the full picture. And that's what Mike and his staff are doing.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, BP. I'll tell you what, the Tommy laugh was my favorite part of all that. Slow-mo knocks that in. He's just like, that's all you need to know. It's just like, oh, tonight's one of those nights.
We spent so much time talking about how just the Warriors as a team needed that last night. I think Tim Roy needed that last night.
Tim Roy.
Get some excitement.
Man, you're right, but I'm going to go back to your first statement. We all did.
I mean, we all did.
I mean, they dumped a bucket of water on Steve Kerr's head, and he was not taking the ice bucket challenge. They were just happy. That's it. They were just happy. I love that he shared that story, by the way. If y'all weren't with us when Steve first came on, because Steph Curry shared the story last night that they dumped water all over his head.
Basically just saying you got to celebrate and bring some joy in the locker room.
He's like, small victories matter too, was like the message. But Steve shared that this was actually going back to the game against Utah, where he walked in after the win and everyone's just on their phone. And he's like, dude, you guys, like, don't even look up at me. We just won a game. He referenced the Arizona game where there was the half-court shot. It was actually longer than half-court to tie the game, and they win in overtime. And the coach got the shower.
Tommy Lloyd,
after the game. He's like, why don't you guys do that? And then lo and behold, the very next night, they beat the OKC Thunder, and so the players remembered his request, and they gave it to him.
Steve Kerr willed that win into existence because he wanted the shower of water after the game.
Okay, more on all of this in a second, because Bob Myers was on with Steiny and Goose, said something that I think is super relevant to each and every one of you listening to us right now. Grandy and for Dibbs, Willard and Dibbs, very, very thankful that you're here. We do want to remind you one more time, as we have been so much, the knockout tournament. And I want to take a moment, because I've gotten this question a few times. I know there's a handful out of you out there who are like, I'm sorry, what is knockout? So check it out, right? Like, I don't think you all know. Do you all know what knockout is? So the knockout tournament at Chase Center, knockout is a game where you all line up starting at the free throw line. Some people do it top of the key. But anyway, we're going to do it at the free throw line. So you line up at the free throw line, and when the person in front of you shoots, as soon as they release the ball, the person behind that person can shoot.
Well, you got to wait for it to hit the rim, don't you?
Yeah, different rules. I let once someone lets it fly, I'm letting it fly. Once they release it, I figure you can go. But the bottom line is if the person, you can go rebound your own shot, and you got to get the ball in the bucket before the person behind you does. If the person behind you does, you're out. You're out. And so the crowd gets whittled down, all the way down to when there's a champion. And last year, it was the man I'm talking to right now.
Yep.
Yes, sir. So we will play that. But the other part of it is we go shoot hoops on the Chase Center floor.
Yeah, we had a good 45 minutes or an hour before the tournament even started last year.
So, and that for me, I think for a lot of you listening is probably the even bigger deal. It would be fun to dethrone Mark Grandy as knockout champ. But the bottom line
don't get your hopes up.
Yeah, don't get your hopes up. But the bottom line is if you win this prize, you get to go like ball on the Chase Center floor and look around at at those 20,000 seats and just soak that in. And it really is, it's a moment. It's a moment. We did it last year, and it's crazy. So we invite each and every one of you who are listening to try to win your way in. And we know a lot of you have been trying, and we got a lot more chances for you. Today is your 12th chance out of 45. So that'll happen in the 4 o'clock hour, and it happens every single day for this week, next week, and the week after, 3 times a day, 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour. So coming up here in just over a half hour, we'll give you a key word, and then we will tell you what to do with that key word so that you have a chance to win your way in. All you got to know right now is make sure you're with us at 4. And if you're with us right now, just stay here till 4. What the hell is it that you got to do where you can't have people talking at you, right? So that's the knockout tournament, and another spot is coming up here in less than an hour. We will start that process. So knockout tournament coming up, and there's that piece of it. Now, here's the other thing, and I want y'all to listen closely to this, as a little surprising to me that more people, once we heard this from Bob Myers, haven't been almost overwhelmingly flooding the airwaves of 95.7 The Game. Do you all understand this? The former general manager of the Warriors literally admitted to you that you
have the power,
have a say in what the Warriors do at a time like this. So he was asked, when you have a few games leading up to when you have a few games leading up to the trade deadline, how much does that start to sway opinion? Take a listen.
It does. It probably changes it more than it should. You have to temper that, though. You have to look at the body of work and say, how real is this? The issue, though, what you're saying is you have to stop. You say you win 4 in a row before the deadline or win 3 in a row. You have to kind of push back on that and go, okay, that was just 3 games out of 48. Let's just pause a little bit. But it's hard to do that sometimes.
Okay, so there's Bob Myers admitting that the games leading up to the deadline, maybe, as he put it, matter more than they should. And then listen to this, the mindset of a GM the week before the deadline.
It's pretty rough. I mean, it's much more than maybe the public realizes. This isn't like you woke up 2 days before the deadline and decided to make a trade. I can tell you about the Wiggins one we did. It's pretty exhausting from a standpoint of just running out a ton of ground balls. I mean, most of the stuff you discuss in detail, you don't end up doing, or you'll move forward, you'll get to the 10-yard line with another team and they'll just pull out and say they got a better deal somewhere else, or they'll change the deal, or something will happen. A guy will sprain his ankle, the deal's off. Somebody's medicals will come back negatively. But every time you go through it, you learn something, and you learn about your peers. You learn who you can trust. You learn about your own group. Some people in the group are more aggressive, some more conservative. Ultimately, it's Joe's team. It's his call. And I accepted that, and that's what every organization operates under, is it's the owner's team.
Okay. So throughout all of this, Bob has and is admitting that GMs very much, they put these reports out there because they are trying to gauge public opinion. And I do think that's why a lot of us hear what we hear. Part of it is the game that teams are playing with each other. They're trying to create more leverage and fear and all of that. Oh, if you don't up your offer, someone else is going to jump in. But they put these reports out there because they want to know what fans and media are going to say. And I don't know about you, but the first place my mind went was, well, whatever it is you all would like the Warriors to do, I would start trumpeting it as loud as possible. You've got a week. Your assignment is in front of you.
Less than a week now.
Yep.
3.5 hours less than a week. Noon next Thursday is the trade deadline. Not much time to figure this thing out.
And you're in the shadow of the win of the year. So like, what did last night do to you? What did it do to how you're feeling? I can only speak for me in an odd way. There's 2 things that happened. One, I enjoyed that game as much as any game I've watched all year. It's not the only time they've beaten OKC. They beat Boston, all of these things. But that one was high level on the entertainment meter for me. But I came out of it going, even more so, you got to make a move. You've got to make a move because this team is showing you that there is still something there, but I know that it's not enough if just left to its own devices night in and night out the rest of the way.
Yeah, last night didn't really change much for me, but I've always very strongly been in the camp of do something, and do something maybe that kind of borders irresponsible. I know that's not necessarily the right thing to say, but I've always just been in the camp, do something. Steph Curry and this team needs it. If you're a little concerned, still pull the trigger. It is worth taking that risk to try to make something out of the end of Steph Curry's career. Because clearly for me, Willard, and I think you agree, and I think Steve Kerr would agree, last night is not something that we see this Warrior team do that often. And you can be totally impressed by all the individual players in last night's game, as you should be. Wiggins was amazing. Absolutely incredible. That was a career game for Cavon Looney. You know he's never scored more points in a regular season game than he did last night?
Yep.
Never. In his entire regular season career, he scored 21 in one playoff game against the Mavericks in the 2022 Western Conference Finals, part of the incredible postseason run that he had. GP2 had not scored 15 points in a game since October of 2023. Yep. It's been a year and a half, almost a year and a half, the last time that GP2 scored as many points as he did last night. Some of the individual buckets that we're talking about. The Brandon Pajemski step back deep 2, foot on the line on the right wing in the fourth quarter. The most inefficient shot in basketball, by the way, a deep 2. He made it. I'm not expecting Pajemski, even though he's playing great, to make that shot very often. And then the slow-mo fade away from beyond the left elbow at the end of a shot clock. I'm not sure I've seen him ever make that shot in his career. He probably has. I'm not sure I've ever seen it. So to expect that the Warriors are going to be able to pull out performances like that ever again, let alone on any kind of consistent basis to climb up the Western Conference standings, is absolute lunacy to me. It was great to see it, and it's awesome, and it's an important win, but you cannot count on that really ever again, honestly. You hope that you can, but I don't think you possibly can, which is why you've got to seriously consider making the tough decision and maybe get rid of somebody, not to get rid of them, but to try to bring somebody else in here to change things up.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 on last night's signature win and how it affects the way you view the currency of Golden State Warrior basketball. One more from Bob Myers with Steiny and Goo earlier today on the process of trying to make a trade.
It's not perfect. I mean, you just do the best you can. You try to placate all the powers in your organization. Clearly for me, you'd loop in Steph, you'd loop in the key stakeholders, and then you do what you do. And sometimes it's nothing. But when I remember we were doing a Iguodala's deal, and that was a free agent deal. It wasn't a trade deal. And I remember going through it and thinking to myself, this isn't going to happen. We're not going to get him, and no one cares. So to come on the radio the next day, for me to see you guys at the bar, I know you guys, I might say, guys, we had a lot of stuff going. And at the very end, I mean, couldn't get there. You might have some empathy, but the general public doesn't care. Right. They just say you didn't get a deal done. So you suck. And why didn't you do it? So there's part of it, but you get paid a lot of money and that's part of the deal. That's part of the job.
I love that answer. I love that answer. I would never ask a fan to keep all of that or take all of that into account. But it does register in my head, and it happens every year, especially in baseball, for example.
Yeah.
Every year you'll hear this. Wow, how idiotic is it that the Giants didn't trade Blake Snell at the trade deadline? Well, how do you know that they weren't an inch away? How do you know that they didn't try 5 different ways? How do you know that it just didn't come together at the end, and especially in the NBA? Where salaries need to match and this and that and agents and years left and all of these things.
You got me in the NBA. I'm not giving the Farhan-era Giants any...
No, forget that. But I'm talking about every time. Like whether it's Madison Bumgarner, Blake Snell, or anything. I don't think you ever go into any trade deadline, any sport, and think to yourselves, we must deal this person, no matter what. Unless you got a Jimmy Butler situation. And even then, I'd be open to, look, if literally all someone wants to throw us is shoelaces, then we're not doing it. we'll just kick the can down the road and we'll keep playing hardball. But I don't think it's a good position to go in and say, must trade this person no matter what we're getting offered.
You don't want to go into a trade situation from a position of desperation because then you're bound to get beat in whatever the deal is.
No doubt.
But there's also a difference in saying, well, we were open to trading this guy. Maybe we were fielding calls, but we weren't like actively trying to make something happen. Like you can still actively try to make something happen even if you feel like there might not be something real out there. You still got to go and put in the work and make sure you've covered all your bases. You don't just say, well, no one called us about Andrew Wiggins, so I guess we're not trading Andrew Wiggins.
For sure. Always due diligence, but I just, it feels almost like a lot of the people in the Warrior organization all year long have been trying to sell the idea trades are hard. And I mean, we've got that clip from Joe Lacob that gets played all day long here on 95.7. Oh, trades are hard. And okay, I'll believe you. And, I've heard Bonte share the story from Grant Liffman, who told him once he now joined, used to be in the NBC Sports Bay Area, now he's with the Atlanta Hawks in the front office. And he told him it was like the number one eye-opener is how unbelievable it is to make a trade, like how long the process is, how arduous it is. And so it feels like the NBA is selling us that, and especially in Warrior land, because everyone's been sitting here thinking for so long, this big game hunting, nothing happens. And it's, it doesn't mean they're not like literally on the doorstep of doing something.
Most of us only ever see the finished product.
The final thing. Totally.
We don't see any of the work that went into that one trade, which, by the way, let's say the Warriors make a trade before the Thursday deadline, whether it is Zach LaVine or Nikola Vucevic or Jimmy Butler or Cam Johnson or something even smaller that we're not really thinking of. Just that trade, I'm sure, took like 25 phone calls with the opposing general manager,
easy.
At least, over the course of like the last month and a half.
Bob Myers just called it exhausting. That was his word.
And
it's exhausting.
And that's for one potential deal.
Yep.
And they have their hands in so many different things. If they're not doing their due diligence, and that's what Bob Myers said. That's, you get paid a good amount of money to do it, and it's part of the job. It's why you do it. But we only ever see the finished product, and we have no clue how much effort goes into it. I'm sure Mike Dunleavy hasn't gotten 8 hours of sleep in a very long time.
Amen.
Very long time.
Yeah.
Because it's been pretty clear for a while this team is not as good as they need to be. And yes, they're trying, even if, they made a trade for Schroeder. Clearly, they tried already.
Yeah. Literally the second that they could do it, they did it. Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. Austin in San Jose. Hi, Austin. Thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas. Good to talk to you, Willard, and always, Randy. Listen, last night was great, man. But I think I'm with Randy. It doesn't change my opinion about the fact that we should be moving forward with some additions and making the team better. I think the body of work over they got 45 games or more in. I think that's a better statement about what the team is. I don't know, guys. I kind of feel like I was watching the body language. I don't know if you guys, other than a few dunks and there being some times when the team seemed together, I noticed there seemed to be a lot of guys that were working as individuals. To me, some of the shots that were taken seemed to be shots guys were getting for themselves. I get the sense that guys were almost auditioning. Guys were displaying their talent. I think the team guys know who might be on the move. I don't think these teams, to your point, they don't come to these decisions all in one day. I think they've already. I would go so far to say I think they've already probably got some decisions made already, guys. I don't know what you think, but I think there's something going on. I think the fans will be much disappointed if nothing happens. That's my take. I don't think the Warrior fans in general are going to be pleased if nothing happens at trade deadline.
Austin,
that's all I got.
Thanks very much. I like, and hi to your dog. I in total agreement that if the answer is nothing, that most Warrior fans will feel disappointed.
I'll feel disappointed.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I agree with that. I don't think that I agree with the idea that I saw some sort of like shot hunting or me mentality in that basketball game last night. Guys were looking to audition. I don't think the players on the Warriors want to go. I don't think they want to go anywhere, number one. And number two, I thought that last night was just a beautiful second half of basketball. Like literally beautiful, beautiful team basketball. It was That's the other thing, buddy. It wasn't a game. It was a half. Like they got beat by double digits in the first half.
Yeah.
Like it was one half of beautiful basketball, but that's what it was.
Honestly,
it was one half.
Being down 10 at half felt like a minor miracle.
Totally.
Like it felt like they should have been down by 25.
They were on blowout alert.
Yeah.
No doubt. No doubt.
Can I read you a quote from Cavon Looney last night?
Fire away.
This is in the Marcus Thompson piece on The Athletic. Great piece. So you already referenced it. Here is Looney asked about the approaching trade deadline. Quote, "Yeah, I want to stay. I know what the game is. I've been here long enough. My locker mates changed a lot of times. It might be my time. Who knows? That's the NBA. I definitely will not be sleeping that night. Whenever that time is for the trade deadline, I'm going to be up." Sounds like somebody who wants to stay a Golden State Warrior.
Yes, and
is
like
not auditioning for anybody else.
No, but he also sounds like somebody who knows that his name might get called.
There's a possibility.
Look,
yes.
I think in the NBA, if you're not a star and you're in the final year of your contract, this is February. That's February. So that's Schroeder, that's Looney, that's GP2. Final year of their contract, your expiring deal, and you are not a star. Like that's the deal. So they totally know what's potentially coming here a week from today.
One more really quick. Andrew Wiggins, quote from the same story, Marcus Thompson on The Athletic. It's Wiggins, so it's a little less than Cavon Looney, naturally. Wiggins says, again, asked about the same thing, the trade deadline, quote, "Being in the league long enough, you know in the back of your head, nothing is promised."
Fair enough. That sounds very Andrew.
It does.
Yeah. A little less warm and fuzzy.
Yes.
Although, Andrew has put on different jerseys. Cavon never has. So that's different as well. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll keep going with your phone calls. Nate, you'll be first up. 888-957-9570. We're going to keep it Warriors, and we're heading real quick toward the knockout tournament keyword. But also coming up next, and we will spend less than 5 minutes on it, but I want to get it out there. This Niner rumor is fresh.
Did I miss something?
And it is juicy.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
What did I got to go on Twitter. What's going on?
This is coming up next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, y'all. Back to the phones in a second. And keyword for the knockout spot just over 10 minutes away.
Coming up.
Okay. For those of you who are new or just tuned in, when I say the knockout spot, the spot in our knockout tournament on the Chase Center floor, just make sure you keep listening. Coming up early in the 4 p.m. hour, we will give you a keyword, tell you what to do with that keyword that will potentially lead to you being on the Chase Center floor with us on March 3rd playing knockout. What you laughing at?
Someone on the text line, the 510, actually it's one of our loyal listeners, Zucci Main, talking about the knockout tournament, says, choose one of the 20,000 seats, Grandy, because you're going to be sitting in one early in this tourney.
Oh,
I'm coming for you.
We've got text line knockout tournament trash talk. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Yeah, I would bet a lot of money on the field.
Oh, that's a smart bet.
Just letting you know.
Yeah.
Letting you know. Guru would probably pick you again.
And he would just do even odds.
Even odds.
Straight up.
Even odds.
Yeah.
Even though it's going to be you against 50 other people. Like, you don't win 50-person knockout tournaments twice in a row.
You don't know me.
You don't do that. Unless you literally will never miss a free throw.
I might not.
Okay. We're going to go back to the phones. I do want to play this because it's pretty freaking juicy. And I know some of you are going to roll your eyes and say this is just a guy spitballing. But I do think there's more to it than that. He is now the general manager, if you will, of the North Carolina Tar Heels. I know they don't usually call it that in college, but that's what he is. He's working with Bill Belichick at North Carolina. He used to do it with the Patriots. Michael Lombardi. He is a big-time NFL voice and is a former exec and understands how the cap all works, and he very, very, very firmly believes that T. Higgins will no longer be with the Cincinnati Bengals. He is a free agent, and he was franchise tagged last year. So, with all of that likelihood, the question around T was, is he someone's one? Or is his production sort of tied to the presence of Jamar Chase? So that's where the conversation on the Pat McAfee show started.
Okay.
And then listen to where it goes.
I think he is certainly a dynamic player. And I think if he goes to the right team where he is, let's call him a one, where he also has inside slot receiver or a tight end, then I think he becomes a player. Because remember, when you have Chase on the field, everybody's rolling the coverage or trying to double him some way. Now, they did a good job in Cincinnati this year, motioning him, keeping him away from double teams. But I think T's really talented, and I think T can go somewhere and be a really good player. You put T. Higgins on a team like the 49ers, my Lord, he could end up shining because they've got other players around him, and then he looks really good. But Brandon Ayuk would be even better with someone like T or Debo or someone there.
Okay, do you hear the little breathy noises that Pat starts making when he says T. Higgins and 49ers? That's what I'm doing too. That is an absolute mouth breather because that would be a total game changer. And before you say, oh, Brock Purdy's deal and cap space and this, that, stop it. Stop it. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. There's absolutely a way. Yes, they can. And let me be one of the first to say, yes, they should. And I'll tell you why more. But what's your reaction to that idea? Just hearing those two names in the same sentence.
Well, specifically this year, they can make it work.
Yes.
This coming year, because Brock Purdy's contract won't even kick in until the following year. Of course, you want as many good players as you possibly can have on your team. And T. Higgins is a darn good player. I don't know about having three major contracts on your roster to wide receivers, Debo, Ayuk, and T. Higgins. That seems like kind of a bloated area of the roster.
Sure.
And this just feels like a guy bringing up the Niners as a team where he would fit well. I don't think there's any, am I missing something? Is there any actual reason to believe that the Niners are interested and the team might be interested and that might happen?
I mean, you're not going to get that at this time of year, first of all. I don't personally listen to that and think that he's just throwing that out willy-nilly. As if he was saying because the Niners are good. I mean, they went 6-11, and he could have picked any team, and he could have picked any quarterback to pair T. Higgins with. I think that Michael Lombardi, knowing the way he does what he does, there was a reason that he said that name. That doesn't mean that it's a full-blown, like, they're going to have that conversation, because that's not Michael's decision. But my point is that, A, I find it interesting that he brought the two names up together, and B, I think that this has been an under-discussed thing this offseason, because the 49ers receiver core, as expensive as it is not in the shape that it needs to be to start this year. It's just flat out not. And contractually, Deebo Samuel, if he's back with the Niners this year, I would argue it's likely to be his last year. I know we said that last year, but Deebo is not, I don't think he's long for the 49ers. Brandon Ayuk is not going to be ready for the start of the year and is a question mark. Ricky Pearsall, interesting, love him, but we're about 4 games into seeing what that even looks like. I think it's a position room that needs to be addressed, and the draft is not the place to do it.
I think it's a position room that could be addressed, and there's a lot of other position rooms that should be addressed first. I'll put it that way.
Oh, for sure. But I think you can do both.
Okay, let's just put it this way. If signing T. Higgins keeps you from turning your offensive line from below average to better than average, or your defensive line the same thing, or maybe keeps you from trying to bring in another cornerback or whatever, safety. Safety's probably the bigger one than cornerback. Then I'm out. If that keeps you from doing those other things.
Understood, and I would believe that it would not. And I've been taught this lesson repeatedly every offseason. When there is at least the good NFL teams, the teams who I think do a good job on the cap, not the New York Giants, not the Dallas Cowboys, the teams that know what they're doing, and I think the Niners are one of those. I've been taught this lesson repeatedly when we go into off seasons. Oh, they don't have space, and there's this contract, and there's that contract. They're fine. You can manipulate it however you want. You can make it work if you really prioritize it. No question in my mind. None.
Okay, sure. Let's just go get every star player then.
No. I mean, you can't have them all. But if you want to target a few things, yes, there is space.
Would T. Higgins make the Niners a better football team? Yes, of course he would.
Okay.
But there's other ways to also make your football team good.
Well, you're Mr. Make the team better. You've been saying it about the Warriors all week. Of course. Okay.
But offensive line and defensive line, of course, more important.
Not like I look at this as kind of like when you go to the buffet. You stay tonight in a hotel that's got a free breakfast, or do people still go to Sizzler? You go to Sizzler, you don't go to Sizzler anymore. Anyway, whatever. You get my point.
Yeah.
We're not using the word or, we're using the word and.
I'll go back in line 2 or 3 times.
Yes.
Fill up my plate, eat it, go back through.
Hey, Mark, do you want steak or chicken? Stop with the or. And.
Please.
I want a center and a safety and a wide receiver and a defensive tackle.
Well, I want a center. I want a left guard. I want a right tackle. Yeah. And then I want a left tackle in waiting.
I want a wide receiver, too. They're not ready. They're not ready.
Sounds to me like maybe you're not a big believer in Brock Purdy if you need all these wide receivers.
Good Lord, here we go.
I knew that would get you.
Yeah, it sure did. All right, let's get back to last night's Warrior game and sort of how that made you feel with regard to their current abilities, but also what exactly it means for next week. Did it make you want to trade more? Did it make you want to trade less? Nate in the city. Hi, Nate. Thanks for calling.
Granny man, Willie man.
What's up?
Great combo. Well, first I want to talk Warriors, but on the T. Higgins tip, that dude is amazing. He's got size. He can go up and grab a ball. He's got great hands. The problem is we need other types of receivers. I mean, on the Niners, who does that sound like to you? Big body, can go up and compete for a catch.
Juwan?
Sounds like Jordan Juwan, exactly.
Well, yeah. but if they're if they're comparable, then I would argue Juwan Jennings is, and I mean this firm. This is the best thing you could say about Juwan, and I love him. He's a poor man's T. Higgins. T is
I can see that.
T is
he might have
real
proven you
good.
wrong last year with a couple of those games.
No,
though.
he's fantastic. He's fantastic. But I just think T. Higgins is all the things you want. All the things Juwan is, but he's even an even better man beater. How about that?
Oh, agree. Yeah. But I think as far as the Bengals, I think they got enough room to sign him. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet against that. But anyway, go ahead, Nate. What do you want to say about the Dubs?
on the Warriors, it was a fantastic game. I really love watching SGA. But I think the real test is when Larry Lurch, Hollow Man, the paper thin Terrapin, when Chet Holmgren comes back into the picture, because I think they were really hurting last night for that second option, and had a good game from a couple of the other players, but they really need that second guy on that team. And they're a great defensive team, but I just want to bring up one quick thing. Everybody who was referring to Mr. Cavon Looney and Gary Payton II as salary filler, and that game last night, I think, puts all that to rest. I'm a big fan of both of those guys. I definitely don't want them traded, but I think if we're going to trade anybody or trade for anybody, it's going to be for the stretch five out of Chicago. And he's a great player, but I think his defense is about on par with what we have right now in the center position, which is not great.
Yeah, I think it might be even worse. Nate, thanks. It's a good call. Appreciate it. I do think that might be one of the more intriguing answers Steve Kerr gave us earlier when I sort of asked him to weigh the whole offense versus defense thing, which is like, okay, you guys need help on offense, but you're a pretty good defensive team. How do you weigh that? And it sounded to me like Steve was saying, I've always leaned defense is more important, but, and he kind of indicated that he feels like whether it's this year specifically or if there are just changes in the NBA, he's like, I'm not saying you try to go out there and outscore people, but at the same time, the way things are going this year, that offense needs to be prioritized. And right now, the Warrior group is clearly not good enough.
He kind of went like back and forth a couple of different times. He started the answer by saying what you said, essentially, I've always believed defense, but our issue this year has been offense. But then he talked specifically about GP2 and Looney, and he said, well, to watch what they did last night, it's kind of hard for me to go back on my long-held belief that defense is more important because those two and what they did defensively was so impressive. He ultimately at one point said, Willard, quote, you see a game like last night, you just go, hey, man, we need these guys, meaning Looney and GP2 specifically. They have big impacts on winning. So he said what you said, but then he also followed it up in saying last night was kind of the game where it proved me right. Defense is more important.
Well, right, except for when he says, you see a game like last night and you want to do X, Y, Z, and I'm like, right, and how often have we seen a game like last night?
That's a good point.
What, like 3 times out of 47 games?
And not since November.
The energy of Steve Kerr, and for those of you who missed it, we'll have it again for you in the 5 o'clock hour. The energy of Steve Kerr, again, just a read, a gut feeling, and talking to somebody over the phone. But the energy of Steve Kerr stated, we love these guys, you need these guys, but I'm sorry, we've arrived at a time where we have to do something to get more dynamic offensively. And you can't get into trade conversations in the NBA right now if you don't show up to the party with expiring contracts. And that's who's expiring.
The Warriors have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 contracts that do not go past the end of this season. One of them is Kuminga, who's restricted.
Right.
Another one of them is Lindy Waters, who's making barely over $2 million, so a drop in the bucket if you're trying to make a trade work. The others are Schroeder, Payton, Looney.
There you go. Schroeder,
those are the
Payton,
others.
Looney.
Yeah.
I think those are the first names right now to look at. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Remember, we are giving you the key word that you need to claim a spot in the knockout tournament on the Chase Center court in less than 10 minutes. So just keep listening, stay right where you are. And while you're listening, why don't you take a listen to this? Because I find this to be a multi-layered, very informative, important, up-to-the-minute update with regard to the Warriors and the trade market. This is from Brian Windhorst of ESPN. Listen to what he says, and he said this today, full well knowing that the Warriors beat the best team in the NBA just last night.
I don't necessarily agree with Steve Kerr. I think the 12-3 was a bit of a mirage, but I also don't think they were 3-8 like they just came off a recent stretch. I think there's somewhere in between there, and frankly, that's where they've been for a while, Malika. They were a play-in team last year. Right now, they're 11th. They're probably not 11th. They're probably something like 7th or 8th, but that's play-in zone. Now, in this game, which was a great game, it was a terrific performance, it was also a game where you saw Andrew Wiggins have one of his best offensive games of the year. Gary Payton II had one of his best offensive games of the year. Kevon Looney as well. This is not really a replicatable situation, and that's one of the reasons why you keep hearing the Warriors' names in trade talks. And I know that a couple of weeks ago, Steph Curry said, we don't need to do anything desperate, and all of a sudden they were out. I'm telling you, in the last few days, I hear the Warriors are dipping their toes back in the trade market, looking to make a significant move, and not just necessarily for some of the names that you've heard in the past. So I think everybody is kind of riding the fence here, Malika, not sure which way this team goes. The one thing I do 100% agree with, Steph Curry. Sometimes low-level joy can be good, especially in January in the NBA.
Okay, so a few things stand out. Don't miss that statement he just made. Not only that the Warriors have dipped themselves back into the trade market, in many cases for names that you're not hearing. So, not Jimmy Butler. Not Zion Williamson, not Zach LaVine, Nikola Vucevic. Man, what are the chances in the next 7 days? Breaking news sounder hits. Don't.
The Warriors have traded.
And you're like,
for
what?
Giannis.
Or like, whatever. Yeah, I think there's a lot of conversations going on right now.
Sure seems like it.
A lot of conversations.
And he's referring exactly to what Steve Kerr said last night when Steve Kerr said, well, I know we have this in us. We were 12-3. We can play this way.
Remember something about Steve Kerr and what you hear him say, not just last night, but even with us? He's good, and that's why I keep saying my vibe, my gut is telling me that Steve knows something's about to happen. That's through the sound of his voice, but his words are always going to back the people he currently has.
No doubt.
Like you heard him talk about, that's why it's so great that there's separation between the coach and the front office. Because he's like, I'm not saying anything that my guys in that locker room are going to take as flippant disrespect. Because A, I love them, and B, they might still be here next week.
Yeah. Even if he feels like there's a likely move that you never, like Bob Myers said it, you get to the 10-yard line with the team and then someone rolls their ankle or some other team pulls out because they got a better offer elsewhere. Like you could be about to hammer home the final details, getting set to send it over to the league, and then it all falls apart. So Steve Kerr isn't going to burn a bridge that he doesn't have to burn just yet. How many times have you, Dibs, me when I'm filling in, anybody at Chase Center pregame and postgame asked him a question and he essentially says, I've learned I'm not going to answer that question until I have to.
Yep.
And I do not have to answer that question yet.
Right. Absolutely. And if he is in a spot where there's a quote where he's like, we cannot win without GP2. And then they trade GP2 and he's like, look, I meant what I said when I said it. We love him to death. He's a champion. It's going to be really hard for us to make up for his absence. At the same time, the organization felt like we needed to scratch this itch over here, and so you got to grit your teeth and do it so that we can give Steph Curry every chance he can to get into the playoffs again. Like that, I mean, he can do that quote. I expect him to do that quote.
Or for whichever player
for someone.
it is. Yeah.
For someone.
And no doubt he will.
Yeah.
His teammates will do the same exact thing.
Yep.
Did you hear what Trace Jackson-Davis said about Cavon Looney? Let me find it here for you. Trace Jackson-Davis, quote, he's the ultimate teammate, talking about Kevon Looney. It's his voice on the floor. It's him helping guys, teaching guys. But then some nights he'll have 18 points or 16 rebounds or 7 or 8 assists. He just does it all. He's the glue to our team. He's a part of this core, and he's been part of it for 10 years. You just don't throw that away.
Unless you do.
That's how the team feels about him.
Unless you do.
Unless you can get something that you think is better.
By the way, when it happens, because they're expiring deals, you're going to hear the exact same thing that they said when they traded DeAnthony Melton's contract. Hey, free agent. We could just bring him back next year.
Well, and that's the other part of this.
It's true.
And it's I think why the Zach LaVine conversation yesterday bugged me a little bit. I think Zach LaVine would make this Warrior team better. Obviously, it depends who you have to ship out to get it done. Wiggins would undoubtedly be a part of that. Part of what frustrated me about that is because the Warriors could have acquired Zach LaVine in the offseason, and they could have used Chris Paul's expiring contract to get it done. But they decided against that. And now you lose that contract slot entirely. That would have meant likely no Melton, no Slow-Mo, no Buddy Hield, because you wouldn't have had the space and get out of the repeater tax, luxury tax area. But you could have done that. Now you would have to give up Wiggins to get it done. So as it relates to Looney and GP2 and hell, even Schroeder, if you don't use those contracts to get something more long-term, now they're free agents. You could sign them back again, but you don't know that.
Right.
If you don't use those contracts now, it's essentially use them or lose them. Are they worth enough right now to help you win basketball games right now? Or is it worth the risk of not being able to capitalize on that contract slot?
Let's go to Jan in Mountain View next up. Hey, Jan, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Yes, listening to your conversation with Kerr, I came to the realization after you mentioned that, I guess in the post game after the game last night, they threw a bucket of Gatorade or whatever it was. I wasn't tuning in then,
Yep.
but I came to the realization that it's probably over and that Kevon and GP2 are probably going to be traded as well as Wiggins, unfortunately, and that's, I guess that's the business side of the game, and we have to just live with it and hope that we get the best to help Steph Curry, because I guess that's the direction they're going.
Well, is it your preference that they would stay, Jan, even if they just continue to sit around 500?
Not really, but I really enjoyed that game last night, and they really, they've really showed a lot.
Jan, thank you. Yeah, look, again, that's what I think is about to happen, and the push-pull is going to be the basketball fan in you and the emotional fan in you. And I think that's what everybody is starting to prep the fan base for, which is, I get the basketball side of it. The emotional side of it is not easy.
Look, there is no home run out there for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Even if there was a home run out there for the Warriors and it took Wiggins, Looney, and GP2, and everyone, 100% of people felt like the Warriors won the deal, it would still be hard to say goodbye to those players.
No doubt.
No, even if you felt like you got 100 times better, it's like, those guys won championships with us. They were a big reason why we won championships. They provided us with so many amazing moments. It would be difficult, even if there was a home run. There isn't a home run, so it's going to be difficult if it happens. But the reality is you need to be better because you are, simply put, just not good enough.
Especially Cavon Looney, by the way. Especially Cavon Looney.
That
Watch
2022 playoffs.
See him in a different jersey would not be easy. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. And also, here we go. We're giving you the keyword that you need to win a spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center immediately coming up next. Don't go anywhere. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Dan Dibley here. Happy to talk about Fremont Bank. It's a great bank. It's
3.5 to go. Stephen Curry just ate up the clock.
We should have played Sweet Georgia Brown.
Exactly.
Like Globetrotters out there. Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
That's right. Your only turnover was on the delivery of our names, and that's just fine by me. That whole thing just felt great last night.
It did.
Like, I'm trying to think of kind of what piece of that, like, it wasn't just a win. It wasn't just a win. It wasn't just a win against the team with the best record. It was sort of, for anyone who's been a Warrior fan for more than a minute, it was all of the little individual things that make you enjoy Warrior basketball and kind of make you feel good. But I will say this, and I hope that this isn't, and I'm not trying, no pun intended, pouring water on the whole thing. But I sort of get the sense that last night might be the lasting memory that we have of some of these players in a Warrior uniform. I know they got a few more games, but that might be sort of, the signature goodbye for a Looney or a GP2, something like that.
I got thoughts on that, and I know we got some business to take care of, but really quick before we do that.
Yeah.
The Oklahoma City Thunder honestly have got to be a nightmare for radio broadcasters. You have two Jalen Williams, and every time you have to address them, you got to say what college they went to in order to figure out who's who.
They got to come
Jalen Williams of Santa Clara, Jalen Williams of Arkansas.
Somebody needs a nickname.
It's a tongue twister.
Someone needs a nickname.
They call Jalen Williams from Santa Clara J-Dub.
Oh, J-Dub, fine.
They call him J-Dub.
So just do that.
But
just do that. J-Dub and J-Dub 2. I don't know. Just start using everybody's full initials. You already got SGA. What are their middle names?
I don't know.
No, let's find that out and figure it out. Or it could be like what Tim Roy did a week and a half ago with Grady Dick of the Toronto Raptors, and he said from now on, he's Grady. So one of them could be Jalen and one of them could be Williams.
Speaking of J-Dub, Jalen Williams from Santa Clara, he was just named a NBA Western Conference All-Star Reserve.
All-Star Reserve, exactly.
Yeah.
So someone called in earlier and was like, the Thunder don't have their number 2 because there's no Chet Holmgren. They have another All-Star on the team. Another All-Star. Man,
they are amazing.
They're fantastic. They're just fantastic. And SGA doesn't even make sense. I want to say that. Can I take 2 seconds on that? He doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
Look at the NBA and their stars. And then if SGA walks into the room with that group, you're like, you're the one who scores the most? He is not overwhelming physically. He is not a great three-point shooter. He is
6'6".
Right, which in the NBA is like,
He's a big guard.
By the way,
big point guard.
He ain't 6'6".
He's pretty tall.
He could be listed as 6'6" all he wants. The same way Steph Curry ain't 6'4". No, he isn't. He's a slight of build guy he's not a great three-point shooter. He's just brilliant with the ball in his hands.
Was Steph ever listed 6'4"?
I don't know. What's he listed as?
6'2".
Oh, okay. Then that's
my height.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm as tall as Steph.
Yeah, it's a pretty tall show when Dibbs is out. It is. Sorry. All right. Let's go back to the phones, but it's time to give out the keyword. Okay? You all been waiting. Thank you for your patience. Here we go. It's time to give out the keyword that you're going to need to claim a spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center, which is coming up on March 3rd. Today's keyword is dribble. Shut up and use the keyword dribble. Sorry. The keyword is dribble. So sometime in the next 25 minutes. Oh, don't call now, don't call now, don't call now, don't call now.
We already killed the line.
Good.
If you're trying to call.
The lines are off. So if you call, you lose. But when you hear this sounder again, that would be your cue to call the contest line. Mark down the contest line, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Do not call now. It will get you nowhere, but have that number ready to go and have the keyword dribble ready to go. because when you hear that sounder again, the first person to call in and give the correct keyword is going to be knockout tournament participant number 12. And we're going to keep doing this every single day, every single week for the next 2.5 weeks. Morning, noon, and night, 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour. Come play basketball with us on the Chase Center Court, and make sure you are tapped in right now and stay exactly where you are, because that sounder will be coming up again very, very soon.
Can I keep something real with you, Mark?
Oh, it's the only way that I like it.
I know that's what you and Dibs like to do. I'll join in on the act here.
Keep it a buck. What do you got?
We're talking a lot about Warriors trades, and they might have to say goodbye to some emotional players.
Sure.
It's going to be difficult. We're talking specifically Cavon Looney and Gary Payton and Andrew Wiggins. For my purposes, this is more so about Cavon Looney and Gary Payton. Wiggins is obviously a valuable basketball player on this team. He's their second best player as currently constructed, especially without Draymond and Kuminga available. Wiggins is a good player. He's not a great player. He's a good player. This is specifically about Gary Payton and Cavon Looney. And Steve Kerr talking about how much they mean to the locker room. It's accurate. I'm not denying it. I'm not in the locker room. I guess I don't probably know the extent to with which they have that kind of positive impact. But clearly they have a positive impact. If the Warriors or anyone out there are saying no to potential deals for fear of the emotional goodbye to Gary Payton and Cavon Looney, you just need to come to terms with one thing. You do not care about winning above everything else. You care about feeling good and being happy, which is fine. That you could do that, but just know if you are saying no to potential deals because you don't want to say goodbye to Cavon Looney and Gary Payton II, you're not prioritizing winning over everything else. Gary Payton II is a player who has only played more than 50 games in his career once. More than 50 games in a single season in his career once. The one year it happened, the Warriors won the championship. We know that. But it doesn't happen all that often. Cavon Looney is the player who has been in and out of the rotation all season. Not because of health, but because Steve Kerr decided, you know what? Trace Jackson-Davis is giving us more. Draymond Green at the 5 is working. And hell, he started Quinton Post over him last night. Like, I love Cavon Looney. I love Gary Payton II. And they are awesome Warriors. They will always be remembered as Warriors. But if you are hesitant to pull the trigger on a trade for a player like a Levine or a Butler or a Zion or a Cam Johnson because you want to keep those players that make you feel good, fine. Just know you are not prioritizing winning basketball games.
I couldn't agree more. And I think that if you're in the NBA, you are aware of and used to the dynamic that leads to this. Let's say that you're Cavon Looney. You've been a teammate of Steph Curry's your entire career. You've never known life where you're not a Steph Curry teammate. How many years has Cavon played now? What are we at?
Is this the 9th year?
8 or 9?
I'll figure it out for you.
So you can play alongside Steph that long.
This is his 10th season.
Okay, 10th season. You can play alongside Steph that long and have that relationship and be the adult in the room and all the things that, the core of our emotions, all the things that the Warriors have said he is. And then if you get traded next week, Steph greenlit that. That's a fact.
That's painful.
Right? But I think that that's their culture. They know this. This is what performance-based industries are like. And not all performance-based industries, because we're in a performance-based industry, but there's nobody on the air here that's going to walk into the boss's office and be like, make that move for me. We need to get better in the, in such and such a time slot. Doesn't really work that way here, but in that world, I think you come to terms with that and you understand that Steph Curry is not what he used to be and he's getting older and it's just like, this is the time and space. I think you especially understand it when your contract is expiring. Like you become valuable because of that.
Especially in today's NBA with the new CBA.
Yep. So like, you know what I mean? I think that they've totally come to terms with that possibility. And I'm with you. And I think Steph is with you, and everybody understands the score. Like, one thing I've also noticed, being at least close enough to know a few things about how the inside of a professional sports team works, my God, it is unemotional. It is not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They are, I know Steve sounds it, and they are. It's not that they don't love those people, but, man, they will cut you in a heartbeat or trade you in a heartbeat if for a second they believe that it makes the team better. It's just the way it has to be. Like right now, what do you think 49er conversations the last 2 years have been like about Deebo Samuel? Like, maybe they still love him, maybe they don't, but like that goes from, boy, Kyle Shanahan fell in love with him at the Senior Bowl, and then he becomes his guy, and he's his best player, and Deebo this, and Deebo that. The second you lose a step, gone, and they will not even blink. That's the gig. That's the gig, man. So I'm with you. And I believe the Warriors are with you, too.
And, like, that's fun. You can feel that emotional tie, and you can want to be wrapped in the warm embrace of Cavon Looney for the rest of his career and GP2 and keep as much of the game together as long as possible. Maybe you feel so emotionally wounded by Clay leaving that you just don't want to say goodbye to all that. And that's totally fine. Yep. But you then can't turn around and be frustrated by the team missing the playoffs this year when that happens.
I love that you brought that up. 650 just texted in the same thing, sort of speaking to all Warrior fans. If you can get over Clay leaving, then quite frankly, you get over anybody leaving as long as he's not named Steph. And I agree with that. Like, that felt weird for a while, and obviously the circumstances around it are different when someone leaves on their own accord as opposed to being traded. I know he was traded, but we know that he was leaving as a free agent. That does make it a little bit different. But that got wonky, weird, felt weird. Now he's just a Dallas Maverick. You know what I mean? It still feels different when you watch him play a little bit, but he's just a Dallas Maverick. That's just what it is. And everybody's moved on. He came back again. Did people remember that?
And he killed the Warriors.
He did, but there were no sailor hats, no tears, no signing posters.
There was a couple sailor hats in the crowd left over from the previous visit.
Lucas, what did you call your little clam bake that you did outside Chase Center while we were doing the show? What was that called?
Clay Carnival.
The Clay Carnival.
Yeah.
I wanted to call it the Carnival. Nobody would do it with me.
Doesn't quite have the same
But
ring
anyway,
to it.
the second time around, there was no Carnival. It was just a Warrior game.
And he'll be here for a third time in less than a month.
Yeah.
February 23rd when they retire Iggy's jersey.
Did they do that? Was that one of the reasons?
I would imagine.
Because Clay was there?
Yeah. I don't think that's a coincidence.
Let's go to Dirk in the city. Hi, Dirk. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. What's up? Big fan of the show. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for calling, man.
Sure. Let me preface what I'm about to say by saying that I recognize Steph is a one-of-one generational talent. Dre is in rare air himself, but in a different way, I suppose, which makes the topic feel untouchable. But Bay Area teams seem to have a history of proactively moving off their dynasty star players. Think Niners, Steve Young, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice. I know this is a delicate one for us, and I'm a huge Steph lover, but how do we know when it's time to move away from these guys?
I mean, it's a wonderful question.
It's an amazing question.
And Dirk, I don't think there's any one answer to that. In this particular moment, all I'll tell you is that my read on the Warriors and their fan base, they are nowhere near there yet with regard to Steph Curry.
I feel the same.
Yeah, I don't think they're there yet. And I love your 49er analogy, but let's throw that over to the Giants. You bring up, like, often in Bay Area sports, we move on from our dynasty players. Well, the Giants sure never did. I mean, I know that Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford ended up wearing other jerseys, but I'd argue they wrung those paper towels dry, man, before any of them left, and Buster Posey never did.
Mm-hmm. double-edged sword, right? You can get in trouble if you fall in love too long, but you also have to move these guys while the talent is still there.
Big time. Hey, Dirk, thanks for calling, man. It's a wonderful question. When do you know it's the right time to move on from a legend?
I mean, everyone always throws back to the Niners trading away Joe Montana. It helps when you got Steve Young waiting. The Warriors don't have a Steve Young waiting. At least they don't think they do. The Giants certainly didn't when they re-signed Crawford and Posey and Bell to those contracts.
The Niners are definitely, historically, I should say, the most cutthroat of the group. They've been the least sort of shiny, happy people about it. Part of that is that's football.
Better to trade a legend a year too early than a year too late.
And football has the most roster turnover, and they've got a
You're kind of forced to be cutthroat.
Yeah, it's a salary cap league, and there's, you cut players every year. Eric Armstead was on the show, on the station earlier today. Was on with Steiny and Goo. He's a great example. Eric Armstead's out there winning Man of the Year award. He's a great player. I know he was hurt a little bit too much there at the end of his Niner tenure, but this is a guy who's performed for a long time. He's been to Super Bowls, and the Niners just waltzed in, and they're like, dude, pay cut? He's like, no. And they're like, okay, bye.
And then when he saw Fred Warner post a photo of him with Robert Saleh, when Saleh was named the new defensive coordinator again, he said, dang, I'm jealous.
Yep.
Still seems like he'd kind of want to hang around here.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
If the money was right, obviously.
Well, I wonder, I think we've all experienced that, right? The grass is not actually greener when you go somewhere else.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Well, and especially when your absence is in Jacksonville. They had an awful year. They were terrible this year, and nothing went right. And the decision that Eric Armstead made, again, you could say he was forced into it, but the decision that he made was probably made in a moment of sort of an ego crisis. Someone walks up to somebody who's a proud, glittering veteran, and they're like, dude, pay cut. Most people be like, no. Especially if there's another organization out there willing to offer you no pay cut. Kyle Juszczyk, they're not all built like that. He was like, sure. I'm bothered by it, but, see you at camp. Eric was like, no. And so you make that decision in that moment of ego, and I'm not saying it was a wrong one, but you do that, and then you've got to go live it. And I'm sure his experience in Jacksonville was very different than the experities he had here.
They had a pretty bad year.
Yeah.
Didn't see, the Niners did Niners, too. Yeah.
But still different. The cultures are totally different. They're totally different. And the Jaguars have been in a seemingly an evergreen state of either coaching change or about to for 7 or 8 years now.
Yeah, new head coach this year.
Again.
Liam Cohen.
It was almost Robert Saleh.
It was.
Maybe that's why Eric's jealous. I thought he was going to be my head coach. Now he's yours.
But dang, Liam Cohen had to lie to the Buccaneers about getting the job with the Jaguars.
Yep. Is that the way that went down?
It's a whole weird, crazy story.
I thought he was waiting for Balky to get fired, and then they went back to him, and he's like, okay, now I'll look at it.
That was part of it, but he had an offer on the table from Tampa to stay on as their OC, and they were going to make him the highest paid coordinator in NFL history, and he was waiting to sign it. And unbeknownst to the Buccaneers, he was out in Jacksonville at another interview for the head coaching job.
By the way,
when he had told them he was not.
I have no issue with that at all. You're going to ask me, I'm a free agent. You're going to ask me where else I'm interviewing? Kick rocks. That's my business. You don't tell me your corporate secrets.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, right? Do you tell me when you're about to fire me? I'm not going to tell you when I'm about to leave you. How about that?
Yeah.
I got no issue with that. My issue with Liam Cohen is that weird press conference where he started to yell Duval.
Yeah,
that was awkward.
Really
said it way cooler than he could.
I was so uncomfortable. And I didn't even like the way I said it.
He did it so bad that you didn't even know what he was doing. It's their Duval chant, Duval County in Jacksonville. You're like, what is he doing?
Yeah, what is he doing? But also, and I'm sure most of our audience have no idea what Liam Cohen looks like. He's
doesn't strike me as a football guy.
No, yeah. I know. He's like an awkward kind of he looks like your neighbor, and he's smiley, and he has kind of pudgy cheeks, and he's just kind of awkward with the way he talks. one of these guys that puts a suit jacket on and you're like, dude, the shoulders are too big. Like, that doesn't fit you.
Yeah, you got to get fitted
Right.
for that,
He's
Liam.
the opposite of Sean McVay. That's Liam Cohen.
No doubt.
Right? Anyway,
it's hard to say bye to franchise legends and to guys that have given you so many good memories through the years.
But it's harder for us than it is for the team. And I say that being like, except for they know the person. We don't even know these people. So I'm sure it's very hard for them to part with their teammate and their friend, and they're not on the bus or the plane anymore. I get all that, but it's just baked into their culture, man. They're used to it.
The other thing Steve Kerr said, and you'll hear it again coming up in a little more than 20 minutes, is essentially that's a good reason why there's a separation. He didn't say separation of church and state, but you can think of it the same way. He's the head coach, and then you got the decision makers in the front office. Obviously, Steve Kerr has a hand in that.
Of course.
But
it's the classic car salesman thing.
If Steve Kerr was in charge of the roster decisions, he wouldn't have said bye to anybody because he loves everybody.
Steve is in this case, he's the car salesman who's looking at you going, look, I want to give you $5,000 off that car.
He could also play.
But let me go talk to that. See that shadow of a man around the corner in that office? Let me go talk to him. I'll be right back. And then they do a fake conversation for about 2.5 minutes. And they know when to shake their head and nod their head and sort of like put their hands up at the end. And then they come back out. I fought for you. Listen, the best I can do is $432 off. I tried. I'm with you. I want you to have that car. I want you to also be at the knockout tournament.
Let's go.
And there it is. Duval.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay. All you need to do right now is call the contest line, 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. The first person to get through with the correct keyword that we gave you earlier this hour, you are in to the knockout tournament on the Chase Center floor March 3rd. Again, the contest line right now, 415-523-4652. Keep trying. Good luck. And if you don't get through, then we're back at it again tomorrow, 8 a.m. on the Morning Roast, noon with Steiny and Goo, and then 4 o'clock again with me and Grandy as we wrap the week. And then if you don't get it that day, you try again next week, and then you try again the week after that. We've got 11 more days of 3 times a day after this one. Okay? So keep on listening for your chance to win. Also, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And as we mentioned, as Grandy just mentioned, coming up in less than a half hour, if you missed any of our wide-ranging conversation with Steve Kerr, that is still ahead right here on Willard and Dibs.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 30th. Get gig internet.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know who was a dog last night?
Everyone.
The Warriors. A big one. Yet they won that sucker outright. And it has led to many a question today and some good conversation. We started off by asking, I think, the most obvious question: where the hell was Bat been? And then I think that leads to this question: is that a repeatable act? And you don't think so, and I don't think so. And in many ways, it almost makes what it feels like the reality, which is on the way. Trade deadline next week. It makes it almost harder in many ways, especially when you see the particular players who played so well last night, because they are the names that are coming up. They are the expiring contracts. They are the guys who've been with the Warriors for some time. Cavon Looney, GP2, Andrew Wiggins, they were all absolute restaurant quality last night. And here we are. And it makes you want to say, oh, if you can do that, then
you can beat anybody.
Then stay. But they can't do that. They usually don't do that.
So last night, you can literally look at 3 or 4 different players and make an argument, at the very least make an argument they had the best game of their season. Cavon Looney, by a mile, best game of his season. Gary Payton II, by a mile, best game of his season. Andrew Wiggins has probably had a better game than last night, but you maybe could be convinced based on the stakes and what was going into this game. That was one of his, if not the most impressive game of his season. 27 points and 5 of 8 from downtown. You could maybe also convince me that it was up there for Brandon Pajemski, one of the best games of his season. He was awesome. You might be able to convince me about Dennis Schroeder. He only scored 9 points, but as a Warrior, he had one of the best games that he's ever had as a Warrior. 9 points, 7 assists, 4 rebounds, was great defensively. So if you're asking me, was last night repeatable, you literally got best of the season performances from 4 or 5 players. No, of course it's not repeatable. Yeah. Of course not. Are they capable of doing that on any given night? Yeah. You know how unlikely it is to get those performances from those players on the same night?
All at once, right.
We're talking about something that happens once in a blue moon. Almost never. It hasn't happened yet this year. I would bet, are we ever going to see, even if they were on the team for the rest of the year, see both Gary Payton and Cavon Looney score in double figures again this year? No. On the same game. Is that ever going to happen again this year?
Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
And I know they do more than just score, but they don't win this game last night without them scoring those points. 33 points from Looney and GP2 combined. I would have to do some sleuthing. I don't think they have ever combined for 30 points in a game before.
No, of course not. So, yeah, I think everyone's on the same page there. It just feels like we've sort of arrived at a moment because there's so much that goes into a night like last night. A, really, really fun for the fans. B, you see a bunch of players do some things that you've really been waiting for them to do, and so you celebrate that. And actually, what I think I loved most about the game, if you want to dive into the X's and O's, was the Steph Curry aspect of how much pressure was not on him. The fact that there were options around the court. Not only did the ball seem to move, but Wiggins, so aggressive. Steph Curry getting pulled out of the game at the 8-minute mark. Steve Kerr admitting to us today, he probably didn't like that very much, but he trusts Steve, and so he went to the bench, came back in. But that fourth quarter, to me, felt different than just about every other fourth quarter we've watched this year where the game is close and the opponent is good. And that is, and I couldn't even put a finger on why, those other fourth quarters, I've watched them all and thought, they're probably going to lose this game. And my God, it looks difficult for them to get a good look. Suddenly last night, that was not the case. I know that they had a couple of bad looks that turned into points, Kyle Anderson being the one that stands out the most. That's not a great look. It's not a great possession. but majority of the possessions there in the fourth quarter, they were able to get good looks. It was multiple people getting those looks, and it did not look like Steph Curry just had the ball in his hands with everyone running at him and so much pressure on him and to the level of exhaustion. It didn't look like that. If you could bottle that up, great. I doubt that you can, but that's what you're looking for. And so the question isn't like, can these guys do this most nights? I think the obvious answer is no. It's can you find some other people to where that is more of the norm? And if you can, you got it. You got to grit your teeth and do it.
When Steph got subbed out, you referenced when Steve Kerr pulled him out and Steph was shaking his head as he walked to the bench. And as he sat on the bench, it was like maybe 30 seconds worth of Steph shaking his head. 8:18 left in the fourth quarter. Warriors were up by 1. What did you think was about to happen when Steph subbed out with 8:18 left, Warriors up by 1?
I can't tell you I thought they were going to win, but I can tell you that for whatever reason, and this I'm not some sort of a psychic or something. It's obviously a vibe that was coming from the game. I was convinced by that point in the game that this thing was going down to the end. Something about the way the Warrior energy last night was at a level to where I thought this was going down to the end. So what did I think was going to happen? The thought that went through my head was, that's interesting. But at the same time, I'm like, we got a barn burner. This is not going to be decided until the last minute of the game.
My thought was generally, oh God, when Steph comes back in, I just hope they're within 5 points.
Well, they're always within 5 points. They lead the league in the clutch games.
True. So then what happened while Steph was on the bench was an incredible surprise to me, because while Steph was on the bench, he came back in for an offensive possession, but that was the Pajemski deep jumper from the right wing, and then he came out for defense and then came right back in for the next offensive possession. So once he was in for good, there was 3:40 left, and the Warriors were up 104-98. So in the less than 4 minutes that Steph sat on the bench, about 3.5 minutes that he was on the bench, the Warriors outscored the Thunder 10-5.
Wow.
Shocking.
That's not the norm. That's not the norm.
I was hoping
be
within 5 when Steph comes back in with about 4 to go, and then you got a shot. But they added to the lead, not just by a point, not by 2, by 5.
So, to the point you're making, and I thought this was one of the key moments of the conversation with Steve Kerr, which you will hear in its entirety in about 10 minutes. And by the way, congratulations to Manroop in San Jose.
Hey!
That's our winner. That's our 12th winner. We will meet you, Manroop, at Chase Center March 3rd. For the rest of you, keep on trying. 8 o'clock tomorrow, noon tomorrow, 4 o'clock tomorrow, to see if you can win your way in. We really want to see you there. It's a lot of fun. But one of the key moments of the Steve Kerr conversation was when you asked him about these kinds of guys, the Cavon Looneys and the GP2s of the world. They're known as glue guys, culture guys, long-term Warrior guys. And so they are clubhouse guys. And there is a sort of a touchy-feely nature to that idea. But I think we also all agree they're not the most outwardly talented people that have ever worn an NBA jersey. So you asked Steve to sort of balance those two things together. And what helps a team more? How do you balance the idea of culture players versus raw talent? Listen to this answer.
Well, we know talent wins in this league. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win if you have talent. If you don't have enough talent, you can't go anywhere. That's just the reality. So the question, we have to ask ourselves, and Mike and the front office have to ask themselves is, do we have enough talent? And that's a tricky question to ask, because on some nights, like last night, you go, hell yeah, we do. Like that looked great, but then other nights, it's clear, Steph could use a little help scoring wise, or we could use this, or we could use that. And then of course you sit there and you look at all the options, and you have to determine, does this really help us? And that's what this time is all about. Mike is, gathering all the information, all the possible trades he can make, and going from there.
I mean, he just sounds like a guy to me that realizes that nights like last night are just flat out too few and far between. That's it.
Steve's been around the game for a very long time. He knows when he has enough talent or when he doesn't.
Okay, so he also said this.
Well, I mean, I was a GM once for a few years. Not a very good one, but I was a GM, so I know exactly what Bob is talking about. And that's the tricky part of all this. You know, if you're a team like us, you know, good, not great, that's in the mix but needs to do better, it's a really tough thing to quantify. You know, what do we need to do to get better? What do we need to do to take a step? And there's no question when you see a game like last night, the temptation is, man, like, let's just keep going like this. And why would we do anything? But Bob's right. You can't just look at one game or two games. You've got to look at the full picture. And that's what Mike and his staff are doing. It's also why I think it's healthy to have a separation between the, you know, management and the coaching staff, because as coaches, you're very married to the moment. It's up and down all year long. And I think management, it's a little easier for them to sort of take the view from above, a little more perspective, and really get the information all season long that they need to determine what they're going to do.
All right. So, you know, again, to me, the energy that you keep getting out of this conversation is that when he refers to looking at last night's win and saying that there's a temptation.
This is exactly what I circled.
Well, what does that word do for you? Like when you say the word temptation, you know, your mind goes to what? Casinos and alcohol, or, you know, going to the bar too late, or dessert, or, you know, 8 coffees, whatever the hell it is you're thinking of. It's essentially something that you're probably supposed to limit.
And that you know you should limit.
If you want to be healthy.
Yes.
Don't give in to temptation. And he referred to the idea of thinking that last night held water as a temptation. And so that to me, it's an interesting word choice. That's all.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And he also said, when I referenced this on the other side of our break, was the separation between coaches and management. And he said, because us coaches were, quote, married to the moment. But it's good to have the separation. And what is the moment the Warriors are married to right now is the beautiful game they played last night. But it's the good thing there's separation, because management, the front office, they can separate themselves from the moment. And what is separate from the moment of last night? A 10 and 20 stretch.
Huh?
That's the stuff that's larger than just last night.
I also just think we're getting close. We're just getting close. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Grandy, you've never been married, right?
Correct.
Okay, never been married. I have. And I'm going to get married
soon
for the last time later this year. And when I think about that day, I have literally zero doubts. I have never been more sure about anything that I'm doing in my life. But it does cross my mind. I wonder, I don't know if that deserved that, but whatever. I wonder, and I don't take offense to this, but I wonder if when we get there that day, if she will have a moment where she goes, we're doing this. Are we doing this? Am I sure that? And I think it's a natural thing for human beings to go through when they're like, I am in, I am in, I am in, I am in. And then you get close and you have to stop and ask yourself, okay, is this really what I want? Am I doing the right thing? I think that's a natural sort of human thing. Yeah. I think the Warriors are doing that right now. I think that's what we heard from Steve Kerr today. I just think we're getting close. And they've had so many discussions. Literally, I think they show up to Chase Center and do this every day. They've been doing this every day for months, if not years, quite frankly. Show up and go, how do we get better? How do we maximize Steph? And they haven't really taken what I would call a huge swing yet. The biggest moment, the biggest Warrior transaction since their last championship was when Klay Thompson left. And they were kind of partially forced into it. And what they got in return was considered nice under the circumstances. But by nobody, even when Buddy Hield was shooting 45%, nobody's like, oh, that's a dog. That's a number 2 scorer. Nobody's done that. And I don't know if this week is going to be that week either, but it might be. And I just think the Warriors, especially when you have a game like last night, in my marriage analogy, that's when someone walks down the street who's not about to be your spouse. And you go, wow, that person's attractive. That's what last night was. Last night walked by and went, ooh, do we want to get your attention? Do you want to get...
Oh, that could be our future.
And Steve's like, ooh, it's temptation. Look over there. Look over there. We beat the Thunder. Maybe we should take a breath, and make a good decision. But you're getting close. And so the Warriors are asking themselves, do we really want to do this? Are we really going to send, for example, a Cavon Looney after a decade in a Warrior uniform? Are we really about to do this? I think that's what we're hearing. That's what I feel we're hearing in all of these quotes.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think another analogy is, have you ever quit a job that you actually enjoyed, that you enjoyed being there, but you outgrew or it was time to move on, and you gear yourself up for the conversation with your boss? You talk through with your family or your significant other, like weeks leading up to the decision, and you ultimately come to the conclusion, yes, this is the best decision for me and my future. It's time to move on. I loved my time here. I met a lot of great people. I have friends here that I enjoy being around, but for whatever reason, it's time to move on. And then the day comes or the hour comes or you walk into the office to meet your boss and you're like, oh God. Totally. Am I making the right decision? Totally. I'm freaking out. Am I making a major mistake? It's the same exact thing as what you're talking about.
Like completely. And I think it's relatable. I think we all live that. I've never jumped out of a plane. Have you ever jumped out of a plane? I would imagine that it feels like that. I don't know. Have you all ever jumped out of a damn plane? Lovely Christy did it once. She said it's incredible.
I want to.
I would never.
Never gotten around to it, though.
I would never. Maybe actually, former me probably wouldn't have either. When you've got kids, I'm like, we're not jumping out of a plane, and you know what I mean. Your mind. I think I'm sure there are plenty of parents who have done it, and that's great. No judgment. For me, I'm like, we're not taking chances that we don't need to take in the name of fun. We're just not doing that.
It's not that much of a chance. It's safe.
It's really not, but it is. Like to me. I know that people go, you take a chance every time you get in a car. That's true. But the way I look at it is, are you doing things where if one tiny thing goes wrong, that's definite death?
I also don't need to jump out of a plane to get to work every day.
Right. You know what I mean?
I have to get in the car.
Right. And if something goes wrong in the car, I'm still probably going to live.
Yeah.
If you jump out of a plane and somebody forgot something, you die. That's it. I'm not built that way. And that's fine if you are. It's great. But I don't know if you've ever jumped out of a plane, 888-957-9570. Like when you put your toes on the edge of that opening out of the plane, does that go through your head? Am I doing this? We're doing this. Yeah, it's super relatable to me. And we're going to have Steve Kerr for you here in 2 minutes. I think you could hear it in his voice the whole time.
He definitely I didn't quite pick up on it quite as strongly as you did, but I think there are hints throughout, and we've highlighted a few of them already, that suggest he's not fully ready or prepared emotionally for the potential of saying goodbye to some players, but he knows deep down that it's probably what's best for the team. Now they're very possibly could be a reality where they have agreed that it's probably best, but nothing presents itself, and the guys still hang around here for the rest of the season. Because you need another trade partner to make a trade work. So there could be that. They've said, yeah, the right opportunity presents itself. We're prepared to say goodbye to X, Y, and Z, but it might not ever happen. But it does. Steve Kerr will be emotional if something like that were to happen.
Totally. 650 just texted in. Skydive once. We'll probably never do it again. Your body really starts to freak out right before you're going to jump. but it is quite heavenly on the way down. Definitely recommend doing it somewhere visually beautiful.
Good advice.
Yeah. So no skydiving over Bakersfield, all right? I don't know why Bakersfield just caught a stray. I ain't got nothing against you. Hey, the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on, and you should listen to Steve Kerr, and then right after it, we'll tell you about this contest because it's absolutely out of control. Oh, real quick, Alex in Petaluma, real quick. We're going to hit Steve Kerr for you, but Alex on the skydiving thing. Hey, Alex, what's up?
Yeah, thanks, Willard. You actually just read my text, but I wasn't sure if it was going to get through. But really, I was really excited for skydiving, felt really calm about it. But that minute that they put you in the window and you're about to go, your body really starts to go into fight or flight mode. But once you actually take the plunge, you're going fast as heck, and then they pull the chute, and it's just blissful, and you're up there. It feels like forever. I don't know if I would do it again, putting my body through that, but I highly recommend trying it. Like I said, do it somewhere that's not Lodi, California, somewhere where you can take in a beach or volcanoes or something.
How long are you falling without the chute, Alex?
From what I remember, it's like a blitz of 30 seconds without the chute, and your cheeks are flapping, your body is just, you're zipping, you're not noticing much.
Ooh.
It's more just a feeling. And when they pull the chute, it's just like you're relaxed and you can soak in all the sights and sounds, and it's really something.
Man, and how long does that 30 seconds feel like?
I mean, it's a lot of sound and pressure on your body, so it does feel pretty quick. But when the chute's alive, then that feels like infinity. You're just floating.
Damn.
But it's fast and furious up to that point.
Alex, thanks for calling in, man.
He sold me.
Oh, God.
I'm ready.
All he had to tell me is that your body locks up right before you jump. Yeah, we're not doing this.
That's why
Let's go home.
You're buckled in with a professional, and they just jump out, and you don't have a choice in the matter.
What could go wrong? Anyway, Steve Kerr joined us earlier. We want to let you hear it in absolute full because he was, as always, fantastic and let everybody in on everything going on with the Warriors. But, of course, he also got doused with water last night. So we welcomed him in by saying, hey, Coach, have you dried off yet?
How'd you find out about that?
Oh, there are birdies everywhere, as you know. Yeah, take us. So what happened when you got in the locker room last night?
Well, there's context to it, but the night before, after we beat Utah, I walked into the locker room, and, everybody's on their phones and not even paying attention to me, and so I asked the guys, I said, hey, did anybody see the Arizona game last night where a kid hit the 60-footer to tie the game and send it to overtime? And they said, yeah, we saw it. I said, well, on SportsCenter, they showed the coach, Tommy Lloyd, when he walked into the locker room, and all the players went crazy and doused him with water. I said, how come you guys never do that to me? Like, I just walk in here, you don't even know I'm here. I said, I want, at some point, just please pour some water on me. And so they were ready for me last night.
I said, boy, you got to be careful what you ask for then, I guess.
Got to be careful. I walk in there, and some of the guys started, spraying the water bottles, but there were two unidentified Warriors who they acted like we had, won the Super Bowl. They dumped the full Gatorade jug on my head. It was fun. It was a great moment.
It was a lot of fun for the fans and for everybody to watch as well. And so I'd love to ask it to you this way. Like, obviously that's you guys at your best, but how repeatable is that? What you saw from all of those individuals last night?
Well, that's the key, right? We have to sustain this and find a way to be more consistent as a team, and we know we're capable, but we just haven't been able. The last couple of months, we have not been able to make it a consistent theme. So that's the goal. I believe we can do it. I believe in our guys and our team. We got a lot of good players, and when we put it together, we're pretty good. So we got to do whatever we can to make that happen again.
Coach, you obviously had a lot of success as the head coach of the Warriors, but you have been through some rough patches, and I know you guys are in the middle of one right now. So one win. I know a win against Oklahoma City and a win against Utah, despite where they are in the standings, it means the same in terms of where you are in the standings. But what can one win against a team like that do? Is that something that you can build off of and make it a turning point?
I think so, because I think what's been lacking, the last month or so is just confidence. And I think a game like last night can really build confidence and remind the guys how good we can be. And we've got an important stretch here now coming up. We got a little momentum. We know what we can do. So I think these games coming up are big. If we can capitalize and get on a little run here, I think we got a great opportunity to get back on track and put ourselves right in the thick of it again.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs. Coach, I want to ask you about the fourth quarter and the way you sort of worked Steph in and out of the game. But let me start by asking this: Who decides Steph's minutes? Is that you or him usually?
It's always a collaboration, but we have a general idea of how many shifts he will play, and so at times during the season I might go to Steph and just say, hey, what do you think about doing this instead of what we're doing now? And he's always very honest if he doesn't like something we suggest, so we make sure that he's on board. And with this year's team and at his age where he is in his career, we've just kind of settled on this current routine where he plays the first 8 minutes of the game, starts the second quarter and the fourth quarter, and then gets a few minutes in the middle of the second and the fourth to rest. So that's where we are right now, and it's hard to take him out of the game with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and it's a tight game, but we've got to find minutes for him and also maximize his time on the floor. And we like to have him start the second and the fourth. So we're just trying to kind of thread the needle there. Yeah, so when he came out at that 8-minute mark last night, he was shaking his head, and I'm thinking, well, that could be about 1,000 different things. The internet has decided that he was not happy about being taken out. Can you speak to what was going on there at all? No, we didn't talk about it after the game. I saw him too, and it could have meant anything. I mean, he had just made a shot, so my guess is he wasn't thrilled about coming out after making a shot, but he trusts me, and I don't, if he's shaking his head, I don't take that personally. I mean, I just feel like we're always collaborating and trying to do the best thing for the team to win. He knows that, I know that, and so it's not a big deal. I know that.
Hard to be too upset, though, considering what happened when he did take that rest. You had multiple big shots from a couple of your others. There was the Podziemski step back, foot on the line, deep right wing. There was the Kyle Anderson fadeaway at the very end of the shot clock buzzer. You got some big buckets from Schroeder. Obviously, you had some points from Looney and GP2 as well. How good was it just to see all of those guys not just score points and make some buckets, but do it in clutch time when your team has struggled a lot of late?
Yeah, that was huge, and sometimes it's your night. I mean, the BP and the Kyle shots, those are difficult shots and not high percentage shots, but clutch moments. They both came through. Loon knocks down a couple of big free throws with a few minutes left. All those guys just stepped up in a big way and helped us finish the game, and that's what it takes, I mean, especially today in today's NBA. I mean, everybody's got three-point shooting. Everybody's playing fast. You've got to score. You've got to find ways to score. It's really hard to win a game just playing defense, and I think for us, we've got to find additional scoring next to Steph from one night to the next. Last night we found it. Hey, Coach, did that injury help Brandon Podziemski? It looks to me like the energy you were asking him to have early in the year is now finally here. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, and he told one of our coaches that he felt like sitting for those 10 or 12 games helped him kind of see what was happening on the floor, see where he could attack, see what he could do better. To me, he looks really fresh and strong and athletic, and so sometimes a break in the middle of the season can help in that regard too. But yeah, I think this is the best Brandon's ever looked, and it makes sense. You know, he's a really good player. He got off to a slow start this year, but look, he's first team All Rookie a year ago. We know what he's capable of, and he's at the top of his game right now. It's fun to watch.
Coach, I want to ask you about Buddy Hield because we know the story of his season. Started off great. It's when your team was winning a lot of games, and the shooting has kind of disappeared, at least for stretches. I thought he had a really awesome second half, though, not because he was making shots, but because he became a distributor, and he set a number of teammates up with easy buckets. How good was it to see him contribute in a major way, even if those shots weren't falling?
Yeah, that was awesome, and you know, that's why Buddy's out there. It goes beyond, you know, him just making shots. It's what he does to the defense. So, you know, you had the pass to Looney early in the second half for the dunk. There's a reason the defense is chasing Buddy Hield all the way out to the three-point line. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time in the league. He's one of the best shooters in the league. So even when he's missing, he's a threat. And I just like the catch-and-shoot nature of his game. You know, the game flows when he's out there. When he's open, he shoots it, and the game continues. And that's where we're at our best. So I know Buddy's going to be a little streaky as a shooter, but he always impacts the game in a good way, whether they go in or not.
Hey, Steve, Bob Myers was on with Steiny and Goo earlier today, and it was certainly an interesting listen. And there was one thing in particular that we wanted to play for you. Because as you know, like all of us fans and media, we're so focused on this looming trade deadline. And Bob said something that caught our attention with regard to the games that happen right before the deadline. And this is what he had to say.
It does. It probably changes it more than it should. You have to temper that, though. You have to look at the body of work and say, how real is this? The issue, though, what you're saying is you have to stop. You say you win 4 in a row before the deadline or win 3 in a row. You have to kind of push back on that and go, okay, that was just 3 games out of 48. Let's just pause a little bit. But it's hard to do that sometimes.
So he's talking about the sort of recency bias and the fact that you guys have won 2 in a row. You win this big game over OKC. What's your reaction to that? The recent games and how they might affect decision making?
Well, I mean, I was a GM once for a few years. Not a very good one, but I was a GM, so I know exactly what Bob is talking about. And that's the tricky part of all this. You know, if you're a team like us that's you know, good, not great, that's in the mix, but, you know, needs to do better, it's a really tough thing to quantify. You know, what do we need to do to get better? What do we need to do to take a step? And there's no question when you see a game like last night, the temptation is, man, like, let's just keep going like this. And why would we do anything? But Bob's right. You can't just look at one game or 2 games. You've got to look at the full picture. And that's what Mike and his staff are doing. It's also why I think it's healthy to have a separation between the, you know, management and the coaching staff, because you know, as coaches, you're very married to the moment. It's up and down all year long, and I think management, it's a little easier for them to sort of take the view from above, a little more perspective, and really get the information all season long that they need to determine what they're going to do.
What's your view right now on how the players are handling this time and all of the talk that surrounds your team?
I know that they all love it here and want to be here, and I feel the same way about them. You know, one of the things in this business, you get really close to people, and you build up, you know, long friendships and collaborations. And when you're as lucky like we have been to win championships and you know, go to battle, so to speak, with these guys, you don't want to see any of them go. It's hard. And so that's the difficult part. I think the players all understand the business, especially the vets. They get it, but that doesn't make it any easier. You know, this is really the toughest part, I think, of of the business is right now trade deadline and a team kind of in flux trying to figure out what to do. It's a tough spot for everybody.
Coach, you're kind of touching on what I wanted to ask you next. How do you balance what you're talking about, the guys that you've grown to love and guys that are great culture builders in the locker room versus trying to go out there and just put together the most talented team you possibly can? Where's the balance there between making sure you've got the good culture guys, but also putting out, the most talented roster you possibly can?
Well, we know talent wins in this league. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win if you have talent, but if you don't have enough talent, you can't go anywhere. That's just the reality. So the question, we have to ask ourselves, and Mike and the front office have to ask themselves is, do we have enough talent? And that's a tricky question to ask, because on some nights, like last night, you go, hell yeah, we do. Like that looked great. But then other nights, it's clear, like Steph could use a little help scoring wise, or we could use this, or we could use that. And then of course, you sit there and you look at all the options, and you have to determine, does this really help us? And that's what this time is all about. Mike is, gathering all the information, all the possible trades he can make, and then going from there.
Coach Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, especially if you do listen to fans and media, like when we watch sports, I think most of the focus is on the offensive end. And so when people are thinking about what may or may not happen next week, they're thinking about the offensive side of the ball. But there could really be a cost on the defensive side. How do you balance that, the sort of the offensive side and the defensive side in terms of roster building?
Well, I have always, as a coach, I've always leaned defense in my decision making. I just have always felt like if you can't get stops, it's just really hard to win games by outscoring people. This season has been a little different in some ways. I think we've had more trouble scoring at times than we've had in the past, and it's made the decision-making a little trickier. But I don't know. It's hard for me to watch Gary Payton last night, watch Looney, and see their impact, and ever really change my view that defense wins games. I mean, it's yes, you got to score, but man, those guys. I mean, I've been watching it for years. You think about the 22 playoffs. Loon against Memphis and that whole series, and Gary against Boston. As soon as he got back, we won 4 out of 5 games. These guys are big time winners, and I love coaching them, and I just believe in them, and I know organizationally we do, and so that's where you see a game like last night, you just go, hey man, these guys, we need these guys, and they are big impacts on winning. There's no question.
Speaking of last night specifically, Coach, and about the defense, I want to ask you about SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, probably the favorite to win the MVP. I know he scored 52. Your team as a whole, though, played an awesome defensive game. What's the challenge in defending SGA? From an outsider perspective, it kind of reminds me of James Harden on the Rockets. How do you go about trying to limit him? I mean, he scored 52, but you got the win.
Well, whenever we play him, the focus is keeping him off the foul line, and that obviously didn't work last night. He got 21 free throws. We go into games thinking, if we can hold him to 6 or 8 free throws, we got a really good chance to win. And because he's going to make a lot of mid-range shots. You kind of live with that. You want to just take away the easy stuff, and you keep him from getting layups and transition and a bunch of free throws, but easier said than done. He is maybe the toughest guy to guard in the league, just one-on-one. And the good thing for us last night was that we were playing with the lead in much of the fourth quarter. And if not the lead, at least it was tied or a 1-point game, where we were close. So we could at least live with some of his one-on-one stuff because we weren't giving up 3-point shots. And the tough thing is, when he's going and you blitz and they start making threes, you're in big trouble. So we kind of made a calculated decision last night to play him one-on-one for the most part and mix in a little zone and try to keep the other guys down. And it worked, but next time it might not. You got to adapt from game to game.
Steve, everyone was interested to see Quentin Post start last night, and then whatever you saw there in those first handful of minutes led you to not go back to him. First off, what was it that you saw there in the first quarter that maybe wasn't working?
Well, it was, that's a lot to ask for a rookie center to go against the best team in the league, probably the best one-on-one player in the league, pick and roll. So Shea got hot early. We decided to go to Loon. Loon's our best defensive center. We know that. And it just turned into a Loon game. So Quinn's going to keep playing. I mean, he's an important player for us. We really like what he can do. So I'm not discouraged at all. That was just us, making a decision on what we needed to do to win the game last night.
It's clear that you see, at least, you see something in the future of this player, at least as a rotational player. What's going on there throughout the year? Like, when do you really know that you're like, hey, we got something here with this individual?
Well, when you see him in camp as a pick and pop big, but not a guy who is afraid of contact. He's a real 7-footer. 5 years of college. He's physical. You see all that in training camp, and you realize, man, this is something we could really use this year. So then it's a couple months in Santa Cruz. Let's really help him develop, and I thought he did a great job, and the Santa Cruz staff did a great job of helping him defensively the last couple months, and it just seemed like the right time last week to give him some minutes and help open up the floor, and he did a great job of it. So it's fun to see him out there. He looks like a player to me. He's going to be around for a long time, and somebody who can open up the floor for Steph. So I'm excited about Quentin.
Steve, before you go, and this is off subject, but Adam Silver yesterday publicly stated that he's at least intrigued by the idea of 10-minute quarters to sort of help all of this health stuff with players around the league. What do you think about that?
I think it's a good idea. I mean, I'm not saying it's, for sure the right thing to do, but I like is adding a week to the season. Just in the one calendar week, start camp a week earlier or whatever, spread out the games more. We got to think of everything we can do, because the one thing we know, the league is not going to cut games out of the schedule. I wish they would, but they're not going to. I don't think any of the constituents are going to agree to that just because of the revenue loss. But if we're not going to do that, then shortening the games, lengthening the calendar season so you get more rest for the players, I'm all for that.
Steve, love having you as always. Thank you so much. What a win last night, and good luck tomorrow night.
Thanks for having me, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, we definitely will. There he goes. Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibs in 95.7 The Game every week, and it's always a wide-ranging conversation, always get a lot out of it. This one was absolutely no different, and we wish him there good luck tomorrow night at the end, and I do think that's one thing we haven't brought up yet. Like, if we just try, and it ain't easy, but if we try for a second to stay in the moment, last night's win does change tomorrow night for me. How
so?
Well, I really think it adds to the urgency and the importance of tomorrow night to start pushing a little bit into some space into a winning record, number one. Plus, Your next 2 games after this game tomorrow night, which, by the way, is home against Phoenix, your next 2 games after that are a home date with Orlando and a road trip to Utah. I know you play the Lakers the very, very next night. That's next Thursday, week from tonight. That's technically after the trade deadline. But the thought is, like, if you win tomorrow night, I can start to reasonably see a path to a 5-game win streak that leads to, I know that could be wrong, but it just feels almost like a corroboration of last night.
Oh.
And
what would that be?
Well, if they can win tomorrow night, it legitimizes things a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually the one asking dibs. That's my bad.
That'd be a corroboration.
Yeah, a corroboration sensation. Yeah. Yeah, that's my bad.
You can't just tease me like that.
Tim Roy, if GP2 dunks again tomorrow night, it's a corroboration sensation. That'd be amazing. That's all. And maybe that's a fleeting thought. It's never about one game, but that's another thing. Last night led to a renewed excitement about the next game. Like, they have needed that 4 or 5 game win streak for a long time. And now's their chance. That's what I think.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I view Phoenix as somewhat of a coin flip game. Yeah. I view Orlando as somewhat of a coin flip game, even after last night. Orlando's been hurt basically all year, but they're now back to being mostly healthy. Mo Wagner is out for the rest of the year. Besides that, they have basically everybody of importance available. And the Warriors do not play great against Kevin Durant. They did win last time they played, but they lost to him earlier in the year in Phoenix. Feels like both are coin flip games. Yeah. If you could take care of a couple of coin flip games and feel pretty good about yourself.
They're also a half game ahead of the Warriors in the standings.
It's big.
And so you would move a half game in front of them in the standings if you beat them tomorrow night.
Now, if you manage to beat Phoenix and you beat Orlando, I would predict a 5-game winning streak because all that stands between you and that is Utah.
Although they are absolutely capable of losing that game.
They were only up by 1 in the fourth quarter at home.
And Utah's people are back. Yeah,
I think we'll see when the
Lowry
day comes.
I know, I understand that, but I think those guys are playing tonight. They've got a game tonight. They're home to Minnesota tonight. And those guys are all in.
T-Wol's playing better late.
They are.
And Edwards, they're figuring it out.
Yeah, as they should. They've won 4 in a row. That's what I'm waiting for. The Warriors have now won 2 in a row. If they can go on just that little mini streak, it really does change it. Go back to last week when Dibs asked Steve Kerr, do you have to win enough to sort of like prove to the front office that a trade should be made? And he was like, yes. And this is it. This is it. If
I were to ask you, when was the last time the Warriors won 3 or more games in a row?
Oh, God.
When would you think that happened? 3 or more games in a row. They would do that if they beat Phoenix tomorrow.
Well, they mathematically had to have done it when they were 12-3.
Correct. They did do it while they were 12-3. They did it twice while they were 12-3. One of them was a 5-game win streak.
My guess would be that was the last time.
The 3 straight wins that put them from 7-2 to 10-2 is the last time they did it. That was November 10th, 12th, and 15th.
November 5th. Thanksgiving wasn't here yet.
The last time they won 3 games in a row.
I was still 49 years old.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Since then, they've won 2 in a row once, twice, 3 times, and now this is the 4th time they've won 2 in a row since then.
Okay.
But yet to get back to 3 wins in a row since 10-2.
Like a 4 or 5 game win streak right now would be a massive deal.
In the Western Conference standings, it would vault you from like 11th to maybe 8th.
Yes, and it guarantees you of nothing because you can turn around and lose your way right back out of that. But it is my opinion, as we sit here today, it is my opinion that these next 3 games are the last 3 games with this roster. That's my opinion.
Even if they win all 3, you feel that way?
Yes, even more so. Good God, if you go on a 5-game win streak and 2 of the wins are against Utah, and you use that as a reason to keep the band together,
well, that's the worst thing that could happen.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Obviously, don't take me out of context. It's always good to win basketball games. But if they put together a handful of wins here before the trade deadline, and they use that as the reason to not make a move, and then the deadline comes and goes, and then they go right back to playing 500 basketball the rest of the season, that is the nightmare scenario.
I already mentioned, I think a couple of days ago, if you do want to look ahead to after the trade deadline and take a look at what happens, it gets real dicey real fast. I mean, that night they're going to be in L.A., then over the weekend, they go to Chicago, but then listen to the 5 games that come after that. You're at Milwaukee, at Dallas, at Houston, at Sacramento, home to Dallas. I mean, the way the Warriors I know right now are capable of losing all of those.
Yeah, it's a pretty gnarly 7-game road trip.
Very tough stretch before they come home for Charlotte, and that's all the way toward the end of the month of February. Like then
they had back out on the road Orlando and Philadelphia and the Knicks.
Part of what I'm getting at. Yeah. Like last night, I'm with you. It was just a game. It was one game. Hell, Quentin Post started the game. It wasn't even a great game. It was a great half. Last night was a wonderful second half of basketball. But it's coming at a time where I think the Warriors' backs are up against the wall more than people realize. Like you could very quickly 2 weeks from now, like this thing. You're out of it. You're out of it if you're playing as poorly as they looked to be playing like a week or two ago. So that's where we are, and that's why I think it's why I hear what we're hearing with all the voices that we're listening to, whether it be Steve Kerr, whether it be Bob Myers, Brian Windhorst, Kevin O'Connor, doesn't matter. They're all insinuating the same thing, which is that last night was wonderful, but reality has already struck. The Warriors don't have enough, and they're not comfortable with not enough. And
they shouldn't be.
And I think that there's some things out there for them. Maybe some of them are the ones that we see coming, and maybe not.
And like you could be a big Warriors Twitter advocate, or you could be on Warriors Twitter a lot. If you were to poll Warriors Twitter, I think a lot of them would tell you the Warriors front office doesn't know what they're doing, and they're not making smart decisions, and they should be doing this. This is a Warriors leadership group that is smart enough to recognize the reality.
I think so. Yeah,
absolutely. They know what's going on.
Absolutely. We're sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. All right, let's have some fun here. If you've been listening for a little while, you know that earlier we ended up in a conversation about skydiving. None of us have ever done it before. Have you been skydiving before? And would you like to describe the experience for us?
We should have asked Steve Kerr.
Yeah, next week. First question. Do you think Steve Kerr's ever been skydiving before?
Probably not.
I'm going to bet no.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet no, but... Yeah.
They'll probably be like, well, my daughter went one time or something like that.
Totally. We threw my dog out the plane one time with a parachute on. It worked out fine. Anyway, 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear about it. Plus, you're going to want to hear this. If you haven't heard about the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, which is on right now, and for all you know, you might be qualifying for it right now without even realizing.
Whoa.
And if once you hear what this is, you won't believe it. So we'll tell you about all of that next. We'll take some more of your phone calls. Grandy is in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life Weight Loss and what a great program that it is. I started back in March, and within a couple of months, I lost 25.
106-103. Inside 2 minutes. Steve Kerr gets a play call in. Curry off a screen by Schroeder. Takes a deep three. Good! Doubles the Warrior advantage just like that. Curry's got 21.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Steph. We will. Hey, before the end of the show, Lucas, will you play again the highlight of the GP2 dunk? Just play that again. Y'all hear that? That was fun. Oh, my God.
Did it? It kind of looked, it resembled Baron Davis on Andre Kirilenko, right?
Yeah.
Like it kind of was similar?
Well, it had multiple levels to it. You know when a player looks like they rise and then they sort of contact whoever they're rising over and it pushes them up even further?
It's like the delayed elevation.
Like that was Isaiah Hartenstein. He is like a full 7 feet and Gary absolutely flushed his head.
If I'm Hartenstein, you got to put your hands up.
Yeah.
He didn't even put his hands up.
Throw your hands
he didn't
up.
even really like try to contest it. Kind of weird.
Well, he's a little bit all. 7-footers sometimes a little awkward and a little slow. They're huge. So anyway, a couple things to tell you. First of all, it's time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Payton Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors made 13 3-pointers last night, and that means another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Curry and Wiggins each made 5, while Buddy Hield, Dennis Schroeder, Brandon Pajemski each filled in with 1. That is the 24th donation of the season for Triples for Autism. To make a donation yourself or to get involved, you go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society. San Francisco Bay Area, Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to pettinellifp.com. What would you do with 20 grand if you were loose in Vegas?
A lot of different things. I don't know if I should say exactly what.
Man, your brain just went to some places. Did y'all hear that? He was like,
I mean, Vegas is a city with options now.
There's optionality in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's true. There's financial flexibility.
Rain dance!
Oh, it's one of those. I did years ago. Quick story. I was at somebody's bachelor party, and the whole party just got separated. Everybody went in different directions. And so I think I was with someone from the group, but we're just like, let's just settle up at a blackjack table. And so we're doing the thing at the blackjack table. And at a certain point, I'm like, where the hell is everybody? Like, where did everyone end up? And finally, one dude comes straggling back into the casino. He's clearly had 48 drinks. I mean, it's just like, oh my God.
He was crawling back into the casino.
You are riding right now. And I'm like, where were you? And he's just like, we've been around. It was over there. But like the indication was like different parts of the casino. And then I looked at his shirt. And one of the buttons was in the wrong, right?
Classic.
The buttons are not lined up anymore. I'm like, dog, you were not in the casino. We don't do that at the craps table. That's not where you were. Go to bed. Go to bed.
You need it.
You are not supposed to. Go to bed.
So what would I do with 20,000? I'd diversify, Willard.
Apparently that. I already told you what I would do. You want to talk about a big party guy? If I landed in Vegas and you gave me 20 grand,
you'd put it in your high yield savings account.
I would turn around and go back to the airport and
put it in your Roth IRA.
Fly home. Yes, I would.
You're no fun.
I might take 1 grand. I'm like 19 first. Okay, Uber driver, take me to the bank, and we're going to put 19 grand in the bank, and then it'll be like, now let's go party. Find me a craps table. Act like a high-limit guy for an hour and see what happens. Just, let's go.
This still be fun.
Yeah.
But I could have 20 times more fun.
on the pass line. Like, I don't know. Anyway, here's the reason we're asking all you crazy people. We got the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, and it is on. So someone, courtesy of us, is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So it's you and 3 guests, any 3 guests you want. And you go to Las Vegas. And you each get $5,000 also. Yeah, no, each of you. $20,000 for your group. The flight taken care of. The hotel taken care of. And quite frankly, anything you want to do in town.
It will be taken care of.
Taken care of with $20,000. So this is the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. And winning could not be easier. You literally just need to sit there. In fact, you can go for a run if you want. Put your AirPods in and go for a run if you're listening on the free Odyssey app for at least an hour. While you're logged in, you're in. That's it. You download the Odyssey app, you log in, you listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour, and your daily entry is automatic. So you can do this once a day, every day. You can listen for 8 hours if you want, but each day is 1 entry. National contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000.
And whichever one of you wins, I am very jealous.
Yeah. Do you know that, literally, us employees, we're all, of course, ineligible.
Unfortunately.
It's a bummer. But everybody around here has had the same question. I don't know if we're supposed to say this on the air, but whatever. I'm feeling job security today. I don't know why. But anyway, does everyone have the same thought when you're like, okay, if I win and I get to pick 3 friends and we get 20 grand and it keeps saying $5 grand a piece, do I have to give $5 grand a piece to each of my friends? Or can I just be like, I won, I get the 20 grand and you get a free trip to Vegas?
Yeah, I am covering your flight and your hotel. Is that not enough of a present?
I'm the one that had to listen to an hour of Willard and Dibs every day.
Hey.
Right? Or wouldn't those friends still be thrilled if you were like, you get $1 grand? You get $1 grand. And you get $1 grand.
Yeah, I'd still be happy.
17 grand.
I did all the heavy lifting here.
Can you do that? I don't know how anyone could stop you from doing that. It's not like some little Odyssey employee is going to show up and divvy out the $5 grand to each of the 4 people, are they?
Yeah, I don't know if you have to submit the names of all your people ahead of time and then the $5 grand goes out to each individual person.
Like a secret Venmo or Zelle or something?
I don't think it would be Venmo or Zelle,
Probably
but
not.
You never know.
It's over the daily limit for some people. Yeah, so anyway, just questions. I'm an interviewer.
We're
I like
just
to ask
spitballing
questions.
here.
Yeah, I like to ask questions. So anyway, all right. The Phoenix Suns are in town tomorrow night. The voice of the Phoenix Suns is John Bloom. He happens to be my best friend. He's going to be in studio from 2:30 to 3. And I'm going to literally hold him down until he tells me where Jimmy Butler is going to go. That's it. That's why I made him come in studio. I'm like, enough of this phone stuff where you can just say whatever you want. I want to physically intimidate you.
You know things, and you're going to tell us.
He's going to say he doesn't know, and he's probably right. But, I mean, would your guess still be that Jimmy ends up with the Phoenix Suns?
That seems to be the most motivated team to go out and make something work.
We didn't play this much today. Kevin O'Connor with Yahoo says he doubts it's the Warriors.
My league sources say Stephen Curry specifically has concerns about Jimmy Butler's fit in the Warriors locker room, and Steve Kerr shares those feelings. So Golden State's indecision about trading for Butler seems to be largely tied to Steph and Kerr's worries about the personality fit there.
It's funny. When I heard that, I'm like, well, then this conversation's over. The line my mom used to use with me when I was a kid. This conversation is over.
Yeah, if Steph and Steve don't want it.
Yeah, that's a non-starter. Like he's sort of saying it like, well, Steph and Steve have concerns, but the rest of the front office, who cares? If Steph has concerns, it's over. That's a non-starter. Out on Jimmy Butler.
We got a minute left in the show. A little bit of news from the Warriors.
What do we got?
Nothing big. This comes from Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider. Cavon Looney suffered a nasal fracture per the Warriors. He will wear a face mask tomorrow versus the Suns, but he will be available.
Boy, Kevon really doesn't want to get traded, does he? He went home and broke his nose. He's like, I'm hurt, everybody. Don't acquire me.
Unfortunately, Kevon, you are using this trade because you're expiring money, not because you're going to change the fortunes of the team acquiring you.
It put too much of a smile on everyone's faces, so we're going to hear it one more time. Play that beautiful footage.
And there's that chant. We have not heard it too much this year here at Chase. That Warriors chant echoing through Chase Center. Schroeder with the ball at the logo. Guarded by Gilgeous-Alexander. Goes by him. Handoff. Payton goes up. And he dunked it on Hartenstein. Little elevation sensation for GP2. And the Warriors lead 114 to 105.
Might have been the moment of the year.
That was great.
It might have been the moment of the year. Oh, my God. Tim hasn't sounded that happy in 3 years.
For real. Dunk of the era or just the year?
Okay, what's coming up on, by the way, what is coming up on the game? Because, Lucas, it says that the Warriors live, which is not coming up on the game.
That's my fault.
What's coming up on the game?
Steve Kerr and Bob Myers, two friends.
Oh, yes.
Get to go back to back.
All right, so if you missed any of those conversations today, Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, stay right where you are because that's what's coming up, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Of course.
Okay, let's run it back one more time for Grandy, for Lucas, for Steven. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Where can you kick off the new year with big...